of their last 11 against the Blues. Tom cleverly makes 2 changes for his first game in interim charge as Pollock and Morris come into the left side of the defence. Updates from Birmingham against Watford from 3 p.m. here at St Andrews.
QPR beaten last week, Sunderland beaten every week. They meet in the North East in front of talkSPORT's Graham Courtney.
Yeah, tough being a Sunderland fan at the moment. At least QPR fans have seen a bit of a turnaround. This could be Sunderland's 7th defeat on the bounce. They've gone from knocking on the playoffs door to looking over their shoulders at the Championship trapdoor. Replacing Michael Beale with Mick Dodds, it's not worked, and losing their top player, Jack Clark, until the middle of next month, that's not going to help. As for QPR, won 5 of their last 8. Useful on the road as well. They've won 3 of their last 4, but they're still just a single point above the drop zone. As for the team news, well, Mick Dodds, he makes 3 changes from Sunderland's 4-2 defeat at Southampton. Riggs, Sealton, Burstow out. In come Hamir, O'Sheesh and Styles. As for QPR, a couple of changes from their 2-0 defeat at home to the Borough. Fry and Field, they drop out. Hayden and Dykes come in. Sunderland against QPR at the Stadium of Light.
Rotherham are in danger of breaking their own record as the worst ever Championship side. They host third bottom Huddersfield, watched by talkSPORT's Mark Wilson.
Yeah, 1 win in 26 tells its own story for the Millers, and surely the only question remaining regarding relegation, it's when, not if, they go down. Liam Richardson's side have yet to taste victory in 2024 and have conceded 17 in their last 5. They lost the last 2, 5 goals to 0. They make 3 changes from the side thrashed at Norwich as Adofinte and Eves drop out. Rinamoto, Cafu and Nombe come in. The Terriers, well, they've won 1 of the last 5, but have only got 1 win in their last 10 away. Andre Brighton-Wright's side are a point from safety, but have an inferior goal difference and need a win to have a chance to lift themselves out of the drop zone today. They make 1 change from the loss to West Brom on Sunday. Tom Lees is out of the squad, with Inyo Balker starts in a back 3. Feels like it's a must-win for both sides here at the New York Stadium. It's Rotherham against Huddersfield.
In League One leaders Portsmouth are taking over 4,000 fans to 4th place Peterborough, and it's second against third as Derby face Bolton at Pride Park. talkSPORT's Jeff Peters.
Yeah, Derby sit 5 points behind Portsmouth. They're a point.
Turn it up, please.
In the week, a 7th win in 10. Recent signing Dwight Gale got his 3rd goal in as many games. Sonny Bradley misses out due to illness, replaced by Craig Forsyth. 3rd place Bolton are unchanged. They put 5 past Oxford in the week to smash through 100 for the season. More than a quarter of their goals from top scorers Dion Charles and Victor Adebayo, but they're still out injured, so Bodvarsson and Collins lead the line. It's Derby Bolton at a packed Pride Park.
And we have 10 to kick off. It's Game Day Live on talkSPORT. We're about to take you around the grounds, bringing you all the goals as they go in.
The Emirates FA Cup live on talkSPORT with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup and Adobe Women's FA Cup. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
At BetMGM, we know how to put on a show. That's why they got me, Chris Rock, to tell you about BetMGM's golden offers. Sign up to BetMGM, bet £10, and get £40 in free bets. We're making every game an occasion. Get ready for the golden era in sports betting. BetMGM. It's showtime.
New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
Searching for a beach break for all the family with EasyJet holidays?
Warm.
With free kids places and options to spread the cost for free with a £60 per person deposit.
Getting warmer.
All at an unbeatable price?
Found it.
Find your perfect package holiday from just £319 per person. Search EasyJet holidays. Selected dates. Holidays are still protected based on 2 adults for 7 nights. See price guarantee online. 1 free child place for every 2 full paying adults sharing. T's and C's apply.
The big gift giveaway is now on at Arnold Clark. Buy any car and enter a free gift. Choose from a £50 M&S gift card, 12 free car washes, or one of 6 fantastic experiences. From an overnight stay to a supercar track experience, there's an option for everyone. Don't miss the big gift giveaway. It's now on at every Arnold Clark across the UK. See arnoldclark.com.
Here they are, the racing lovers of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Reward Shake-Up. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars at the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet. Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free reward Shake-Up to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it. 18 plus UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Leave behind the workday blues. Every emotion and total devotion to the beautiful game. Game day.
Turbocharge your Saturday with Game Day. What a goal!
Game Day live
on talkSPORT.
You're listening to Game Day Live on talkSPORT, where we're going to bring you all the goals as they go in and take you around the grounds as well. Let's focus on these games today. 7 minutes to kick off. Let's start with Perry Groves at Ipswich, but I want to ask you a question about Burnley dropping James Trafford, the goalkeeper, for this afternoon's game against Brentford. I think a lot of the Burnley fans have been suggesting that, you know, he needs taken out of the firing line. Is it a bit harsh? Has he done a lot wrong, James Trafford, Perry?
I'm not being funny, Ake, so what Vincent Cook is saying that it's his fault. They've conceded 34 Premier League goals at home this season, and I said probably about 6 or 7 games ago when I saw James Trafford play live, I said that Vincent Kompany might ruin that young man's career because he was getting absolutely no protection whatsoever. It's all very well, you don't want to play this beautiful game where the centre-half split O'Shea and Esteve they split and they push the full-backs on, but they can't defend. And if you looked at some of the games, they want James Trafford to play out from the back, which is fair enough. But then, when people aren't showing for the ball, and even midfield, like Cullen and Sanderberg, who always play the centre midfield, they don't show for the ball. They've been hiding when Burnley have been in possession. And then when Burnley lose possession, they're so wide open. That poor young man obviously played at Bolton Wanderers on loan, went to learn his trade, come to Burnley, and he's been totally exposed. I think by a bit of naivety by Vincent Kompany, maybe a bit of arrogance, keep playing the same way over and over and over again. So I've got a lot of sympathy for him.
Well, he's on the bench today. Muric, who was in goal all last season for Burnley's promotion season, comes in. We'll see how he gets on. Ray Powell's with me here at Kenilworth Road, and the team is very interesting for Luton after the 3-0 up, but lost 4-3 Bournemouth in midweek. And as Ian Abrahams was saying, it looks like they're going to a back four. Would that be a wise move, you reckon?
Well, certainly they've got to put more bodies in that midfield area. Injuries as well. You always got to look at the squad itself. You know, it'd be so disappointed in the week. We know that, but you've got to forget about that now. This is a totally different game. You're going into it. If you can win this game somehow, you're joint on points with Forest and gives you a real opportunity to stay in the Premier League next season. So, yeah, I think it'd be interesting to see what he said after to the players on that Thursday or Friday when they was in training, because you can only lose 3 points, but the manner of the way they lost that game, 3-0 up, you've got to get something out of that, and it's how they bounce back today. But one thing about this stadium itself, is it's always, the fans are so behind the club, behind the players itself, and it'll be rocking. If they can't get that first goal, it's going to be really interesting to see. But let's wait and see how they're going to line up. I know there's not played at the back for 10 years, as Moose says there, so it don't look like he can step back into that in such a big game. So it looks like they're going to go flat back four. And it's all about the result then. If we get the result, then you know, it'll be a decision well made.
Well, they basically run out of centre halves. Osho's not been fit, and people forget Tom Lockyer is an emotional story, but he's their captain and leader and a really good defender, and he's been missing since December as well. In terms of what Rob Edwards would have said afterwards, publicly, as Ian was saying, in the programme, he said, I feel sorry, I feel responsible for the defeat. He said, as a staff, we've no alternative but to try and learn from our mistakes. He's taking that on his shoulders, Rob Edwards. Is he correct with that, or is he saying that to take the heat off the players?
I think he's got to do that. I certainly believe that, you know, behind the scenes there'll be certain players disappointed with their performance in that second half. But it's all about the manager at the end of the day, and I think that's good management. I really do. That he takes the pressure off the players. Now it's all about bouncing back, and if they can get a result today, suddenly that Bournemouth game is very, very quickly not remembered in this season. But there's still a long way to go. They've got a tricky couple of games coming up after this one, the 2 North London clubs. But this is, for me, this is a must-win for Luton if they're going to have any chance of staying in the Premier League this season. That's without if they do get deducted points. But as it stands, they need to get a result today.
Yeah, we've got to go with as it stands and just wait and see what happens. But the team's coming out. You can hear the noise, not just from the home fans, but from the away fans away to our right as well. And fair play to the Luton fans, those that travelled to Bournemouth in midweek. Decent length of journey on a midweek evening, and it was packed the away end, as you would imagine, and they still applauded the players who went over to them at the end. There were no recriminations, there were no ugly scenes or anything like that. They applauded the effort that had gone in, despite the fact they were 3 up and lost 4-3. Let's go to Portman Road. Perry Groves is at Ipswich, Sheffield Wednesday for us. That stat earlier, Perry. Kieran McKenna, 52 league games at Portman Road. He's lost only 3 of them to Cambridge, Lincoln and Leeds United. 2 questions there. How on earth did they lose to Maidstone at home in the Cup? Secondly, what an incredible run that is.
Yeah, I think Maidstone, if you look at that game, I think Ipswich had about 32 shots, just couldn't finish, and obviously Maidstone were very, very clear. They had 2 shots, didn't they, and scored 2 goals, so that answers that one. But I think what Kieran McKenna's done here, he's all about Ipswich, obviously not just for the players, but as a community, and he's brought everybody together, and there's a brilliant stat. There's actually, Portman Road now fills up more than what it did under the Howson days with Ron Robson. They won the UEFA Cup, when they won the FA Cup. They're regularly getting this stadium 97% full, which is like 29,000, which is incredible. And you look at the football that he tries to play, plays out from the back, they play easy on their football. Out of their 18 championship games here at Portman Road, in 16 of those games they've scored 2 or more goals. So this is the place you want to come for goals. And also since the beginning of last season, obviously when Ipswich were in League One, at home here at Portman Road, they've scored 107 league goals. That's more than Man City. Man City have only scored 94. They're second in that table of scoring goals at home in the league. So this is the place to come for entertainment.
Not wrong. I think Luton as well is the entertaining place to come. Certainly goals being scored, goals conceded as well. And then Ross Barkley, a player in form. Ray Parley, you surprised he didn't make it into that England squad?
I think he's been brilliant this season. Standout player for Luton, we know that, but the way he's gone into it and controlled that midfield, he's been excellent. Probably not surprised because there is so much competition in that sort of area. But all he's got to do is worry about Luton Town Football Club and do the best he can. And I'm sure Gareth is keeping a really close eye on him. There's still time, you never know what's going to happen towards the end of the season with his injuries or whatever happens to certain players. But all he can keep doing is trying to keep Luton in this Premier League. And I'm sure he's a certainty for probably player of the season at Luton at this rate.
Definitely. Well, Luton are ready to go. Forest are in a huddle here at Kenilworth Road, and with the players they've got, you wonder if they should be in the position they're in. Sangaro was brilliant last season abroad. Morgan Gibbs-White, we know, can produce some magic. Chris Wood with the goals, he's already got a hat-trick this season. Divock Origi's got all that experience. Anthony Elanga's been sensational on the wing. Makes you wonder how on earth they are 4th bottom in the table. 3 straight league defeats for Nottingham Forest. Can they put that right here at Kenilworth Road today? These are Luton in the bottom 3, 3 points behind their opponents today, Nottingham Forest. That's how huge this game is as Forest are about to kick us off here at Kenilworth Road. One of 2 Premier League games kicking off at 3 o'clock. And on talkSPORT 2 right now, Burnley taking on Brentford. Live commentary, just tell your smart speaker to play talkSPORT 2 or download the talkSPORT app for free, and you can swipe between the 2 stations. As Forest get us underway, talkSPORT's the only place with all 4 FA Cup quarter-finals. Coventry already in the semis. Man City against Newcastle coming up at 5:30. Coverage begins around 5:15 on talkSPORT of that one. And then we've got 2 more FA Cup quarter-finals tomorrow.
Bernardo Silva into him again. Haaland! And it's in for number 5.
Dan Burn, who's tipped the ball in towards the near post, and the header is into the back of the net by Joe Willett. And here's an opportunity for Chelsea, and it's financed superbly by Nicholas Jackson. Dewsbury Hall round the keeper, 2-1 Leicester. No ball into the box, it's a ball back. It's back in by Alejandro Garnacho. That's a high-ripping ball upfield. Gibson can't deal with it. Shot out is in to make it 3-1.
Well, if they're anything like that side we've already had, it'll be well worth listening to. You won't be able to keep your ears off it. Wolves 2, Coventry 3. Earlier today was live on talkSPORT. Coventry with 2 goals in added time when Wolves thought they had it won. And the Sky Blues go through the Championship side into the final 4 of the FA Cup for this season. Man City, Newcastle at 5:30. And join me live at midday tomorrow for our build-up to the first of the 2 quarter-finals tomorrow. Chelsea taking on Leicester, repeat of the 2021 final that Leicester won with that brilliant Yuri Tielemans goal. And then later on, 3:30 kickoff, we've got live exclusive national radio commentary. It's only on talkSPORT of a huge FA Cup quarter-final as Manchester United take on Liverpool. You can only hear that on talkSPORT. And more commentaries coming up as well. Tuesday Women's Champions League, Chelsea away to Ajax. talkSPORT 2 from 5:30. Scotland away to the Netherlands in a friendly Friday night. talkSPORT 2. Of course, the Scots on their way to the Euros. Manchester Derby in the WSL next Saturday midday. talkSPORT 2. City still in the title fight under Gareth Taylor. And Chelsea are top. They beat Arsenal last night by 3-1 for the Gunners. You fear it might all be over, the title fight. Saturday afternoon, talkSPORT 2 in League One. It's Northampton against promotion chasing Derby. Commentary of that. And then Saturday evening, England against Brazil in a Wembley friendly live on talkSPORT. I'll be at Wembley for that one and looking forward to it as well. It is Game Day Live on talkSPORT. We're taking you around the grounds, bringing you all the goals as they go in, and the early stages here at Kenilworth Road alongside me, Ray Parler and Ian Abrams.
2.5 minutes gone, still Luton 0, Forest 0. Forest did have a very flurry just now into the penalty area. Morgan Gibbs White trying to pick out, I think, Divock Origi, but the ball was guided back to Thomas Kaminski. Luton have indeed gone with a flat back four today. Kabore is playing wide on one side and wide on the other is Ogbene, because I don't think we could possibly, Ray Parler, have given the weight of expectation to Paddy Ruddock to play in a 3 at the back of the centre half, but he doesn't normally play there. Luton started okay, but Forest also looked dangerous.
Yeah, so it's a little bit scrappy at the moment. Numbers really got their foot on the ball, making a bit of possession really for either side. Origi's the one on that right-hand side for Forest, who started very, very sharply. You've got Langer, they've got a very good second team out there. So Gibbs White, we know what he can do as well. Wood is in decent form. So Forest going forward, they go for it at Kenilworth Road, but Luton have just got to, defend well. They're going with a back four and make sure they take their opportunities when they come along. And set plays is going to be important as well, Moose.
Absolutely. Tegan Mendy is someone who I pointed out at Derby when he came through as a teenager from on loan there. I think that basically he's a really good centre half. Got his first under 21 call up yesterday. A lot will be on him and Reece Burke as the two normal centre halves.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're playing free, you've always got that extra man. You can go and commit yourself a little bit more. When there's a two, you commit yourself and you miss out, and suddenly you've got problems. And that's what they've got to realise. Burke at the back, but they've been defended okay. I know they had a nightmare in the week, but here at Kenilworth Road, when I've seen them, they've been pretty solid.
Got to be careful here though, as Origi picked up the ball from Chris Wood, but hitting some really good tackling in the back. 5 gone near the 8. It's Luton 0, Forest 0.
Let's head to Turf Moor in the Premier League. talkSPORT's Cameron Pope.
Still Burnley 0, Brentford 0, but we've got early drama here, Adrian, because the home side think they've got a penalty. Josh Cullen played a lovely ball over the top of Vitinha, who was spelled in the area by Sergio Reguilon. Goes down into the challenge, nothing given at the time. I think they're checking the offside. The call for the VAR review was pretty quick, so players stopped here. So more on that in a second, but I'll tell you what, there was a telling sign just before kick-off. The announcement of Aaron Murich's name in the lineup was greeted by an enormous cheer. That should give you an idea what Clarets fans think about their change of goalkeeper today. Might be a lengthy one, referee still having a look. At the moment it's Burnley 0, Brentford 0.
And it is talkSPORT bringing you all the goals as they go in. Full time in the WSL, Everton 1, Aston Villa 2 is how it's finished. Everton ending with 10 men as well. A little bit of an injury problem here for looks like he's okay though, Ian Abrams.
Yeah, Tegan Mendy went down injured. I'm just looking down on Rob Edwards now, trying to give instructions, and sorry, his brother went down injured, wasn't it? But Mendy's come across to get some instructions, and the last thing that Rob Edwards needs after 5 minutes is to make a change. But Ruddock looks like he's going to be able to continue. Ray Parler?
To be fair, it was a great tackle. It really was. Origi just about to pull the trigger, and he's really committed, and it was a little bit of a jar with his knee, and they're sore sometimes. They really are sore, and he's just got to try and run it off. But I'm sure he'll be fine. He's got his chance back into the team. He wants to take it, but it was a really good tackle as well from him.
Yeah, the drop ball, Adrian. Nottingham Forest didn't get the drop ball. They didn't complain on this occasion. It's 6-0 Forest 0.
Goals in League 2, Accrington 0, Notts County 1, Jim O'Brien on 4 minutes from Notts County, who've had 5 defeats in a row. They were 5th in the table on New Year's Day, 17th in the table at the start of this afternoon. Accrington under interim manager John Doolan, who was ecstatic with the first win in 6 midweek at Swindon Town. They won by 2-1, but a goal down this afternoon. Accrington 0, Notts County 1, and MK Dons lead Crewe 1-0. Matty Dennis with his second goal for the club. Let's go back to Turf Moor. What on earth is happening there, Cameron Pope?
I've never seen scenes like this. Now, we've had a problem since the outset with VAR and how it's relayed to fans inside the stadium. What about how it's relayed to the referee? The unlucky man in the opening few minutes is Darren Bond. He's been over at the monitor for about 2.5 minutes now, and for the first two, there were no pictures. Massive cheer around the stadium as they do finally flicker into life. I think the crowd had cottoned on to what was going on. The bone of contention seems to be, well, there are two of them. Did Sergio Reguilon leave a foot in on Vitinha, bring him down to ground, and was he onside? Decision is penalty. So 7.5 minutes in, Burnley have only got 5 points here all season. Now they've got a chance to take the lead from the penalty spot. It's early drama at Turf Moor. What a chance this is. There's going to be a big slap on the back here for Mark Flecken from Ivan Toney. He's got a job to do. I don't think he's really touched the ball yet, other than to collect a long ball that gone over the top. But I'll tell you what, it's just got a lot worse, because it's a straight red card. Well, Sergio Reguilon, who's only just come back into the team for this game, has been shown a straight red card, has to be for denying a clear goal scoring opportunity. That means the referee thinks he's not made a fair and honest challenge for the ball. He's now surrounded by Brentford bodies and is being waved off the pitch. That is crazy. That is crazy. Well, there's going to be a penalty to Burnley. Brentford's diminutive fullback has walks off towards the corner flag. He looks to play through them inside, looks a little bit confused, but Burnley here have got a massive, massive chance from 12 yards. Could this be a turning point perhaps? Something needs to change for them, doesn't it? And it's hard to see a way back even if they do get the result they need today, but it's got to start somewhere. And now from the spot, can they take the front foot? That's going to be the question. A little bit of a delay. It is going to be Jakob Brun-Larsen to take it. Can he make this advantage count? That's the question. He's up against Mark Flecken. Standing behind him is split home and away. Which side will be celebrating in a second? Now 9 minutes on the clock. Huge opportunity for the Clarets of his steps. And it's in! And he's just sneaked it past Mark Flecken. It's a really good penalty from Jakob Brun-Larsen. Found the corner, and just like that, it's Burnley 1, Brentford 0.
Goals as they go in on talkSPORT. Penalty to Burnley, and they put it away. And Brentford down to 10 men as well. Brentford's form, by the way, they've lost 6 of the last 8. They've lost 11 of their last 14. Not out of danger by any means. Started this game 15th, 5 points above the bottom 3. And they're a goal down at Burnley, who've won only 1 of 14 at home this season. But word of warning for Burnley, they dropped 20 points from winning positions this season. Remember last week they were 2 up at West Ham, still managed to draw that 2-2. But Burnley lead Brentford by a goal to 0. That game is live on talkSPORT 2 right now. Elsewhere, Hibs have scored 2 very quick goals in a couple of minutes. Hibs 2, bottom of the Scottish Premiership, Livingston 0. Tranmere lead at Wrexham by a goal to 0. Luke Norris back fit, back playing, back scoring. Wrexham 0. Tranmere Rovers 1. And Lewis Story has been sent off for Gateshead in the 5th minute. Straight red. They're away at Ebbsfleet this afternoon. It's goalless at the moment. And it's Duncan Ferguson against Scott Brown in the Scottish Championship today. Inverness Caledonian Thistle 0. Ayr United 1. George Stanger with the goal. And Scott Brown is leading at the moment. Let's go around the grounds in the Championship on talkSPORT at Pullman Road. It's Perry Groves and Mike Saul.
Well, we started a bit late here. It remains Ipswich 0, Sheffield Wednesday 0 with 7.5 minutes into what has been a fairly cagey opening to this game, and Ipswich certainly haven't come out of the blocks like often they do when they're at home at Portman Road, and that might be down to the fact that there's no Connor Chaplin today.
Yeah, looks like Laurie Hutchinson will play in that 10 position just behind Keeper Moore, and there's a bit surprise from Danny Roll, the Sheffield Wednesday manager, because he's actually gone 4-4-2, because normally he likes to play 5 at the back where he's had a bit of success. So Poveda is up front with Ugbo, and Ugbo actually should have done better, because Poveda just got himself down the left-hand side. He got his head up and just pulled it back to Ugbo, who was unmarked 10 yards out. He should be in the target. He's actually let back and hit it over the crossbar. But Sheffield Wednesday started off pretty well. I think it might have surprised Kieran McKenna, because normally he'd probably set Ipswich to play against the back 5. Sam Morsey, the Ipswich captain, he's like the conductors, and he plays at the base of the midfield. He's getting himself on the ball, but Ipswich haven't got into any sort of fluid passing movement at the moment.
Ipswich 0, Sheffield Wednesday 0.
Goals going in League Two. The Mansfield Town are 1-0 up at Bradford City. Bailey Cargill, defender, with the goal after just 10 minutes. For Nigel Clough's side, who've they're top, 2 points clear, but they've lost 2 of the last 3 games. But they lead at Bradford City this afternoon. Wimbledon started today in the final playoff race, but they're a goal down at home to Newport County. Bryn Morris with that goal. And also in League Two, Swindon 0, Doncaster 1. Maxime Biarmi, the former Coventry striker, with the goal. Ebbsfleet lead Gateshead 1-0. Gateshead down to 10 men. Dominic Samuel, former Reading striker, with the goal for Ebbsfleet, who are looking to get themselves away from danger. And in League One, the form side in League One, Lincoln City lead Bristol Rovers 1-0. Paulie O'Connor with the goal. The 12 unbeaten Michael Scubala's side, 3 points off the playoffs. They've scored 11 in their last 2 games. Starting of February, there were 14 points off the playoffs, and now just 3 points off the playoffs. Back to the Championship, to the Hawthorns. talkSPORT Adam Bridge.
West Bromwich Albion 0, Bristol City 0. 10 minutes played here. If you come looking for goals, I'm going to disappoint. There hasn't really been a shot in anger so far. The best we've had was from Mark Sykes, who's come into the Bristol City starting lineup, and that was a scuffed effort from the edge of the penalty area that took about 3 bounces before it reached Alex Palmer in the Albion goal away to our left-hand side. He's kept 4 clean sheets in their last 6 home victories. 6 of the last 7 they've won here have West Bromwich Albion. They're formidable at the Hawthorns, but not really got going so far here. It's West Bromwich Albion 0, Bristol City 0.
Gary Monk's Cambridge United were absolutely battered 6-0 by Lincoln in midweek, and they're a goal down already at Reading, and it's their former striker Sam Smith, signed last summer, who's got the goal. Reading in all sorts of bother off the pitch, but they may well save themselves despite the points deductions on the pitch. Reading 1, Cambridge United 0. Cambridge just a place and 4 points above. 5 points above the bottom 4 in League One. Back to the Championship, to the Bet365. Dave Rowe.
It's Stoke 0, Norwich 0. Stoke just gone close to the opening goal. Great run by Kiyana Hova, the right-sided wing-back come midfielder. Took him past a labouring McCallum into the penalty area. Went for the near post with a shot. It struck the post and moved away. Apart from that, Norwich have been the better side. Early shot by Sainz from the edge of the area. Beaten away by Everson in the home side's goal. Then a cross by Surra and Ashley Barnes heading over the bar. 14 played. Stoke 0, Norwich 0.
Wilson recently signed Dylan Silver from Torquay. He scored for them at Files, one of the informed sides in the National League. Wilson just above the relegation places. It's File 0. Wealdstone 1 to Silva with his first goal for David Noble's side. Let's head to St Andrews, latest there, Abigail Davis.
Yeah, 13 minutes on the clock. It's Birmingham 0, Watford 0. Birmingham needed to show more fight here this afternoon, and they're certainly doing just that. Some really encouraging build-up play. Laird and Bakuna linking up nicely out on the right. The best chance so far in this one coming for the hosts. The ball was sent down the right for Laird to run onto. He got to the byline before rolling it into the area. It was cleared as far as Paik on the edge of the area, but his effort was well wide of the target in the end. 14 on the clock. It's Birmingham 0, Watford 0.
Let's head to the Stadium of Light on talkSPORT. Graham Courtney.
And it is Sunderland 0, Queen's Park Rangers 0. Sunderland trying to avoid their 7th defeat on the bounce. They made an okay sort of start. Abdullah Bar has just gone a pretty good run down the left flank. He's been scythed down though. Referee's blown at one point, I thought, but no, he actually put the usual story, whistled to the lips, didn't blow it, played on, and that meant that it was a chance for Adil O'Shees to actually fire in a fairly decent looping cross, and it's actually landed on top of the crossbar. Could have gone anywhere, bounced to safety. Sunderland 0, Queen's Park Rangers 0.
We're at the New York Stadium in the Championship on talkSPORT. Mark Wilson.
Still Rotherham 0, Huddersfield 0, but chances at both ends here. Town being very much the dominant force so far. Bergzorf played in Radoni, who turned and hit an early shot that Johansson saved nicely. Then Silver Thomas tried to play in Radoni. Just his touch let him down in front of goal. At the end, Andy Rinamoto hit a great shot from the edge of the area. Curling left-footed shot. Beat Nichols, hit the inside of the post, bounced down about a yard out. Charlie White was first to react, but as he lunged towards the ball, he just couldn't keep it down. He went over the top. And we've just seen a Matty Pearson header go just wide of the target here. Plenty of attacking intent. Huddersfield looking to play on the break. Rotherham just looking to get it forward however they can. It's Rotherham 0, Huddersfield 0.
Nigel Clough's League Two leaders. Mansfield go to for Bradford City. Lucas Akins, who was with him at Burton as well, has now followed him to Mansfield. He's got the second goal. That's 2-0 inside 15 minutes. Mansfield 2 up at Bradford. Also in League Two, Gillingham 0, Grimsby Town 1. Unbeaten in 5, Grimsby. In fact, it's a weird run. 1-2, drawn 3. They've only scored 4 goals in that run of 5 unbeaten, but they're 1-0 up this afternoon. Donovan Wilson with a goal at Gillingham, who haven't got a win in 3, having made their way into the playoff places. They quickly made their way out of the playoff places. From League 2 to League 1, let's go to Pride Park on talkSPORT. Jeff Peters.
It's Derby County 0, Bolton 0. It's second against third, and it's been an absorbing start to the game. Really closely fought, but we haven't had any shots, haven't had any corners in the game so far. One or two nerves, I think, out there from players. We've seen some silly mistakes. It hasn't led to anything seismic at either end of the pitch, but you do feel there is a bit of tension because it is a huge game, second against third. These two sides both trying to get automatic promotion, and of course it's top against fourth. The other game in League 1 today, or one of the other games in League 1, so the fans will have an eye on that, but we're just waiting for the game to really explode into action. It's Derby 0, Bolton 0.
Well, it's Peterborough 0, Portsmouth 0 in that other one, but there's a goal in the Championship of Portman Road. Perry Groves and Mike Saul.
Ipswich Town 1, Sheffield Wednesday 0. A man in form, Amari Hutchinson with a finish. A really good finish in actual fact. The ball was played towards him inside the penalty area. It was actually just behind him. He managed to swivel and rotate and get enough balance to get enough on the ball and send it low to the left hand of James Beadle to give Ipswich Town the lead. The highest scorers at home in the Championship ahead against the lowest scorers away, Perry Groves.
Yeah, we said about Amari Hutchinson found that 10 position. Really good play from Ipswich down the right-hand side of Arnold Burns and Broadhead. And he said that as the ball's cut back to Amari Hutchinson, he's actually got his back to goal, lets the ball roll across his body. He scribbles, and with his left foot, it's as sweet as a nut, just smashes it past James Beadle, low down to the left-hand side, and Sheffield Wednesday goal, giving absolutely no chance whatsoever. And to be fair, Mike, that was Ipswich's sort of first attack in anger, and that's how clinical they are here at Portman Road. They've actually put the ball in the back of the net. So Sheffield Wednesday were looking quite solid up until then, but it was a brilliant turn and swivel from Amari Hutchinson to put Ipswich 1-0 up here at Portman Road.
48 league goals here at Portman Road. Today's has been scored by Amari Hutchinson. Ipswich 1, Sheffield Wednesday 0.
We've got goals elsewhere. Mansfield already 3-0 up at Bradford in League 2. Inside 20 minutes, Davis Keeler done their top scorer, gets the third. Bradford 0, Mansfield Town 3 in League 1. Stevenage 0, Leighton Orient 1. Max Sanders with the goal. It's first goal in 4 for Orient, but a bit of a dip as they were getting closer to the playoffs. Some way to go before they're going to get into the top 6. Stevenage are there, top 6, but without Colby and Johnny, their inspirational captain at the back. Forearm smash on a posh player in midweek, not seen off the ball by the ref, but retrospectively a red card was given, so he misses 3 games out today, and they're going to concede it. Stevenage 0, Orient 1. By the way, Stephen moaning about refereeing decisions, didn't actually bring that one up. Funny that, isn't it? Elsewhere in League 1, Port Vale are a goal down at home to Oxford United. Kieran Brown with it. Port Vale 4 points from their last 13 games. Second bottom, 6 points off Stacey and Darren Moore. Still going to go to Posh and to Bolton as well. Let's bring you the latest scores. And in the Premier League, Burnley 1, 10-man Brentford 0. Here at Kenilworth Road, Luton 0, Forest 0. Championship Ipswich League, Sheffield Wednesday 1-0. Lincoln 1, Bristol Rovers 0 in League 1. Reading 1, Cambridge 0. Oxford 1 for Port Vale, and Orient 1-0 up at Stevenage. In League 2, it's Accrington 0, Notts County 1, Wimbledon 0, Newport 1, Bradford 0, Mansfield 3, Gillingham 1, Grimsby 1, George Ratcliffe equalising for Stephen Clemence's Gillingham. MK Dons 1, Crew Alexandra 1. Elliot Nevitt has just equalised for Crew, got a much needed win in midweek. Swindon 1, Doncaster 0, and Tranmere 1-0 up at third place. Wrexham, Accrington have just equalised home to Notts County. Sean Wally with that goal. And in League 1, Lincoln double their lead against Bristol Rovers. They're going goal crazy again. On loan from Luton, Joe Taylor has got that goal for Lincoln City. In the National League, Wilston 1 up at Fylde. Ebbsfleet lead 10-man Gateshead by a goal to 0. In the Scottish Premiership, Hibs 2, Livingston 0. The rest are goalless. Ayr United are 1-0 up at Inverness, Caledonian Thistle. And also in the Scottish Championship, Arbroath, bottom of the table, lead Airdrie by a goal to 0. Arbroath's last win was last year. It was away at Airdrie. Let's take you round the ground, starting here in the Premier League at Kenilworth Road. Ray Palmer and Ian Abrams.
21 gone, Luton 0, Forest 0, Luton inside the penalty area. Gordon Clark's gone down, it's never a penalty. I don't think realistically any of the Luton players were asking for a penalty, and Darren England certainly wasn't going to be asking VAR to get involved in that. We have had chances though. Ross Barkley has been leading a one-man Luton assault and trying to score against Matt Sells. 2 saved by the keeper, 1 that just flicked the post as it went wide. It was oh so close from Barkley. At the other end though, Forest arguably have gone the closest. Morgan gets White on the break, out to the right-hand side with Divock Origi. Origi inside the penalty area, got the ball over the top of Kaminsky, went down a little bit early, but he didn't hit any degree of power. It was just about dribbling in, and Issa Kabore had time to get back and very calmly and composed to get the ball off the line, and then we had a Murillo header from a free kick from Gibbs White that went wide. Ray Parler, both sides giving it a go. I mean, neither are sitting back here parking the bus.
Certainly Luton are the better side at the moment. As you mentioned there, Ross Barkley's running the midfield. He's having a great season, and he wants to get on the ball as much as he can. He's had a couple of good efforts, left foot, right foot, and he's a whisker away of putting Luton ahead. But Origi on the right hand side is a real dangerous play at the moment. That's where they've got to be really careful, Luton. He's got that bit of pace, and he's just opened his body out, and he's whipping balls into the box. He had a really good chance himself as well. But Luton have just got to be careful. They've got corners we speak, Forest. They're soaking up a lot of pressure for us at the moment, but they've certainly got plans to hurt you if you just switch off for one instance.
First goal in any game of football is always crucial. You fancy in this game in particular, it could be even more crucial as Forest delayed taking this corner. Packed crowd here, both sets of supporters are giving it absolutely everything. The corner comes to nothing aid. 23 gone. It's Luton 0, Forest 0.
Were the first 3 goals on Wednesday at Bournemouth crucial?
No, in that game I didn't think it was crucial to score first. It was crucial to score fourth, I thought, in that game.
To score last. I understand the point you were trying to make. Scottish Premiership, Kilmarnock 0, St Mirren 1, that's 4th, leading at 5th. St Mirren a point ahead of Killian, leading them. They've won 4 of the last 6, St Mirren, so they're 1-0 up this afternoon. And MK Dons have gone back in the lead against Crewe Alexandra. Matt Dennis with his 2nd of the afternoon. MK Dons 2, Crewe Alexandra 1. And Lincoln already 3-0 up against Bristol Rovers. This is 14 goals in the last 2.25 games. Joe Taylor's 2nd of the afternoon, the Luton Loney. Lincoln 3, Bristol Rovers 0. They're absolutely flying under Michael Scubala, the former Leeds United coach, now in charge at Lincoln. Took him a little while to get going, signed a brand new forward line in January, and they are rewarding him as well. Lincoln 3, Bristol Rovers 0. Goal in the Championship, the Bet365. Dave Rhodes.
Stoke 0, Norwich 1. Josh Sargent scoring his 13th goal of the season. Classic move by Norwich City. Brilliant ball by Kenny McLean, taking out the Stoke back line, playing in Sainz, who went through along with Sargent. They beat the offside trap, and then Sainz was unselfish, squared for Sargent, and he struck, and Norwich were in front. Stoke 0, Norwich 1.
Well, Josh Sargent has had a very difficult season in many respects, really. Out for a lot of it with injury. But this is only his 18th appearance of the season and his 13th goal, the USA international. It tells you how much he is missed when he's not there. In Scotland, Hibs go 3-0 up against Livingston. Hibs 3, Livingston 0. Livingston look like they're definitely heading down. Adam Lafondra, the former Reading man, has got the goal. For Hibs, he's his first goal since September, midweek. In a 2-2 draw at Ross County, Adam Lafondra. Now he scored 2 in 2, having gone months without a goal. Hibs leading by 3 goals to 0. Also in Scotland, Aberdeen are in front at Motherwell by a goal to 0. Leighton Clarkson on 25. No win in 11 for Aberdeen. They've lost the last 4 and still no new manager. Motherwell 0, Aberdeen 1. Let's go to Turf Moor in the Premier League on talkSPORT. Cameron Pope.
Still Burnley 1, Brentford 0. That crazy couple of minutes with a red card for Brentford's regular on an excellent Brun Larsen penalty have energised Burnley, and they have been attacking confidently down the left with the help of the Dane. 2 chances for an equaliser though. Ivan Toney put a header over from a free kick, but Brentford came mighty close just a moment ago. A back pass was almost allowed to roll into Burnley's unguarded goal. Cue a mad scramble from Aro Muric. Premier League debutant gets there just in time and then stops the follow-up as well from Ivan Toney. Vincent Kompany still looks steely-faced in his dugout. He knows the magnitude of the task facing his side, but they're on the right lines. It's Burnley 1, 10-man Brentford 0.
Somebody's saying he's only going 1 game at a time, not even thinking about whether they can survive or not. Earlier we brought you a live commentary from the FA Cup quarter-finals, the first of the 4 this weekend. We've got all of them, the only national station with all 4 commentaries. And what a game it was. Wolves 2, Coventry 3, 2 goals in injury time. Turned it around for the Sky Blues under Mark Robins, who make it in to the FA Cup semi-finals. Elsewhere, Man City, Newcastle at 5:30 tonight. We've got that live on talkSPORT. In the Premier League so far this afternoon, Burnley 1-0 up against 10-man Brentford, and here at Kenilworth Road, it's been lively but no goals so far. Luton 0, Nottingham Forest 0, and in League 2, MK Dons get a third. They lead Crewe 3-1 now. Stephen Wern, signed from Gateshead in January, has got it. MK Dons 3, Crewe Alexandra 1. It's game day live on talkSPORT.
The Emirates FA Cup live on talkSPORT with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup and Adobe Women's FA Cup. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
Let's join Barry live for the build-up to this monumental match. What's your prediction?
You know, I've been watching this team for a very long time, Steve, and I can tell you now, score will be 3-1, there'll be over 9 corners, and a Frenchman will score a header.
Very specific, Barry.
It's Bet Builder from Life Score Bet, mate. You can combine markets from thousands of options to create your own bet. Or if you can't make up your mind, you can choose from the pre-built quick bet options.
Which is exactly what you did, isn't it?
Bet Builder from Life Score Bet. Building a bet just got easier. Full account terms apply. Bet responsibly. 18 plus. BeGamblerAware.org.
Whether it's a better seat, a bigger room, or a free cake with your coffee, we all love an unexpected upgrade, especially if you don't have to ask. With the Hyundai Tucson Hybrid Upgrade event, you get a complimentary upgrade to premium trim when you buy before the 31st of March. Plus, you get £1,750 towards your deposit and 6.9% APR representative. The Tucson Hybrid Upgrade event. It's the dawn of a new Hyundai. Trim upgrade available for SE Connect to Premium. Finance subject to status. Hyundai UK is a credit broker, not a lender. Terms apply.
Happy birthday. May this year bring you happiness.
And XTB's investment plans.
Wait, what?
You don't know? XTB's investment plans are a great way to start achieving your goals.
Absolutely. Choose your desired ETFs, select a funding methods like auto investing, allocate your assets, and you're good to go.
And the best part? It's zero commission.
Download the XTB app and start passive investing with investment plans. For monthly turnover equivalent of up to €100,000. T's and C's apply. Your capital is at risk. The value of your investments may go up or down.
Here they are, the racing lovers of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Reward Shaker. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars at the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet. Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free reward shaker to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements, and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
This game homecoming this summer. Hear unrivaled coverage of UEFA Euro 2024 live on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
Unbelievable.
The biggest football tournament in Europe, driven by the passion and prowess of the world's biggest sports radio station.
Oh, yes!
Broadcasting unmissable output, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week throughout the entire tournament.
What a magnificent finish!
UEFA Euro 2024 Germany, coming soon to talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
It is game day live on talkSPORT. Still goalless. There's a lot of noise. Still goalless here. Luton 0. Nottingham Forest 0, but we do have a goal. It's in the Championship. It's another one at Stoke. Dave Rowe.
It's Stoke 0, Norwich 2. Norwich has scored 2 in 4 minutes. Gabriel Sara has got this one with a set-up once again, involving Kenny McLean finding Borja Sainz, who's such an exciting player, getting free down the left, this time putting it back to the edge of the area, and the low shot by Sara was in the corner of the net. 2 in 4 minutes, and in fact, even in between the goals, there's been a brilliant save by Everson, denying Borja Sainz. Norwich completely on top here. Stoke 0, Norwich 2.
One defeat in 8 for Norwich. They've won 5 of those. Coming into form for a playoff run just at the right time. Looks like Stoke can't follow up last week's surprise win at Preston North End. We'll hear from the commentary boss Mark Robins in a moment, but we've got a free kick for Forest in a dangerous position here, Ian Abrahams.
Half an hour gone. Luton 0, Forest 0. The Forest free kick is just left of centre. It's bang in line with the edge of the D. We've got 4 in the Luton wall, and Chong is the draft excluder, or the guy who wants to lie on the floor to make sure if it goes all the way up, trying to go under the wall, he'll stop it. Morgan Gibbs White is surely going to be favourite to hit this one with his right foot. He does hit it with his right foot. Ray Parler, how far over the top was that?
Oh, really poor, really was. I think there's a couple of players sitting over the ball and they're wanting to take it, but Gibbs White went, no, leave it to me. And to be fair, Origi, who's a big guy, he was right in the wall itself. So all you got to do is aim towards him, and he gets out of the way very, very quickly. And it was a really poor effort from Gibbs White, but they've not been great in this opening. Look, it's 0-0 still, but first half hour it's been pretty poor. I think Luton has certainly been the better sides and really asking the questions at the moment, and they just need to love another bit now.
It's certainly been the more energetic, a bit like their manager on the sideline, Rob Edwards. For 31 gone 8, it's Luton 0, Forest 0.
Back to that FA Cup quarter-final classic, Wolves 2, Coventry 3. That were brought you live on talkSPORT. Let's hear from the victorious manager, Mark Robins.
It's just unbelievable. It's football. You know, if you take the break off, the handbrake off at times, and I'm talking about players here as well. You know, if they believe, they can achieve anything. They can achieve anything, and I think that they're full of belief, and that should give us that belief to go on and attack the rest of the season. Whilst we're talking about that, I know he's left in the competition, and whatever happens at Wembley, you know, we're going to Wembley for a brilliant day out. But we've got to try and go and put in another performance against what is likely to be one of the top 6.
There you go, Mark Robins. More from him at half-time as well. But Forest should be in front here at Luton. Ian Abrams.
32 gone, Luton 0, Forest 0. What a piece of defending by Reece Burt, but you have to feel Divock Origi's got to score here. It's right-hand side of the penalty area. He's got the whites of Kaminsky's eyes. He's beaten Kaminsky. He's heading for the corner. Burt with a terrific goal line saving challenge. In fact, the ball bounced back into his goalkeeper's arms. Ray Parlour, you played with some terrific strikers at Arsenal. I mean, you played with terrific strikers across your career. He's got a score there.
Well, it's a great effort. But Burke, I'm going to give him more credit than Origi. Origi's hit the target. It was looked like it was going in, but Burke, like every single good defender does, it tries and gets back on the line and make it difficult. And that was an unbelievable bit of defending from Burke there. Elanga, we've not really mentioned on this left-hand side. First time he's got away from the fullback, and he put great ball out to Origi. But as you rightly said, he hit the target, but great defending from Burke. Brilliant.
Absolutely incredible defending from Burke, but for me, a striker 10 yards out, firing past the goalkeeper, got hit the back of the net. I mean, it was brilliant though from Reece Burt. 33 gone 8, Luton 0, Forest 0.
And League 1, Wigan 1, Blackpool 0. Scott Smith with the goal. Blackpool 7th place, just outside the playoffs at the start of the day. Doncaster go 2 at Swindon Town. Haki van der Laken has been a brilliant January loan signing for Graham McCann's Doncaster. Gets another goal. And Forest take the lead at Kenilworth Road. Ian Abrams.
0, Forest 1. It has been coming in the last couple of minutes. Chris Wood is the man who's got the goal, and it really owed everything to a lovely piece of play down the right-hand side. When it's flicked across, Morgan Gibbs White, of course, is involved, and Chris Wood right in front of Thomas Kaminsky. Ray Parlour does not miss.
Wow, that is a great finish, by the way. He's stretching, just had to get something on it, but he was composed. The ball, it had the pace on the ball, and Wood just had to get something on it, and he certainly, there was all good strikers. It's not really had a kick in the first half, Wood, but that's all good strikers do that. They're always in that sort of area. When the ball does come across, it's a brilliant bit of play. And as you mentioned there, Gibbs White, as we look back at it, he's just got to direct it with his outside of his right foot into, well, roofing the net really, past Kaminsky. But what a turnaround really, when Luton, I just said Luton have been the best team in his first half, and suddenly they're one down, and you know, that's how football sometimes can hurt you. But 2 big chances for Forest, and take 1.
Two big bits of play for me there. The ball in by Gibbs White is perfect, but Chris Wood, how many strikers in that position would actually volley the ball over the top? He's just enough on, just cushioned it enough to put the ball in the bag. Now we will see what Rob Edwards and Luton are made of, because they've got probably, I would think, 55 minutes in which then to prove that they can stay in the Premier League. Because at this position, going 6 points behind Forest at the end of the day, if it stays like this, I think it's going to be catastrophic for them. It's Luton 0, Forest 1, 10 to half-time, mate.
Goals as they go in on talkSPORT. This is Game Day Live. A goal in the Scottish Championship. Partick haven't won for a couple of months. Lead Morton 1-0. Brian Graham 7 in 7 for Partick's top scorer. 2 quick goals at the Silver Lake Stadium. Rochdale took the lead. Kyra Mitchell. Eastleigh have equalised to the National League's top scorer, Paul McCallum. 1 apiece there. And also in the National League, Dagenham and Redbridge 1. Maidenhead United 0. Maidenhead have won 2 of the last 3, but still in trouble just above the relegation zone, which is hotting up towards the foot of the National League. Let's go to Turf Moor. Latest there on talkSPORT. Cameron Pope.
Burnley 1, Brentford 0. Burnley are winless in 10 Premier League games going back to December here, but they have a man and a goal advantage. It could have been 2 actually when Sander Weger was played through by the channel from Charlie Taylor, only for Flecken to safely block his shot, but Larson has had one stopped as well. Brentford are growing into this one, however. Johan Vissler came close to beating Muric to a long ball downfield. They won the reverse fixture 3-0 in October, but they're in a bit of a battle here. Live commentary over on talkSPORT 2. It's Burnley 1, 10-man Brentford 0.
Let's head round the grounds in the Championship on talkSPORT to Portman Road first of all with Perry Groves and Mike Stewart.
Ipswich Town 1, Sheffield Wednesday 0. Amari Hutchinson with the goal after 15 minutes. He's now just been booked by the referee, so both number 20s. Michael Iekwe, the other, being booked by the referee. Wednesday have actually performed all right, and they had a really good chance a few minutes ago. Jan Poveda from around 20-25 yards out with a low drive, which Václav Hladký pushed around the post. Ipswich have not actually, as much as they've had the ball, Perry Groves, they haven't actually created that much in front of goal.
Yeah, Hutchinson's had a couple of chances where he should have taken the shot on earlier. They've had a couple of corners where Kiefer Moore's tried to get on the end of. But I have to say, if we mentioned Jan Poveda there, he's been Sheffield Wednesday's best player because he's playing up front with Ugbo, but he's just dropping off into that 10 position. So every time Sheffield Wednesday break, he's the one who looks the more likely to be creative. He's had a great chance with a really good save from Hladký low down to his right hand side. And I've got my UEFA B licence, Mike, right? I haven't got the A licence, right? So I've done a bit of coaching. I'm looking at Sheffield Wednesday, Danny Roll. Why doesn't he put somebody man-to-man on Sam Morsey, who plays, as I said, as that pivot of the attack in the midfield? Because the only trouble that he's going to have is if he drops his baton, because he's the one who's conducting everything for Ipswich. Everything goes through him. Even Amari Hutchinson's goal started off with Sam Morsey putting the ball into Broadhead. So it's baffling me why they don't go man-to-man and stop that Ipswich attack at source.
One thing they have to do is get an equaliser here if they're going to leave Portman Road with any points. It's Ipswich 1, Sheffield Wednesday 0.
In the Scottish Premiership, Motherwell equalised home to Aberdeen 1-1. Motherwell who won at Rangers in their last game a fortnight ago. It's an Angus MacDonald own goal. Motherwell 1, Aberdeen 1. Back to the Championship, to the Hawthorns on talkSPORT. Here's Adam Bridge.
West Bromwich Albion 0, Bristol City 0, 9 minutes to go to half-time, and it's the visitors who really should be in front. It was a hopeful poke forward by Anis Mehmeti from inside his own half. Tommy Conway was then bearing down on goal. He managed to out-sprint the West Bromwich Albion defence. Good come out from Alex Palmer, the keeper, though. He closed down the angles, and it looked like Conway was going to get his 8th goal of the season. Palmer made a very good save. Very little to offer from West Bromwich Albion so far. Mikey Johnston, scorer of those special goals. He's got 6 in the last 7. Tried one of those trademark moves again, cutting in from the left-hand side, but his shot went well wide. In fact, I'd say the biggest cheer from the home supporters has been that FA Cup result from Molineux so far this afternoon. It's West Bromwich Albion 0, Bristol City 0.
Any wonder, yeah. Walsall leader Colchester in League 2. Taylor Allen for Matt Sadler's side, but Colchester second bottom. They get games in hand on everyone. Just one win since Danny Cowley turned up. 6 draws in that time, though. The EFL this week gave Colchester permission to reduce the size of their pitch mid-season to make sure games could be completed. They're taking 4 metres off the width, 3 metres off the length to take out a problem area of the surface of the pitch. Never heard of that before. Colchester 0, Walsall 1 in League 2. Back to the Championship. Let's go to Stoke. What's happening there? talkSPORT's Dave Rowe.
Stoke 0, Norwich 2. Norwich in charge thanks to goals midway through the half from Sargent and Sarah. Stoke had a massive chance to get one back from a set piece. Baker's corner. Josh Lauren with a free header about 8 yards out, put it over the bar. Really should have scored. But when Norwich break away, they get the ball wide. They break forward with devastating pace. They've done so a couple of times. It's going 2 up. A one break down the left-hand side. Sarah's ball across, and it only just missed Nunez. Michael Rose turned it out for a corner. It's still Stoke 0, Norwich 2.
Let's head to St Andrews on talkSPORT. Abigail Davis.
Yeah, 6 minutes to go until half-time. It's still goalless here at St Andrews. I'm sure there'll be eye rolls from Blues fans when they hear that there's not been a single shot on target in this one. Really enjoyable half of football, though, being played at a really decent pace. They gave a few chances, but the home side have carved out the better of them. From an in-swinging corner out on the left-hand side, Ethan Laird peeled away from his marker at the near post to meet the ball. His glancing header skimming the top of the crossbar. As for Watford, when it comes to the final third, the less said the better in this opening half of football. 40 minutes on the clock, and it's still goalless between Blues and Watford.
Goals as they go in on talkSPORT, and another one of Paul Munro, Perry Groves and Mike Saul.
Goal number 49 in the league here for Ipswich. Ipswich 2, Sheffield Wednesday 0, and an unlikely goal scorer as well. A corner from the right, an in-swinger from Leif Davis was met by the head of Kiefer Moore. The ball was blocked on the line, but after an initial scramble, it came loose, and Cameron Burgess was on hand to slot the ball in and make it 2-0, Perry Groves.
Yeah, it's a brilliant delivery from Davis from this right-hand side into his left foot. Kiefer Moore loses Mark Iorfa at the near post. Ball crashes back off the underside of the crossbar. There's a little skirmish in there, and you said Cameron Burgess was really lively. As the ball dropped down to him with his right foot, he just smashed it past James Beadle in the Sheffield Wednesday net. Gives him absolutely no chance whatsoever. So Ipswich 2 up here at Portman Road.
Ipswich 2, Sheffield Wednesday 0.
Wow, now we think we had a goal here. I can't overthrow, but I think it's just been disallowed. Now to clear it up, Ray Parlour, Ian Abrahams.
Luton 0, Forest 1. Ted Mengi thought he'd score. First of all, really good play by Penny Ruddock to get the ball across, and Nico Williams, brilliant defender to get out for a corner. But from the resulting corner, it was an in-swinging corner. It was a flick off of one of the Forest players. There's no doubt, I think, that it hits Mengi on the hand before he volleys it into the back of the net. Ray, just looking at a replay, I mean, it's hard there. He's coming behind players, so it's hard to say that he's deliberately handled it, but it has taken the ball under control.
Yeah, so that's got to be a free kick, certainly, because he scored from it. It's really difficult for players. He's got a slight flick on it from the corner, and it's hit him, very, very quickly, but it certainly helps him getting a goal-scoring situation, so really that is the right decision.
Yeah, I think it's really tough, because there's no way when he's going up for the ball that he's thinking, I'm going to bring this down with my arm. So in that way, it's not deliberate, but I think Adrian, the officials have got this right. It has to be disallowed. Still Luton 0, Forest won that Chris Wood goal.
Ray Parlour, just very quickly on that. I think the issue was the referee actually showed a goal. He pointed to the centre spot. He said it was a goal first of all, and then held his hand up and said, no, it's a free kick.
Yeah, well, when they were celebrating, you see him certainly push the arm that way, but it might have been for that free kick.
Yeah.
So, I think he has made that right decision. Look, it's a big goal that would have been for Luton just before half-time, but they've just got to keep going there. Set plays, we know they're very dangerous, and putting Alfie Doherty on that left-hand side has not been involved enough in this game, because you know how dangerous he is when he whips the balls in. You've got to get the ball out to him a little bit more, but certainly Luton has shown that little bit of spirit again, and if they can get a goal before half-time, it'd be brilliant for Rob Edwards.
Who told him it was handball? Yeah, I didn't get involved.
It is amazing. It's definitely handball. Right to rule that out, no question about it. Celtic lead St Johnstone 1-0 in the Scottish Premiership. They go top with a win today. Kyogo Furuhashi 5 minutes before the break. To the Stadium of Light on talkSPORT, Graham Courtney.
Yeah, approaching half-time here. It's still Sunderland 0, Queen's Park Rangers 0. But I'll tell you what, QPR really coming into this game after around about, 20 minutes or so. Elias Chair, he's had a shot. Terrific save by Anthony Patterson in the Sunderland goal. Shortly after that, Lucas Anderson for QPR. He should have scored as well. But another great save by Patterson. Anderson firing straight at the keeper. Place it either side, it is scored. Another chance here for Sunderland, but the ball gets cleared away. But I'll tell you what, at the moment, we're still waiting for Sunderland to have a direct shot on target. They've been disappointing. Approaching half-time, Sunderland 0, QPR 0.
Dagenham 2 up on Maidenhead in the National League. Forest Green 0, Sutton United 1. That's 22nd against 24th. Third bottom against bottom. And the bottom side, Sutton United, are leading by a goal to 0. Josh Coley with it. 1 win in 15 since Boxing Day. Sutton United, if they're going to have any chance, they need to win this today. And they are winning in Gloucestershire. Forest Green 0, Sutton United 1. Let's head to the New York Stadium on talkSPORT. Mark Wilson.
So Rotherham 0, Huddersfield 0 here. Huddersfield very much the aggressors, lacking a bit of quality in the final third, but they've had a few shots at goal. Kasumu, after a hog header was denied, Kasumu shot through bodies. Johansson got down well to save it. Then from across on the right side, Jaheim Headley at the far post just couldn't quite get his header back on target. And we've just seen an effort after Brodie Spencer pulled the ball back to Bergson. His effort down low, Janssen saved really bravely with feet flying. He picked up a knock for his troubles. At the other end, we had that chance earlier on for Rinamoto to hit the inside of the post. We just had one more effort for Rotherham. Kyoso drilled in a low cross. Revan arriving late at the far post, but just couldn't keep his volley down. Truth be told, it's a game lacking in any real quality here. We're into the final minute of the first half. It's Rotherham 0, Huddersfield 0.
And go back to Birmingham for a goal. talkSPORT's Abby Davis.
Yeah, 44 minutes on the clock. It's Birmingham 0, Watford 1. All of Blues' hard work in this opening half has just been undone, and it is their own undoing. It all comes from a Blues throw-in in line with their own 18-yard box. They're dispossessed with such ease on the edge of their area by Emmanuel Dennis, who wins the ball back, looks up, says thank you very much, spots the keeper off his line, and just fires the ball into the back of the net. 45 minutes gone, Blues 0, Watford 1.
And Tom Cleverley, of course, interim manager, his first game in charge of Watford. He still lets the players call him Klebs, which was his nickname when he was a player with them, when he was captain at the club. And about this, Watford's this season have led just twice at half-time in their 37 league games. Tom Cleverley have them leading at the break at Birmingham. We shall see. Another goal in the Championship. This could be important. Plymouth 0, Preston 1. Liam Miller, the Canadian, winning the goal 2 minutes before half-time. Plymouth are not out of it by any means. 17th, only 3 points clear of the bottom three at the start of the day. Championship goal of the Hawthorns out of Bridge.
Dead-on broken, West Bromwich Albion 1 at Bristol City 0, and it's Tom Fellows with his 4th Championship goal of the season, right on the stroke of half-time. He's cut in off his right foot, edge of the penalty area, just inside the box, and he's drilled it low into the bottom corner, and it came after he was fouled earlier on in the build-up. Referee played the advantage, he got up off his backside and has drilled that ball home to give Carlos Corberán's side a crucial lead. It's West Bromwich Albion 1, Bristol City 0.
Let's give you loads more goals that have gone in League One. Shrewsbury 1, bottom of the table, Carlisle United 0, Daniudo with the goal. St Mirren 2 up now, Kilmarnock and Kilmandron. Exeter 1, Burton 0 in League One. Reece Cole, Burton not out of danger at this moment in time. Gateshead with 10 men equalised at Ebbsfleet in the National League 1-1. Callum Whelan has got that goal. Hearts are 1 down at Ross County in the Scottish Premiership. Simon Murray on 42 minutes for Ross County. And goals elsewhere. Rochdale retake the lead at Eastleigh 2-1. Jimmy Kahane with that goal. Bradford 0, Mansfield 4 in League 2. Will Swan for Nigel Clough's table toppers. Notts County take the lead at Accrington again. 2-1 they lead heading up towards the break. And Charlton take the lead right on half-time at Fleetwood, and Alfie made penalties. 21st of the season is the leading scorer in League One. What's happening in that League One game at Pride Park, Jeff Peters?
We're in first half stoppage time. It's Derby 0, Bolton 0. Bolton playing the better football. They should be in front. John Daddy Bombardson, what a header, 6 yards out. Joe Wildsmith clawed the ball away, the goalkeeper, with one of the saves of the season in League One. In terms of Derby, they've lost Dwight Gale to injury. That's a real blow for them. Corey Smith has come on. Curtis Nelson has headed over the crossbar. It's Derby 0, Bolton 0.
That is a huge blow for Derby County to lose Dwight Gale. He's been in brilliant form in recent games. 3 goals in 3 games. Before that, it was 3 goals in 80 with Stoke and Newcastle goalless. They're still goalless in the other one at the top of the table in League One. Peterborough 0, Portsmouth 0. Half-time whistle's just gone here at Kenilworth Road. Here's Ray Parler and Ian Abrams.
Luton 0, Nottingham Forest 1. Chris Wood's goal separates the two sides. Happened 33 minutes down the right-hand side. Nico Williams, little ball inside for Gibbs White. And Gibbs White's lovely little cross, little dink across the goal into the 6-yard box. Cushion volley from Chris Wood into the back of the net, but I think it was all created really by Morgan Gibbs White's little ball in. Luton have had chances. Divock Origi before that, just before that, had a shot cleared off the line by Reece Burke. At the other end, Luton have had the ball in the net, a corner flicked on, but it did hit the arm of Tevin Mengi before he put the ball in the net. He knew nothing about it. It wasn't deliberate, but it was a handball. And Ray Parler, for me at half-time, there's not a lot really Rob Edwards needs to do, except for his team to go out and score 2 goals in the second half and not concede any.
Well, just that final third, a little bit more quality maybe. I mean, Barkley had a couple of really good efforts in the opening 10-15 minutes, but the last half an hour they're not really tested, are they? They let disallow goal, which was the right decision from the referee, but they've just got to try and get a little bit wider and get good quality into the box and get runners into the box as well. So, you know, look, it's quite an even game, Moose, but they look a little bit more dangerous when they do get the opportunity going forward with Origi, Elanga, Gibbs White and Wood, with that little bit of quality to it. That's why they've got the lead going into the break.
Luton are going to go and win this in the second half, Adrian. Forest have just not got to lose it. Half half-time in this crucial 6-pointer at the bottom of the Premier League. It's Luton 0, Forest 1.
Another goal at Portman Road in the Championship. Perry Groves and Mike Saul.
We haven't even reached half-time. It might be over already. Ipswich 3, Sheffield Wednesday 0. And Nathan Broadhead with his 12th goal of the season. Brilliantly worked team goal. All started by some strength and determination from Kiefer Moore midway inside the Wednesday half. He held off his marker, pushed the ball out wide, and Caden Jackson, who's come on for the injured Wes Burns, sent in a delightful cross low in towards the near edge of the 6-yard area. Nathan Broadhead opened up his body and guided it with his left foot beyond Beadle into the goal. Ipswich in total control, Perry.
Very much so. It's 110 goals we've seen now at Portman Road in the league since the beginning of last season. And you said there, it was a brilliant play from Kiefer Moore. Just held the ball up, made sure he got himself on the turn, saw Caden Jackson on the right-hand side, and then whether Caden Jackson can pick out the right pass and the right cross is exactly what he does. With his right foot, he just whips it across 6-yard box. And because Kiefer Moore's come out of the box, that means that Nathan Broadhead, he has to become the centre forward. Exactly what he did in the middle of the post. Just, he said, over his body out, side-footed past James Beadle for the Sheffield Wednesday goal. That's game over. Referee just blown a half-time whistle. And Sheffield Wednesday can't get into their dressing room quick enough because they've been absolutely overrun in this first half.
Amari Hutchinson after 15 minutes, Cameron Burgess after 37, and Nathan Broadhead just before half-time means that it's Ipswich 3, Sheffield Wednesday 0.
Sheffield Wednesday lost at home to Leeds last Friday live on talkSPORT 2, losing again to a promotion chase in fair play Ipswich after concluding those two late goals at Cardiff last week to slide defeats. They have responded in perfect fashion. 3-0 up at half-time. Half-time in the Premier League at Turf Moor. talkSPORT's Cameron Pope.
Burnley 1, Brentford 0. It's a lead for the hosts then, but a nervy one. It was a brilliant start for Burnley. Jakob Brun-Larsen firing home a penalty after a lengthy VAR intervention that led to a red card for Sergio Reguilon. Two chances for the Bees to equalise. Ivan Toney headed over. Then a bizarre moment where Aaron Muric was caught way out of his post where back pass. He just got back in time to clear. Then, Kieran Wild, last 5 minutes. First, it should have been 2-0 Burnley. Great play from Laurent Assignon against Matthias Jensen. Turned him inside out and crossed for David Datro Fofana. The man of the moment, he's yards out, goal at his mercy, and he puts it wide. Then a quickly taken free kick saw Johan Visser one-on-one with Muric. The Kosovar made a great low save to deny a leveller. And then, Wilson Odobert almost robs Flecken of possession on the edge of his penalty area before a dramatic recovery from the Bees goalkeeper. Cautious optimism then. Burnley squandered a 2-0 lead last weekend, while Brentford looked incensed at the red cards surrounding referee Darren Bond on half-time. Live commentary of the second half over on talkSPORT 2. It's Burnley 1, 10-man Brentford 0.
Let's head into the Championship. It's half-time at the Hawthorns for talkSPORT's Anna Bridge.
Yeah, West Bromwich Albion 1, Bristol City 0. The goal on the stroke of half-time by academy player Tom Fellows. His first full season with the first team and a 4th championship goal. Well worked as well. Mikey Johnson involved from that left-hand side, along with Utruslu at the edge of the penalty area. But Fellows was the one who cut in off his right foot onto his left foot inside the box and drilled it into the bottom corner. It was their only real moment of quality in the first half from West Bromwich Albion. Frustrated by a Bristol City side who, when Albion were in possession, put 10 men behind the ball and just invited them on to try and break them down, and they couldn't do it time and time again. In fact, the best chance of the opening exchanges went the way of Bristol City. Tommy Conway should have notched his 8th championship goal of the season, but Palmer came out and made a good save after Monetti had poked a hopeful ball through, and he managed to outstrip the West Bromwich Albion defence. Half-time here, West Bromwich Albion 1, Bristol City 0.
Reading get a second against Cambridge on half-time. Femi Aziz, that's 2-0 in League One. And Airdrie take the lead against Arbroath. They turn it around in the Scottish Championships half-time there. 2-1 to Airdrie. We'll have all the half-times coming up, but let's head to the Bet365 in the Championship. talkSPORT's Dave Rowe.
Stoke 0, Norwich 2. Norwich have been dominant and deserved the lead. 2 goals in a 4-minute spell midway through the half, leaving Stoke with a game to chase and probably a different approach required. McLean and Sainz have been superb. They've been instrumental in both goals. The opener seeing Sainz and Josh Sargent beat the offside trap. Sargent was left with an easy finish, and the second came when Sainz pulled it back for Gabriel Serra to score from the edge of the area. It could have been worse for the Potters. Emerson pulled off a great save from Sainz, and they really should have had one back when Laurent headed over from Baker's corner. Norwich trying to consolidate 6th place here at the break. Stoke 0, Norwich 2.
Half-time at St Andrews, talkSPORT, Abigail Davis.
Yeah, Birmingham 0, Watford 1. Birmingham came into this one having registered just one shot on target across their last two games. It took them 40 minutes to get there first in this one, a header comfortably saved. Blues had looked lively throughout though, stringing together some lovely passing movements. Ethan led a particular threat out on the right. He also had a glancing header skim the crossbar. Plenty of encouraging signs for the Blues, but it was encouragement short-lived because on the stroke of half-time, having worked so hard to find the breakthrough themselves, Birmingham were the architects of their own downfall, dawdling in possession on the edge of their own area. Emmanuel Dennis nudging them off the ball with ease before firing the ball into the back of the net. A huge blow for the hosts, who could well end the day in the bottom three, of course. Watford have hardly been in this half, but find themselves in front at the break. It is Birmingham 0, Watford 1.
That equaliser for Motherwell at home to Aberdeen has been ruled out by a VAR check. Theo Bear's handball, the Motherwell striker handballing it. So that's been ruled out. Motherwell 0, Aberdeen 1. That's the half-time score, as well as say all the half-times are coming up. Let's go to the Stadium of Light in the Championship on talkSPORT. Is Graham Courtney.
Half-time here, Sunderland 0, Queen's Park Rangers 0. Sunderland started brightly, but from around about, 15-16 minutes onwards, well, QPR began to take control. Elias Chair and Lucas Anderson, they should have both scored, but they just did not count on Anthony Patterson in the Sunderland goal. Terrific save by him from Chair, and even though Anderson fired it straight at him, he's still got to collect it and control the whole thing. Almost certain that Patterson, he'll be on his way in the summertime, probably Jack Clark as well. He's injured at the moment. What a miss he is. He's out until next month. Sunderland fans still though waiting for their side to have a shot on target in this game. It can only get better. Sunderland 0, QPR 0.
Well, you never know. Let's head to the New York Stadium. Half-time there, Mark Wilson.
Rotherham 0, Huddersfield 0. A game lacking in any real quality. Rotherham have only had one genuine opportunity. That was Andy Rinamoto's curling effort. Beat the keeper Lee Nichols, bounced off the inside of the post, and Charlie White couldn't bundle in the rebound. At the other end, Pearson's had a couple of efforts from set pieces. Johansson saved well from Kasumu, Bergzorg and Radoni. Headley headed wide. They're just lacking that bit of quality in front of goal, Huddersfield. Made a couple of bookings as well. Brody Spencer, a really strong challenge on Klukas, and Kasumu booked for simulation. I think the referee might have a say in this game. Half-time though, Rotherham 0, Huddersfield 0.
And 0-0 between Peterborough and Portsmouth in League One. What about the game at Pride Park, Jeff Peters?
It's the same here. It's Derby 0, Bolton 0. Enjoyable but tense game between second and third in the division. Bolton with the better football and the best chance, but Derby still a threat on occasions. Losing in-form Dwight Gale to injury after 20 minutes is a major setback for the Rams, who've got goalkeeper Joe Wildsmith to thank for keeping it level. A better cross from the left. Bodvarsson looks set to score from close range, but Wildsmith instinctively clawed the ball away. A breathtaking save. Nelson and Mendes-Langer put headers off target for the Rams, who haven't looked as comfortable as the visitors when in possession. Half-time, Derby 0, Bolton 0.
This is game day.
Half-time classifieds.
In the FA Cup quarter-finals, a result live on talkSPORT. It finished Wolves 2, Coventry City 3. Manchester City against Newcastle's at 5:30. It's live on talkSPORT. Premier League half-times, Burnley 1, Brentford 0, Luton 0, Nottingham Forest 1, Fulham Spurs is at 5:30. Championship, a full-time from earlier, Swansea 2, Cardiff 0. Half-times now, Birmingham 0, Watford 1, Ipswich 3, Sheffield Wednesday 0, Middlesbrough 0, Blackburn 0, Plymouth 0, Preston 1, Rotherham 0, Huddersfield 0, Stoke 0, Norwich 2, Sunderland 0, QPR 0, West Brom 1, Bristol City 0. League 1, Barnsley 0, Cheltenham 0, Derby 0, Bolton 0, Exeter 1, Burton 0, Fleetwood 0, Charlton 1, Lincoln 3, Bristol Rovers 0, Peterborough 0, Portsmouth 0, Port Vale 0, Oxford United 1, Reading 2, Cambridge United 0, Shrewsbury 1, Carlisle 0, Stevenage 0, Leyton Orient 1, Wigan 1, Blackpool 0, Wickham 0, Northampton 0. In League 2, Accrington 1, Notts County 2, AFC Wimbledon 0, Newport 1, Barrow 0, Harrogate 0, Bradford 0, Mansfield 4, Colchester 0, Walsall 1, Forest Green 0, Sutton United 1, Gillingham 1, Grimsby 1, MK Dons 3, Crewe 1, Swindon 0, Doncaster 2, Wrexham 0, Tranmere 1. National League result, Oldham 2, Chesterfield 2. These are half-times, AFC Fylde 0, Wealdstone 1, Bournemouth 0, Altrincham 0, Bromley 0, Kidderminster 0, Dagenham and Redbridge 2, Maidenhead 0, Dorking 0, Solihull Moors 0, still playing in the first half there, Eastleigh 1, Rochdale 2, Ebbsfleet 1, Gateshead 2, Hartlepool 0, Southend 0, Woking 0, Barnet 0, York 0, Aldershot 0. In the WSL, a result, Everton 1, Aston Villa 2. Scottish Premiership half-time, Celtic 1, St Johnstone 0, Hibs 3, Livingston 0, Kilmarnock 0, St Mirren 2, Motherwell 0, Aberdeen 1, Ross County 1, Hearts 0. Scottish Championship, Airdrie 2, Arbroath 1, Inverness Caledonian Thistle 1, Ayr United 1, Partick 1, Morton 0, Queen's Park 0, Wraith Rovers 0. Scottish League 1, Edinburgh City 2, Alloa 1, Hamilton 1, Stirling 0, Kelty Hearts 0, Cove Rangers 0, Montrose 0, Annan Athletic 1, Queen of the South Falkirks at 5:30. In Scottish League 2, Bonnyrigg Rose 1, Clyde 0, Forfar 0, Stenhousemuir 1, Peterhead 1, East Fife 0, Stranraer 0, Elgin City 0, and the Spartans 2, Dumbarton 3.
The Emirates FA Cup live on talkSPORT with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup and Adobe Women's FA Cup. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
The manager is subbing on the big man. And another change now. Rogers comes on, the veteran right back. And now the third choice goalie enters the field. They can barely contain themselves here. With new super sub from Paddy Power, all subs are now super. Because if a player in your bet is subbed off, it carries over to the new player coming on. Paddy Power. Football, you gotta love it. Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Pre-match and in-play bets on qualifying player outcome selections only. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18 plus begambleaware.org.
You're in there. Oh, the boiler is knackered. Do you know any plumbing? Yeah, I do, yeah. You know Danny? Well, he lives next door to this woman who's engaged to this lady who went to school with a bloke called Gary.
All right. Is he a plumber?
No, he's not, no. But he knows a bloke who walks a dog with this woman. Debbie, I think she's called. Well, she gets her hair cut for standard.
Don't worry. You already know somebody who fixes boilers. British Gas. And you don't even have to be one of our customers. Our engineers are local, and their work is guaranteed for 12 months. Such British Gas boiler repairs.
So, is he a plumber? Technically not. But he's got a van.
You know how the best ideas come in the shower? Well, here's one for you. Switching to an energy-efficient shower head is more efficient because it saves water and could save you up to £40 a year on energy bills. And that's worth singing about. Shower, save, repeat. It all adds up. Find more energy-saving tips at gov.uk/save energy.
Let's join Barry live for the build-up to this monumental match. What's your prediction?
You know, I've been watching this team for a very long time, Steve, and I can tell you now, score will be 3-1, there'll be over 9 corners, and the Frenchman will score a header.
Very specific, Barry.
It's Bet Builder from Life Score Bet, mate. You can combine markets from thousands of options to create your own bet, or if you can't make up your mind, you can choose from the pre-built quick bet options.
Which is exactly what you did, isn't it?
Bet Builder from Life Score Bet. Building a bet just got easier. Full account terms apply. Bet responsibly. 18 plus begambleaware.org.
Hard-hitting football coverage. Game day. On 1089 and 1053 medium wave. On DAB, online and on your smart speaker. Game day live. On talkSPORT.
It's a busy Saturday afternoon as ever on talkSPORT. Game day live as the two teams come out. There's a little stretching exercise going on among the Forest players who lead 1-0 here at Luton Town, so the Hatters have got work to do. It's going to reverse from where they were in midweek. 3-0 up, they lost 4-3. They need to turn this one around this afternoon. We'll find out if they do on talkSPORT. Burnley lead 10-man, Brentford 1-0 in the other Premier League 3 o'clock kickoff this afternoon. Earlier on talkSPORT, we brought you an absolute classic FA Cup quarter-final. Live commentary on talkSPORT.
Thomas attacking it, across the base of goal and put in by Ellis Singh. Shimori coming all the way up the ball, equaliser from Ainuri. Straight back, Ainuri bringing forward, Hugo Bueno. Tangy right gets to the byline, header across the base of goal and in. It's Sims, he's done it again. It's 2-2. Ball inside the area to Sims for right. Oh, they won it, they won it. Coventry have won it in the 10th minute of stoppage time.
It means a great deal to me. It means everything to the support. You know, they let me know we lost to Wrexham last year, and that isn't any disrespect to Wrexham. They were absolutely outstanding. They deserve to win. But they let me know that they weren't happy last year. So to do this this year is a real bonus. The owner set me that task. He said we want a cup run this year in the FA Cup, and thankfully I managed to deliver that. It doesn't happen very often in people's careers, so they have to enjoy it. They've got to enjoy it and then see where it takes us.
Do juggle stuff around, and
me shifting a few things around helped us get back to 2-1, but then they also ends up costing us because we're not in a good structure or good shape to defend the goal at the end. So yeah, a tough moment where accumulation of events over the last few years means the club arrived today where we are. Really proud of what they gave, because they did give everything. Proud of the young players for what they gave, because they gave everything. Coventry were on the day just too good for us.
That's a disappointed Gary O'Neill. His side were 2-1 up deep into added time and managed to lose it by 3 goals to some great goals. Brilliant commentary on talkSPORT, and Coventry make it through to the semi-finals. Manchester City face Newcastle in another quarter-final. That's a 5:30 kickoff this evening. That's live on talkSPORT. The coverage of that will get underway when we're done here. Around about 5:15, we'll take you to the Etihad on talkSPORT. Faker Others, Sam Matchface, Stuart Pearce will be there for you. Quick word on Harry Kane and the message to Arsenal, I think, from the Bayern Munich striker. He scored his 31st goal of the season this afternoon, Bundesliga goal of the season. In doing so, he has become, he scored the most goals of any player in their debut season in the Bundesliga ever. So another record broken by Harry Kane. Of course, it's Arsenal, Bayern Munich in Champions League quarter-finals to come. Colchester take the lead against Walsall, equalise against Walsall 1-1. Cameron McGeehan 3 minutes after the restart. Colchester 1, Walsall 1. Let's look ahead to this evening's Premier League action with Now Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Fulham versus Tottenham live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 months in internet,
And the 5:30 Premier League game, keep in touch during our commentary in the FA Cup, is Fulham against Spurs. Sam Allard is at Craven Cottage for us for talkSPORT. Big win last week for Spurs at Aston Villa, looking for a 3rd straight win that will take them into the top 4, Sam.
Yeah, absolutely. What an incentive, to go into the final international break of the season in the top 4. They've had a fantastic 6 to 8 weeks. Last month defeat by Wolves. They're only lost in 8 league fixtures. No coincidence that great run coincides with a lot of their top players coming back into the team. I think Basuma and Star have missed the majority of the first half of 2024. Then coming back into that midfield aid is so important for them. The energy they bring, the quality in possession, the ability to really get a press high up the pitch. Of course, Son as well is back from international duty, and apart from Mickey van der Ven, who's going to miss this afternoon's game, it's pretty much a full-strength Tottenham team. I thought last weekend, that was the best performance I've seen of Spurs this season in any competition under Ange. And yeah, I know Spurs fans speaking to a few on the way into the game today, they've loved this season, they love the football they're playing, the energy Ange has brought, and yeah, win today, they're into the top 4, and you've got to say, so I think you'd have some favourites to finish in that top 4.
Mickey van der Ven is a big miss for them, there's no doubt about that, and they've been talking of Dragusin and whether he can make a difference for them at the back, whether he can fill that hole that's been there. But Fulham need to take advantage of that, and they've won 3 of the last 5. They beat Brighton in the last home game as well. It's a big test for Spurs without Van der Ven.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's been so important for them. I remember being at Spurs' first home game this season, his home debut against Manchester United, and just immediately watching him, I thought he's got all the attributes to be a top centre-back. He's big, he's strong, he's physical. Look, we'll have to wait and see to see how Dragusin gets on today. It'll be his first start for Tottenham, but in years gone by, it'd be a Dyer or maybe a Sanchez that comes in, and you sort of think, I feel like Spurs have got much better squad for team today than previous seasons to be able to deal with a big injury. I think with Fulham, the word I'd use to describe them this season is inconsistent. I don't really think you know what you're going to get with Fulham. You mentioned there some of the impressive home wins this season. They've been fantastic. They blow really, really hot and cold. But the record here at home's been decent against some of the top half sides. 3 wins in 5 home matches against teams in the top 10. So they'll certainly look to make a difficult Spurs for 8 today, Spurs.
Sam, thanks very much. That was a look at this weekend's Premier League action. Don't forget that with Now you can stream all the Sky Sports action, like Fulham Spurs live today, contract free with a Now membership. Search Now Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on talkSPORT with Now. Stream all the Sky Sports action like Fulham versus Tottenham live today, contract free with a Now Sports membership. Search Now Sports, 18 months in internet.
And of course we'll bring the team news for that one and for the FA Cup quarter-final live on talkSPORT. Man City Newcastle at around about 4:30, around about 20 minutes time. A goal in League 2, Paul Glass will score for Swindon, but they trailed Doncaster 2-1. That's 2 sides in 18th and 19th, and neither are going up, neither are going down. but they're still playing it out. Swindon 1, Doncaster 2 in League 2. Back here at Kenilworth Road, Luton. Luton, but they've got a corner. Ray Parler in the Abrams.
Yeah, 5 minutes to the second half goal. Luton 0, Forest 1. Luton do have a corner. This after Forest through Morgan White played through, and it's Emma Kambal Kaminsky. The Luton corner came right out towards the end of the penalty area. And Jordan Clark, who's not had his best afternoon yet in a Luton shirt, fired it way over the top. Ray Parler, the Luton crowd are going to need to help their team here. And by the way, Cordingwood are on at half-time. Alfie Doughty, tell me about that substitution.
Yeah, certainly didn't get the game enough on that left hand, whether there's a slight problem. He's having a little niggle and they didn't want to chance it because he's going to be an important player coming to run into for Luton's point of view. But you know, Woodrow's coming on his left-hand side. He hasn't got the quality with deliveries, but he's got to try and get in the game and give Morris a little bit more support. But it's a big 45-minute smooth for Luton. Everybody knows that. They're probably nervous as well, and they've just got to get behind the team now.
They certainly have. Luton 0, Forest 1.
Goal in the Championship of the Hawthorns. talkSPORT, Adam Bridge.
West Bromwich Albion 2, Bristol City 0, and it's Jed Wallace with his first goal since December, and boy did he celebrate. It's great play down the left-hand side. It was Townsend who got into the position at the byline, cut it across the 6-yard box, and there was Wallace right in the middle of the 6-yard area to poke that ball home. West Bromwich Albion 2, Bristol City 0.
A couple of goals in the Scottish Premiership to say about Ross County. Double their lead against Hearts. Hearts have won 10 of the last 13 games. Their only defeat was at Rangers in that run, and they're 2-0 down at Ross County, who are second bottom. That's the relegation playoff place. So Ross County 2, Hearts 0 is the latest. Celtic double their lead against St Johnstone 2-0. Nicholas Kuhn with that goal. Port Vale 0, Oxford 2 in League 1. It's looking bad for Port Vale. Josh Murphy on 49. And in the Scottish Championship, Partick double their lead against Greenock Morton. Going to get their first win in a while. Partick Thistle, Scott Robinson with the goal. By the way, Exeter City in League 1. Right on half-time, had Zach George, their defender, sent off. They lead Burton. He was sent off in the 6th minute, added on at the end of the first half. So 1-0 to Forest here at Kenilworth Road. There's a goal at Pullman Road, Perry Groves and Mike Saul.
It's another one for Ipswich Town. Ipswich 4, Sheffield Wednesday 0. We've only had 3 minutes of the second half, but it's the second goal of the afternoon for Amari Hutchinson. Good work by Nathan Broadhead cutting in from the left-hand side. He laid the ball to Hutchinson, who got away from his marker. He had enough time to steady himself and drive the ball literally through James Beadle, the Wednesday goalkeeper.
If there was a trademark Hill team goal, that would be it. In a nutshell, because it starts off in left back position with Davis. He puts it into Broadhead. Great little turn in the middle of the pitch from Broadhead. Can he pick the right pass out, touch on his right hand side? Yes, he can. Again, it's a perfectly weighted pass. Hutchinson lets it roll across his body. Then can he get the right finish? And he just smashes it across James Beadle low down to his right hand side. Fantastic team goal from Ipswich. I can't tell you how bad in the last 20 minutes, 25 minutes, last 15 minutes of the first half, obviously first 5-10 minutes this half, how Sheffield Wednesday win. I actually think Danny Roll, the Sheffield Wednesday manager, he has to take some responsibility because he's changed their team shape from a back 5 where they've won 5 out of their 7 games. They lost against Leeds and Leicester, whichever it does. He's got into a 4-4-2. The Sheffield Wednesday team have no idea how to play in a 4-4-2. Barry Bannon's been brought off because he can't play in the centre midfield in a 2. And Diaby's come on to give him a bit of more physical presence, but it's horse-bolted stable door, basically. And this could be 6 or 7 if Ipswich don't take their foot off the pedal.
Hutch is on a hat-trick. Ipswich 4, Sheffield Wednesday 0.
Good word on the rugby. Wales have been beaten by Italy 21-24, and Wales pick up the wooden spoon. League 2, Newport 2-0 up at Wimbledon. Carl Jameson 10 minutes into the second half. Back to the Premier League. To Turf Moor on talkSPORT, Cameron Pope.
Still Burnley 1, 10-man Brentford 0. We're about 7 minutes into the second half. Solid start from the host. Brun Larson was the man whose penalty headed the first period. He's just zipped across inches beyond the run of Coutinho, right in front of the goal. They look confident, Burnley. And at half-time, they had the gap to safety cut from 10 points to 8. With Everton, of course, out of action. And with further deductions of possibility, who knows what the landscape might look like in a week. Live commentary of this one over on talkSPORT 2. It's Burnley 1, Brentford 0.
Let's give you the latest scores in the Premier League. Burnley 1 upon Brentford, as you just heard. Forest here are 1-0 up at Luton Town. Championship, Birmingham 0, Watford 1, Ipswich 4, Sheffield Wednesday 0, Middlesbrough Blackburn still goalless. Preston are 1-0 at... Oh, jeez. Preston are 1-0 at Plymouth. Nearly lost all my notes there. And nearly lost my balance as well.
You're right.
I'm absolutely fine. Plymouth 0, Preston 1, Rotherham Huddersfield's goalless. Norwich are 2-0 up at Stoke. Sunderland 0, QPR 0, West Brom 2, Bristol City 0. League 1, I'll view the games with goals, is Exeter 1, Burton 0, Charlton 1 up at Fleetwood, Lincoln 3 up against Bristol Rovers, Oxford 2 up at Port Vale, Reading 2, Cambridge 0, Shrewsbury 1, Carlisle 0, Leyton Orient 1-0 up at Stevenage, Wigan 1, Blackpool 0, the rest of goalless including Derby, Bolton and Peterborough, Portsmouth. It's League 2, Accrington 1, Notts County 2, Newport 2 up at Wimbledon, Mansfield 4-0 up at Bradford, Colchester 1, Walsall 1, Forest Green 0, Sutton 1, Gillingham 1, Grimsby 1, MK Dons 3, Crewe 1, Swindon 1, Doncaster 2 and Tranmere 1-0 up at Wrexham. In the National League, Wealdstone 1-0 up at AFC Farl, Dagenham 2, Maidenhead 0, Eastleigh 1, Rochdale 2, it's Ebbsfleet 1, Gateshead 2. In the Scottish Premiership, Celtic are 2 up, Hibs are 3 up, St Mirren lead 2-0 at Kilmarnock, Aberdeen are 1-0 up at Motherwell, and it's Ross County 2, Hearts 0 in the surprise scoreline of the day. In the Scottish Championship, Arbroath have scored another one. Airdrie 3, Arbroath 2, David Gold with that. Inverness Caledonian Thistle 1, Ayr United 1, Billy Mackay with that penalty to equalise for Cali Thistle. Partick 2-0 up on Morton, and Raith Rovers goalless at Queen's Park. Dundee United were beaten 3-1 at Dunfermline last night, so a win for Raith today will take them top of the Championship. Listen to Game Day Live on talkSPORT.
The Emirates FA Cup live on talkSPORT with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup and Adobe Women's FA Cup. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
At BetMGM, we know how to put on a show. That's why they got me, Chris Rock, to tell you about BetMGM's golden offers. Sign up to BetMGM, bet £10, and get £40 in free bets. We're making every game an occasion. Get ready for the golden era in sports betting. BetMGM. It's showtime.
New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
A little story is easy to share. We can meet pink unicorns, pirates, and bears. We can even be pilots, fly to faraway places. Magic is waiting, so let's open the pages.
A little story can make a big difference, but 1 in 5 children say they don't own a book. So we've provided over 160 million books since 2013, and we won't stop there. McDonald's. Change a little, change a lot. 19.2% of respondents from a survey of 6,896 children aged 5 to 8, National Literacy Trust, 2023.
Happy birthday. May this year bring you happiness.
And XTB's investment plans.
Wait, what?
You don't know? XTB's investment plans are a great way to start achieving your goals.
Absolutely. Choose your desired ETFs, select a funding methods like auto investing, allocate your assets, and you're good to go.
And the best part? It's zero commission.
Download the XTB app and start passive investing with investment plans. For monthly turnover equivalent of up to €100,000. T's and C's apply. Your capital is at risk. The value of your investments may go up or down.
Here they are, the racing lovers of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Reward Shake-Up. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars at the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet. Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free reward shaker to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Live Super League tomorrow afternoon from 3 on talkSPORT 2.
Has he got the ball out? You bet he has.
Your hard tackling, full match commentary of London Broncos versus Warrington Wolves.
Tufty to the line. Tufty's over the line. Tufty scores the try.
Live Super League, London Broncos versus Warrington Wolves.
He's racing forward. Goes 90 metres.
Tomorrow afternoon from 3 on talkSPORT 2.
Well, let's get a red card in the Championship at the New York Stadium, Mark Wilson.
Yeah, Rotherham 0, Huddersfield 0. I said to you at half-time, I felt the referee might have an input in the outcome of this game, and he has, because he sent off Huddersfield Sober Thomas for 2 bookings inside 4 minutes. The first one, in my opinion, never ever a booking. Slightest of hand on the back of the defender, he falls to the ground, the referee's booked him. Then 4 minutes later, Rathbone's breaking down the other end. Thomas was sprinting to get there. It looked like he got a touch of the ball. He may have caught Rathbone. Yellow card at best, but because he's already been booked, he's been sent off. Huddersfield down to 10. It's Rotherham 0, Huddersfield 0.
National League final equaliser Hunter Wilson 1-1. Nick Horton with another goal. Ebbsfleet have equalised Hunter 10-man Gateshead 2-2. Rakesh Bingham from the spot, and League One Lincoln are scoring goals yet again. They're 4-0 up on Bristol Rovers. It's Joe Taylor again. It's a hat-trick for him. It's 6 goals in 3 games for the Luton Loney. And in the Scottish Championship, Ayr United retake the lead at Inverness. Fraser Bryden with it. Cally Thistle 1. Scott Brown's Ayr United 2. What's been happening here at Luton? Ray Parlour and Ian Abrahams.
Half an hour left. Luton 0, Forest 1. Still that Chris Wood goal separates the two sides. Luton are giving it a go, but they could easily have conceded a second. Anthony Alanga, left-hand side, got the ball past Kaminsky. Brilliant goal line clearance by Tenamengi. Lucky not to actually cannon the ball in off Itakabore, but it was a brilliant clearance off the line. And they've just lost Kelly Roddick-Panzu as well. It was a challenge by Murillo. Murillo kind of pushed him into the hoardings on the far side. It's a tight, compact ground, Kennel Fred. It makes it what it is, but it does mean that players run the risk of injury if they go off the pitch. It does seem like he might have injured the middle of his body, his tummy area, I guess is what I'm trying to get at, Ray Parlour. You have your...
You didn't go to it.
I'm glad I didn't go to it, absolutely. Do you have your man or Luton got it within them to get back in this game?
I think Forest are doing a really good job at the moment. They're just seeing the game out. Look, they're playing on the break, and they've got a little bit of pace. It gives White is making runs in. Wood nearly got in. Langer's got a bit of pace on the left, who had a really good opportunity. Great defending for Mengi again for Luton, but they're dropping like flies, and they're just lacking that quality. They really are. Clark's gone back into that midfield area now.
Oh my word! We've just seen a free kick. A free kick taken by Murillo of Forest. I absolutely am not kidding you. He's 10-15 yards max outside of the penalty area. He spotted Kaminsky off his line. Kaminsky's had to run back, pedal back, and one-handedly tip it over for a corner. I mean, that's what, 56, that's 80 yards. I can't kick a ball on the floor. Absolutely, Adrian could get 80 yards, he probably will at the end of the game. Luton 0, Forest 1-8.
That was extraordinary. What a goal that would have been. But it was saved, and corner to Forest who lead 1-0. Goal at the Bet365, Dave Rowe.
Stoke 0, Norwich 3. Ashley Barnes with a goal. This should be point safe for Norwich City. Corner kick down the right-hand side taken by Sarah Scruffy defending. Kenny McLean with the turn and shot. It hit Jordan Thompson and then fell favourably for Barnes to smash in the rebound. It came just after Stoke, who have been improved in the second half and made 2 attacking changes. Ennis and Nye have both come on, but now they have a huge mountain to climb. Ashley Barnes makes it Stoke 0, Norwich 3.
Stoke, another bad day for them. They've still got Plymouth and Huddersfield to come at home. They've got to go to Sheffield Wednesday as well. Some big relegation games to come if Stoke are to save themselves in the Championship this season. Over 20 years since they've been in the 3rd tier. Goal in Scotland, Kilmarnock can pull one back. Carl Vassell with it just after the hour mark. Kilmarnock 1, St Mirren 2, and Boreham Wood is still in danger down towards the bottom of the National League. Goalless at the moment, but they had Chris Bush sent off for a straight red card, that in the National League. So Forest leading by a goal to 0 here at Luton. What's happening at Turf Moor? talkSPORT's Cameron Pope.
Still Burnley 1, Brentford 0. The second half started at a frenetic pace, but it's died down a bit now after a lengthy stoppage for a blood injury to Mads Roerslev. He's come off. Dean Lewis Potter and Igor Yarmolyuk have come on to try and stem the flow, but Burnley are coming forward again, and they've got another, and it's David Datro for Fana, and there is delirium at Turf Moor. Burnley have only won 1 game here in the Premier League all season, and they are flying now. There will be nerves. They got to this scoreline away at West Ham last weekend. They are on fire. They are attacking well, and they are good value for this lead. There's live commentary over on talkSPORT 2. It's now Burnley 2, 10-man Brentford 0.
Are they heading for their second victory at home this season, Burnley? That is live on talkSPORT 2. To get talkSPORT 2, download the talkSPORT app for free. You can swipe between talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. You get all sorts of music stations on there as well, Virgin, radios on their Virgin 80s, which I listen to all the time, I've got to say. Reading 3, Cambridge United 0. Lewis Wing has got a third for the Royals as Fildes go 2-1 down at Hunter Wilson. Manu Duku, who was involved in Maidstone's FA Cup run, has got the goal for Wilson to put them back in front. Woking 1, Barnet 0. Kevin Burko with the goal as Woking look to save themselves down towards the bottom of the National League. We're in the Championship on talkSPORT at Paul Monroe, Perry Groves and Mike Saul.
It's Ipswich Town 4, Sheffield Wednesday 0. A goal early in the second half from Amari Hutchison, his second of the game, putting Ipswich in complete control, as if they weren't in any kind of control already. And talking about what Ian Abrahams was talking about down at Kenilworth Road, we had a similar situation here about 10 minutes ago. Massimo Luongo spotted James Beadle off his line, and from around 50 yards out, he went for glory, and Beadle scrambled back to concede the corner. Not much has happened apart from that since, Perry, but Wednesday aren't offering anything.
Yeah, well, Luongo actually looked at it and thought Beadle's not about, and she wasn't, so then he made sure that he backpedaled, to be fair to James Beadle, and managed to put the ball past his post. But as you said there, it's been a non-contest from halfway through the first half, because Sheffield Wednesday, their fans are over on the far side just there. You can understand some of them are leaving now, might be able to get their early train back. But Sheffield Wednesday have been competitive, which they have been over the past 7 games in the Championship. And you have to say, Amari Hutchinson's been outstanding in that 10 position. We was worried about, if Ipswich would miss Chaplin, who plays in the 10. They haven't. Sam Morse has been brilliant, obviously, at the base of the midfield.
Sheffield Wednesday getting into a really good position. Ike Ugbo was fed inside the penalty area. The Ipswich defence seemed to part, but in the end, Ipswich dealt with the danger.
It was a brilliant tackle from Burgess. Just said there, looks like Ugbo was just going to slide it past Alaki in the Ipswich goal, and it was a sliding tackle, very much like Terry Butcher of the vintage here at Portman Road. Great sliding tackle, his left foot there from Burgess, and this is just a matter of Ipswich seeing the game out and hoping that they don't pick up any injuries.
80s radio from Adrian Durham, 80s TV from Perry Groves references. Ipswich 4, Sheffield Wednesday 0.
Just can't beat the 80s, some of us are still stuck there. Another goal in Scotland, Kilmarnock with 2 down, St Mirren, now 2-2. Danny Armstrong, their best player from the penalty spot, equalises for Killy. Let's go to the Hawthorns in the Championship, talkSPORT, Adam Bridge.
25 left here, West Bromwich Albion 2, Bristol City 0. Good response from the visitors, though. They've hit the crossbar after falling behind by 2 goals after Wallace scored 5 minutes into the second half. It came from a corner, and it was Jason Knight's flicked header which hit the top of the crossbar and bounced over. But moments ago, the game should have been done and dusted. Dean Garner with an outrageous piece of skill to take a high ball down at the edge of the centre circle. He then charged through to the edge of the box. He was just about to fire to beat the keeper. He hesitated, and it was enough to allow Zach Feiner to put a challenge in. From the resultant corner, Moat's ball was swung over. Johnson forced a shot from the keeper, and Yakuza, who scored that absolute screamer last week against Huddersfield, he put his shot just wide. We've got 24 minutes left here. Looks like West Bromwich Albion are cruising to a win. West Brom 2, Bristol City 0.
What's happening at St Andrews, talkSPORT, Abigail Davis.
20 minutes to go in this one. It's still Birmingham 0, Watford 1. Sunyich has just squandered an absolutely glorious opportunity. Has to hit the target. The ball broke kindly for him just inside the area. Takes a touch before his sliced effort from about 6 yards out swirls wide. Really needs to do better in that situation. Miyoshi has also forced a great save from a powerful effort. Birmingham really trying to battle their way back into this one. The away side have also had a couple of chances. The best from an in-swinging corner out on the right-hand side. The ball was headed goalward at the back post by Pollock, but it was hooked away off the line. It's still Birmingham 0, Watford 1.
Kilmarnock have turned it right around. They were 2 down and now 3-2 up. Marley Watkins halfway through the second half, so still plenty of time to go there. Any sign of life at the Stadium of Light, Graham Courtney?
No. Sunderland 0, Queen's Park Rangers 0. Elias Chair and Lucas Anderson, well, they should have scored for QPR in the opening 45 minutes. A couple of really good saves by the Sunderland keeper, Anthony Patterson. But 52 on the clock in the second 45. Another QPR chance. Corner swept in. Diving header really coming from Steve Cook. Could have gone anywhere. It was deflected. And that was a really, really good chance. On the hour, substitute. Sinclair Armstrong for QPR. Daisy cutter shot at Patterson. Easy one for him. And then just before he came to me, Chris Wellick with a shot that's actually, well, he should have hit the target, but he's hit the post. We've got 19 to go here. Still waiting for Sunderland to have their first shot on target. Sunderland 0, QPR 0.
Rotherham have lost the last 2 games 5-0. They were 4 down at half-time in both of those, so an improvement today. They're not even losing today at the New York Stadium. talkSPORT's Mark Wilson.
No, they're not. That's because Huddersfield are playing as poorly as they are at the moment. Rotherham 0, Huddersfield 0 here. We've got 20 minutes left in this one. Huddersfield down to 10. Sorba Thomas, I think, very harshly set from the field. The officials are getting it from all angles. They're not having their best afternoon either. There's been a couple of chances. First, right at the start of the first half, Bergson, well played in by Thomas, blasted over the bar when he should have hit the target. We've just seen Jack Radoni get into the area as well. Had so long, so much time. Didn't know whether cross or shoot. In the end, he did neither as Rotherham got back. And we've just seen Rathbone have a shot well saved. Just to sum things up for Rotherham, they're bottom of the table. They've not won all year. They're playing a team down to 10 men. And Ollie Rathbone's just been booked for kicking the ball away. What is going on? 19 remaining. It's Rotherham 0, Huddersfield 0.
It really is mind-blowing. Rotherham absolutely dreadful in the Championship this season. They've won only 3 of 37. Can they possibly give it a go and try and make it 4 against 10-man Huddersfield? 0-0 there at the moment. Dagenham and Redbridge have had their lead halved by Maidenhead. 2-1 now. Daggers lead. Tristan Abrams with the goal. Ebbsfleet 3, Gateshead 2, Rakesh Bingham 2 in a couple of minutes. He's scored now to put Ebbsfleet in front. Matt Butcher scored for Wickham, who lead Northampton by a goal to 0. Northampton derby live on talkSPORT 2 next Saturday afternoon, ahead of our live coverage of England-Brazil in the evening on talkSPORT. Still goalless at the top for Portsmouth, who are 0-0 at Peterborough. What's happening at Pride Park? Jeff Peters.
It's the same here. It's Derby 0, Bolton 0, but Bolton looking really threatening since the restart. Sheehan, Bodvarsson and Thomason all testing Joe Wildsmith. The one to repel Thomason was the pick of the bunch. The keeper also made one of the saves of the season in the first half, magnificently denying Bodvarsson from close range. 3 changes at half-time for Derby, which followed losing Dwight Gale to injury in the first half. Waghorn, Wilson and Thompson for Barkhazen, Horahan and Ward. They look even more disjointed than they did before the break. Desperately poor when around the Bolton box. It's Derby 0, Bolton 0.
Now, coming up at 5:30, commentary on talkSPORT of Man City, Newcastle. FA Cup quarter-final. Let's get the lineups all thanks to Betfair. Your commentator at the Etihad is Sam Matchface.
Yeah, and Adrian Jack Grealish is back in the squad after a groin injury that saw him leave the Luton game in the previous round with injury. Kevin De Bruyne is out with a groin issue and also staying here during the international break. In all, Pep Guardiola switches out 5 from the Liverpool draw, where they were second best in the second half. Ortega is in goal, as he had to come off the bench in that game against Liverpool at Anfield. The right back is Walker, Diaz, Akanji, Vardial make up the back 4. Rodri and Kovacic in midfield, with Bernardo Silva, Foden and Doku behind Erling Haaland in attack. Newcastle going in search of their one remaining hope for glory. New England call up Anthony Gordon is fit after limping out against Chelsea. Harvey Barnes missing again. 2 changes from Monday night's defeat in London. Lewis Hall, who even in a defensive crisis has only started 4 times in all competitions, is back but only on the bench. So 3 centre-halves today for Newcastle, who have Dubravka in goal, Cher, Lascelles and Botman the back 3. The wing-backs are Murphy and Dan Burn. Guimaraes, Longstaff and Willock in a 3-man midfield. And Alexander Isak and Gordon are the 2-pronged attack. We're underway at 5:30.
Those lineups brought to you by Betfair, the official betting partner of talkSPORT's Premier League coverage. It's all thanks to Betfair. 18+, begambleaware.org. Let me give you some more goals that have gone in. Airdrie 4, Arbroath 2 now. Airdrie in control. Celtic get a third against St Johnstone. James Forrest with that. Carvazell scored again. It's come on at 4. St Mirren 2 and a goal in the National League. Dorking Wanderers started the day in the relegation places. They've lost both since they thrashed the leaders Chesterfield 4-1. They're a goal down this afternoon to Solihull Moors. Tam Campbell with it on the hour mark in a slightly delayed game at Meadowbank Stadium. Let's get team news for the Premier League game at 5:30 at Craven Cottage. Fulham Spurs, Sam Ellards.
2 changes for Fulham from the team that lost at Wolves last weekend. Paulini and Willian return to the starting lineup in place of Reed and Wilson. So as Leno in goal, a back 4 of Castagna, Bassi, Tosin and Robinson. Paulini and Lukic will sit. Willian and Iwobi out wide, while Pereira will play off Muniz, who's in decent form. 5 goals in his last 6 league appearances. A big blow for Tottenham. Without defender Mickey van der Ven, he sustained a minor hamstring injury against Aston Villa. So January signing, Raghu Dragashin starts the first Premier League game for Spurs. That's the only change from last weekend's impressive win at Villa. So again, Vicario in goal, Porro, Dragushin, Romero, Udogi the back four, Bissouma and Sarr in midfield, Kulusevski on the right, Johnson on the left, Maddison will play off Son, Richarlison available from the bench after recovering from a knee injury. A lot on the line this afternoon. Spurs will go into the international break in the top four with a win. Fulham Spurs is a 5:30 kickoff.
More goals to tell you about as Rochdale get a third at Eastleigh. They lead 3-1. Devante Rodney with it. Hearts have halved Ross County's lead in the Scottish Premiership. Stephen Kingsley, Ross County 2, Hearts 1. Bradford pull one back, but with less than 20 left, they're going to lose today. Bradford 1, Mansfield Town 4. Nigel Clough's League 2 leaders in control. And Altrincham lead at Borehamwood by a goal to nil. Chris Conclark, their top scorer with it. Alty looking to cement themselves in the playoff places. Borehamwood 0. Altrincham 1. Wales with a wooden spoon then in the Six Nations. So what about Ireland? Scotland gets underway in about 10 minutes, Alfie Reynolds.
Well, Ireland and Scotland aiming to bounce back to surprise defeats last weekend. For Scotland, they lost to Italy, whilst Ireland lost in dramatic fashion away to England. Despite that, though, Ireland are expected to retain their Six Nations title this afternoon. There are various permutations, but the simple reality is that even a losing bonus point would make it virtually impossible for England to catch them. As for Scotland, they're looking to win their first triple crown since 1990. It's a 4:45 kickoff, and it's Ireland against Scotland.
And we'll keep you updated on talkSPORT, of course. And for those that want confirmation, it is absolutely true. Dan Burn is playing at wing-back for Newcastle at Manchester City in the FA Cup quarter-final, which we've got for you live on talkSPORT at 5:30. Right, let's update you from here at Kenilworth Road in the Premier League. Ray Parlour and Ian Abrams.
14 minutes to go. Luton 0, Forest 1. Chris Wood, the goal scorer for Forest, has gone off. He scored in the first half, and Forest have largely looked comfortable in the second period. Ray Parlour, even Ross Barkley's trying hard, but he can't quite get Luton going. He might have got Carlton Morris in here, but Morris has held up. Forest has done well defensively.
Yeah, they've done really well. They've really controlled the game, really. The second half, I expected a little bit more from Luton. You know, they're home, they've got so much to play for still. They can get back into the game early that second half, but I haven't seen enough. The goalkeeper's had a pretty comfortable afternoon. One shot on target from 20, 25, 30 yards out from Andrew Sands right down the middle of the goal. Very, very easy to deal with. So I'm a little bit surprised because every time I've come to Luton, they've really tried to put the teams under pressure. And I haven't seen that in the second half, and that's where Rob Edwards won't be too happy with the performance.
No, I mean, not the ideal afternoon to produce, not a substandard, I think that's the wrong word, but an un-Luton-like performance. Maybe they've got it in them in the last 13 minutes, although they are defending a Forest corner. We are going to have, I think, quite a lot of added on time as well, because we've had injuries and we've had Forest taking an eternity over things like throw-ins and corners, which referee Darren England has been very annoyed about during the afternoon. But as it looks at the moment, Luton are going to go 6 points behind Forest, and their chances of staying up are going to be diminishing quite a bit. And it's Luton 0, Forest 1.
Let's head to Turf Moor in the Premier League. talkSPORT's Cameron Pope.
Burnley 2, 10-man Brentford 0. The hosts seem to be in full control here, trying to cut the gap to an unlikely salvation. They travel the length of the pitch with just 5 passes for that second goal. A beautiful flowing move. Where has that been all season? Credit must go to Vitinho too. That goal doesn't happen without an excellent challenge on Keane Lewis Potter a moment before. If he doesn't make it, the Bees man had a one-on-one to equalise. Could have been another one as well. Vitinho effort straight at the goalkeeper after Lewis Potter passed astray in his defensive third. Brentford have struggled with 10 men this half, it has to be said. Wilson Odobert too nearly had a goal to add to his assist for the second. Played through neatly, but spears his shot wide. Live commentary on talkSPORT 2. Burnley 2, Brentford 0.
Let's give you the latest scores then. Burnley 2 up against 10-man Brentford here. Forest League 1-0 against Luton. Championship, Birmingham 0, Watford 1. Ipswich 4, Sheffield Wednesday 0. Plymouth 0, Preston 1. Rotherham are goalless with 10-man Huddersfield. Silver Thomas sent off. Norwich 3-0 up at Stoke City. West Brom 2, Bristol City 0. The rest are goalless at the moment. League 1, Exeter 1, Burton 0, but Exeter down to 10 men. Charlton 1 up at Fleetwood. Lincoln 3-0 up against Bristol Rovers. But Lincoln have just had Ethan sent off with 15 to go. Second yellow for him, even though they're 3-0 up. Peterborough 0-0 with Portsmouth still. Oxford 2-0 up at Port Vale. Reading 3, Cambridge United 0. 9 goals conceded in 2 games for Gary Monk's Cambridge now. Shrewsbury 1, Carlisle 0. Orient 1 up at Stevenage. Wigan 1, Blackpool 0, and Wycombe 1, Northampton 0. League 2, Accrington 1, Notts County 2. Newport 2 up at Wimbledon. It's Bradford 1, Mansfield 4, Colchester 1, Walsall 1. Bottom of the table, Sutton still lead 1-0 at third, bottom Forest Green. Gillingham 1, Grimsby 1, and the breakthrough in League 1 at Pride Park. Jeff Peters.
It's Derby County 1, Bolton Wanderers 0. Two of these substitutes have combined. Callum Elders just come on the pitch with a corner from the right-hand side, swung it in left-footed, and Kane Wilson has stabbed it in from close range. Might have taken a touch from someone else on the way, but this is a smash and grab because Bolton have been the better team so far in this game. But Elders, excellent in-swinging corner. It's been met, it's gone in. It's Wilson who's claiming it. It's Derby 1, Bolton 0.
Yeah, Bolton may be the better side. No win in their last 4 away games, though. Drawn 2 and lost 2 of those. Back with the League 2 scorelines latest. Gillingham 1, Grimsby 1, MK Dons 3, Crew 1, Swindon 1, Doncaster 2, and Tranmere still lead at Wrexham by a goal to 0. National League, Far 1, Wilston 2, Bournemouth 0, Altrincham 1. Dagenham Redbridge 2, Maidenhead 1. Dorking have equalised down Solihull Moors 2-1. Dorking right by the M25 that is shut all weekend. First time it's been shut in the daytime since 1986. But remarkably, you didn't know this, there's 3 railway stations in Dorking and the trains are running as well. From the travel news, back to the football. Eastleigh 1, Rochdale 3, Ebbsfleet 3, Gateshead 2, Hartlepool goalless with Southend. Jeff Stelling, by the way, Hartlepool fan, and Phil Thompson on breakfast on Monday at 6 a.m. Phil Thompson won 7 league titles with Liverpool, 3 times a champion of Europe with Liverpool, and won a couple of Manager of the Month awards when he was interim manager of the Reds when assistant to Gerard Houllier while Houllier was ill. So Phil Thompson with Jeff Stelling on breakfast on Monday at 6 a.m. on talkSPORT. Woking lead Barnet 1-0 in the National League, York 0, Aldershot 0. Pompey take the lead against the Posh at London Road. Kushi Yengi, who got 2 in midweek, and Mr. Sitter has opened the scoring there. So as Derby take the lead against Bolton, the leaders Portsmouth take the lead. And if Portsmouth win that at London Road today, then Peterborough definitely cannot win the title in League 1, and automatic will be a stretch as well. Accrington equalise home to Notts County 2-2. Jack Nolan with another goal. Scottish Premiership come on and go 5-2 up against St Mirren. David Watson. Hibs 3-0 up, Celtic 2-0 up. Aberdeen still lead at Motherwell 1-0. Ross County 2, Hearts 1. Scottish Championship, Airdrie 5. Arbroath 2. Craig Watson with the 5th. Ayr United lead 2-1 at Inverness. Partick 2, Morton 0. And still second place Wraith Rovers are goalless at Queen's Park. And in the Super League tomorrow afternoon, you got live commentary on talkSPORT 2 of London against Stuart Pearce's Warrington. This afternoon, Hull KR 24-12 up at Huddersfield. Hull FC 4, Lee 54. Forgive me if I don't give you any more updates from that one. As Rochdale go 4-1 up at Eastleigh in the National League. Cairo Mitchell scores again at the Silver Lake Stadium. This is talkSPORT.
The Emirates FA Cup live on talkSPORT with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup and Adobe Women's FA Cup. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
At Betfred, we want to support all our customers in keeping their gambling fun.
My nephew bets with his mates and they do their accas and everything together. In his WhatsApp group, they all know how much they're betting.
They all keep an eye on each other that nobody's going silly like that.
Similar to us, but I actually go into a shop and we all spend the same. That's the rule.
Betting socially is just one of the ways that you can gamble safely.
What do you stick to?
5.
5 each.
Yeah. 25 years I've had that 5.
How do you keep it fun? Gamble safely with Betfred.
Whether it's a better seat, a bigger room, or a free cake with your coffee, we all love an unexpected upgrade, especially if you don't have to ask. With the Hyundai Tucson Hybrid Upgrade event, you get a complimentary upgrade to premium trim when you buy before the 31st of March. Plus, you get £1,750 towards your deposit and 6.9% APR representative. The Tucson Hybrid Upgrade event. It's the dawn of a new Hyundai. Trim upgrade available for SE Connect to Premium. Finance subject to status. Hyundai UK is a credit broker, not a lender. Terms apply.
6 nations and 6 amazing chances to win an unforgettable adventure for you and 5 mates in a 6 nations European host city of your choice. To take part, enter online now at greenking.co.uk/rugby. 6 nations, 6 mates, and 6 international rugby getaways worth £3,000. Scroll down and sign up to win at greenking.co.uk/rugby and watch all the 6 nations action live at your local Green King pub. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. Drinkaware.co.uk.
Here they are, the racing lovers of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Reward Shake-Up. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars of the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet. Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free reward shaker to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max one reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Game day. The greatness, the goals and the glory.
Game Day Live on talkSPORT.
It is Game Day Live on talkSPORT with another goal at Portman Road. Perry Groves and Mike Saul.
Ipswich are moving to the automatic places in style. It's 5-0 to Ipswich now, and two of their substitutes combining after a brilliant turn inside his own half by Amari Hutchinson, who's already scored twice today. He charged forward into the Wednesday half. They were coming forward in numbers. Eventually Sarmiento had a shot from the edge of the D, which was only parried by James Beadle, right into the path of Ali Al-Hamadi, who slotted it in. Ipswich 5 up, Perry Groves.
Yeah, it's just an absolute rout now here at Portman Road, and you have to say that Amari Hutchinson's been absolutely outstanding all game. A fantastic turn in his own half. I think the Echo's still got to pay to get back in, Mike, to be fair, because that's how far he ran away from him. And then it's whether he can pick the right pass, exactly what he did to Sarmiento. He got his shot away. He said it was a decent save from James Beadle low down to his right-hand side, but unfortunately the ball just come back in the middle of the goal, and there was Al-Hamadi just to smash it past into an empty net. This is 5-0 now, and we said it could be 6 or 7, and the only reason that it's not, Mike, to be fair, is for about 10 minutes spell in the second half, it just took their foot off the pedal because they were 4-0 up, and it became like an exhibition game in the end.
Still time for more goals though. 8 minutes of normal time left. Ipswich 5, Sheffield Wednesday 0.
And so we've got a goal in the Premier League at Turf Moor. Cameron Pope.
Burnley 2, 10-man, Brentford 1. Time is against the Bees. They're staring at a fifth loss in 6 games. They'll be looking over their shoulders at the drop zone too. But Christopher Ayer with a diving header in off both posts. Brian Mbumo is on too as well to try and spearhead that attack. Fleckham just before with an amazing save to deny Tony from close range. It's all happening in the final minutes. 85 gone just about. There is live commentary over on talkSPORT 2. Game on here. Burnley 2, 10-man, Brentford 1.
Burnley fans have seen that movie before. Burnley 2, Brentford 1. Christopher Ayer with the goal. He used to play for Celtic, who just conceded to St Johnstone. Connor Smith, Celtic 3, St Johnstone 1. 4 points from the last 2 games. St Johnstone, they drew 0-0 at Celtic Park back in August, but they lost 7-0 at Celtic twice in the last 5 years. Haven't won there since 2015. Danny Swanson won the goal past Craig Gordon, who got back into the Scotland squad this week. What's been happening here at Luton? Ray Parlour and Ian Abrahams.
3 minutes to go. Luton 0, Forest 1. Forest have got the ball inside the Luton penalty. I thought when Luton, all their fans wanted it, there was a little bit of effort and a little bit of pressure a few minutes ago when the ball went into the box and they won a corner, but then it all kind of dissipated quite quickly. And Ray Parlour, I wonder if the other night and losing that 3-0 lead at Bournemouth and in the game really has led to this afternoon, which has been below par for Luton.
Well, it's all about the next game, Hoops. You know, you lose that and yes, you're devastated. They'll be devastated on that bus on the way home, but it's all about how do we get it right again? And it's putting a good performance in today and getting 3 points. And I just haven't seen the urgency, whether it's took it out of them a little bit, as you rightly said, but you're at home. Look, it's a big shock for them to go 3-0 up and lose 4-3, but you're at home, the fans are right behind you for the game. Go out there, give it your all, but it's too many under par performances for Luton's point of view. Forest have just got everybody into a really good system. They played on the break, they've got the goal they needed, and now they're just defending for their lives. And look, there's loads of good passing from Luton, but it's all going across the back. It's nothing really hurting them. There's no forward passing what's really disjointing Nottingham Forest's defence at the moment. So it's very straightforward for them. They haven't put the ball in the box enough, which you know Luton do that very well. So yeah, it's been a really poor performance for me, but they've still got time, and they might, get one opportunity and get a point out of the game.
A minute of normal time to go. As things stand, Luton will be 4 points behind Everton and 5 points behind Brentford at the bottom of the table. Everton have still got to play here, and Brentford 2. It's Luton 0, Forest 1.
And just a minute and 10 seconds left of the 90 here at Kenilworth Road. Goals elsewhere in League One. Fleetwood have equalised late on against Charlton Athletic. 1 apiece in that game. And an equaliser for Luton Town. As well they say, it's never say die at Kenilworth Road. and they've levelled it up, Ian Abrams.
Luton 1, Forest 1. Luke Berry off the bench. Oh, he's been here so long. He was here and then on league days. Forest were absolutely fuming about it, but Luke Berry has got them back in the game. Forest have thrown the ball back towards their own goal to waste time, and now the crowd are really getting behind him. As a corner swung in, Reece Burke got the first header. Chong and Berry went for it 6 yards out, and Berry is the man who's buried it in the back of it. Now, Ray Parlour, they go and save themselves.
Well, we see Bob Edwards really, come on lads, come on, you've got time. It's thought it's going to be 6 or 7 minutes, added on, they got that equaliser. And as we see, Forest players a little bit, they're saying there's a foul in there, but I can't see nothing. Burke got a really good header on it. A very brilliant play. That's what they've been lacking. A little bit of instinct play on his left foot. 4 yards out, smashed it to the roof of the net, and the Liverpool fans got crazy.
7 minutes to go. He was criticised the other night with Rob Edwards for not making changes that were important. He made one today, bringing on Rob Edwards, and rightly so. Yes, he was. Rightly so. He was absolutely right, Rob Edwards, to be criticised for that. He's made the change today. Luke Berry scored. 7 minutes. What's a 7 minutes, Adrian?
Well, could there be a winner? We're into injury time, into that 7 minutes, one apiece here at Kenilworth Road. You heard it on talkSPORT. Luke Berry comes off the bench to get that equaliser, and Luton on the attack again. Elsewhere, York, who are in big danger down at the bottom of the National League, lost 6-1 at Altrincham in midweek, have just taken the lead against Aldershot in the National League. Littleton Lewis, his name's a shot, has got the goal. York 1, Aldershot 0. Aldershot have won 5 of the last 6. They're in the playoff places. Unlikely victory if York can hold on to that. Elsewhere as well in League 1, I was telling you, Fleetwood have equalised against Charlton 1-1. They're on a little unbeaten run, Charlie Adams, Fleetwood Town, but still in the relegation places. And Reading go 4-0 up against Cambridge United. All sorts of problems off the pitch. The training ground may well be sold to Wycombe Wanderers, but Reading on the field are giving their fans something to shout about. The youngster Kelvin Basherman has got the 4th goal. Reading 4, Cambridge 0, and Gary Monk's Cambridge United have conceded 10 goals in their last 2 games, and they are dangerously close to the relegation zone. Mansfield get a 5th at Bradford, 5-1. Aaron Lewis with that goal for Nigel Clough's side. Bradford 1, Mansfield Town 5, a latest score. And there's been a goal at Ross County. I'll tell you who's got it in the second half. Have pulled it back actually. Their first one was disallowed. They've got another one. Ross County 2, Hearts 1 is a latest score. Let me run you through the Premier League goals latest. Burnley 2, Brentford 1. Luton 1, Forest 1, but it's all out attack from Luton to try and get a much-needed winner here. Championship, Birmingham 0, Watford 1, Ipswich 5, Sheffield Wednesday 0, still goalless Borough Blackburn, Preston 1 for Plymouth, still goalless between Rotherham and 10-man Huddersfield, Stoke 0, Norwich 3, Sunderland 0, QPR 0, West Brom 2, Bristol City 0, League 1, Derby 1, Bolton 0, Exeter 1, Burton 0, Fleetwood 1 apiece with Charlton, Lincoln 5 now. Rico Hackett's got a 5th for them against Bristol Rovers, 5-0. Pompey the leaders, 1 up at the Posh. Oxford 2 up at Port Vale. Reading 4, Cambridge 0. Shrewsbury 1, Carlisle 0. Orient 1-0 up at Stevenage. Wigan 1, Blackpool 0. And Wycombe get a 2nd against Northampton. Matt Butcher with that 2nd goal. Let's get the latest at Turf Moor in the Premier League. Cameron Pope.
Burnley 2, 10-man Brentford 1. We've had 1 minute of 9 added here. We could have been level going into them. Key Lewis Potter with a glancing header, well saved by Muric, who's been the busier of the 2 goalkeepers in the closing stages. What a Premier League debut for him. Every catch is being toasted like a goal. It's ricocheting around in the midfield, but little pattern now. It's all abandoned. Both sides in precarious positions. Burnley, who squandered, don't forget, a 2-0 lead a week ago at West Ham. They're in danger of doing so again. Brentford with 10 men for most of this game. Dormant for so long this one, but Christopher Ayer's goal has given them a chance, but they're committing men forward, and they could get caught here. Wilson on it there, into the penalty area, tries to cut it back, hits the defender, and there's going to be a race to try and keep this one in play. It is going to be a Burnley corner. We've got a long way to go in this one, and I dare say anything can happen. Still at least 6 minutes of added time to go. Burnley 2, Brentford 1, and don't forget there's full commentary on talkSPORT 2.
And yeah, talkSPORT 2, just tell your smart speaker to play it or download the talkSPORT app. Won't take a long at all. Swipe between the 2 stations. That's a goal at Bournemouth Road. Very good, Mike Saul.
No guesses for who scored it. Ipswich 6, Sheffield Wednesday 0, and a 2nd goal for substitute Ali Al-Hamadi. but it was all made by the man of the match, Amari Hutchinson, weaving his way into the penalty area and squaring for an unmarked Al Hamadi to score quite easily. Ipswich 6, Sheffield Wednesday 0.
All right, let's give you another goal. In fact, a full-time. Kilmarnock's 5, St Mirren 2. They were 2-0 down. That is a full-time. And also full-times in the Championship. Middlesbrough 0, Blackburn 0 is a full-time. Sunderland 0, QPR 0 is also a full-time score. We'll be there for a roundup of whatever might have happened in that game very shortly. Hartlepool are goalless with Southend. That is a full-time. Swindon 1. Doncaster 2 is also a full-time score in League 2, as is Colchester 1. Walsall 1, still Sutton United leading at Forest Green in the game down at the bottom of League 2. Colchester started the day second bottom. It's still all square here, Ian Abrahams.
Luton 1, Forest 1. We played 5 of 7 added minutes. That Luke Berry goal almost as we went into added on time, and so many late goals Luton have conceded here. They now need just one more chance, you feel, to really put pressure on Nottingham Forest. They're getting each other's way though, Barclay, Townsend Senior, and it might well be that it cost them because Elanga did win the ball back temporarily, but Forest have it on the edge of the Luton penalty. I remember Forest scored first with Chris Wood. That equaliser by Luke Berry. Come on, Ray Parlour, Forest corner now. Are they going to take it, or do you think they'll settle for a point?
Well, will we get another opportunity in this game? But I think Forest, look, they will come here. They couldn't lose the game. Forest will be, would have been a great result. And if they come in and it's a 1-0 draw, it really would have been hard for Luton to come back from that, because they've got quite a difficult next couple of games. Spurs, Arsenal, they've got Man City coming soon. So I think it could be a big point for Luton's point of view. But can we get a winner? It's looking like as the ball comes in, good defending from Luton again.
Luton just need to feel one more chance. I mean, they had the ball in the net in the first half, which was disallowed for Ted Mendy, a corner which hit his hand and rightly was disallowed. Forest have had a couple cleared off the line. Reece Burke in the first half, Mendy in the second half, and another shot just by the far post. This time it was Ryan Yates with the effort from around about the edge of the penalty area. But I mean, listen, I suppose going into the international break, if you'd offered Luton a 3-point gap between themselves and Forest, they may have taken it.
Absolutely, with the performance they would have done, Bruce, because I don't think it's been good enough in Luton, what they've done here so far this season, and give everybody a real game. But I thought Forest with pretty much control until the equaliser, and then even the fans that have got a reaction from that, because they're just a bit flat today. Maybe it was a resulting week has affected them a little bit. But certainly, this could be a massive draw for them if they can, because it looked like Forest were going to get all 3 points.
5 seconds of the 7 added minutes ago. All eyes are on Darren England at the moment. This relegation battle in the Premier League that is so captivating on talkSPORT. So many more big games to come. But could Luton perhaps find a winner in added on time at the end of the 7 minutes of added on time? Remember, Chris Wood had put Forest ahead midway, well, actually more than midway through the first half. Luke Berry right by the end, scoring to equalise after coming on as a substitute, one of the longest serving players here at Kenilworth Road, Luke Berry. And now I wonder whether or not another late goal will go Luton's way. They conceded plenty of late goals here to cost them points this season. Can they find a late goal maybe to earn them 2 more precious points, which would actually get them out of the bottom 3? They want a free kick. I suppose now, Ray, it's just get it in the box, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, all the guys are going out from the
Would you send the keeper forward or not?
No.
You wouldn't, okay.
No, I wouldn't. Obviously, if you earn the moves you do, but it's still a point and they can hit you on the break. But you put all your big guys up and just hope for a little knockdown. Burying people like that, that's what they've got to get the second ball. That's the most important thing when all the big guys are going up for it.
Every Luton player, with the exception of Thomas Kaminski, is inside the Forest half. You'd expect that most of them are in and around the edge of the penalty area. It's flicked forward in the end. It was the skipper at the back post, Carlton Morris. And there is the final whistle from referee Darren England. After 8.5 minutes of added time, it's finished here. Luton 1, Forest 1, 8.
Now let's go straight to Turf Moor. Cameron Pope.
Well, we thought we had an equaliser in dramatic circumstances. Shannon Baptiste curling across in towards the back post, but it's not going to count. It remains Burnley 2, Brentford 1. Baptiste's cross looping in under the crossbar. Ivan Toney then goes to challenge the goalkeeper Aaron Muric. Referee then turns around, gives a free kick. He's instantly, and not for the first time in this game, surrounded by Brentford players. They think they should be level. They've been behind for most of this game, still struggling on in the final minutes. We've got 2 more of added time still to go. It is going to be a defensive free kick, and there are boos coming from those who've travelled and stayed on a difficult day for Brentford Football Club. They have still time to save themselves, however. Ball is set down deep inside the penalty area for Aaron Muric, and he's taking as much time as he can now, the Premier League debutant. He's been told to hurry up with it. And Thomas Frank, well, he looks an exasperated figure inside his technical area. This ball has been bundled long, but there's nobody up there, and this is the problem now. Everybody is committed to defence for Burnley, and well, it looks like a story that could repeat itself. They were 2-0 last week at West Ham, but now they've got a rare attack. It's Wilson-Odobert, corner of the penalty area, trying to get across the face of goal, and well stopped by Mark Flecken, who's instantly bounding up, and he wants to release this ball. His side have got 1 minute of the 9 added remaining. They're trailed by 2-1, down to 10 since the 10th minute. That red card for Sergio Reguilón. Forward come Brentford now, trying to turn with Mopé. He turns into 2 claret shirts, and it's hammered clear once again. Nobody knows how this is going to end. It's been frenetic stuff for the last 15 minutes. Takes your breath away, really. The offside flag has gone up, and a chance finally for Flecken to get this ball long. I hazard a guess and say if we play to the watch, we've got 1 more chance remaining, but the way this game has gone, I honestly don't know. So Flecken to take the free kick, 15 yards inside his own half. His side trailing into the dying moments. Lumped forward towards the attacking line, flicked down into the penalty. There might be a turn for Tony, but Muric has come for it, and he's won the ball again, and a free kick too. And he's going to try and need some more and more precious time. Well, I think Ivan Toney's got every right to go for that ball there. He jumps into it. There are cries of off, off, off from the home fans. Muric is still down on the ground. He's going to try and roll out the rest of the match, I would hazard a guess here. He's inside his 6-yard box. He hasn't moved, and he's clutching that ball to his chest still. We're going to have another stoppage. Seems to be a game full of them. That's why we've had 9 minutes of added time. It's been quite the spectacle. Burnley, who won just 1 game at home all season coming into this one. No win in 11 in all competitions. Playing Brentford, who themselves are on a run of 5 games without a win. That's going to extend to 6 as it stands. But still, there is concern here for Aaron Muric, and I don't think this is just gamesmanship here. I think he's actually been hurt in the challenge. Tony went flying in to try and get there, had his boot raised above the ground. No doubt about it, he's playing for the ball, but it's untidy to be kind to him, and maybe a bit rash if you're being critical. And I think actually the tip of Tony's boot has caught Muric in the top of the head, so that's why we still haven't carried on for what I reckon is the remaining 20 seconds or so. But the state of the facts is that Burnley are heading for a second home win of the season. There were 10 points adrift of safety coming into this one. At half-time they cut that to 8. Who knows what's going to happen this week with talk of points deductions still to come, and the likes of Everton out of action as well. Should have had that Merseyside derby. Move for the FA Cup semi-finals. Don't forget all the action to come on talkSPORT over the weekend. But the action is still ongoing here. Muric is still down inside his 6-yard box receiving treatment. James Trafford was dropped for this game, having started and played every single Premier League game up until this point. So Muric, who was the first choice goalkeeper in the title-winning season in the Championship, called back in to great fanfare as well. He was warmly received onto the pitch as a member of the starting lineup by the Burnley faithful. It's been a difficult season, not just for James Trafford, but for Burnley themselves. However, Vincent Kompany is set to sign off well before the international break, and a break that he will hope he has a few extra men back after as well. Both these sides hamstrung by injury. One of the side headlines, you might say, is that Brian Mbeumo back for Brentford after an injury sustained on his ankle in December. Mark Foster as well has come back on in the dying stage for Burnley. We are going to finish this game, I do believe, after 101 minutes. Muric has picked himself back up and looks to be okay. Who knows how long we've got left here on talkSPORT. It is Burnley 2, 10-man Brentford 1. We're playing on borrowed time. Muric kicking to the sky. Referee Darren Bond, still no whistle from him. The ball is hacked clear from Nathan Collins forward for Brentford, trying to find a way through this Burnley side. Lewis Potter sliding to keep the ball in, up towards Mbeumo it goes. Corner of the penalty area. He's got a man on the overlap. Might to get across in Mbeumo towards the back post. There are blue Brentford shirts in there, but it's too deep. Lewis Potter by the opposite corner flag, tries to get across, and it was a weak one though, and Coutinho will bang it clear, and still we play on. Back it comes with interest. Brentford on borrowed time still, looking for this equaliser. Is the lead to be let slip again by Burnley, or are they going to get over the line? They've won a free kick in the centre circle, and that is cheered as much as any goal we've had this afternoon. And still, we go on into a 13th minute of added time. Well, all eyes were on the referee, Darren Bond. They were on him in the early stages for a penalty decision that allowed Jakob Brun-Larsen to put his side ahead after 10 minutes, and the expense of Sergio Reguilón was sent off for Brentford. He will miss the trip to Old Trafford after the international break. But Jakob Brun-Larsen has only scored 4 goals this season. And when he scored his previous 3, Burnley won every time. We're still waiting for the final whistle, and there it goes! And Burnley have just their second home win of this campaign, fighting an unlikely survival battle. Jakob Brun-Larsen's penalty after 10 minutes, a brilliant team goal, capped up by David Datro Fofana, put them 2-0 ahead. Christopher Ajer making things hairy right at the end, just when it looked like it might slip away. Burnley have 3 massive points in the context of the relegation battle, and it might bring Brentford right back into it. The final score, Burnley 2, 10-man Brentford 1.
Well, they took their time with that final whistle, got there in the end, and Burnley get the points. Let me give you the bottom of the table as it stands right now. Sheffield United bottom, 14 points from 28 games. Burnley 17 from 29. Luton 22 from 29. And Forest above the dotted line 25 from 29. Everton 25 from 28. Brentford 26 from 29 are definitely not out of it. And then a 3-point gap to Palace of 29 from 28. Ray Powell's alongside me here at Kenilworth Road, and Ray, big win for Burnley and a big late equaliser here for Luton Town.
Massive aid, it really was, and you could see the relief from the fans. I thought if Forest could have held on and got all 3 points, I think that Luton would have been really up against it, but it still gives them a glimmer of hope. You could see at the end Bob Edwards clapping the fans, and come on Luton, they're all behind them, but they really want them to try and do the best they can. But it was a poor performance today. I was a little bit surprised there, the tempo of the game here at Kenilworth Road, tough place to play, but Forest were cruising, and that last 2 minutes goal they got towards the end, it's a massive blow for Forest. You can see the disappointment in the Forest players as they're walking off, because they knew that would have been a big 3 points for them as well. But Luton, it gives them a hope again, and that's what we want, just to go to the wire, and it should be an exciting end to the season for Luton Town.
Very quickly on Forest, that's 21 points lost from winning positions for Nottingham Forest. Only Brentford with 28 have dropped more from winning positions. That could be very costly.
Absolutely, and they look like they was going to get the second in that second half. I thought they was more dangerous, especially on the front. Look, you expected Luton to throw a few men forward. They looked dangerous with Alango, and Gibbs White could have had another opportunity. But Luton keep going. It's not a great performance. I'm sure Rob Edwards will look back at that game and say, look, it wasn't a great performance, but I like the grit in the team. I like the desire to keep going and get something out of it, and that could be a massive point coming in the season. Who knows?
Right, thanks very much for the Premier League then. Burnley 2, Brentford 1, Luton 1, Forest 1. Let's round up the Championship to Portman Road. First of all, Perry Groves and Mike Shaw.
Ipswich Town 6, Sheffield Wednesday 0. This was an emphatic way to move back into the automatic promotion places. Neither the dramatic collapse at Cardiff last weekend nor the absence of the influential Connor Chaplin today had an adverse effect on Ipswich, who put Wednesday to the sword with surgical precision. You could argue that the game was won by half-time. The brilliant Omari Hutchinson started the rout with a turn and shot from the edge of the area before Cameron Burgess and Nathan Broadhead made it 3-0 by the break. Hutchinson, 3 minutes into the second half, made it 4, and then they just coasted along. Substitute Ali Al-Hamadi scored twice in the final 10 minutes as Ipswich cruised and Sheffield Wednesday spluttered. Ipswich 6, Sheffield Wednesday 0. Perry Groves.
Yeah, you have to say, I give some blame to the Sheffield Wednesday manager Danny Rowe, because he went all Mike Bassett, then he went 4-4-2 when he's just been playing 5 at the back, and his team played like a side of Bertie Bassett, basically. They were in all sorts of trouble right from when Omari Hutchinson put them in front 1-0 up in the 15th minute. And you mentioned Omari Hutchinson. He was outstanding, Mike, in the 10 position, because he was involved in 4 goals. He scored 2 himself, he had an assist, and he had a great turn for the 5th goal from Al-Hamadi. And you have to say as well, Sam Morsey was brilliant at the base of Ipswich midfield. So if you'd said to Kieran McKenna how would you want your team to play after the setback obviously against Cardiff last week when they conceded 2 goals in 90 plus minutes? This is exactly the template that he would have wanted. So he's got his forward scoring goals, he's kept a clean sheet, and that at the 19 championship games Ipswich played here at Porter Road this season, in 17 of them they scored 2 or more goals. So you know full well that you've got to score 3 goals to beat Ipswich. Sheffield Wednesday were never doing that today. Ipswich go into the 2nd place in the championship, back into the automatic promotion position.
You talk of all sorts. This was a sweet performance from Ipswich. Ipswich 6, Sheffield Wednesday 0.
Yeah, Ipswich back in the second. Leeds playing Millwall tomorrow afternoon in the Championship. To the Hawthorns then, full-time for talkSPORT's Adam Bridge.
West Bromwich Albion 2, Bristol City 0. Another step towards securing that playoff place for the Baggies. Goals in 5 minutes either side of half-time. The first half from Tom Fellows as we entered stoppage time. The second from Jed Wallace, his first since December to secure the victory. It wasn't easy though, the scoreline suggests it, but Bristol City did hit the woodwork twice. They came from flicks from corners, 1 from Knight, 1 from Sykes, and a couple of good saves from Palmer, who secured another clean sheet by denying Taylor, Gardner, Hickman and Tanner as well. They stay 5th with 8 games to go. They've got an 8-point buffer to 7th, although they do have a game in hand. West Bromwich Albion 2, Bristol City 0.
Bet365 full-time, Dave Rowe.
Stoke 0, Norwich 3, clear win for the Canaries, 2 goals in 4 minutes, midway through the first half, put them in total control first. McLean's great ball saw via Sainz and Josh Sargent both beat the offside trap. Sainz squared for Sargent to score, then McLean set Sainz free down the left, his pullback converted by Gabriel Sarra. Point saved on the hour with a goal from Ashley Barnes scoring on the rebound after McLean's shot was blocked. Stoke threatened little apart from a big miss by Laurent in the first half. Heading over, they are still nervously looking over their shoulders, 2 points clear of the drop zone. Norwich opened up a 3-point gap on Hull in 6th place. They have played a game more. Stoke 0, Norwich 3.
Birmingham are in trouble. St Andrews full-time, Abigail Davis.
They are indeed. Birmingham 0, Watford 1. When you've won just 1 of your previous 12, taken on a side you've beaten in 9 of your previous 11 meetings, is always going to provide encouragement, and that was the case for Watford this afternoon. Birmingham started the brighter, but it was their back line that faltered. Caught Dawdlin at the back. Emmanuel Dennis won the ball back with ease on the edge of the area before firing past John Ruddy. The Blues continued to battle, and if things weren't looking so bleak for the hosts, they'd probably find it easier to take the positives from the vastly improved performance this afternoon, but they remain out of the drop zone on goal difference alone. Birmingham 0, Watford 1.
Stadium of Light, full-time there. Not a lot happened, Graham Corning.
No shocker. Sunderland 0, Queen's Park Rangers 0. QPR easily the better of the 2 sides. Chris Willock, Elias Chair, Lucas Anderson went close, all bringing terrific saves out of the Sunderland goalkeeper Anthony Patterson. He saved his side. Sunderland didn't have a single shot on target, but they avoid making it 7 defeats on the bounce. That's the only plus point. Sunderland on weir sides. It's finished. Sunderland 0, QPR 0.
Rotherham didn't lose. Some breaking news at the New York Stadium, Mark Wilson.
Yeah, Rotherham 0, Huddersfield 0. Huddersfield down to 10 for the last half an hour, but Rotherham only mustered 1 effort on target. They did hit the inside of the post 10 minutes in, and Rinamoto's shot beat the keeper, but White couldn't bundle in the rebound. Bergson had a couple of good chances for Huddersfield, but didn't really test Johansson. Poor game, truth be told. Huddersfield now level with Birmingham, but still in the bottom 3. Rotherham could go down over Easter. Rotherham 0, Huddersfield 0.
Portsmouth won 1-0 at Posh there. 5 points clear at the top down, 9 points clear of 3rd place. What happens when 2nd met 3rd at Pride Park in League One? Jeff Peters.
It finished Derby 1, Bolton 0. Derby moving 4 points clear of Bolton, despite the visitors being the better team for a large chunk of the afternoon. The Rams had to wait until 12 minutes from time for their first shot on target. It produced the only goal. 2 subs involved. Callum Elder's in-swinging corner met by Kane Wilson, who steered in his 2nd of the season. They also had goalkeeper Joe Wildsmith to thank for some key saves, huge ones, to deny Bodvarsson and Thomason. This could be a pivotal day in the race for automatic promotion to the Championship. Derby 1, Bolton 0.
talkSPORT, the only place for a full classified check. The results are in, so let's get all the full times.
This is game day.
Full-time classifieds.
FA Cup quarter-finals, Wolves 2, Coventry 3, Man City Newcastle at 5:30 is coming up live on talkSPORT. Premier League, Burnley 2, Brentford 1, Luton 1, Nottingham Forest 1, Fulham Spurs coming up at 5:30, that kicks off. Championship, Swansea 2, Cardiff 0, Birmingham 0, Watford 1. Ipswich 6, Sheffield Wednesday 0. Middlesbrough 0, Blackburn 0. Plymouth 0, Preston 1. Rotherham 0, Huddersfield 0. Stoke 0, Norwich 3. Sunderland 0, QPR 0. West Brom 2, Bristol City 0. League 1, Barnsley 0, Cheltenham 0. Derby 1, Bolton 0. Exeter 1, Burton 0. Fleetwood 1, Charlton 1. Lincoln 5, Bristol Rovers 0. Peterborough 0, Portsmouth 1. Port Vale 0, Oxford United 2. Reading 4, Cambridge United 0. Shrewsbury 1, Carlisle 0. Stevenage 0, Leyton Orient 1. Wigan 1, Blackpool 0. Wycombe 2, Northampton 0. League 2, Accrington 2, Notts County 2. AFC Wimbledon 0, Newport 2. Barrow 0, Harrogate 0. Bradford 1, Mansfield 5. Colchester 1, Walsall 1. Forest Green 0, Sutton United 1. Gillingham 1, Grimsby 1. MK Dons 3, Crewe 1. Swindon 1, Doncaster 2. Wrexham 0, Tranmere 1. In the National League, Oldham 2, Chesterfield 2. AFC Fylde 1, Wealdstone 2. Bournemouth 0, Altrincham 1. Bromley 0, Kidderminster 0. Dagenham Redbridge 4, Maidenhead 1. Dorking 1, Solihull Moors 1. Eastleigh 1, Rochdale 4. Ebbsfleet 4, Gateshead 2. Hartlepool 0, Southend 0. Woking 1, Barnet 0. York 1, Aldershot 0. National League North, Alfreton 3, Bishop Stortford 0. Boston United 3, Farnsley Celtic 0. Brackley Town 2, Hereford 0. Buxton 0, South Shields 2. Chorley 3, Scarborough Athletic 0. Curzon Ashton 0, Spennymoor Town 3. Darlington 1, Peterborough Sports 0. Kings Lynn 2, Russell Olympic 1. Scunthorpe 2, Banbury United 0. Southport 2, Blythe Spartans 3. Tamworth 0, Chester 0. Warrington Town 1, Gloucester City 2. National League South, Chelmsford 3, Bath City 1. Chippenham 3, Worthing 1. Dartford 0, Maidstone 2. Dover 0, Hampton Waterlooville 0. Eastbourne Borough 2, Taunton Town 0. Farnborough 3, Aveley 1. Hampstead Town 1, Hampton Richmond Borough 2. Slough Town 0, Yeovil 0. St Albans City 1, Truro 2. Tonbridge Angels 4, Torquay 1. Welling 3, Western Supermare 1. Weymouth 0, Braintree 1. In the Women's Super League, Everton 1, Aston Villa 2. Scottish Premiership, Celtic 3, St Johnstone 1. Hibs 3, Livingston 0. Kilmarnock 5, St Mirren 2. Motherwell 0, Aberdeen 1. Ross County 2, Hearts 1. Scottish Championship, Airdrie 5, Arbroath 2. Inverness Caledonian Thistle 1, Ayr United 2. Partick 2, Morton 1. Queen's Park 0, Wraith Rovers 0. Scottish League 1, Edinburgh City 2, Iowa 5. Hamilton 3, Stirling 0. Kelty Hearts 0, Cove Rangers 1. Montrose 1, Annan Athletic 1. Queen of the South Falkirk kicks off at 5:30. Scottish League 2, Bonnyrigg Rose 1, Clyde 2. Forfar 1, Stenhousemuir 1. Peterhead 1, East 5 1. Stranraer 1, Elgin City 2. Spartans 2. Dumbarton 6. In the Cymru Premier, Cardiff Met 0, Ballatown 1. Newtown 0, the New Saints 1. Pettibon 5, Colwyn Bay 0. Pontypridd United against Barry Town United is just kicking off. Irish Premiership, Ballymena United 0, Carrick Rangers 2. Crusaders 1, Coleraine 1. Dungannon Swifts 0, Glentoran 3. Lance 6, Glenavon 1. Linfield 6, Newry City AFC 0. And Loughgall 2, Cliftonville 3.
Game day. The greatness, the goals, and the glory.
Game Day Live
On talkSPORT.
And a little word from the Bundesliga. Harry Kane scored, broke a record, but hobbled off for Bayern Munich with 2 England friendlies looming. We'll keep you updated with that on talkSPORT, of course. Join me at midday tomorrow for more FA Cup commentary. Chelsea-Leicester, then our exclusive game on talkSPORT, Manchester United against Liverpool. Next, we take you to Man City against Newcastle. Winner joins Coventry in the semi-finals after their Cup Classic live on talkSPORT at Wolves earlier in the FA Cup semi-finals. Coventry are there already. Who's going to join them? Man City, Newcastle? That's next on talkSPORT.
The Emirates FA Cup live on talkSPORT with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup and Adobe Women's FA Cup. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
At BetMGM, we know how to put on a show. That's why they got me, Chris Rock, to tell you about BetMGM's golden offers. Sign up to BetMGM, bet 10 pounds, and get 40 pounds in free bets. We're making every game an occasion. Get ready for the golden era in sports betting. BetMGM. It's showtime.
New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
Join the nation in Sinchinin. Buy your perfect car online. And get first-class assistance from start to finish. Your new car, madam, with friendly customer service available 7 days a week.
Hello, this is Cinch. How can I help you?
An expert walkthrough of your new car when it's delivered. And a fat-free 14-day money-back guarantee. Hardly surprising Cinch is rated excellent on Trustpilot. So join the nation in absolutely cinching it. Search Cinch and buy your next car today. Returns subject to mileage restrictions, T's and C's apply.
For car insurance, you can rely on NFU Mutual. We pay out on 99% of car insurance claims with no quibble. And if you're hit by an at-fault, uninsured driver, your no-claims discount is protected. Conditions apply. We do this so you can enjoy the more important things. No wonder we're a Which recommended car insurance provider, February 2024. For quality car insurance you can rely on, join NFU Mutual today.
Here they are, the racing lovers of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Reward Shake-Up. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars of the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet. Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free reward Shake-Up to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max one reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Sunday afternoon, the FA Cup live on talkSPORT. Oh, it's here! Chelsea versus Leicester.
What a chance, what a goal!
Coverage from 12, kick-off 12:45. Sunday afternoon.
Good games, greater goals.
On talkSPORT, game on! Fired up and raring to go. It's a day full of first-class football coverage. Game day. Featuring a super savvy squad of footballing experts.
FA Cup Game Day Live.
On talkSPORT.
So Coventry have already booked their place in the semi-finals of the FA Cup in the most dramatic style live on talkSPORT. Now attention turns to Manchester City and Newcastle. Both sides had trips to Wembley last season, but with very differing outcomes. The double treble is still on for City, but with the Magpies still their prize.
It's more Wembley heartbreak for Newcastle, who have now lost 9 games in a row at this stadium.
And Manchester City are ready and raring to defend their title again. 1-2, Manchester City 5, Erling Haaland has a handful.
We have an incredible chance again at home, now with people to reach Wembley semi-final again.
Manchester City irresistible. Newcastle are out of Europe. Newcastle 1, AC Milan 2.
Newcastle side who have now lost almost double the number of games that they lost last season. Liverpool 4, Newcastle 2.
Right from minute one in the FA Cup, that was our aim, was to try and progress in the competition. We wanted to get back to Wembley this year.
Lacing up to Gordon! And there's the goal for Newcastle! It's been coming! A quarter-final with one of the best teams in Europe.
Certainly the cup draws, as we know, this season haven't been kind to us, but we've managed to find a way to get through to the quarter-final. We're delighted to be here. And now we're here, we don't want to waste this opportunity, so we're going to give it absolutely everything to get back to Wembley.
Who said this isn't the best domestic cup football competition in the world? It is quite extraordinary.
It certainly is, and we saw that earlier on today. You're listening to the FA Cup quarter-finals on talkSPORT with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup, 18+. Please drink responsibly. Welcome to the Etihad Stadium. I'm Faye Carruthers. 10 minutes until kick-off between Manchester City and Newcastle, and if it's anything like that first quarter-final of the weekend, we are certainly in for a treat. If you didn't see it or hear it, Championship side Coventry knocked out Wolves with 2 goals in injury time. Wouldn't it be great if we see the same kind of drama here at the Etihad tonight? talkSPORT's chief football commentator Sam Matterface and former Newcastle defender and England captain Stuart Pearce are with me. How much are we looking forward to this game, Stu? I mean, it's the 4th time these two sides have met this season, would you believe?
Yeah, I think it's a super game. After last weekend's exertions from City at Liverpool, I think this is a brilliant game for them almost to bounce back from. They had a 1-1 where I thought second half they were outplayed and outfought by Liverpool in many ways. Newcastle have come here and they've got a stake of claim. They went to Wembley last year, they've had a sniff of that. They're on the up as a football club. It's start and stop a little bit, and they've just got to get hold of their away form, I think, Newcastle. No better place to do that than here.
No, actually, Newcastle did knock City out of the Carabao Cup back in September in the 3rd round, but that was at St James's Park, Sam, wasn't it? It feels very different now. How do you see these two sides matching up today?
Well, it feels very different because Newcastle are on a dreadful run, especially away from home. I was at Stamford Bridge on Monday night when they were, well, they were more than second best, really. They were quite poor in the game, and I think a lot of us Newcastle supporters who have travelled here tonight are actually still sort of seething from that. There was quite a reaction, especially on social media, to that performance. Eddie Howe reacted to it yesterday, said he was angry too, and he was upset by the display. They concede far too many goals. Look, they're richly entertaining to watch, but they are conceding at an inordinate level. They've got the capability to score goals, which is one of the reasons why they have had such an up and down season. But letting in goals has been a major issue to them. So interesting they've gone to 3 at the back today, I think, to try and stem that flow, because last season they were so good at keeping clean sheets and keeping people out. Obviously they've missed Nick Pope and they missed Tino Livramento today, who, like Kieran Trippier, is injured and couldn't go away with England. Livramento would have been in the England squad, I think, had it have been that he was fit to do so.
Unbelievable timing, isn't it? And they've had such injury troubles this season, Newcastle. Kevin De Bruyne also out for Manchester City. He's not going to be playing for Belgium, which is unfortunate, bearing in mind they're playing England in one of 2 friendlies. Brazil is the first one, which we'll bring you live on talkSPORT. Newcastle will be a bit relieved about that, but...
Well, listen, when you see, I hadn't even noticed De Bruyne was off this list of roster of players, both in the starting lineup and on the bench, and that tells you the magnitude of how good they are. You just look at the bench and you think, who's he left out from last week? And you see Stones, Ake, you know, and the list is just fantastic. The mark of the team is how strong the bench is, and City have got so many good players in their ranks, it's incredible.
Great to see Jack Grealish back after his recent injury problems. He's going to stay here during the international break. Pep Guardiola has charged him with getting himself in fine nick so that he can go again for the end of the season. He needs a big end to the campaign.
I think as well, what you touched, Faye, on the injury situations, not just for the 2 teams in front of us, but around the country in many ways, and that will play a big part on the run into all competitions, whether it be league, whether it be FA Cup or European campaigns.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, isn't it, going forward? The players are getting themselves ready in the tunnel at the moment. Substitutes coming out currently to take their seats. I can see Jack Grealish. In fact, it's great to have him back on the subs bench after we saw him come off with that awful groin injury that just keeps reoccurring for him, hip groin this season. But I thought he might be out for a little bit longer than he actually is. This is a huge game for both of these teams. A fast start's going to be essential, Stu, isn't it?
It certainly is. As I say, Newcastle will want to see if they can get their nose in front, you know, and put some pressure on City. City would have come away from Anfield last weekend, I think, very disappointed in many ways, you know, in their performance and the ability not to sustain the lead and go on and win the game. So, listen, when you've won everything last year, you want to retain it from City's point of view.
I always just love soaking in the atmosphere here at the Etihad, particularly when Hey Jude blasts off right at the beginning of what is a crucial game for both of these sides. All the quarterfinals live here on talkSPORT. We've had an absolute cracker between Coventry and Wolves earlier on today. The Championship side winning 3-2 in the end. Before this game kicks off, let's get the latest from Betfair, the official betting partner of talkSPORT's Premier League coverage.
Game day on talkSPORT with Betfair. We're paying out winning bets at 90 minutes with 90-minute payouts. Applies to match odds, 90 markets or markets with a 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
As the players walk out onto the pitch and line up in front of the fans, the odds are City to win 1-6. The draw is 9-2. Newcastle 9-1 to win this one. Haaland is boosted as well to score a hat-trick from 9-1 to 12-1. That's all thanks to Betfair. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
Game day on talkSPORT with Betfair. We're paying out winning bets at 90 minutes with 90-minute payouts. Applies to match odds, 90 markets or markets with a 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. T's and C's apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
You're listening to the FA Cup quarter-finals on talkSPORT with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup. 18+. Please drink responsibly. A place at Wembley for the semi-finals of the oldest cup competition in the world awaits either Manchester City or Newcastle. Sit back and enjoy this one in the company of former England captain Stuart Pearce and your match commentator Sam Matterface.
Thank you, Faye. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us after what has been a busy day of football up and down the country, and after a week of racing at Cheltenham. And all of a sudden, the last few hurdles come into view in the FA Cup. Manchester City still on for a treble. Liverpool fancy a fourfold. Newcastle United hoping that a outside shot can land a winner at a big price. 732 teams entered the FA Cup. Only 7 remain. Only 1 is in the FA Cup semi-finals, and that's Coventry City. Manchester City are a thoroughbred. 7 times winners looking to achieve what no other team had ever done and qualify for the semi-finals of this grand old cup for a 6th successive season. Newcastle, maybe the young foal, hampered by injury and a tough draw that hasn't gone the course and distance since 1955 when they beat Manchester City in the FA Cup final. They have it all to do today, which is why they are quoted at 9-1, Stuart. That's quite some price for 2 teams of the same sort of level, both of whom have finished in the top 4 last season.
You can't believe that in a 2-horse race like this, in 2 teams that are in the top echelons of the Premier League, that one team is 9-1, it's incredible. And on the horse theme, it's lovely to be working alongside a lovely gelding like yourself.
It's good to be back in the saddle alongside you.
Like your work.
And good to see that you bought your joggers. If you like football, you love talkSPORT. Already today, we've treated you to Coventry's big victory over Wolves, Burnley's rare hope win, and thrilling action as the goals went in at Portland Road. Tomorrow, Chelsea-Leicester, the big one, Man United versus Liverpool. Next week, we're on England duty. But tonight is Stuart Pearce's 2 old clubs clashing for a place at one of his favourite venues. Referee today, Simon Hooper. Thomas Bramall is the VAR. Jared Gillett is the support VAR. 2 teams, Manchester City in light blue with white shorts and light blue socks, attacking the goal away to our left in the first half. Ortega, the goalkeeper. Walker, right back. Diaz, Akanji, and Vardiol making up the back 4. Rodri and Kovacic in midfield with Silva, Foden and Doku behind Erling Haaland in attack. Newcastle United have Dubravka in goal. A back 3 today of Scher, Lascelles, Botman, and then Murphy and Bernard are wing backs with Guimaraes, Longstaff and Willock in midfield. Isaac and Gordon in attack. The road to Wembley will open up for either Manchester City or Newcastle United. And Stuart, everyone says it will be City. How do Newcastle flip the narrative?
Well, I think the key is they've got to defend extremely well, as we know. But dealing with Doku, I think he is a bit of a handful. And as he's proven at the moment, running at Lascelles into the box.
Lascelles manages to nab the ball off him, go towards the byline and scoop it out for a throw-in down by the corner flag, away to our left-hand side. An early bit of front foot action from Jeremy Doku, who's combined with Guardiola down this left-hand side once again as Newcastle retreat to the edge of their own penalty area inside the first minute of the game. The ball in midfield with Rodri. Now on to Kovacic, who's just been called up for the Croatia squad alongside Vardiol. Out wide towards the right side where Bernardo Silva is waiting. On down that further right channel is Carl Walker. They keep Newcastle penned in right on the edge of their own box here and then have to go all the way back to the halfway line. You were about to say about Doku before he rudely interrupted you and started to actually try and do something.
Yeah, he is the one in the game last weekend, obviously come off the bench and rattled the post, and that, if that had hit the back of the net, potentially the winner in the game. But he is the one that can go past you, take 1 or 2 players on comfortably. And I'm just looking at the way City are lining up as well. Newcastle got to deal with a box. There's a box of 4 basically, Kovacic, Rodri, and then tucked in front of them, Foden and Silva. So whether they get outnumbered in that midfield area, Newcastle, and have to deal with that.
Here's Bernardo Silva down the right side, looking to find Walker. Low cross into the centre is steered away by Botman and out on the far touchline. They conceded early in the game against Chelsea. They won't want to do that here today. Sticking in the game for as long as possible is going to be the secret for Newcastle, who have already beaten Manchester City once this season, albeit at home in the Carabao Cup. They lost both their Premier League meetings by a single goal and gave a good account of themselves in both. But they've lost their last 9 trips here, and they've conceded 31 goals in the process. Here's Haaland in the 10 position trying to feed Foden. It's blocked by Lascelles, who gets across and doubles up with Longstaff. The ball breaks in midfield, and it's picked up by Willock, who scoops it over the top for Anthony Gordon to chase. And then across comes Gvardiol and puts the ball out, although an offside flag would have gone up against the new England recruit, Anthony Gordon, who gets his first ball up for the senior team.
Yeah, I'm pleased he has actually. I think he's done extremely well, not just this season, but beyond this season as well. And as I say, looking at him today in that slightly different position, not playing in that width area that he's so accustomed to, and more down the middle as such.
Half-time in the Six Nations, Alfie Reynolds.
Half-time, Ireland 7, Scotland 6. Scotland's ability to shoot themselves in the foot on display again here. An overthrown line out, Dan Sheehan scoops it up, and that's the Irish try that gives them a 1-point lead. If it stays this way, Ireland are retaining their Six Nations title. Half-time, Ireland 7, Scotland 6.
Sven Botman comes across and duels with Erling Haaland. He puts him to the floor, and the referee deems his contact enough to generate a free kick for Manchester City, just left of the centre circle. We've played 4 minutes. You're listening to talkSPORT, live FA Cup quarter-final action with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup. 18 plus, please drink responsibly. Ball is in the centre circle. Mateo Kovacic with his shirt tucked in. He's followed Rodri's fashion advice, I think, by tucking his shirt into his shorts. That hasn't happened since, well, your day.
It certainly hasn't. I used to tuck my shirt into my socks, let alone my shorts.
I have a picture of you in your Nottingham Forest kit, firmly tucked into your shorts and stockings pulled up towards the knee, old school style. Were you the one who, when they bought out those big longer shorts back in the really early 90s, they sent them back to the kit man and said make those shorter?
It went straight to the kit lady, and she chopped a big lump off and moved the badge up about 3 yards, to be honest with you. How can you play football in a big pair of long johns? Ridiculous.
You like the hot pants, don't you?
Indeed.
Here's Lascelles on the halfway line, out towards the right. Murphy bends the ball in behind the defence. He might come through to attack here. And Ruben Diaz just about got in front of him and wafted the ball away to safety. It was a bending delivery from the right side from Jacob Murphy, whose deliveries actually after coming off the bench against Chelsea on Monday caused problems. And he certainly caused problems for Manchester City there. That was a terrific ball.
It was a magnificent ball by Murphy. He's just whipped it in, and for a moment I didn't think Rodri, it's gone in behind him, and I didn't think he was going to get a toe on it. If he didn't, he's in.
It's such good defending by Ruben Diaz, who just about got across and put himself in front of the Swede. And Manchester City survive an early scare in the first 5 minutes of the game against Newcastle United. Here he is, Bernardo Silva, trying to run down the right. Brilliant running by Joe Willock, and he sends it long now for maybe Isaac to try and get in behind. And you can see the game plan for Newcastle United is they leave Isaac up top, look to try and find him with long balls over the top of the 2 centre halves and see what he can do.
Well, they got Isaac with his pace, but also alongside him, just to the right, probably slightly deeper than that, is Gordon. And if you leave them 2-on-2, they are a handful.
Here is Bernardo Silva again, though, attacking down the inside right channel for Newcastle United. Nil the score, low ball in by Walker to the near post, which is fended away by Fabian Schär. And it's out for a throw-in over on the far side. 0-0 on talkSPORT, a busy day of action. Burnley, what a game that was up at Turf Moor today on talkSPORT 2. Victory for them by 2-1, the longest VAR check in history, because the screen wasn't working properly. And then down at Kenilworth Road, Faye Carruthers went through every single range of motion, I think.
Well, you can say that she walked out the press room and into the gents' toilets, watching the game on her laptop.
I heard about this. Here's Guardiola down the left-hand side, getting the ball for Manchester City. Infield to Rodri, out towards the right-hand side. The ball cannons into the air and it goes out away to our left-hand side. I heard she followed you into the gentlemen's toilets, actually.
I was caught short.
Yes.
You know, at my tender age, I have to go to the loo before I come to my commentary position. Well, maybe not every 10 minutes, you know.
You ever wonder what those periods of silence were in commentary? 0-0, 8 minutes gone, and Manchester City yet to test Dubravka away to our left-hand side. There's been a few skirmishes at the other end, but nothing major. Everything's been rather concentrated on the edge rather than in the thick of the action. The ball is on the left with Guardiola, helps it out towards Doku, who's in the Belgium squad that Kevin De Bruyne has been left out of by Dominic Tedesco. Infield it goes to Kovacic, across to Rodri, forward to Foden, Foden on the spin, immediately Haaland goes to run, but so does Doku, and Murphy has to stick with him, and he does excellently. Just to edge him off the ball, lent into the body of Doku as he went to attack the inside left channel, and that allowed Dubravka to come steaming out and scoop the ball up just in front of the Belgian winger.
Yeah, because of the match-up on the pitch, Murphy's asked to drop back from his wing-back position right back and almost deal with Doku as a full-back, if you like, and he'd done it brilliantly well there.
Willock, who's excellent at breaking from midfield, wins the ball and charges forward down the Newcastle United left. He then sends it towards Isaac, who's inside the penalty area here, trying to get away from Akanji, who gets his calculations right and intervenes, sends the ball wide towards the right-hand side, where Bernardo Silva is waiting to get it clear, but he gets it clear only as far as Fabian Schär, who then gives the ball away because Longstaff wasn't paying attention, and Doku picks it up and sprints forward, gets to the edge of the area, tries to feed Foden, it's blocked by Botman. Good defending by Newcastle United, and then Gumarães picks it up, slaloms past three, and then sends the ball into a green grass for Isaac to chase, but Ortega read it, came out very quickly and nabbed it up. What a great start to the match.
Well, both teams are exploiting any opportunity to counter-attack. Newcastle, they've got a lot of space in and around them, and they get forward when they possibly can.
Bit of a concern for Bruno Gumarães here, who seems to have got a kick on his ankle.
Yeah, Manchester City, they flood players forward, but if they do get the odd chance to break with a 2-on-2, 3-on-3, they're very, very clinical.
Doku was leading that, trying to feed Phil Foden, but it was a good challenge, brilliant challenge in fact, by Sven Botman. Manchester City involved in a compelling title race and a Champions League quarter-finalists with Madrid lying in wait on paper. This one looks the most simplest of their upcoming tasks, but the FA Cup throws spanners in works with regularity. Just ask Gary O'Neill and Wolverhampton Wanderers.
I've got to say, an absolute super result for Coventry City Football Club, obviously. I'd just left the club when they went on to win the FA Cup last time.
Here down the right-hand side, the ball has been played into the path of Walker, sent centrally. I do keep in my wallet a picture of you in Coventry City kit, though, as I showed you earlier.
You certainly did, in Coventry City haircut. I had a sort of pelt on my head at the time, didn't I? I seem to remember.
I don't know what it was, but it was very 80s. It was like the biggest dyed blonde fringe I've seen since Taylor Swift.
Yeah, I used to insert shoulder pads in my kit as well, you know, very 80s.
Here is Dubravka, edge of the area, up high into the air. It drops down inside City territory, controlled well by Akanji. Akanji looks up, plays it centrally, and Rodri is there again, out towards the far side, and then all the way back towards the edge of his own 18-yard box. Newcastle boss Eddie Howe, often accused of being the nice bloke in the room, but he admitted that in a controlled way he lost his rag on Monday night. And don't be fooled by that exterior, he's not always Mr. Nice Guy. I think he was hurt by one description of their performance by a local social media site that suggested that their performance against Chelsea was spineless and cowardly.
That is not something you associate with this resurgent Newcastle team of the last couple of years, really.
Doku down the inside right, looks for space for Walker, who's gone into the right wing position. He holds the ball up, gives it back to Doku, who's gone over to the other side to cause a little bit of damage. Foden to Silva, edge of the area, all very tight and compact, trying to prise open this resolute Newcastle back line. They spread the play to the left, where waiting for the ball is Vardiol. He turns inside Murphy, slips it back to Kovacic, edge of the area. He has to retreat, then turns, fires it into Rodri. Rodri across to Bernardo Silva once again. This happening about 15 yards back from the edge of the area as Manchester City try to just find a way through. They go to the left by Akanji, looking for Vardiol. And Stuart was pointing out that Isaac and Gordon hardly getting involved, actually, just waiting for the counter-attack to break down. Here is Silva into the area, right-footed shot. Takes a deflection flick over the top of Tabaka and in. And Bernardo Silva, with a touch of fortune about the deflection, opens the scoring in the FA Cup quarter-final. His effort from the right edge of the area bounced off a defender and it lolloped over the top of the Dubravka and into the far corner. And Newcastle United are opened up once again. It's Manchester City 1, Newcastle 0.
Yeah, as I say, you mentioned those words that the manager levelled at his team Monday night, Eddie Howe, and probably they were just too sort of insipid in setting off and letting Manchester City play. It's all very well doing that in deeper areas. When they get in your penalty box, you've got to be more aggressive to the man on the ball.
Well, he waited, he delayed, and they took their time getting out to him. And then it came off the back of one of the defenders. I think it was it Dan Burn who got across there? I couldn't quite see who it was. They turned their back at the vital moment. It scooped up off the air and into the back of the net. It was Dan Burnier who deflected it behind Dubravka and into the net. And as a result, it's Manchester City who lead after just 13 minutes of the game. And that will be frustrating for Eddie Howe, because although they have scored goals regularly, to be behind against this Manchester City team usually only means one thing. They'll be able to take inspiration from Liverpool's comeback last week, where they went a goal down, came back to 1-1 and looked like the likeliest to go on and win that game. But Newcastle are nowhere near as good as Liverpool right now. They need a miracle performance in order to get back into and then overturn this deficit.
Yeah, Newcastle, just look at my memory of Newcastle, certainly at St James's, they're a very aggressive team in the tackle, pressing, and I'm not seeing that at the moment. Look a little bit off the pace.
Doku, Silva, joining is Kovacic, into Erling Haaland. Haaland taking it wide, back to Kovacic, looking to scoop it over the top of Haaland, and he almost got enough on it to take it wide of Dubravka, who comes out and gathers just on the edge of the 6-yard box. But it has a feeling of a very long night for the Geordies. Given away by Murphy on this near side, the right. Won by Vardiol. Centrally is Rodri. They swarm forward once again, Manchester City, who lead by a goal to nil. 15 minutes gone. Rodri, standing tall, fires it into the muscular Erling Haaland. The ball comes back into midfield, but it's a City shirt who gets there first. And then Akanji sends it back square, where Rodri can build again. Any early momentum and spunk that Newcastle was showing has just been ebbed away from them with the concession of that 13th minute goal.
It has, and I think prior to that, I've got to say, Sam, I'm not seeing the aggression in this Newcastle side that I associate with them, to be fair. When they're on form and when they're really at it, they're aggressive in the challenge, they're aggressive in the press. I'm not seeing that so much, and that's probably cost them the goal, if I'm being honest.
Manchester City have a brilliant record here. And when they have been out, Fox, Chelsea, Arsenal, Liverpool, Villa, for example. Chelsea and Arsenal went after them. Liverpool did that in the second half. You can't say that about Manchester City. About Newcastle United, sorry. They haven't been as aggressive and as desperate to get there as those teams have. And displayed in their moments when they were able to make City pay, make City think,
Here is Longstaff getting the better of Guardiola, trying to get down the right-hand side. He's crossing the boxes near Anthony Gordon, but not close enough. It's pushed away by Ortega. It was a little bit dramatic from him, and eventually cleared up towards Haaland. Good strong challenge by Cher. Referee says play on, and the ball runs out to the left, and Doku decides to run towards the edge of the box. He gets up there now, tries to take on Lascelles, goes on the outside, then chops back again. He's got no one arriving to help him out. Haaland's back on his feet. Kovacic across to Rodri, and then back to Kyle Walker, the captain of Manchester City. You're listening to City 1, Newcastle 0 in the FA Cup quarter-finals with Carling. The official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup 18+. Please drink responsibly. Yellow card has come out for Fabian Cher for that challenge on Erling Haaland. He's absolutely perplexed by it. He thought it was firm but fair. Was it?
Well, my 100%. Just looked at the replay of it. I thought it at the time, and the replays just bore that out. I think he's gone there. He's got first contact on the ball. And quite often what happens in the modern day game now, it's the reaction of the player that rolling around that influences the decision.
That wasn't a foul, was it?
No. Let alone wasn't it a foul. It wasn't a yellow card. Exactly that. You can't. Just hope it doesn't pay any consequence later in the game for him.
Haaland over on the far side. Certainly Fabian Cher looked a little bit perplexed, and I can understand that feeling. It was a robust challenge. Newcastle haven't reached an FA Cup semi-final since 2005. And that is a long time ago. Here over on the far side, Isak looking to chase. Away by Walker, it's out of play off Bernardo Silva, and it's away for a throw-in. City are the cup holders, which is warning enough of their pedigree. The Manchester City Premier League champions, Champions League winners, and World Club champions as well. And they're on an incredible 21-game unbeaten competition. That's what is standing between Newcastle United and the semi-final. But here is Anthony Gordon down the left-hand side, getting towards the edge of the box, trying to feed the ball into Willem, who plays it against the defender. Thought he was going to get a corner kick there, didn't get it. And it goes behind. There is around about 8,000 Geordies that have made the journey across today. They're in the top two tiers in the stand away to our right. And they were bellowing at Simon Hooper to give that decision. Eddie Howe looks a little bit angst-ridden on the touchline. They're pressing high up on the 18-yard boxes. Ortega presses to clip it forward. He goes over the press and sends it long. Lascelles wins the header. Out towards his near side, the right. Haaland comes across, and then Murphy manages to win the tackle. It's out for a throw-in. Haaland encouraged by his manager, who comes out in the big sleeping bag jacket to applaud the Norwegians' activities and energy to chase the ball out to the near touchline. And Manchester City have it again on halfway.
Yeah, Ortega there taking a goal kick, and Haaland's pushed right up, and Newcastle have dropped back with him, but it's not Ederson in goal. Ortega can't kick the ball that length. I don't know why they dropped back as far as he did, actually, the defensive line.
Quick free kick taken for Newcastle, and Isak is away down the left-hand side. He gets it back to Bruno Guimaraes, by which time City have flexed back into action. Here is Longstaff inside the area, plays it against the county, and they do now win that corner kick, which they craved on this near side, and it will be taken by Jacob Murphy.
Yeah, this certainly might be a way forward for Newcastle here. They've certainly got some very, very tall boys amongst their ranks.
Ball on this near side to be taken by Jacob Murphy. Murphy to take it right-footed in towards the far back edge of the post. The header by Lascelles is back across the face of goal, and the offside flag is up. OK, let's go off to the game at Craven Cottage and find out the early stage of the Premier League game there. Fulham against Tottenham. talkSPORT Sam Ellard.
It's Fulham 0, Tottenham 0, but Fulham have had the two best chances. Andreas Pereira had a shot deflected just wide from outside the box. Then Iwobi was played in down the right-hand side. His ball across goal was pushed into the danger zone by Vicario. On came Pereira. Somehow his shot from close range was blocked by Romero. 22 minutes gone. Fulham on top, but it's still Fulham 0, Tottenham 0.
Earlier today in the Premier League, Luton scored a late on goal to secure a point at home to Nottingham Forest. Burnley beat Brentford 2-1 at Turf Moor in the EFL. Ipswich thrashed Sheffield Wednesday to go second. West Brom and Norwich win to solidify positions in the top 6. Watford won at Birmingham in Tom Clevery's first game in charge. And in the South Wales derby, it's Swansea who come out on top again against Cardiff. Coventry stunning Wolves in the FA Cup quarter-finals to reach the last 4 for only the second time in their history, thanks to 2 stoppage time goals, second of which was absolutely belting. Ellis Sims scored twice in that game for Coventry. And when I spoke to Josh Eccles yesterday on the Jim White show, he said to me, if Wolves should be scared of anyone, it would be Ellis Sims. And he's right. Here is Kovacic on this near side, turning the ball infield to Erling Haaland. Haaland across to Rodri. Rodri out to the far side now, and Bernardo Silva scampers forward. He plays it out to the right. It's a low ball in towards the near post. It took a deflection, but it was dealt with well by Cher, and it's out for a throw over on the far touchline. 22.5 minutes gone, Stuart Pearce. And have Newcastle reacted in any way to conceding that goal?
I don't think so. I mean, as you say, I'm not seeing the aggression in their play that is synonymous with them, to be fair. And the best chances they've got is on turnover of possession, getting it forward quickly. And I think they've failed to do that as quickly as they possibly could.
And they've got the silken skill of Alexander Isak, but they don't want him in a wide position. They want him out leading the line, being the man that they're aiming for upfield. He scored an absolute beaut of a goal on Monday night. Here's Gordon chasing down Ortega, who comes across and manages to clear it from inside the box. There's a wrestling match going on between Botman and Haaland, which Manchester City emerged from the ball with. Rodri onto Doku. Doku plays it on to Haaland, who's made a dart into the inside left channel. He's got support from Vardiol. As once again City come on the attack, leading by a goal to nil. A lead given to them by a deflected goal from Bernardo Silva. And that goal at this moment in time separates these 2 teams at the Etihad Stadium.
I'm interested looking at Haaland's body language there. You know, there was a little... He received the ball, made a decent run, but his body language suggested he wanted the ball played further in front of him, potentially.
Here is Foden. It just looks as if he's got a bit between his teeth today. I think you rile him up at your peril, and he's the kind of guy that if you sort of leave him alone to get on with it, he can sort of zone out of games occasionally. But Sven Botman almost seemed determined to get into a brawl with him from the moment we kicked off here, and he looks like he fancies it as a result. Here's Rodri.
You know, you do think that he's got a bit of fire in his belly. I think he is one of those types. You stoke him up a little bit and rough him up, and he quite enjoys it. So when they're like that, just leave them alone, give them a little tickle for 90 minutes, you know, tell them how good they are.
Oh, your old tactics are coming out now. Here is Akanji sending it forward into the centre circle. Well, Longstaff does well and wins it. Gordon then pops it out towards Murphy. He wanted to release it quickly, but there wasn't anyone to really aim at. Guimaraes into Longstaff, back to Guimaraes again. He goes backwards rather than forwards. And then he turns, looks up, fires it down towards Anthony Gordon, who made an intelligent run down the inside right, but then Willock was stretching to reach that Guimaraes ball. It wasn't the most accurate, and it's cleared away by City. Once again, Newcastle have it on halfway. It's 1-0 to Manchester City, but Guimaraes has got it once more, and he sent Murphy down the right. There's a bit of space here. He sends the ball centrally looking for Isak, but he just couldn't get enough behind it. Didn't have the legs to reach the Swede, and out come Ortega and cleared it upfield. Foden trying to get away from Dan Burn. Burn trying to stick to his task. Ball worked out wide to Doku. Doku on the left-hand side of the penalty area as Manchester City come forward once more, leading by a goal to nil. Infield to Rodri, who threatened to pull the hammer down on one from 25 yards, but went wide instead to Bernardo Silva into Foden, and he hit that like a rocket at Foden. And even Foden, with his sublime first touch, couldn't control it.
It was like a Yorker, weren't it? That he just got done and clipped it into the slips there.
Luckily, there wasn't anybody coming from behind to catch him out. Foden has it, left edge of the area, bludgeons the ball goalwards, but it's well over the top, and it's out for a goal kick away to our left-hand side. Tomorrow on talkSPORT,
We will bring you live commentary of Chelsea, Leicester and Manchester United against Liverpool. We'll keep you in touch with Millwall against Leeds as well from the Championship. We've only got 8 games to go in that division now. It's an exciting end to the Championship season. Live on talkSPORT 2 at the same time. London Broncos will take on Warrington Wolves.
They certainly will.
You're going to be there, I think.
I shall be at the game, yeah, really looking forward to it. Should be a good game.
Massive Super League enthusiast, and Stuart Pearce has offered his services as an analyst in that game as well, and you said, come on, I'll give you a bit of a different view.
I think talkSPORT would be absolutely missing a trick if they didn't have me on.
Well, I agree.
At least for 10 minutes. I'll be too busy eating a Sunday lunch the rest of the time, as you well know, Sam.
As long as it fits into your schedule, fella, that's all that matters. Here is Longstaff, back to the right-hand side, and Share. Over the top of the City defence goes a long searching ball. Guimaraes didn't get there because Ruben Diaz came across and nudged it clear. And then they work it up to Doku, who shows his full range of tricks, and then Lascelles brings him down. There wasn't too much in it, but a yellow card has come out. And a free kick has been given to Manchester City, a good 15-20 yards back from the edge of the penalty area on the left-hand side.
Yeah, very clear-cut foul, really. He's almost clotheslined him, grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, pulled him back.
Yeah, I said there wasn't much in it, apart from that arm round the neck and throw to the floor.
That's Saturday afternoon wrestling clothesline, that is.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Big Daddy would have been pleased with that, wouldn't he? Well, 2 of the back 3 now for Newcastle have been booked, and one of them was Lascelles, who's just gone into the referee's notebook. And Phil Foden is presiding over a free kick. And Manchester City are looking to join Coventry City in the FA Cup semi-finals. Free kick to be taken on this near side. And it will be Foden who delivers the ball toward the penalty spot. And well, Share got the header in. It wasn't the most convincing of headers, and it went straight over the top and out for the corner.
I think he's done quite well in this game so far. The 2 central defenders for City, and also Ortega as well, just sweeping up when he's had to. Just come off the line and he's got his head to one and just swept up anything on the counter-attack. They've done extremely well, the 3 of them.
Newcastle's creaky defence needs to be on its alert here. Foden sends the ball back to Haaland, who sends a powerful header towards goal, blocked by Lascelles. Goes out back to Haaland on that right-hand side. He tries to turn and fire the ball infield. Rodriguez fouled by Longstaff, who wasn't. The referee says play on, and Gordon has gone sprinting through the centre at a rapid pace. He's got to stay on side here. Isak's got to deliver the ball on this near side as well if he can get hold of it. He can try to, and he couldn't quite reach it. And then he found Guardiola. And as Willock's ball came out to Isak, Isak got a little bit too handsy and gave away an unnecessary free kick on this near touchline. And that was a bit of a waste of a counter-attack, really. I thought Willock held on to it for too long. Gordon almost made his run, then had to check back and make it again.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, you've got to get that ball forward very, very quick. And the furthest man up the pitch when you play City has got to run in behind and offer himself in behind.
Jamie O'Hara and Gabby Agbonlahor bringing you the post-match reaction. A little bit later on, we'll do our best to get Pep and Eddie Howe live on talkSPORT tonight. You'll be able to give them a call, 03717223344. The Game Day full-time phone-in is on air straight after we finish tonight. Here is Foden, picking the ball up in a pocket behind the defence, turns, shoots towards goal, blocked by Fabian Schär. Out wide towards the left-hand side, collected now by Gvardiol, and stepping into a congested area was Kovacic. Back out wide to Gvardiol again. He looks up, he's got Doku and Haaland just waiting, lurking, ready to pounce as soon as the ball drops in their favour. They give it to Ruben Diaz to build through the middle, out to the right, and Silva, who comes in on his left foot, tries another strike. Oh, Dubravka's gone over the top of the ball. It might have been a deflection that eluded him, but he's jumped over the top of the ball, and it's squirmed through the middle of the goal, and it's 2-0 now to Manchester City, and it's 2 goals that Dubravka will be disappointed with, the Newcastle defence will be disappointed with, and the Newcastle fans will be disappointed with. Sven Botman, I think, he deflected off him. He'd already made his committed dive to the right, Dubravka, and he jumped over the top of the ball, and it's 2-0 to Manchester City.
it's a carbon copy of the first goal, to be honest with you. They're giving him so much room, and all of a sudden, Silva comes into the box, 2-3 players around him, and none of them have got touch tight or really dominate him on the ball, and it's ended up, is that Botman? That's ended up getting his head on it and deflecting it underneath the goalkeeper. 2 really poor goals for Newcastle to concede.
Well, the celebrations are City celebrations. The disappointment and the blushes belong to Botman. And Dubravka, I don't think, covered himself in glory there either. He went to try and scissor kick the ball in mid-air and it seemed to go underneath him. I know it's a difficult one for him because of the deflection. But he was absolutely furious. I think he's probably furious about the fact about no one going to close down Silva in the first place.
Well, listen, mate, the warning signs were there from the first goal, to be honest with you, and they've let Silva come into the same area inside the box and get his shot away. And to be fair, you're in the lap of the gods at that stage because you've got so many bodies between you and the goal.
He came off in the Copenhagen game, Bernardo Silva. A game in which he scored, that was his last goal. He's got 2 today. And Manchester City lead by 2-0. Dokken coming forward, looking to add to their advantage. We've played 33 minutes. And Joe Willock committed another foul. Well, what do Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall do here? Because you've got to, in effect, throw caution to the wind. There is no point in a one-off match like this. Maybe not yet, but you've got to make sure you don't go further behind, and then you've got to make sure you give yourself a chance, haven't you?
In all honesty, I would probably be tempted to flatten off to a back 4 if I was them, you know, and put Gordon where he probably prefers to play, wide on the left, and shove Murphy up the pitch and let him get his full-back as well, and leave Isak on his own.
How frustrating is it for a manager when you've come up, designed a game plan which I imagine was centering on frustrating Manchester City for as long as possible and finding yourself 2-0 down after 34 minutes to goals like that?
Well, you've got to be compact, but also with that compactness and the depth that you show as a team, you've got to be aggressive as well. If someone's on the ball right in front of you, you've got to go and rat him and get his head down. Now, Manchester City have got 11 players that are absolutely outstanding. They can play with their head down, so if you have to get their head up and give them a sight of goal and let them wander and amble into the box like Silva did then on 2 occasions, you're going to suffer the consequence.
Ball back towards the edge of the 6-yard box. Dubravka under pressure from Haaland plays it wide towards his left. It's collected by Byrne, infield to Gordon, little flick, releases Bruno Guimaraes. She runs into traffic. Rodri is that traffic, which means it stops right there. Let's go off to Craven Cottage. talkSPORT Sam Ellard.
It's still Fulham 0, Tottenham 0. Fulham started the better of the 2 sides, but Spurs have grown into the game. Maddison broke down the left-hand side. He picked out Heung-min Son, who was unmarked in the box. He tried to pass the ball into the roof of the net, but his effort went just over. Then Udogie broke down the left-hand side, picked out Maddison inside the box. His effort went just wide. Good game of football. 36 gone. Fulham 0, Spurs 0.
talkSPORT back at the Etihad Stadium, and Newcastle United have won the ball inside City territory. Just in front of the centre circle is Bruno Guimaraes. He plays it wide towards the Newcastle right. They're on the attack now. Murphy with a deep cross to the far post. Byrne getting up there, heads it down. It falls down towards Isak, who strikes it. It's a brilliant Ortega save. Down to his left, one-handed, sensational stop by Stefan Ortega. And Alexander Isak, the closest that Newcastle have come to scoring a goal. That was a terrific opportunity, and it was a brilliant save. He can't quite believe it didn't go in.
I've got to say, magnificent save. Good set-up, great cross to the far post. Dan Byrne, who's just headed it back into the danger zone. And Isak's got great contact. The ball was high, bouncing high, got over the top of it brilliantly. Drove it in there, and a really good save from the goalkeeper.
I will say the fact that Alexander Isak had so much time and space to execute that volley would suggest that that wasn't great defending from Manchester City.
No, definitely not. As I say, he got attracted to the ball to the far post, and when it was headed back, he was free. This is the 4th time now a free kick's been given where I'm thinking there was an advantage to be played.
Well, Simon Hooper, the referee, has given the free kick in Newcastle's favour, and it's going to be Murphy who drips this in towards the edge of the box. It went over the head of Cher, went out the other side, and it's retrieved by Carl Walker, who brings it forward, slips the ball into Rodri. He then feeds it into the path of Erling Haaland, who sort of pummels the ball out towards the right-hand side. A bit too much on that, goes out of play and away for a throw-in level with the left edge of the penalty area.
Yeah, Haaland, I think, took the wrong option there. He's gone out to the right-hand side. Doku was the pass on the left-hand side, I believe.
Well, Manchester City will be licking their lips at the prospect of getting more goals in this game. Newcastle defence looks shot to bits. They've conceded 40 goals now in the 20.5 games since Nick Pope got injured. Here is Doku, edge of the area, trying to shoot from distance, well over the top of the crossbar. And when you are conceding on average 2 per game, it's not a good sign for anyone.
No, I'm just watching Doku there. He stops the ball and moves it so quickly, it's absolutely frightening. Just looking at that again, he stops it, he does a little shimmy, moves it, and creates chances for himself to either go past people or get shots away.
But his hips moved so fast there, it was reminiscent actually of your celebration when Nottingham Forest went 1-0 up earlier on, and you were dancing in Faker Others' face.
Well, to be fair, she was a little bit niggly about that, actually. Yes. I hadn't realised, you know?
Yeah. Not as niggly as wiggly as your hips.
I know, snaky they call me on the dance floor, fella. Or something like that.
I was going to say, that's something to do with slithering. Here is Murphy being bucked off the ball by Haaland. Ouch. Free kick given in the right full-back position. And Dubravka wanted to take it quickly, then he's told by Simon Hooper not to do so from that sort of range. But Newcastle know that in order to return to Europe this season, they probably need to win the FA Cup. A challenge for the top 5 is a stretch. 13 points behind Tottenham, could be 14 by the end of the night, might be even more than that. They can stretch their gap today with a victory or a draw at Craven Cottage, whilst European football isn't completely out of reach. Defeat to Chelsea on Monday night certainly made it more difficult for them. And especially the way they're playing at this moment in time, they can't really get to that international break quick enough.
Yeah, as I say, sometimes you need these little firewall breaks of international football. If things are going well, you want the season to carry on. If you're having a bad time, got a few injuries, the international break couldn't come at a better time.
Although I was looking around actually, and there's not going to be much of a break. Dubravka goes away with Slovenia, Cher goes away with Switzerland. Botman gets to stay. He's not going away with the Netherlands. Guimaraes is off with Brazil. Gordon obviously caught up for England. Is that going away with Sweden?
They portray the international break being a really good time to do some coaching with your players, but you're probably left, in all honesty, with probably 6 or 7 players, and that's it, and they need a break.
Here is Botman into Guimaraes inside the centre circle. It's back to Cher, who shepherds the ball out towards the near side, and then it's sent forward and upfield high towards Isaac from Lascelles, but Isaac can't get there ahead of Akanji, and it's back in the capable hands of Rodri.
How old is Akanji? Is he 21?
No, he's not 21, no. Akanji is 28 years of age.
Oh, yeah.
He's making his 8th start since his injury in January, a brief injury. He's in the Switzerland squad. Go away with his international colleague. Oh, lovely turn by Foden to elude the defender. Gets into the box, tries a left-footed shot. Was tracked well by Bruno Guimaraes, who got there and did enough to put him off. But the way he took that ball in, Phil Foden, and then just managed to turn so quickly and so poetically, it was a thing of beauty.
It certainly was. Great ball into him, and he's taken it on the back foot and put himself in all in one movement, hasn't he? And he just needed literally a little clip through his legs, and he just needed to be a little bit stronger potentially, but you've got to give Guimaraes some credit there. He tracked him back and put pressure on him.
He really did. It was good. A good work by Bruno Guimaraes, and a lovely touch by Phil Foden. He allowed it to hit his back foot, and then he just used that, manipulated the power on the ball to give him a chance to attack. We're going to go off to Craven Cottage in just a second, but half of it's steaming through the centre here. He's got Foden to his right and Doku to his left. It's Doku who picks it up on the edge of the D. A right footed shot deflects behind and goes out for another corner over on the far side. Goal in the game at Craven Cottage. talkSPORT Sam Ellard.
Well, as it stands, it's Fulham 1, Tottenham 0. There is a check for offside. I think he might just be offside, but it's outstanding work from Robinson down the left-hand side. A fantastic ball into the box. Nunes is there. He takes the touch. It's an outstanding finish past Vicario, but the lines are going to come out. Is he offside? He might just be offside. At the moment, Sam, it's still Fulham 1, Tottenham 0, but we're waiting on VAR.
Okay, back to you in just a second to get confirmation of that. Anthony Robinson in good form going forward at least. Ball in towards the near post, punched away by the Dubravka from the corner and straight out for another one. And Rodrigo Muñez, wow, what great form he is in. He is scoring goals for fun at this moment in time for Fulham. Let's go back to Sam Ellard and find out what the result of that VAR check was. Offside or not?
Onside, Fulham 1, Tottenham 0. You mentioned his brilliant form there. It's now 6 goals in his last 7 games. It is brilliant work from Robinson down the left. A great ball into the box, great first touch, great finish. Fulham deserve it. We've got a couple of minutes to half-time. Fulham 1, Tottenham 0.
I'm going to say I'm absolutely delighted about that because Anthony Robinson is one of the very few players in my fantasy team that are actually playing this week. Here is the corner over on the far side. And it's placed down by Phil Foden. This is the third corner in succession, right at the end of the first half, 2 minutes to go before half-time. In towards the near post again, hooked away by Isak, and then Gordon thumps it further clear, but there's no one in front of him to chase it. Walker scurries back, wins it, turns it into the path of Kovacic. Half-time's big for Eddie Howe, isn't it? I mean, 2-0. There is a charge, 3-0, absolutely none. Get through to half-time now with this scoreline and try and come up with a plan.
Yeah, indeed. I think a change of shape would help Newcastle. I think that would get a little bit more out of Gordon if they played him in the width. I'm not sure he's totally comfortable in where he's playing. And Murphy's having to do a lot of work defensively rather than what he's good at. He's going forward, taking players on.
At this moment in time, he's on the wrong side of the pitch because they haven't switched back from the corner. So Dan Burn is marking Jeremy Doku. I'm sure he's thinking to himself, thanks for that. Here is Kovacic trying to turn inside the centre circle. Plays it square into Rodri, then on to Akanji. Akanji then tries to funnel the ball into Doku. Oh, Lascelles has missed it. Doku is away, and he tries to take on the goalkeeper, and he just overhit it. And then the goalkeeper came out and made himself big enough to force Doku's effort wide after the snap shot from Doku. He just almost got ahead of himself there. His feet were moving too fast for the ball, and he ended up just sort of wafting at it and running into Dubravka, who's now injured himself in the process.
Yeah, he's an exciting player to watch, and Doku's movement there was brilliant. A couple of steps towards the man on the ball, and then he spun in behind Lascelles, and Lascelles was trying to keep his eye on the ball, keep his eye on the movement of the player, and in the end, Doku's in behind him.
We are the only UK broadcaster to bring you all 4 FA Cup quarter-finals. This one, 2-0 to City at the moment. Haaland with a header, it deflects into the air, another header towards goal, this time by Ruben Diaz. He's stopped on the line by Dubravka. And Newcastle want to get to half-time. They will have to play 2 added minutes at the end of the first half. It's Manchester City who lead by 2-0. Here is Bruno Guimaraes, up towards the halfway line. He's held onto the ball well, but then he's been taken off by Doku. And then, well, he thought he was fouled, Bruno Guimaraes. The referee said play on. He grabbed the ball, and the referee then said, well, that's handball. So it's going to be a free kick the other way.
Well, if he hasn't given a foul, then it is handball. I wonder whether Eddie Howe will make a couple of substitutions as well to shake things up if he feels as though he needs to.
Well, on the bench, he does have Dominic Ritchie, Target, Kraft, Hall, Almiron, Anderson and Miley. I wonder if Miguel Almiron might make an appearance sooner rather than later. They do have the players on the pitch. I think, like you said, maybe it's just that they need to just move things around just a little bit. The problem is the absence of a proper right or left back, with all due respect to Dan Burn. I mean, he's done that job well over the course of the last little while, but they have no right back in the squad tonight because Trippier and Livramento both injured.
Yeah, and that's hurt them, there's no doubt about that. It's not just hurt them defensively as what they do as fullbacks, but those two are outstanding attacking players.
They are. They're outlets, aren't they? Either from set pieces, crossing from wide positions, running with the ball like Livramento did so well in that game on Monday night. Both sides of the pitch actually given away by Haaland and picked up by Willett, who sends Isaac away, which hits the back of his heel. He needs support. Willett then runs into his path, falls over, crumples like into a heap on the floor, and they look to counter-attack now. City, they're just not getting any rubber in the way, Newcastle. The ball out wide to the left. Doku takes it on, gets to the edge of the penalty area. We're into the last few seconds of the first half. It's away and out on this near side, and it's out for a throw-in, which will be taken. Haaland's got a problem inside the
it's a poor challenge, Sam. Really, really poor challenge. He was caught late. Wait until you see a replay of this. He'd set the ball off and was caught halfway down his shin with a late challenge straight across his foot, actually.
It was Cher, actually, who did that, and he has already been booked.
Yeah, he's been booked for a booking that wasn't a booking, really. So that's what puts the referee under a little bit of pressure there. And if you sat at Stockley Park looking at that or seen it as a fourth official, you'd probably take into account the fact his first booking was a little bit slapdash.
Well, Manchester City are looking to set another precedent by getting to a sixth successive FA Cup semi-final, and they have been encouraged by 2 goals from Bernardo Silva, both of which were deflected by Byrne and Botman. Newcastle had it all to do before the game. They've got a mountain to climb now. They've had 1 or 2 opportunities. Alexander Isak with the best of theirs, stopped by the supreme Stefan Ortega, who's dived to the left to pull off a miraculous save, stop Newcastle from getting back in it. At the break, it is Manchester City 2, Newcastle United 1.
Yeah, it certainly feels as if Manchester United are Manchester City, should I say, fully in control of this one. Stuart Pearce, a few conversations being had between Bernardo Silva and the referee Simon Hooper on the way back. He's still shrugging his shoulders, but he shouldn't do really. He's got 2 goals from 2 deflections there. I'd take that for a night's work, for sure.
Yeah, without a doubt. As I say, City will be delighted. You know, they've been quite comfortable. I think they've been in second gear. They got 2 goals in front, and really poor defending in my mind by Newcastle. Got plenty of players behind the ball, but they've allowed Silva to just wander into the box and get shots away, and they paid the penalty for 2 poor deflections.
You mentioned it a couple of times in commentary. They're just not closing the space down at all. You can't give this Manchester City side so much time.
No. When I've watched Newcastle and they're fully at it and on pomp, they press really aggressively at both ends of the pitch. I've not seen that from them today, and that happens when your confidence is not fully in your side.
That Isak opportunity was the chance to get themselves back into the game. Sam said that terrible defending from a Manchester City point of view, but could have done better. The ball just he got a clean shot on the volley, but it just fell in front of the keeper, made it easier for him.
Yeah, he did. As I say, Dan Burn's done brilliant in just setting it back to him, and it was up high, so probably that's why he didn't get as much purchase on it, and he's driven it into the ground. But you can't take it away from Ortega. He put a good solid forearm on the ball to keep it out.
Yeah, all to play for in the second half. Let's see whether Eddie Howe makes any changes for that. Half-time at Craven Cottage. talkSPORT's Ben Arnold watching.
Good game of football here, Faye. Fulham 1, Tottenham 0. Fulham deserve their lead. They've been definitely the better side. Their goal came after great work from Anthony Robinson down the left-hand side. Brilliant ball into the box for Rodrigo Muniz. Free in the area. He ran onto the ball, fired into the corner. His great form continues, 6 goals in 7 games now. Fulham had some really good chances early in the game. Pereira had a shot deflected just wide. Then Robinson, like for the goal, broke down the left-hand side. A great ball across the face of goal, wasn't converted. Spurs had a 10-minute period where they were on top and had some chances. Maddison's good work down the left-hand side saw him play the ball to Son, unmarked in the box. He tried to pass the ball into the roof of the net, but his effort went just over the bar. And then Maddison had a chance himself. He was picked out unmarked in the box by Udogie. His shot went just wide of the post. Other than that, though, Fulham have been the better of the 2 sides, and they lead through Rodrigo Muniz's goal. He has 7 goals in 6 games. And at half-time, Faye, Fulham 1, Spurs 0.
So thank you very much, Sam. Here at the Etihad, it's Manchester City 2, Newcastle 0 at half-time in this FA Cup quarter-final on talkSPORT. We'll round up the day's action and bring you the second half next.
The Emirates FA Cup live on talkSPORT with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup and Adobe Women's FA Cup. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
Who are you backing in the next race? The favourite. Using the free bet I've got in the Bet UK app. What? The favourite? You're joking. I could beat him running backwards. As if, mate. I've seen you run. It's embarrassing. You're embarrassing. Ha! Whatever, mate. Whatever you think is Cheltenham, visit betuk.com to claim your £30 in free bets when you bet £10. Bet UK. It's where the UK bets.
New customers only, £10 minimum bet. Minimum odds and T&Cs apply. 18 plus, please gamble responsibly.
You know how the best ideas come in the shower? Well, here's one for you. Switching to an energy-efficient shower head is more efficient because it saves water and could save you up to £40 a year on energy bills. And that's worth singing about. Shower, save, repeat. It all adds up. Find more energy-saving tips at gov.uk/save energy.
The big gift giveaway is now on at Arnold Clark. Buy any car and enjoy a free gift. Choose from a £50 M&S gift card, 12 free car washes, or one of 6 fantastic experiences. From an overnight stay to a supercar track experience, there's an option for everyone. Don't miss the big gift giveaway. It's now on at every Arnold Clark across the UK. See arnoldclark.com.
For car insurance, you can rely on NFU Mutual. We pay out on 99% of car insurance claims with no quibble. And if you're hit by an at-fault, uninsured driver, your no-claims discount is protected. Conditions apply. We do this so you can enjoy the more important things. No wonder we're a Which recommended car insurance provider, February 2024. For quality car insurance you can rely on, join NFU Mutual today.
Worn out, busy day. Don't let tiredness get in the way when you just can't get going. Barocca can help you face the lag. Formulated with 11 vitamins and minerals, including vitamins B6 and 12 to help support energy release and reduce tiredness and fatigue. Barocca, face the lag. Barocca contains vitamin C, B vitamins 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 9, 12 and magnesium and zinc.
The biggest rugby tournament of the year is coming to a Green King pub near you. Watch all the unmissable action live as Europe's top 6 battle it out for glory in the Six Nations tournament.
In and out, for the line!
Leave your rivalries at the door and get the team together to watch the Six Nations. Feel the excitement and the buzz of coming together to enjoy matchday food and drink at your nearest Green King sports pub.
Goals in the corner!
The Six Nations and Green King. 18 plus, drinkaway.co.uk.
We're BetMGM Sports and Casino. We know things aren't always golden. That's why we offer you the tools to keep your place safe. Set timeouts to always ensure you take a break when you feel like you need it. Set reality checks so you know exactly how long you've been playing. And set deposit limits to help control what you spend. Stay golden with BetMGM. Play responsibly.
18 plus. See the Sunday edition and the Sunday session on talkSPORT? I always get the two of them mixed up. Session, edition, they sound like the same thing. It's dead confusing, which is why I've come up with a poem to help you tell them apart. Okay, here goes. There's the one called the Sunday edition, with two men on a weekly sports mission. The phone lines are humming, and Henry Winter is coming. So make it your morning must listen.
The Sunday edition, your unforgettable full-colour Sunday sports supplement with legendary football writers Henry Winter and Sean Custis. Hear all about it tomorrow morning from 9 on talkSPORT.
This is FA Cup Game Day Live on talkSPORT. Faker Others with you this evening. Coming up next is the Game Day phone-in with Jamie O'Hara and Gabby Agbonamore. If you want to get your calls in early, 03717 223344 is the number. Or you can WhatsApp that same number and give them a voice note as well. Has your team done well today or not? How are you feeling? Are you buzzy? Let them know. Now, though, let's take a look at the halftime highlights in partnership with Carling.
The Emirates FA Cup halftime highlights on talkSPORT with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup and Adobe Women's FA Cup. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
If you like football, you love talkSPORT. Tonight is Stuart Pearce's two old clubs clashing for a place at one of his favourite venues. Silva into the area, right-footed shot, takes a deflection, slip over the top of Dubravka and in. And Bernardo Silva, with a touch of fortune about the deflection.
Setting off and letting Manchester City play, it's all very well doing that in deeper areas. When they get in your penalty box, you've got to be more aggressive to the man on the ball.
Silva, who comes in on his left foot, tries another strike. Oh, Dubravka's gone over the top of the ball. It might have been a deflection that eluded him.
Two really poor goals for the Newcastle team.
Burn getting up there, heads it down. It falls down towards his head, who strikes it. It's a brilliant Ortega save.
What a day it's been. That was all thanks to Carling.
The Emirates FA Cup halftime highlights on talkSPORT with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup and Adobe Women's FA Cup. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
Now, it's been a really busy day on talkSPORT in the Premier League. Luton Town scored a late equaliser at home to Nottingham Forest in their relegation six-pointer. Nottingham Forest head coach Nuno Espirito Santo spoke to talkSPORT and rued their inability to score a second goal.
Disappointed, not only because we conceded in the final moments, but the way we played, we should have put the game over much earlier.
In terms of the battle at the bottom, we were all saying this is a six-pointer. You win, you go 6 points clear and probably out of trouble, and put them really in trouble. I mean, where do you see the situation now? Because obviously you've still got the possible off-the-field problems to come as well.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned before. Let's wait this week. What is the decision? Let's take a look at the table. We have a lot of hard work in front of us. We have 9 games, 9 finals to play.
9 finals to play for all of those fighting for survival in the Premier League. That was Nuno Espirito Santo talking to talkSPORT's Ian Abrahams. Burnley got their first home win since the 2nd of December as well. They beat 10-man Brentford by 2-1. The visitors had Sergio Reguilon sent off inside the opening 10 minutes, so an uphill battle for them, and actually Brentford being dragged right into that relegation battle. 8 games to go in the EFL Championship as well, and Ipswich go back into second after a 6-0 thrashing of Sheffield Wednesday. The ball is back in Leeds United's court as they play Millwall tomorrow. West Brom and Norwich both won. They further solidify their spots in the playoff positions, and Watford beat Birmingham in Tom Cleverley's first game in charge. Earlier on as well in the South Wales derby that was live on talkSPORT 2. Swansea beat Cardiff by 2-0. In Scotland, Celtic are now top of the Scottish Premiership after beating St Johnstone by 3-1. And in the first of the 4 FA Cup quarter-finals we're bringing you here on talkSPORT, it finished Wolves 2, Coventry City 3. An absolutely incredible game. Only the second time in their history that Coventry have reached the semi-finals of this competition. They did it in really dramatic style as well, scoring 2 stoppage time goals, having been 2-1 down with 96 minutes on the clock. It was quite incredible. And after the match, Coventry manager Mark Robbins told talkSPORT his side were richly rewarded for their bravery.
We tried to go toe-to-toe with a really good, a top Premier League team, really. Gary's turned them into a real force. Even with the injuries that he's got a way of playing that makes it really difficult for you. They've got some real talent, as you'd expect, but honestly it's a fantastic result for us. We've tried to take a game to them when we could do, and I thought we'd create some really good openings for ourselves.
Brilliant that the Coventry fans get to go back to Wembley after that disappointment in the playoffs last season. Remember, tomorrow we're going to bring you the other FA Cup quarter-finals. Chelsea against Leicester is at 12:45. Manchester United against Liverpool is at 3:30. Both on talkSPORT, and then you can react to all of tomorrow's action, including the FA Cup, the Premier League and the EFL with myself and Alan Pardew. We're on air from 6 o'clock taking all your calls, so get in touch with us on the Final Word phone in. With the second half between Manchester City and Newcastle coming up here next. But in the Six Nations, Italy beat Wales in Cardiff to achieve their most successful Six Nations and consign their hosts to a first wooden spoon in 21 years. Ireland, though, are heading for the Six Nations Championship. Closing stages against Scotland. What's the latest, Alfie Reynolds?
They are indeed, Faye. 10 minutes to go. Ireland 17, Scotland 6. Been far from a vintage Ireland performance by the high standards that this team has set. But a short while ago, Andrew Porter crashed over from close range for their second try. And you would imagine that that score will put this game to bed. Ireland looking like they're about to retain their Six Nations title. Ewan Ashman for Scotland has also been sent to the sin bin as well. So there's not much chance, you think, at the moment of a late Scotland comeback. We've got just under 10 minutes to play. It's Ireland 17, Scotland 6.
Before you go, Alfie, England are in Lyon to play France at 8 o'clock tonight. I mean, they've had a better Six Nations Championship than most people expected, I would say. Can they top it off by beating France?
Well, quite possibly. France haven't exactly been all that convincing themselves at this Six Nations, and England, it's amazing, isn't it? It happens every year with the Six Nations, but one result can change a whole complexion of a championship for a team. Before playing Ireland last week, there was a lot of question marks over this England team. Were they making enough progress that people expected? But at Twickenham, a brilliant game. I was there, a victory against Ireland that no one saw coming, and all of a sudden there's a lot of belief, there's a lot of faith in what Steve Borthwick is doing with this team, and actually, to a degree, the pressure is off against this French team, because I think that result against Ireland has given the fans enough to see that going forward this could be a really, really good England team. But having said that, what an opportunity to win their fourth game of this Six Nations away to France. They haven't beaten France in France since 2016. That will be their aim tonight, even though it looks like with Ireland doing the job against Scotland, there'll be no Six Nations title for England.
Yeah, disappointing but exciting at the same time for what this England side can bring going forward. Thank you very much, Alfie. Second half has just got underway at Craven Cottage. Sam Ellard is watching the match between Fulham and Tottenham. Hello, Sam. He's not there, in fact, and I'm sure we'll hear from Sam very shortly in the commentary here as the players are in the tunnel at the Etihad Stadium, just making their way out. We'll let you know whether Eddie Howe's decided to make any changes to his Newcastle side as they trail Manchester City by 2-0. They're first out on the pitch here at the Etihad, playing in front of 7,800 Newcastle fans over to our right-hand side, who are going to be with them all the way, trying to take this game at least to extra time. They need 2 goals in order to do that. The Manchester City players are on their way out as it stands. And who's going to join Coventry City in the FA Cup semi-finals? Who's booking their place at Wembley yet again for a second season in a row? Let's find out with Stuart Pearce and Sam Matterface.
Thanks, Faye. No personnel changes at the start of the second half for Manchester City or for Newcastle United. So we'll wait to see whether or not any positional changes take place. Newcastle and City met in the 1955 FA Cup final. Jackie Milburn scored after just 45 seconds that day. It was at the time the quickest goal in the Cup final, and it stood until 1997. The last time that Newcastle lifted the FA Cup as well. But Newcastle's record against City has been paltry. The last player to score for them here was DeAndre Yedlin back in 2018. Their last win here a decade ago, when Rolando Aarons and Moussa Sissoko scored the goals in a 2-0 League Cup win. And there is only one survivor in the Newcastle squad this season from that win, and that's Paul Dummett, and he is on the Newcastle bench. We were expecting maybe a little bit more entertainment with the concession records and the scoring records of both these two teams, but it was probably a little bit too one-sided in that first half, Stuart Pearce.
Yeah, I think it was. As I say, I think it's been comfortable for City, I've got to say, and apart from the odd counter-attack and that effort from Isaac, I don't think Newcastle, they'll be disappointed, I think, with their 45 minutes efforts.
We played just 48 seconds of the second half, and Manchester City in light blue jerseys, white shorts and light blue socks are attacking the goal away to our right. It's the black and white stripes of Newcastle who are attacking the goal away to our left, and they're trying to combine to get an attack on the muster on this near side, but Burns' ball is blocked by Walker, and it goes out of play on this near side. So Ortega is the Manchester City goalkeeper. The back four is Walker, Diaz, Akanji and Guardiola. Rodri and Kovacic, the two in midfield, with Silva, Foden and Doku behind Haaland in attack. Newcastle have Dubravka in goal, back three of Cher and Lascelles and Botman.
2 of those have been booked already. Murphy and Byrne are the wing backs. Guimaraes, Longstaff and Willock are in midfield, with Isaac joined by Gordon in attack. There has been a goal in the game at Fulham. Let's go to talkSPORT, Sam Ellard.
49 minutes gone, Fulham 2, Tottenham 0. It's really good play once again from Fulham down the right-hand side. He gets played to Castagna. He just comes into the box. He whips the ball in and with real pace. And Saka Lukic, he just throws his left leg at it. It ends up coming off his thigh and into the bottom corner. He did really well just to get something on it. The perfect start to the second half for Fulham. Fulham 2, Tottenham 0.
They've had a good season, especially at home. They've had a terrific home record actually recently. Fulham under Marco Silva, and they lead by 2-0 tonight. That damages Tottenham Hotspur's hopes of catching Aston Villa, who they beat last week. They could have gone above them with a victory tonight. There's still a possibility that they can get one. Here is Doku on the left, getting the ball back and sending it goalwards. A good save by Dubravka, who went down to his right and managed to flick the ball clear. It goes out on this near side of the way for a corner. Doku's effort stopped by the big Slovenian goalkeeper.
Yeah, brilliant interchange there. It was Doku into Foden, that little hitch kick through his legs again, sent Doku through into the box. He shot across the goalkeeper, was well saved.
Here comes Kovacic from the short corner, taken by Foden into Silva and then back out to Kovacic. Then Doku's got it in the dead centre of the Newcastle half as they try and knit away to goal once again. Goes out towards the far side and then collected by Guardiola before he hesitates, waits and then darts in field. Manchester City have scored in their last 57 home games in a row now in all competitions. They are almost impossible to stop at times, but you do need to get close to them. You do need to fight and harass and harry, and I wonder whether or not Newcastle have just lost a little bit of that fight, lost a little bit of that energy that carried them to the Champions League last year. They played a lot of games. It's a small squad, Stuart, and the season does take its toll.
Yeah, it's a psychological effects as well, you know, to get up again, having achieved what they did last year was absolutely sensational. And some of the performances, you know, the performances against Madrid were football like we've never seen before, you know. So listen, there's still a lot of football to be played, and they're in pole position in most of the competitions they're in.
Ball is over on the far side with Kovacic into the feet of Rodri. And it's collected by Bernardo Silva. It helps it on towards the right-hand side. Doku tries to bring the ball infield. He gets to the byline and then turns the cross towards the edge of the 6-yard box, and it's funneled away by Joe Willock. A lot of people coming in late to the start of the second half after enjoying the hospitality in the Tunnel Club, which is behind us here. We're in the lower tier of the Colin Bell stand. We're in the area of the stand, actually, that when this ground became a football stadium rather than an athletics one, was actually underground.
It was, as I say, I was here as a coach when this place was getting built, and the standoff to our left was just totally a temporary one, and basically it was removed after the Commonwealth Games, and this stadium was built, and a magnificent stadium it is.
And the Newcastle fans are a little bit irate that a throw-in hasn't gone their way. Here is Rodri trying to help it on to Foden, edge of the area, runs laterally across the edge of the box and sends it wide to the left, collected by Guardiola. Infield to Kovacic now, who swishes the ball out towards the right side. Walker trying to get up to in support, but couldn't reach it, and it's out of play. And once again, this second half has started in a familiar pattern with the light blue shirts of Manchester City attacking the goal away to our right at gusto, and Newcastle hanging on and trying to look for a counter-attacking opportunity. Something else they've introduced in the new season, this season, is waitress service for those in the Tunnel Club seats. I don't know if you've seen that.
I certainly have. I mean, they're here 3 hours before the game, have tea, coffee, drinks right the way through, and after 14 cups of tea, the one thing you do need at the start of the second half is another cup of tea delivered to you.
Yes. Consumption is the order of the day, isn't it? Crikey. Although there was some geezer with a cone of chips with loads of ketchup smothering on top of them, and I did get quite jealous about it, I've got to be honest. Here is Ortega away to our left. Oh, and he's run into a little bit of trouble, and Anthony Gordon almost pinched it off him, but there was Kovacic to come to his rescue. Just got enough to get it away. And Kovacic then breaks the lines and goes forward and finds Haaland on the right-hand side. Walker is steaming forward, but Haaland's going to go in alone. Gets to the edge of the box and shoots wide of the goal. Left-footed from the edge of the D, looking to angle it in at the far post. But it was just a little bit wide of Dubravka's right hand upright and goes behind and away for a goal kick.
Good play there. Kovacic first off drove out the back line, fed it into Haaland, and he drove straight at the goal, and he just tried to fade it round the back line. Two defenders shutting him down, but just couldn't get enough curl on it. And his manager's telling you everything. His body language, Pep there, a ridiculous amount of applause for Haaland tells you that probably Haaland is just suffering a little bit on confidence, I think.
He must be, mustn't he, really? I mean, 29 goals this season, 8 in his last 6 appearances, and the last round he got 5, yeah.
I think we were here for the Copenhagen game, and just looked at his XG, you know, and he's missed a lot more chances this year than ever he did last year. I think he's on the same goal tally, but he's missed some good chances that are frustrating.
Absolutely. The number of big chances missed has increased this year, and he said it himself, actually. You know, the chance that he said people, and there was the press conference ahead of that Copenhagen game in which he said, people say I'm one of the best strikers in the world, but I missed the biggest chance ever against Manchester United. Here is Rodri down the right-hand side, trying to steam into the box and create another chance for him. He hits it against Sven Botman, who's looking more and more forlorn as the day goes on, and it goes behind and out for a throw away to our right. The rain in Manchester has started to teem down, almost as if the heavens have just opened, and just a natural waterfall has started. Here is Foden away to our right-hand side. He sends it in, left-footed under the goalkeeper, punches near by Dubravka. It drops for Bernardo Silva. It goes to the byline, tees it back up for Phil Foden. Then it's on to Kovacic, and then it's whacked in towards the middle, takes a deflection, helped on by Kanji, not cleared properly, comes back to Guardiola, and it's deflected over the top and out for a corner. His left-footed strike was on the volley after a poor clearance by Newcastle's defence, and it's out for a corner kick on the far side.
Yeah, it was. Newcastle had numbers back there, but failed to clear the box, and Guardiola had a really good shot, but fortunately for Newcastle on that occasion, the deflection didn't end up in the back of their net.
It's 2-0, and we've played 9 minutes in the second half. Here's the corner, an outswinger this time, away by Alexander Isak. Willock goes on the chase, he's not going to get there, it goes back to Ortega. He stops the ball in front of the D and then pings it forward again, out towards the left-hand side, right on the chest of Foden, who controls it brilliantly, looks for the return. Murphy does well to get back to stop him from going any further, but he was offside anyway, and the free kick has been given.
Yeah, Murphy's done most of his better work, as he did just then, probably defensively, and that's really part of the spectrum you want from him, but the other side of that is you want to see something going forward as well, and he's been penned back.
Up towards Willock, who chests the ball down after Byrne has played in. Diaz comes across, Willock does well to hold on to it, joining is Anthony Gordon, 10 yards back from the edge of the D, on the left-hand side. Rodri just came across, pinched it off Alexander Isak without him even realising that he was coming, and turned it over. But they want it back on halfway. Good work from Cher to get the better of Haaland. And now here is Jamal Lascelles. You're listening to Manchester City, who lead by 2-0 against Newcastle in the FA Cup. Quarterfinals on talkSPORT with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup. 18 plus, please drink responsibly. Here is Isak trying to turn inside the area. Tries to tee up, edge of the box. Dan Burn arriving. Maybe he should have pulled the trigger as soon as he arrived. Instead, he poked it down the left side for Willock, who wasn't on the same wavelength. Walker was trying to see it out, so Dan Burn just went across and pushed him to the floor.
Well, there was no maybe about that. He come onto the ball brilliantly and really should have just thundered it into the City net.
Let's go off to Six Nations, and full time for Alfie Reynolds.
Yep, full-time Ireland 17, Scotland 13. Ireland are the Six Nations champions. They retain their title. Not the best performance, but they've done enough. Tries scored by Dan Sheehan and Andrew Porter. For Scotland, a disappointing championship ends in disappointing fashion. Hugh Jones did score a late try for them. The full-time score, Ireland 17, Scotland 13.
Well, that means that England, who only had an outside chance, have got no chance now of winning the Six Nations. Not that there was much chance anyway. Even if they were watching videos to see some of the record point scores that teams have racked up against France. We'll keep you in touch with that game anyway. Here is Guimaraes on the halfway line, sending the ball to the edge of the 18-yard box. The flick on is by Shear, no one coming in and behind it. And it goes into the arms of Ortega. So Ireland claim the Six Nations title after beating Scotland in Dublin. Tomorrow we've got more quarter-final action for you. Chelsea against Leicester. Manchester United against Liverpool. What a huge game that is tomorrow. Gordon chasing down Ortega away to our left, and Ortega picks his pass through the maelstrom of black and white jerseys that were trying to come forward and pressurise him. He finds Doku, who looks to wriggle out of a tight gap over on the left, and then he conspires to put it out for a Newcastle throw. Do you think about making changes if you were Eddie Howe now, getting towards that hour mark?
At half-time, probably. That's probably when I would have done it, a little change of shape or whatever, because as we're going at the moment, I'm not seeing City being threatened at all. I think they're too very, very comfortable within the game at the moment, and I'm not seeing where a goal's coming from Newcastle, if I'm being honest. But maybe a change of shape and a change of personnel will have to come at some stage. Sooner the better, I would suspect.
Well, they have scored 59 Premier League goals this season, the most in a top-flight season since 1964-65. They have bucked the trend already in terms of their previous seasons and scored in places that you wouldn't expect. They haven't scored here since that goal from DeAndre yet, that in 2018. They desperately want to be able to do that tonight. They need to do that tonight if they are to get themselves back into this game. Eddie Howe's just looking down the touchline at possible replacements. We'll go off to the game at Craven Cottage because there has been a goal for talkSPORT Sam Ellard.
How about this for a scoreline? 61 gone, it's Fulham 3, Tottenham 0, a corner comes in, Paulinho wins the header from the corner, it falls to Bassi who shoots, really, really good save from Vicario, who was there from close range to put the ball in the back of the net, the man in form, Rodrigo Muniz scored again. Spurs brilliant last week at Villa, hopeless today, Fulham have punished them, 61 gone, Fulham 3, Tottenham 0.
Wow, what a result that is. Jamie O'Hara will be ready to take your calls. 03717223344. I'm sure he'll be delighted about that, Jamie. Gambier Bonavent, I'm sure he's not going to give any stick whatsoever. That's on straight after us here on talkSPORT tonight. Make sure you give them a listen and make sure you get your calls in, your WhatsApp voice notes as well. 03717223344. Good turn and run by Ruben Diaz, who tries to spark City into life because it's got a little bit tepid inside the stadium. Doku down the left, trying to get beyond the challenge of Joe Willett. Goes back infield towards Kovacic. Kovacic to Foden. Foden out wide to the right. Now it's taken on by Bernardo Silva. Almiron about to come on. Wide right is Walker. Oh, his cross is deep, and out comes Dubravka. And he just about got there. Fingers hit the ball away from Haaland and then had to run and gobble the ball up because Diaz was coming in underneath him. It's a bit of a naughty foul that on Anthony Gordon.
Couple of points now, and I hope someone from the Referees Association is listening to this. That is the 7th time in the game today the referee has not played advantage when the team in possession have kept possession, and I don't know why. They carry on with the offside law about don't flag, let the game go on. Well, let the game go on when there's a foul. And if you wonder whether Newcastle were going to make a substitution, a busload of them have just turned up.
Well, you wait 61 minutes for a substitution, then 4 come along at once. Anthony Gordon, Dan Burn, both coming off to be replaced by Lewis Hall and Miguel Almiron. It was a discussion that you and I had at half-time about the fact that Dan Burn was playing left wing-back when Lewis Hall was available. Joe Willock has gone off to be replaced by Elliot Anderson. And the final one of those changes is going to see Lewis Miley replace Sean Longstaff. What do you make of the changes? It's not a change of shape, is it?
No, it doesn't seem to be. As I say, it's like for like, and he's giving certain players, Almiron playing up front just off of Isaac now, and all coming in at full-back, like for like positionally, that's for sure. But I think he needed freshening up, and I don't think they'll do it. It will hurt them.
So 4 changes for Eddie Howe with half an hour to go. Can those substitutions turn the tide in what has been a one-sided encounter so far? Oh dear. Talking of one-sided encounters, we'll go back down to Craven Cottage in just a moment. Here is Lewis Hall, infield, finding Bruno Guimaraes. Wider on the right is Jacob Murphy. Gets into an advanced position, takes the ball past Kovacic, chips the ball into the box. It almost came through to Elliot Anderson. Does come out to Guimaraes, who tries to keep it alive on the edge of the box. Foden then gets away from Anderson. Anderson, who just sticks his leg out, makes a foul on Phil Foden, and it is a free kick just in front of the box.
Yeah, clever play there by Foden. Had the ball, couldn't clear it in any way, shape or form, so had to dribble out of danger, which he done extremely well, drawing the foul.
Sam Alala's down at Craven Cottage.
Well, it is Fulham 3, Tottenham 0. We thought for a second it was Fulham 4, Tottenham 0, but the flag went up. Fulham took a quick free kick, played down the left-hand side. Tosin put the ball back into the box. Japellini was there to shoot. On the way through, though, the ball came off. Raul Jimenez, replay showed, the substitute was in an offside position as the ball hit him and went into the back of the net. This could get messy for Tottenham. They've got to up their game. 65 gone, Fulham 3, Tottenham 0.
The problem with Tottenham is because they play that high line, when things start to go wrong for them, go very wrong very quickly, can't they?
Yeah, they certainly can. As I say, it's an aggressive way of playing football, and it's brilliant on the eye, and I enjoy watching Tottenham play, but as you rightly say, if you're not at the races on any given day.
Corner in towards the near post for Manchester City, are on the attack once again, leading by 2-0 here in this one-sided FA Cup quarter-final. Ball scooped in towards the back post by Erling Haaland, and then cleared away and out towards the far touchline. And Kovacic helps it back infield, finds Doku to Rodri. City looking to extend their lead and finish off the match here. They've made 4 changes, Newcastle, as they look to try and fashion a way back into the game. They've looked a little bit more solid in this second half, but I think most of that's because City have just taken their foot off the accelerator. Here's Lewis Hall, nabbing it from Doku, moving centrally and into Isaac now. Isaac then tries to feed it out towards the left, and now it's with Almiron. Almiron up against Walker, good race that. Trying to turn it around the corner, Elliot Anderson joins. He goes past Rodri and just gets across in, and doesn't give a free kick. Simon Hooper allows play on, and the momentum of the attack dissipates. And Rodri will bring it out from the centre of his own penalty area towards the midpoint of his own half, and it remains 2-0 to Manchester City. Live on talkSPORT. I'm told that Jamie O'Hara has gone AWOL in the talkSPORT office. Get those calls in now, book yourself onto the show. It's a good opportunity to give them a bit of stick. 03717 233 444. Here is Bernardo Silva. Back to the right-hand side, into Walker. A good opportunity to break now. A great tackle by Anderson has sent Almiron away, and he's got opportunities down the left and right. He's spared Alexander Isak inside the area, takes it wide, maybe a little bit too wide, gets to the byline, tries to scoop it back again off the defender, and goes behind and away for a corner. And again, those half chances, those moments, those opportunities to strike just seem to just fritter away from Newcastle United. They don't take them, and it remains 2-0.
Yeah, they don't take them because they've not been clinical on the final pass to set a teammate up. It's been a fractionally behind on that occasion, and maybe the wrong option. You've got to take a defender out to lay your mate in, and he's got to be able to hit it first time.
Here is the corner aimed in towards Botman, who gets a header on it. It's over the top of the crossbar.
We talked about Newcastle when I've seen them, when they've been very good. They press hard, and that chance come from a really good press. They went collectively, aggressively, turned the ball over, and then they had a numbers advantage.
Have they been a little bit guilty of not making enough changes, or is that because the squad is so shallow, the injuries have cut so deep, that they haven't been able to freshen their team up when they've wanted to over the course of the season? Nick Pope's been out for ages, he's targeting a return at the end of April. Callum Wilson is never fit for longer than a couple of weeks at a time. Barnes, Trippier, Joe Linton's been out for ages, Tonali suspended. I mean, injury crisis is a term that's bandied around a lot, but it's legitimate in its description when it comes to Newcastle this season.
Yeah, and a few teams will probably say exactly the same, you know. Faye mentioned once or twice or 50 times about Luton's problems this year, you know, earlier.
I didn't hear her say that.
Yeah, especially with Forest winning 1-0, you know. Yeah. And to be fair, there's a lot of teams that have suffered. Brentford, there's another team that have had a lot of injuries this season.
She'd actually tend to send me a text message after listening to the Premier League All Access podcast, which previews all the weekend's action in the Premier League and in the FA Cup, to tell me that I was right to suggest that Ted Mengi was playing very well for Luton, but they are missing their 3 first choice centre defenders. So she didn't. That was on Thursday though when she sent me that message. Here is Miley out towards the far side, and if you want to get a preview to Manchester United against Liverpool, that is still available on the talkSPORT app. You can download it, and or from wherever else you get your podcasts from. There's loads of good podcasts on the talkSPORT app, and you can also flick between talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2, Virgin Radio Anthems, John Stone's favourite radio station, Virgin Radio 80s. Here is Haaland, running down the left-hand side, picking the ball up on halfway, and then running into a bit of a cul-de-sac. Didn't have too much support. The rain continues to relentlessly drive onto the pitch. It's coming down at a rapid pace now. And he started off, I'll tell you, this morning in Manchester when I woke up and I went out for a little 5k. Bright sunshine, clear blue sky, crisp morning.
It was lovely, I've got to say. I woke up in Wakey this morning and it was beautiful over there. I went out on a little bike ride.
Did you?
Yeah, took the wrong turn and went across the ploughed field, my friend. It's killed me new trainers.
Yeah, but you didn't pay for them, did you?
No, of course not.
I didn't think so. Here is Rodri deep inside his own half. talkSPORT live in the FA Cup quarter-final. Manchester City leading by 2-0 with 21 minutes still to go in the FA Cup quarter-final on talkSPORT with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup. 18+, please drink responsibly. Ball back towards the edge of the 18-yard box that Manchester City are defending. Away to our left on a rain-soaked evening. And it's forward by Gvardiol, who will go away with the Croatia squad. He's not the only one. They've got a clutch of players, Manchester City, going away on international duty. Stones, Foden, Walker in the England squad. Rico Lewis in the under-21s. Doku, Belgium. Haaland, Bob with Norway. Akanji with Switzerland. Gvardiol and Kovacic with Croatia. Alvarez with Argentina. So I don't think Pep Guardiola is going to get through much work during the course of the next couple of weeks before that huge encounter with Arsenal.
Yeah, Newcastle a bit more aggressive now with their pressing, but I've got to say City do not keep the ball extremely well and take the sting out of them. This game's desperate for a Newcastle goal now to at least give them a hurrah, isn't it, late on.
Kovacic has it in the midpoint of the Newcastle half. Anderson chasing. He runs laterally and sends it out to Bernardo Silva. Back into Kovacic once again. 20 to go on talkSPORT. Rico Lewis warming up away to our left. So is Matthias Nunez, and going through his paces, Sergio Gomez getting a little bit more revved up. Foden sends it wide towards the right-hand side. Walker back in field. Plays it to Bernardo Silva. Kovacic wide to the left. It's collected by Rodri. Rodri on to Gvardiol. 10 yards outside the box. They're looking to inch towards the Newcastle goal. And
they've had some passes now, I'll tell you what. This consecutive number of passes is just ridiculous.
Yeah. Newcastle haven't had a kick of the ball for quite some time. Trying to stay firm here. Foden manages to get it down the right side. There is Lascelles prodding it away. Botman doesn't want to give it back again, so scurries out towards the near side. Lewis Hawk sends it infield. Gamares, Anderson immediately engaged, and they get the ball out the other other side, Newcastle, and now they can move forward. Murphy looks up, runs forward, he's being chased by Doku. Almiron comes short towards the right side, then tries to send it into the path of Anderson, who takes it in really well. Lewis Hall helping out, left edge of the area, up to Bruno Guimaraes, who's deflected ball into the box, might fall kindly for Lewis Miley, and goes across the face of goal and off the defender. And Miley, I think it was Murphy's delivery actually, as he got to the byline after that, sent it right over the top and onto the top of the goal net.
Yeah, I think Murphy thought there was an offside, and he's half-heartedly crossed the ball.
Well, it couldn't have been an offside because Miley didn't touch the ball.
Well, he didn't, but he runs somewhere near the ball, so it depends on how that's viewed by the officials.
Well, it's a goal kick away to our left. Eddie Howe getting soaked. Jason Tyndall as well now coming out to have a quick word with Eddie Howe. The ball is only half cleared by Ortega, and then a heavy touch by Murphy gives it straight to Kovacic. Vardiol down that left-hand side with a heavy ball which goes out of play. I wonder if the slickness of the immediate slickness of the surface is starting to play havoc here with the range of passes, or whether one or two are just getting a little bit casual. Bearing in mind City know that they are 2-0 up against a Newcastle side that haven't scored here for 8 years. 6 years, sorry. Calculations were wrong there. Almiron trying to get it out wide towards Anderson. Back in field it goes. Looking to get it out wide towards the right. They said all the right things in the build-up to this Newcastle. Eddie Howe saying that right from the very start they wanted to give it a good go, but they have drawn Premier League opposition away from home in every round of this year's competition. They beat, in the last 2 rounds they've drawn Fulham. They had quite a big game in the third round when they had to go to Sunderland, which took a lot of attention. They won 3-0 that day. Fulham they beat away from home. Almiron looks if he's offside here. He's scurrying in behind them, he's well offside. They had tough draws in the League Cup, didn't they, as well, where they had to go to Chelsea, and others ended up going out of that competition. And then, of course, the Champions League draw was horrendous for them.
Yeah, in all honesty, unless you are one of the powerhouse teams in any league in the world, the draw's got to be kind to you. Really has. Certainly in the clubs I've played for, when you come up against top teams, you know, you might beat one of them, but to get 2 of them or 3 of them in a row, you probably end up going out of the competition.
Well, whenever you come to Manchester City, that threat is always apparent. They're on the attack again, City down the left. The ball into the box by Vardiol was aimed to Foden, it's come out. Picked up by Bruno Guimaraes. Isaac has bent his run, Akanji's stomping after him. He's on the left-hand side here, trying to keep it in play. He's done well. He's taken on Akanji, he's got away from him. There was a foul by Akanji. And it's going to be a free kick just in from the touchline on this left-hand side. Now, if Newcastle could craft something here, we might have an interesting last 15 minutes.
Well, the goal will change if Newcastle get one, the whole dynamic of this game, because at the moment it's totally comfortable for City.
There's a few City fans behind the goal away to our left, where there isn't much shelter, starting to leave, or at least go towards the back of the stand to get out of the rain. Almiron to take it. He'll hit this left-footed. Guimaraes is over it too. He's going to take it, in fact, and he hits it right-footed towards the edge of the box. It's a poor delivery. It's easily cleared away. Back in it goes towards Isaac, chested down by Walker with rather a degree of panache. He flexes his chest muscles, his pectorals, and the ball ends up in the arms of his goalkeeper, Stefan Ortega. 2-0.
Yeah, fantastically composed defending there by Walker. Took all the sting out the attack.
City playing their way out from the back. Champions League quarter-final against Real Madrid is live on talkSPORT, and planning has already begun for that. Not just Stuart and I, who are very much looking forward to it, but Pep Guardiola, who says he needs to find a way of stopping Jude Bellingham. I fancy his chances. Jude Bellingham is a tough customer, but Pep Guardiola is something else. He'll have a plan.
Yeah, we certainly got some fantastic games ahead of us. That is for sure.
There'll be quite a few that are dislodged because as a result of this, I think the Manchester City-Tottenham game, which is due to be played on the weekend of the FA Cup semi-finals, will be moved. If that comes into midweek, which I expect it to, and that will also be live on talkSPORT. And Tottenham play a role in the destination of the title. They've got Arsenal, they've got Liverpool, they have got also Manchester City, as I've just mentioned.
Yeah, as I say, they play a big role, I think, in where the Championship might go, because Tottenham are capable of anything, as we've seen today and we saw last weekend against Villa.
Bob on. Sorry, Oscar Bob on. That wasn't me just saying Bob on.
I thought you were giving yourself a compliment again.
And he replaces Doku. 13 minutes to go. You listen to talkSPORT. Here is Guardiola over on the far side. Tottenham being well beaten at Craven Cottage. In the Premier League, that game kicked up at 5:30 as well. Here, Manchester City lead by 2 goals to 0. Been a busy day in Scotland. Celtic went top of the Scottish Premiership after they beat St Johnstone 3-1. Commentary, as we've heard, FA Cup semi-finalists for only the second time in their history, thanks to 2 stoppage time goals at Molineux. Ipswich up to second in the EFL. And in the Premier League today, Luton securing a point late on against Nottingham Forest. Burnley beat Brentford 2-1 at Turf Moor, and Brentford really are on a poor run. That's 2 wins in 20 games now.
I think they've got enough points in the bag, but they certainly won't be sleeping comfortable most Saturday evenings.
You never know, there's always one that drops from the pack. Luton have got such tough games after the international break, otherwise you never know, it could have churned for them. With a victory today, I mean, do you think they had a great chance to get a victory on Wednesday night when they were 3-0 up against Bournemouth? They could have got something today as well. That would have completely changed the picture for them. I felt a little bit sorry for Rob Edwards after the game on Wednesday, because the whole thing just sort of turned in 15 minutes.
I think at the end of the season they might look back at that visit to Bournemouth. I mean, the catalyst, obviously, we all know what happened in the game that was called off, the first Bournemouth game.
Yeah.
And the implications of that, losing a player for the period they had. And obviously, the implications of the turnaround of scoreline.
Now here on Rodri, on halfway, who has been hurt by that challenge. And it was a challenge by Elliot Anderson, who was nibbling at him and then inadvertently, I think, stood on his ankle. Rodri rolling around and in some pain. Eventually helped to his feet by Ruben Diaz, and he hobbles away. It's not like Rodri to stay down for very long. Walker to take the free kick. We've got now just 10.5 minutes to play on talkSPORT, and it's 2-0. And for those wondering when the draw is, the Emirates FA Cup semi-final draw takes place tomorrow on talkSPORT. Mark Pugac and former FA Cup winner Ian Wright making the draw approximately 15 minutes after the final whistle of the tie between Manchester United and Liverpool, which will bring you on talkSPORT. Here's Bob winning the ball on the left-hand side from Murphy. He runs up towards the edge of the area. Murphy comes across him again and wins it back, and he has been pretty diligent in his work today, going back the other way. Jacob Murphy, he's done a good job in that regard. Ball cleared from inside the area, high upfield by Lascelles. It drops for Guardiola. And Manchester City fashioning yet another attack. I think there are definitely holes in Newcastle. No one can be immune to criticism, but over the season they've been slightly unlucky with injuries, significant injuries. They've had iffy decisions in Europe, tough draws. Troy Deeney was suggesting as much in the summer. And when you talk about Newcastle, there is sort of discussions about what will happen in the summer. Eddie Howe says there won't be any big squad overhaul. Do you think that they are about par or just under par from where you would expect them to be, bearing in mind the amount of spending that they've done?
I would say under par. As I say, start of the season I tipped them to win the league, Newcastle, on the back of what I saw and what potential spending power they might have, all of those type of things. but I expected it to be further up the league, if I'm being honest with you.
Rico Lewis into Haaland inside the area, tries to get away from one defender, gets away from a second, shoots, deflected into the air by Botman, who got in front of Haaland, and it's over the top and out for a corner kick over on the far side. Let's go off to Craven Cottage very quickly, Sam Allard.
Still Fulham 3, Tottenham 0. Just the one chance for Spurs in the last 15 minutes. Somehow Timo Werner misses from close range. Johnson cross, Werner unmarked, yards out. Somehow he misses. Spurs really poor in the second period. Still 3-0 Fulham.
71% possession for Manchester City against Newcastle here today. And they lead by 2-0 going into the final 8 minutes of this game. They've got a corner kick far side. We've got another delay because of an injury. This time Sven Botman's knee is the problem, and I mean, bearing in mind the knee problems that he has had this season, we'll have to be a little bit careful with him.
A little bit of movement on the bench for Newcastle.
Yeah, Matt Ritchie, I think, is a possible candidate to come on here as the corner comes in towards the far post. Haaland was the intended target. Didn't get there, and it's out on the near side. Rodri at walking pace from the right for Manchester City, who next few games are big ones, and Aston Villa follow that Arsenal game. The Real Madrid tie around the corner as well. Palace away after that. It's going to be a big week for Pep Guardiola and his team. And 2 weeks after Easter. I mean, I don't know what Craig Pawson is flashing up there, but we've got a few issues here. We've got a jersey that needs to be replaced for Lewis Miley. Don't know what that's all about. And on comes Emil Kraft to replace Botman. So they will rejig the defence, and now we might see them go to a back four, or maybe actually Kraft will just play as a right-sided centre-half here. Quickly underway towards Anderson. A change of jersey was an interesting one, and maybe it's sensitive. Do you remember earlier in the season there was a problem with Castoro's manufactured jerseys? Here's Bob into the edge of the area looking for Haaland. Grabbing the ball was Dubravka, and now he speeds it quickly into Elliot Anderson, who moves up towards halfway, wanted more movement in front of him, didn't get it. Bruno Guimaraes out towards Lewis Hall. Hall kicked it back towards Haaland, actually, and he was lucky that Haaland had just gassed himself out and fancy the chase.
Yeah, he off for Haaland in then, didn't he?
Ball out towards the right-hand side of Murphy. Murphy trying to bend the ball around the back of the defence. Across comes Ruben Dias again and fends it away. Newcastle losing the game, but the fans not losing their voice away to our right-hand side. They've been in fine form today after a long journey. Here is Fabian Schär. City just backing off here. The game getting quite stretched as we reach the end of the match. I think it's taken its toll a little bit.
Yeah, things have slowed down a bit. Foden there played the ball in behind the back line, and he was surprised Haaland didn't go in.
Here's Miley down the right-hand side, tees it up, Kraft into the centre, away by Rodri, picked up by Kovacic, one back on the edge of the area by Murphy. The ball breaks to the left-hand side, and Bob manages to get it free. Vardiol and Kovacic and Rodri get away, and now Haaland's got it on the halfway line, stopping the ball, rolling it back and sending it forward. And then he's blocked by Emil Kraft, you were saying?
Just down with Haaland there, he's just had to come back and check to stay onside, and that lost his momentum to the through ball from Foden.
You know you're in a good position where you've only made one change, and your second change is to bring on a World Cup winner.
Not bad, eh?
You were in that position when you were Manchester City manager, were you?
Oh, I'd like to World Cup winners sat behind me, but sadly they're all up in the stand watching the game rather than change substitutes.
Kovacic slowing it down. It's real walking pace now. The shirts are heavy. The rain has drenched them all, and the tempo of the game is flat. There is no desire for Manchester City to go and overexert themselves The international break is on the horizon. Path to a semi-final of the FA Cup has already been forged. It will mean they have lost just one of their last 59 home games here, City. No wonder people come here and expect them to win every week. They've scored for 57 games in a row in all competitions here. And they make that change. Haaland is off. And Alvarez is on.
Yeah, not often you see Haaland get substituted. You know, he keeps him on normally.
He makes the applause.
He's been falling these far into his best come the latter stages of the season for City. And certainly in the Champions League. At this moment, I don't think he's fully at it, I must say.
Well, City were 12-1 on Friday to win all three major trophies as they did last season. That was before the draw. I wonder if they've been cut over the weekend for that, but certainly, how would you assess their chances to win all three? 12-1 before the weekend they were quoted at.
Yeah, I don't... Listen, we're into March at the moment, OK? We're into sort of mid to late March. And they're in every competition. They've not got too many injuries. They're not playing as slick as we've seen them. But I'm not sure at this time last year we saw that, and all of a sudden in those semi-finals or whatever, they went up to a level that I'd never seen before. And I think there's a little bit with City, Sam, that they're so used to winning, they don't step it up until they really have to level out a performance, you know?
That's a different situation for Eddie Howe and Newcastle as the boys stopped again on the edge of the penalty area by Rodri and sent out towards the far side, the left. Back when the leaves were falling off the trees, Newcastle were knocking City out of the League Cup, thrashing PSG in the Champions League. But autumn's optimism has been replaced by a spring uprising. And fans were upset with Monday's performance. And they won't have been too impressed with what they've seen here tonight either. Although the opposition and level of it is different, the application maybe in that first half not quite up to what they expected. I think that's because they haven't got much left in the tank. Here down the right hand side, Almiron springing the offside trap, and then before he could pull the trigger and bring it into Elliot Anderson, who was waiting in the box, Akanji was there to snuff it out.
I'll tell you what, I mentioned it in the first half, Akanji and Diaz are so good at recovering and getting their bodies in the right area from positions where you think there's big trouble now.
Foden trying to cause big trouble at the other end. They do well to get back here in Newcastle and snuff out the attack, and Dubravka has it on the edge of the box. There was a few fans that were upset after Monday night's performance. There'll be a few that know that the season now doesn't hold very much hope for any real glory. There's still a chance of European football, but it will be the minor competitions rather than the Champions League that they are going for, Newcastle United. With a minute to go. They're about to lose again here. Not for the first time. It's become a regular event on the calendar. Another trip without a goal. Here is Bernardo Silva over halfway. Scampering down the right-hand side, his shirt light blue clinging to him. A darker shade now than it was when we kicked off here 2 hours ago. Back to Akanji. He takes a couple of steps to his left, but at a slow pace. They're in control, they're unruffled. Things are done and dusted and have been for some while. They've exerted control and authority on the match. 3 minutes of added time to be played.
Yeah, and I think City will look at this, come away from it, take a clean sheet and say, you know what, it's just been another day at the office really for us.
Here's another day where they checked off their to-do list. Score goals, win games, concede nothing. And maybe regularly they've been conceding too many goals. They've now scored 110 this season, Pep Guardiola's team. And 2 enough on the night to see their way past Newcastle United. Tomorrow, Chelsea and Leicester, a repeat of the 2021 FA Cup final, will decide who joins Manchester City and Coventry City in the next round of the competition. Maybe it'll be Leicester City as well. And then after that, Manchester United against Liverpool, where the word City just doesn't really come into the equation.
No, doesn't fit the narrative on that one.
No. I don't really like the mention of it, either of them anymore. Ball has been played out towards the far side. Guardiola into Kovacic, back to Guardiola again. talkSPORT live in the quarterfinals with the rain teeming down. It's been relentless since half-time.
This is one of those games where a man of the match doesn't readily jump out at you, you know, and that probably says something about the game, I would say.
Yeah, because it's been more of a sort of team effort from Manchester City. They just looked like a well-oiled machine tonight.
Yeah.
Effective, pulling people out of position. Newcastle came here to contain, didn't even manage to do that. And early on it was apparent that they were going to lose out. Almiron thinks he's slipped here, and he's got a yellow card for a foul on Foden.
See, this is the 9th stoppage in the game. We talk about keeping the game flowing and players getting booked for time wasting. It's the 9th time in the game that the referee stopped the game when the team that have been fouled have been in possession.
Manchester City about to do something that nobody else has ever done. They are 30 seconds away from reaching yet another semi-final. Consistency that nobody else has ever achieved in this competition, and it shows just how relentless they are. Foden's gone down. There's a concern about his injury. There was a concern about Harry Kane earlier on today because he scored in that Bayern Munich victory earlier, but collided with a post and hurt himself. We'll follow that throughout the course of the next couple of days. But this game is over, and it has been for some time. Manchester City become the first team in FA Cup history to compete in semi-finals for 6 seasons in a row. It's a remarkable level of consistency and respect for a great competition. Newcastle United falter at the Etihad again. 10 visits, 10 defeats, and no goal here for 6 years. Eddie Howe's side are out of all of the cups, out of the race for the Champions League, and are scrambling to stay relevant in the race for the minor European competitions. The damage done in the first half. Bernardo Silva credited with both goals, both hugely deflected beyond Dubravka, the goalkeeper. It was a one-sided victory, which Manchester City take the applause from. It's finished Manchester City 2, Newcastle United 0.
And it was comfortable ultimately, Stu, wasn't it, for them?
More than comfortable play, to be honest with you. They've ended up scoring 2 deflected goals that Newcastle look at and say really poor defensively, I think. And I think they won it comfortably in second gear. From their point of view, they'll be delighted. Newcastle's missed opportunity, maybe.
Yeah, another missed opportunity for them. Obviously, they got to Wembley last year in the Carabao Cup final, ultimately beaten by Manchester United. But they don't have a good track record at Wembley, so it might have been 10 defeats in a row if they'd have got there for the semi.
Well, potentially. Listen, they would have loved to have won here, but I think as soon as the first goal hit the back of the net, we knew the outcome of this tie.
Yeah, it felt like that, and the treble is still on. The double treble.
Well, all you've got to do is keep ticking off the days and the weeks and the months and stay in all competitions. That's City's aim, and they've certainly done that, and we're getting towards the back end of March.
Yeah, it's getting very exciting. Stu, it's been lovely to have your company. Sam as well. Sam heading down to the tunnel to speak to both Pep Guardiola and Eddie Howe. It's also full-time at Craven Cottage. Here's talkSPORT's Sam Allard.
Fulham fantastic, Spurs so poor. It finishes Fulham 3, Spurs 0. Muniz opened the scoring with a brilliant finish after a great Robinson cross. Great first touch, excellent finish. Then in the second period, Fulham started so well. Lukic converting Castagne's cross, and then it was 3 when Muniz scored from close range from a Fulham corner. Bassi's effort saved by Vicario, and Muniz's good form continued. For Spurs after that, they halved and they passed Werner somehow missed an open goal from a couple of yards out. I've got no idea how he didn't score, but other than that, Spurs offered nothing going forward. So good last week at Aston Villa, but oh my, so poor this afternoon, defensively and going forward. Spurs missed the chance to go into the top four, but what an evening for Fulham. They were fantastic. It's a happy Craven Cottage. It finishes Fulham 3, Tottenham 0.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much, Sam. The Newcastle players heading down into the tunnel after applauding their 7,800 fans who travelled from Tyneside to watch that 2-0 defeat to Manchester City. Don't forget, tomorrow talkSPORT will bring you live commentary of the remaining 2 FA Cup quarter-finals, with Chelsea hosting Leicester City in a rerun of the 2021 final. That's at 12:45. And then a huge tie. Manchester United face Liverpool. Can Liverpool continue their quest for the quadruple? A quadruple is what I should say. Find out tomorrow. That one's exclusive to radio on talkSPORT. Meanwhile, over on talkSPORT 2 right now, live commentary of the Players' Championship Golf from TPC Sawgrass. You can download the app, just swipe between both stations so you never miss a thing. You can also find Virgin Radio for music and Times Radio or Talk TV for news. Coming up next here on talkSPORT is the Game Day phone-in, we hope, with Jamie O'Hara. Apparently he's gone AWOL. I wonder why. Spurs 3-0 defeat to Fulham, maybe? Xavier Bonneho's not going to let him forget that. They're taking all your calls on today's action. They're keeping you up to date as well with France against England in the Six Nations. Get your call in now, 03717 223344. As I said, you'll also hear immediate reaction from Pep Guardiola and Eddie Howe with Sam. Manchester City have joined Coventry in the semi-finals of the FA Cup. It's finished here at the Etihad. Manchester City 2, Newcastle 0.
The road to Wembley will open up for either Manchester City or Newcastle United. Silva into the area, right-footed shot, takes a deflection, over the top of Tabasco and in.
Setting off and letting Manchester City play. It's all very well doing that in deeper areas. When they get in your penalty box, you've got to be more aggressive to the man on the ball.
Newcastle haven't reached an FA Cup semi-final since 2005. Manchester City Premier League champions, Champions League winners and World Club champions as well. And they're on an incredible 21-game unbeaten run in all competitions. Silva, who comes in on his left foot, tries another strike off the Baptist, over the top of the ball. It might have been a deflection that eluded him.
Two really poor goals for Newcastle to concede.
Fern getting up there, heads it down. It falls down towards his head. He strikes it. It's a brilliant Ortega save. Haaland's going to go in alone. Gets to the edge of the box and shoots wide of the goal. It will mean they have lost just one of their last 59 home games here, City. No wonder people come here and expect them to win every week.
Want to build the bet you want in seconds? With Unibet's Bet Builder, you're on. Add shots, corners, cards and more. And increase your odds with Bet Builder Rackers, combining bet builders across multiple games and sports. Download the Unibet app or visit unibet.co.uk and get a Bet Builder boost every day. Unibet, you're on. 18 plus, begambleaware.org, 3 match only, match day £10 minimum, combined odds of 4 to 1 and 3 selections, T's and C's apply.
New Epic Eats Chip Shop Curry Sauce from McCoy's. Unleash the flavor of aromatic spices and savor potato classic chicken. Epic flavor, epic crunch. Epic Eats, because only the real McCoy's taste like the real McCoy's.
Your call is really important to us.
Waiting. Frustrating, isn't it? Especially when you've got plans. Whether you're thinking of revamping your home or looking for ways to move your business forward, we'll help you get there with finance that's right for you. So don't let your plans get stuck on hold. Join over 1 million customers who trust us to deliver the right finance solutions to get them moving. Search navuna.co.uk and get there sooner with Navuna.
Here they are, the racing lovers of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Reward Shake-Up. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars at the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet. Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free reward shaker to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward
restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
You know how the best ideas come in the shower? Well, here's one for you. Switching to an energy-efficient shower head is more efficient because it saves water and could save you up to £40 a year on energy bills. And that's worth singing about. Shower, save, repeat. It all adds up. Find more energy-saving tips at gov.uk/save energy.
A little story is easy to share. We can meet pink unicorns, pirates, and bears. We can even be pilots, fly to faraway places. Magic is waiting, so let's open the pages.
A little story can make a big difference, but 1 in 5 children say they don't own a book. So we've provided over 160 million books since 2013, and we won't stop there. McDonald's, change a little, change a lot. 19.2% of respondents from a survey of 6,896 children aged 5 to 8, National Literacy Trust 2023.
Modern football is all about control. Controlling the ball, controlling possession, controlling the game. If you ever feel that gambling is starting to control you, help is available right now at talkBanStop.com. Thousands of people have taken advantage of free support and practical tools, like GamBan, which blocks your devices from accessing gambling websites and apps, and GamStop, which will stop you signing up to any UK registered gambling website. Take control of your recovery. Search Talk, Ban, Stop.
Talk Sport.
Good evening, I'm Mark Tyler. Manchester City and Coventry are into the FA Cup semi-finals. City beat Newcastle 2-0 with 2 Bernardo Silva goals, and Championship Coventry scored twice in stoppage time to beat Wolves 3-2. Tomorrow's quarter-finals are both live here on talkSPORT. Tottenham's Premier League roller coaster saw them lose 3-0 at Fulham this evening. Luton grabbed a massive point in their bid for survival with a 1-1 draw against Forest. Fellow strugglers Burnley with 2-1 winners over 10-man Brentford. Celtic are back on top in Scotland, and Ireland have retained their Rugby Union Six Nations title after a 17-13 victory over Scotland. I'll be back with more at 8.
White hot football debates. Game day. On DAB, online, and on your smart speaker. The Game Day phone in.
On talkSPORT.
Oh, good evening and welcome to the Game Day phone in on talkSPORT. I'm Jamie O'Hara and I'm joined by Aston Villa's. I'm not even reading that out today. It's Gabby Ekpong. Gabby, give me some hot takes. Can't you read it out? No, go on. I know what's coming. You're going to absolutely batter me.
Okay. Number 1, Jamie, is Tottenham Hotspur smashed 3-0 by a classic Fulham team. Number 2, Manchester City comfortable win against Newcastle in FA Cup quarter-final. And number 3, crucial late equaliser for Luton against Nottingham Forest. But the big one, Jamie, is Spursy back at it, still celebrating. No darts to be found today, Mr. Madison. No darts being found, being thrown.
Oh dear, we want to hear your views. 03 717 223344. You're going to send us a short voice note on how you're feeling about your team's result via WhatsApp on the same number, 03 717 223344. This show is by the fans, it's full of fans. We want to hear from you as Game Day phone in. Alright, Gabby!
See, we are, mate. That's why we play, mate. You know, we're attacking.
Look, mate, I'm feeling a little bit fragile, alright? I was at Cheltenham yesterday. I'm a little bit fragile. I've had to come and watch that garbage, Tottenham play, and...
You know we like stats, Jamie. Here's a stat for you. It's not looking good for us. Spurs, have conceded the most goals out of the top 6. 42 goals conceded. No, I like a stat.
What's with all the stats now? What are you just telling? Alright, Jack, over there. Like, you've got a few stats, have you?
What happened, mate? What happened today?
No, we were ported. Look, Fulham are a good side.
Yeah.
Fulham are a good side. At home, they played really well today. They was at it. I thought Spurs were off the pace. I thought the midfield was giving the ball away for fun. I mean, you saw that in the second half. And ended up changing the whole midfield. And I just don't think we was at the races. And they made it hard for us. And we've got to be better, mate. We can't go, batter Aston Villa like we've done. Put in a performance, best performance of the season. Yeah. And then be like, right, that's it, we're going to go for the top 4. That's a massive game today against Fulham. I know we're talking about the coefficient points, we might get 5th. And, you might only have to finish 5th to get in Champions League. But it's not guaranteed. You know, 6 points behind now, Man United. They're still in the hunt.
Exactly.
They're still in the race. So you have to get these results. You have to go there and make it tough. And we were miles off it, mate. Miles off it. Some players just not good enough.
I thought
Brennan Johnson not good enough today. Just giving away.
I thought Drakeson looked poor, but he hasn't had games as is. You can't dig him out. But you definitely miss Van der Ven. But like during the game, I'm saying to you, like, are they pressing enough? And you're saying they are. It was just a case of Fulham just had too much there.
I think that Fulham made it difficult for us. They're a good side. I don't want to take away credit. They're a good side, Fulham. I knew it would be a tough game. I still backed us to win it, but I knew it would be a tough game. I just think we got... maybe we believe our own hype a little bit. When you put in a performance like that against Aston Villa, and then you rock up and you think you're going to go and do it again, and it's easy, and you start thinking you can play tippy-tappy football, and everyone's not going to, nick the ball off you. Fulham were on the ball. They were nicked off us. We gave the ball away for fun.
I'm looking at it all like defensively today. Udogie, there was one. I think it might be the second or third goal, and someone's running out to the player on the right hand side, and Udogie's got to follow his runner, but he goes towards the ball when he should leave it to the other defender, and then the Fulham player runs through, crosses it. Do you know what I mean? It's another chance.
We've had injuries, though, Gabs. We've had injuries.
Yeah, so many injuries.
Yeah, loads of injuries.
No one else had injuries.
No, we've had injuries.
Just Newcastle and Spurs.
No, we're a young side. We're a young side.
It will come.
It'll come. Yeah, it's process.
Yes, the project is there.
3-0. I mean, that's...
It could have been a lot more, though. We're watching the first half. Before Fulham scored, we're like, wow.
We're getting bad.
Yeah, getting bad. Yeah, what's going on? Spurs haven't started at all. So it could have been more. Probably a 6-2 game, really, to Fulham.
Yeah, we were nowhere near good enough today. You can have your say on that, Spurs fans. You can come on. We've got loads to talk about. Newcastle fans want to hear from you. We'll be coming out of the Etihad right now.
You're not getting away with it either. Newcastle fans, right.
Gabs, talk me through it. I've had this chat about Eddie Howe.
Yes.
But that's it now. They're out of the competitions. They're miles off it in the Premier League. Surely these owners are going to be looking at him going, can you take us to the next level?
There's a chance, Jamie, of them finishing in 12th place. You look at the table and Chelsea are a point behind them, Fulham 2 points behind them, Bournemouth are only 5 points behind them in 13th. So they've got to be very careful, Newcastle, because they don't finish in the top half. Like, the pressure on Eddie Howe.
Well, they went Champions League, and now they're, not even the top half. It's, for me, I think there's going to be a point where, look, I like Eddie Howe. Everyone likes Eddie Howe.
Yeah.
He's a good guy. He's a good tactician. He's English. You want to see him do well. Get that. But these owners want to take this club to the elite level. They want to be the new Man City. They want to be that club. And I don't know if Eddie Howe's that guy. And I think Newcastle fans are starting to change their opinion on the whole situation.
Yes.
Let's go to some calls, though. Let's go to Jamie. He's a Spurs fan. Right, Jamie?
Good evening, Jamie.
Hello, mate. You all right?
How are you, Jamie?
Yeah, not too bad, you?
Yeah, I'm very well, mate. Very well.
Jamie, that's bad today. Yeah.
Solid.
What's going
I
on?
don't know what to tell you that, mate. I don't even know why to go to Villa, smash them 4-0, and then, lose 3-0 away at Fulham. It just doesn't make sense, do it?
Jamie, when I was watching the game, I just felt like we was giving the ball away for fun. Normally, like against Villa, me and Gabs were talking about it. Couldn't get the ball for us.
No.
Everyone was confident, moving the ball around. Today, complete opposite. Couldn't trap a bag of cement.
Honestly, mate, this did not turn up. It was absolutely shambolic, I thought. You know what I mean? The top 4 hunt as well, and we're doing like things like that today.
Yeah, disappointed.
I think as well, like, Aston Villa losing last week and Spurs this week, we're giving Manchester United a chance. And they've been dreadful most of the season. And imagine they come and finish 4th. You'd be like, how?
Can you imagine United coming and got 4th? Like, this sums up the season.
Matt Tominey scoring the winner to get 4th.
Yeah. The thing is what I say, Jamie, is like, the reason we're 4th and 5th is because we lose games, right? We know because we're inconsistent, right? So when there's a top 4 race, we have it every season. Spurs do it, and when you watch Man City and Liverpool and Arsenal fighting out for the title, they don't lose games. They win games every week. It's going to be a massive consistency.
Yeah.
But that 4th spot, when you're fighting out whatever team it is every season, you're pulling your hair out every week because one minute you're good, then you're bad, then you're good, then you lose, you draw.
Spurs in it though, Joe. How many times we've bottled it this phase, or what stupid games
So Jamie, you think you still got that tag?
Yeah, I do.
What is that tag? What is it? Come on.
Your own fan has called it.
Tag?
What is that tag?
It's rubbish.
Thursday tag is like, we'll go to like things like Fulham and, you know, go like Brentford or whatever, and we'll go with like, well, not this season, but, you know, we'll end up losing these games we should win. That is just Thursday tag.
I'd love to know who made up that tag, that Spursy thing, because
There's a couple of there's probably Arsenal fans, mate.
Does it hurt though, as a fan, to hear that?
Yeah, well, it annoys me because it's like we're always just stuck with it, aren't we? You know, we're just stuck with this tag. Oh yeah, we're Spursy. Well, what do you mean we're Spursy? We're big. We're big.
Get a trophy for fifth.
No, but you get Champions League. You know, like then it annoys me sometimes that then they didn't help us today, did they? It was Spursy. Right, let's go. Arsenal fan? We go. Max is an Arsenal fan. I wonder what he wants. Right, Max.
Good evening, Max.
Your boy's gone to one hell of a meeting.
AJ Tracy, where are you?
Is that what you wanted to go on, Max? Is that what you wanted?
I still not wanted to be
I'll phone me back with you at the end of the season, yeah, and you bottle the league.
Mate, you wouldn't know what bottling the league's about, mate. You're never in that position. You're never going to know what that feels like. You're battling it out for Europa League spot. First performance all over, mate.
Max, why can't they get back-to-back performances? I mean, they outplayed Villa even before the sending off, and then today.
Why are we asking an Arsenal fan this question?
No, because he's a sensible guy. I know, Max.
No, he's not. He's not sensible. He's not. He's phoning us up admirably.
Max, why can't they be consistent like Arsenal are?
Because I don't think they've got any identity. Have you seen the way they play? They play good for a couple of games and then they drop off. They've got no real leaders in that team. Son is not a captain in my eyes. I don't think he leads that team. They're missing big characters in that dressing room. Hugo Lloris leaving, Dyer leaving, Kane leaving.
Did you lose to Fulham this season, Max?
The spine of the team has gone.
Didn't you lose to Fulham this season?
We did, but
and you drew at home to Fulham this season, Max.
Where are we?
Yeah, but...
Where are we? We're in the quarterfinals in the Champions League, top of the league.
Yeah, you're going to get knocked
out. Max, they've got a lovely stadium though.
That's a lovely stadium if you can't play lovely football.
Max, go out, Max. It's Saturday night. It's 7 Woodbury, yeah? Go out.
Gabby.
Yep.
Up the Villa tomorrow.
Top man, mate. Up the Villa, Max. Villa and Arsenal United.
What is this about?
Arsenal Villa team.
For Villa this season. They're the second team in it. Up the Villa.
Top man, mate.
Shambles.
North London is red.
Absolute shambles. Max, thanks for your kill, mate. Loads to talk about today. You want to have your say on all of the action. FA Cup, Premier League, EFL, big problems at the bottom of the table for Championship clubs. We'll be talking about that later on in the day. So you can call us on 03 717 22 3344.
You can't beat the feeling of the team you backed scoring a last-minute winner, or the ball landing on your lucky number 7 on the roulette wheel. But at LifeScore Bet, we know that when it comes to betting, nothing is a dead cert. That's why we want you to get the most out of betting with us responsibly. We've got a range of tools to help you stay the right side of the line, from deposit limits and spending controls to a cool-off period. Visit the safer gambling section on LifeScoreBet.com or download the app for more details. Bet responsibly. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Whether it's a better seat, a bigger room, or a free cake with your coffee, we all love an unexpected upgrade, especially if you don't have to ask. With the Hyundai Tucson Hybrid Upgrade event, you get a complimentary upgrade to premium trim when you buy before the 31st of March. Plus, you get £1,750 towards your deposit and 6.9% APR representative. The Tucson Hybrid Upgrade event. It's the dawn of a new Hyundai. Trim upgrade available for SE Connect Premium. Finance subject to status. Hyundai UK is a credit broker, not a lender. Terms apply.
It's almost Easter, so it's time to pick up some M&S collection Easter eggs for the people you really like. For your favourite relative, perhaps the hand-decorated Belgian milk chocolate nutty egg? For the person you want to woo, the Belgian milk chocolate champagne egg with champagne truffles. Or, here's an idea, you could just buy one for yourself. I'm going to. These are not just Easter eggs. These are M&S collection Easter eggs, subject to availability, selected stores.
BBC. What? Fancy composite? I don't mind what type of door you've got. I just want to know, is your door in the draw? Because in our April draws, there's a share of £24.7 million to be won. And can you believe that over 70% of postcodes across Great Britain are already playing? Oh, that's a lot of doors. Sign up before midnight on the 31st of March. Because good things come knocking with People's Postcode Lottery. PPL managed lotteries on behalf of good causes. 18 plus conditions apply. Play responsibly. Not available in Northern Ireland.
Este es un anuncio de radio de Hiscox Business Insurance que pretende mostrarle ciertos riesgos y peligros de los que Hiscox Business Insurance puede ayudarle a protegerse. If your business gets blamed by a client for a mistake, like accidentally recording the radio ad in the wrong language, Hiscox could help protect you. The story of your underwritten by Hiscox Business Insurance, subject to already holding a relevant Hiscox policy and subject to policy eligibility terms and conditions.
Here they are, the racing lovers of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Reward Shaker. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars at the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet. Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free reward shaker to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max one reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Heavy duty, fully reinforced post-match analysis. Game day.
The one true place for unlimited football debates.
What a hit that is. The Game Day phone in.
On talkSPORT.
How about this for a scoreline? 61 gone, it's Fulham 3, Tottenham 0, a corner comes in. Paulinho wins the header from the corner, it falls to Bassi who shoots. Who was there from close range to put the ball in the back of the net? The man in form, Rodrigo Muniz scores again. Spurs brilliant last week at Villa, hopeless today. 61 gone, Fulham 3, Tottenham 0.
Yeah, that's how it sounded earlier with Sam Mellard, who has updates on that game. You are listening to the Game Day phone in on talkSPORT with me, Jamie Hine, Gabby and Bonghoi. You can have your say on all of the football today. 03 717 22 33 44. Let's go to Jack. He's a Spurs fan. Right, Jack? Jack?
Hello, Jamie. How are you?
Good evening,
Hello?
Jack.
I'm in Bangkok. It's 3 a.m. in the morning, and I've watched it with the Spurs fans in Bangkok. I should be there today. And look, I'm always there, but I have to say, horrendous, absolutely diabolical. I don't know how that team, when you tell me, can go to Villa, win 4-1, and now lose 3-0. Where does that come from? And I'm trying to have a conversation because I actually have no idea. Where does that come from?
I don't know, mate, to be honest with you. That's the honest answer. Like, I didn't see that performance. I knew it would be an end-to-end game, because I know Fulham like to attack, Tottenham like to attack, so I knew it was going to be, open. We were poor, mate, on the ball. We were really bad on the ball. Players were miles off the pace. And I can only put that down to... I can only put that down to maybe being overconfident. No, I don't think you can blame Ange for that.
I don't know what Ange, but
like a little bit, maybe a bit like arrogant, thinking you can just rock up and, think you can turn up and beat Fulham because we beat Villa last week.
Maybe, yeah, they beat Villa last week, but they beat Villa in the second half. But this game, they never got nearer by the goal. They conceded goals way too many quickly, and this is going to be an outrageous statement, but the Ange speeches must be pretty good, and I know he tries to say, I'm not one for making a game a big deal, which he says, we beat Villa 4-0, we don't lose to Fulham 3-0. So, I don't know, but how did you perform that badly? How did you perform that badly? I don't understand.
I think some bad players in the team.
I think, Jack, as well, seems like what Jamie just said earlier, the Arsenal's, the City's, Liverpool's consistency. Spurs haven't got that this season, that's the problem. That's why you're not fighting for the title.
Yes, it is, but consistency, and then there's losing, and losing how we've lost today. And we didn't, look, we can lose 2-1, we can lose against City 4-3. We can't lose how we lost today, because that was terrible. We didn't get nearer by the goal. It wasn't unlucky. There was no, we went for them, they came for us. We got battered.
No, we didn't.
Again,
we got battered.
That's my point.
No,
we got battered. And that's not the top four, and that's not the title stuff. That's getting outplayed by Fulham, and that can't happen. And I don't know why it is, but that's the problem. It's not the losing. We lose. We're Spursy. We lose.
Has it ruined
you don't lose like that.
Has it ruined your night in Bangkok, man?
Well, no, Spurs ruined my night.
Yeah.
But then I thought I'd phone you and vent my frustration.
Yeah,
so I am away.
Yeah.
Get it out.
Get yourself to sleep, yeah. Get yourself to sleep, mate. You know, you don't deserve this.
What's the time over there?
10 to 3, but I don't deserve it. It's my football club.
3 a.m.
We do, guys.
What are you doing now? You've got to be out of the town again.
No, I watched the game with the supporters club, and I come back to the hotel and I go to sleep.
How many are in the supporters club? Jack, how many are in the supporters club?
15?
Oh, big number though.
No. Yeah. I've been into one in Australia, and there was about 30 there. But
oh wow,
it's better than none.
Yeah, that's supporters across the world.
Hey, we've got supporters everywhere, Jake. Don't you worry about Gavin. We're everywhere, mate.
Yeah, at least I was there. At least I was there. 3 a.m.
Jack, good man, mate. I appreciate you phoning me. Listen, stop digging Spurs out. That's the problem. It's just you want to have a beef with Spurs now. You got one with Leeds. You got one with Man United.
I'm about to get a black cab, would I?
Wolves. You've got what do you want to?
I'll get to the black cabs outside.
Yeah, mate, you want to be careful in London. There's a lot of Spurs fans knocking about in London.
Is there? I thought they were all Arsenal, West Ham. Huh?
West Ham's Essex. They're all Spurs in London. There ain't no Chelsea fans.
Spurs, great club. Big club.
Let's go to Cole. He's a Fulham fan, right, Cole? Good evening, Cole.
Hello, good evening, guys. Great show as usual. I said to one of your guys, I phoned up just to get on air and gloat a little bit.
Yeah.
Which
deserve to, mate.
You know, I just it's kind of, I think there's a plan at Craven Cottage. I know we look kind of sometimes quite discombobulated through the season with results, but I think they're building. And a big spend in summer, I think will push us above mid-table. But I'd like to comment on the game to say that Fulham had a stranglehold with the energy, the tempo.
Yeah, you did.
They didn't let anything settle. There was a lot of energy.
You're better than us today. Better than us. Way better than us. In every department.
I don't think you hear very despondent Tottenham fans on your show, and I think the truth of the matter is you've got to identify that. When you look at the stats, there was possession that Tottenham at one point, when it was kind of 10 minutes in the game, they were really producing and attacking. They had 67% of the possession. And then Fulham, I think, just said, look, we can't let them settle. We've just got to up the tempo. And I wouldn't be despondent as a Tottenham fan. I just think
it's a bad result today, Carl. It's a bad result today. It's a bad result for Spurs, that. You're fighting for the top four. You've got Man United breathing down your neck. You've just beat Villa. And you go, and look, Fulham, I knew it was a good game. Fulham are a really good side. And I knew it'd be tough. Yeah. But with the players that Spurs have got and where they're trying to get to, that's a shocking result.
Do you know what I think, Jamie? I think that's interesting because when I look through the Fulham side, I've always been fairly despondent. But when I looked at it, I thought, hold on a minute, we've got a really solid team. I mean, I know.
So I like Cole. I really like the striker, Muniz. I thought he was very good today. Took his 2 goals well, especially his first one. Holds the ball up, makes great runs in behind.
You've got to wait there now. We've got to go to the Sam Matt face because he's with Manchester City manager Pep Guardiola.
I am. Congratulations, Pep. It's the 6th year running that Manchester City have reached the semi-finals of the FA Cup. No one's ever done that before. What does that say about the consistency you've built?
That's the final our team. Champions League is fantastic, Premier League is fantastic, but we are able to be humble enough to win 4 Carabao Cups in a row and play 6 semi-finals. Of course we want to win it, we win just 2, but to win the semi-final, the final, or reach the final, you got to play semi-finals. And always there are bad nights, always there are bad moments. So when you achieve 6 in a row, it's because these teams have something special.
Well, Newcastle came here today and their game plan was pretty clear. They started with 3 at the back and even their wing-backs were tucked in. It meant that you might have found it difficult to break them down. So how important was the early goal?
No, of course it was, but in general when we played, so we had a lot of chances. We couldn't see one shoot on target against a team like the pace they have, the control we play. Yeah, we play a really good game. The commitment, how still we run, and 86 minutes, 87 minutes, everyone. So So what I say after when the travel, imagine figure out when we were in pre-season, arrived in the last international break with the chances in all competition. That doesn't mean we not win, I don't know. But arrive until the end in the last month and a half, being alive in the 3 important competitions. Coming from where we come, because now the tendency is relaxed, the tendency is, okay, we are going to run less or do what you have to do. Not the proper way, and still we are there. Means a lot.
Means a lot. How does it make you feel?
Tired. Now I need a break. And ready for the last, finals that we have ahead of us.
You spoke about the one shot on target you conceded. That shot on target was saved expertly by your goalkeeper, someone who always seems to turn up whenever you call upon him.
He's really good. Stefan is really good keeper. Really good.
He's never let you down, has he?
We trust a lot. So. Last season he played FA Cup when we won it, and another competition. This is really good.
If you have any disappointment today, is it that you didn't score more goals?
We had chances to score, yeah, definitely. But important is the game plan, the way we played, and the way we played was really good.
Jeremy Doku came out to speak to us. He's a very confident guy, and he shows that on the pitch. Have you been impressed by how easily he seems to have assimilated to English football?
Yeah. Before the injury, the first injury, he played an incredible level, but so high level. And after the injury dropped a little bit, but he's back today. Make a good question. Of course, playing inside is a little bit more different way, but have the ability to dribble, and we need it for the way they play. And maybe we didn't contact with them for the last pass, but of course have another quality. He's not Kevin, for example, or Gundogan, for example, or Riyad Mahrez, for example. But yeah, he played a fantastic game.
And what will you do on your rest? Have you got a book to read, or a film to watch, or a particular thing to do?
Family time.
Family time. Enjoy it. Thank you very much, Pep Guardiola, who's off now for a week or so ahead of the big game against against Arsenal in the next after the next round of the Premier League matches.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Great interview with Pep Guardiola there. We're also going to be hearing from other managers tonight. Spurs manager Ange Postecoglou's coming up just after 8. You want to have your say. You want to hear from Newcastle fans. One shot on target. I mean, is that good enough? I know it's a tough fixture, but come on, you're flying to get in a semi-final.
Where are you, Newcastle fans? Where are you? Not a lot to say. Not a lot to say when you're playing Champions League football. Where are you now?
Yeah, as the tide turned, Newcastle fans, get involved. 03 717 22 33 44.
If self-expression and innovation excite in equal measure, let's make it real. Introducing the new all-electric BMW iX2 with striking design inside and out, and a BMW curved display that lets you stream movies and play video games whilst parked up. Search Stratstone Hull BMW to book a test drive. Non-conformists, please form a disorderly queue. Features require a BMW digital premium subscription. App costs may apply. Details on our website. Test drive subject to status and availability.
Hey, you're looking for car parts at unbelievable prices. Here at You Pull It, the region's only pull-your-own parts breakers yard. We've got them in the thousands. Alternators at 21 quid, starter motors too, alloys 30 and fractures 15. A whole engine for just 154 quid. With over 3,000 cars on the ground for viewing every day, we've got the parts you need at prices you won't believe. 7 days a week. You pull, you save. YouPullIt.co.uk. Prices may vary, terms and conditions apply.
For insurance that covers you if your car breaks down, you can rely on NFU Mutual. We include RAC UK breakdown cover as standard. That means if you're more than a quarter of a mile from home, and in the unlikely event your car can't be fixed at the roadside, they'll take you to the nearest garage within 20 miles. We do this so you can enjoy the more important things. For quality car insurance you can rely on, join NFU Mutual today.
It was the in thing to smoke. You felt good, you felt grown up.
Nobody who starts young ever thinks they'll smoke for life.
Never once thought I'd get cancer, not once. To tell your family you've got cancer through smoking, what an idiot. Me kids, they've thought they were going to lose them.
Up to 2 in 3 long-term smokers die from smoking. Be part of the change and help build a smoke-free generation. Quit smoking. For free support, search smoke-free.
McDonald's winning six is back. Last year, there were over 2 million winners. This year, we hope you're thirsty for more. You can win limited edition Coke glasses, amazing Mackey's food and merch, festival tickets, or even one of our weekly 10 grand cash prizes. Play winning sips now on medium or large soft drinks. Fill your cup, try your luck. Promotional drinks only. End 16th of April. App registration may be required. 18 plus. UK only. Terms apply.
Feel the new Epic on 3. Trade in and save £304 on the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra powered by Galaxy AI. Plus, get 12 months of Paramount Plus, 28 days of roaming, and 300 gig of data included from £54 a month with £60 upfront. Annual April airtime price rise of CPI plus 3.9% applies. Search 3 or head in store today.
Credit by 3. Terms apply. See 3.co.uk.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
The ultimate on-demand destination for the UK's best fan-led football podcasts. Featuring teams from across all the major divisions. Discover a league of unbeatable club-dedicated content in just one click.
The talkSPORT Fan Network.
Created by the fans, for the fans.
Search talkSPORT Fan Network.
9 and 1053 medium wave. Online, on your mobile, on the app, and on your smart speaker. talkSPORT. Talk Sport.
Keep your calls coming in the game day phone in 03717 223344. We've got Spurs manager and Postecoglou coming up. But now let's get news and sport with Mark Tyler.
Thanks, Jamie. Good evening. Harry Kane is an injury down for England's friendlies against Brazil and Belgium after twisting an ankle during Bayern Munich's 5-2 win over Darmstadt. He was substituted 8 minutes from the end, but did score earlier. It's next stop Wembley for Manchester City and Coventry in the FA Cup. 2 Bernardo Silva goals gave City a 2-0 win against Newcastle. Reaction to come from the Etihad. And Championship Coventry produced one of the great FA Cup comebacks as they beat Wolves 3-2 to reach the semis. They scored twice in stoppage time to win it.
Ball inside the area to Sims for right. Oh, they won it! They won it! Coventry have won it in the 10th minute of stoppage time.
And here's delighted Coventry manager Mark Robbins.
It's the FA Cup, it's just unbelievable. It's football. If you take the break off, they don't break off at times. And I'm talking about players here as well. You know, if they believe, they can achieve anything.
Both of tomorrow's quarter-final ties are live here on talkSPORT, including exclusive coverage of Manchester United-Liverpool. Spurs missed the chance to go fourth in the Premier League this evening. They were beaten 3-0 at Fulham, where Rodrigo Muniz scored twice. Luton grabbed an 89th minute equaliser against fellow strugglers Nottingham Forest. Manager Rob Edwards delighted, particularly after his side blew a 3-goal lead at Bournemouth on Wednesday.
Everyone gets things go against them, and it's about how you deal with it and how you react. I think that's what's really important.
And fellow strikers Burnley were 2-1 winners over 10-man Brentford. Celtic produced a dominant display in a 3-1 win at home to St Johnstone. To go back to the top of the Scottish Premiership, the defending champions are a point clear of Rangers, who play tomorrow. Aston Villa held on to win 2-1 at Everton in the WSL. Ipswich are back in the Championship's automatic promotion places after hammering Sheffield Wednesday 6-0. They move a point off leaders Leicester and 2 clear of third-place Leeds, who play Millwall tomorrow. And Ireland have retained their Six Nations title after a 17-13 victory over Scotland. England have just kicked off against France in Paris, and Wales finished winless after a 24-21 defeat to Italy in Cardiff. There's more at talksport.com.
talkSPORT News.
Paul Geffing's been elected as the next Welsh Labour leader. Highways agencies in Surrey say the county's roads are largely coping. The whole of the M25 is shut this weekend between junctions 10 and 11, and online orders at Sainsbury's and Tesco have been disrupted due to technical problems.
talkSPORT weather with QuickFit. Don't let car troubles get in the way of your journeys this winter. Visit your local centre or quickfit.com for tyres, servicing and batteries, so you can drive away happy every time.
A wet start on Sunday for eastern areas, with rain slow to clear. Elsewhere drier with some sunny spells and the odd shower.
White Hot Football Debates.
Game day.
On DAB, online and on your smart speaker.
The Game Day phone-in.
on talkSPORT.
Yeah, good evening. You are listening to the Game Day Phone-In on talkSPORT with me, Jamie Hart, Gabby and Kwonglaw. Shocking day for Spurs. They lose 3-0 at home to Fulham. You can have your say on that. FA Cup action as well. Coventry City are through to the semi-final after beating Wolverhampton 3-2. Want to hear from Coventry fans if you're out there still. And Manchester City get it done against Newcastle. Newcastle United fans not going well for Eddie Howe. EFL action as well. Loads to talk about. You want to come on and have your say. 03 717 22 3344. Well, let's hear now from Spurs manager Ange Postecoglou speaking to Talkball Sam Miller.
You almost put your finger on why, last week it was perhaps maybe Spurs' best performance of the season, and then fast forward a week, it maybe wasn't as good. How frustrating is that for you as the manager? Can you put your finger on why it was so hard for your side at times today?
I think it definitely wasn't as good. It wasn't as good as most guys. Well, like I said, I just thought we kind of, in the second half, we didn't really play at the intensity and tempo that we have all year. And look, you've just got to accept the fact that, if we're not as competitive as we have been all year, then this will happen. Now, this is the first time it's happened, I think, this year. So even that is not, acceptable. But ultimately, it's an opportunity for a bit of growth for our group and for me to understand that needs to happen if we want to be, playing at the levels we have been so far.
Final international break of the season. When you come back in the remaining 10 games, you've still got a cracking chance of finishing in the top four and bringing Champions League football back. Is that something really exciting for the team to strive for between now and the end of the season?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've already been told that we're out of the race, so 10 games to go, plenty of football, plenty of opportunities for us to kind of get some more growth out of this group of players and growth as a team.
Yeah, Sam Allen speaking to Spurs manager Ange Postecoglou. Didn't seem too happy, did he?
No.
Well,
it can happen though, can't it? A result like today can happen to anyone, especially Spurs. That is true. But they would surprise me next game. They
Fulham
go
are a good team.
Yes.
Like, they're a good side, but I expect the club to beat them. But you can't you don't want to take credit away from Fulham. They were really good today. They moved the ball quickly. They was at the races. Yes. They've been good at the back, and look, Spurs had some chances in the first half, second half, but the lads come on and didn't take their chances. Yes. Brendan Johnson for me, Gabs. He's so quick. And then, look, you're someone who had loads of pace, right? Yeah. I just feel like sometimes his feet work quicker than his brain.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm looking at him going, God, sort your feet out. And you score, or sort your feet out, you go past him.
Similar to Werner. Sometimes Mudryk as well. Sometimes when you've got these quick players, they can make the wrong choice at the wrong time. But like we said earlier, a couple of weeks ago, Johnson and Werner shouldn't be starting for a team that want to be fighting for the league title, which Spurs want to do. They should be players that are on the bench that come on. You should have like Kulusevski on the right, Son on the left, and a top number 9 up front.
Yeah.
That's what it should be, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. All right, let's go to Ben, who's a Spurs fan. Right, Ben? Good evening, Ben.
Evening, how you doing?
I'm very well, mate. How are you?
Not that well.
Yeah. I mean, you've been to the game, Ben. Look, how we saw it on TV, we had some decent possession, but really, truthfully, I felt like Fulham battered us.
They did. They were, from the minute the whistle went to the end of the game, we were just second best everywhere. We were poor, and I found out the last couple of weeks ago, and I said the same thing. We start every game so slowly, so poorly. I almost feel like the team selections every week change, and then it's the wrong players, and then it's the players that come off the bench that make the impact. I mean, it didn't happen today, and it just.
Well, he had some chances, by the way, when they come on.
Sorry?
Had some chances when he made the subs. Werner's had a tap-in that he's missed. And I think Brendan Johnson misses one in, which is 5 yards out. It's, there were chances there, but I don't think we deserved anything from the game.
No, we didn't. And like the point that was just made there of like Werner and Johnson starting, like they shouldn't be starting for a team that want to push on, get in the top 4 and compete for trophies. Like, look at Arsenal. They brought winners in.
Yeah.
They brought in players that have won trophies, and we're bringing in players that are getting shipped out from top teams in the Premier League because they weren't at it, and they're being bought from relegation-threatened clubs.
You know what surprises me though, Ben, with defending in general now? Defenders don't have to stop the cross anymore. Some of the crosses that come in football now, managers I played under, especially Martin O'Neill, would be screaming at half-time, stop the cross, will you come in and sit next to me? Stop the cross, always stop the cross. Defenders now, even Robinson's got the ball, just make a crossing. Dragosan's not marking Munich. Like, defending now is all about being good on the ball, coming out with the ball.
Yeah.
Proper defending isn't there. Now, some of the goals that Fulham scored today was poor defending as well for me.
It was awful. And if you look at our fullbacks aren't fullbacks, they're additional centre mids that push forward into attacking midfielders. So we've got two at the back, and without Van der Ven's pace, the high line we play, we're just going to get caught out time after time after time.
I did notice that today a little bit. Dragosan getting, it got worse. As soon as Van der Ven gets injured, look, I don't think that's why we lost, but it does make the team play different because he's one-on-one defending because of his pace. It just gets you out of so many problems. And Dragosan, look, I thought he's done okay today. He didn't have any howler, but you can notice the pace difference for sure.
Yeah, massively. Van der Ven gets injured a lot because he's the one making 30, 40 yards sprints to recover because the defence is so high up and we're so out of position, we lose the ball and we're so vulnerable. It's twice in a year. And I like Postecoglou, but we've lost Angeball a little bit over the past few months. Like, we're not dominating the games like we used to. We're not defending well like we used to. And I appreciate his honesty of sticking with his philosophy, but when they get to the business end of the season and there's a place in the Champions League up for grabs, you've got to do what you've got to do to win.
Agreed. Yeah, this season what I'd say to that, Ben, is well, look, the philosophy's got us this far, so you've got to stick with it, haven't you? You don't change your philosophy to try and crawl over the line. This is the way he wants to play. This is how he's going to. He ain't going to change it. Because you've got to beat Aston Villa last week and put in a top performance. Today weren't good enough. Nowhere near good enough. And the players know that. The midfield weren't good enough. I don't think you go and be like, right, we've got to get it over the line and crawl over the line and change your philosophy. Stick to your guns.
Yeah, no, of course, I get that. I appreciate that. Stick to your guns. But there's games where you think, right, it's not working. Let's change it up. Even if it's... Because, like I said, apart from Villa last week in the second half for 45 minutes, where I thought we were really, really good.
Against 10 men.
Yeah, we're 2-0 up already, by the way.
Against 10 men, though.
We were 2-0 up before McGinn got sent off.
Could be staying second.
Cool, let's go to Pete, though. He's a Luton fan, right, Pete? Good evening, Pete.
Yeah, how you doing, lads? What a massive point that is today.
It basically keeps your survival chances alive, doesn't it? You lose that, I think you're gone.
Well, I mean, after Wednesday's debacle, I came away from that absolutely gutted. I was on my hands and knees. And today, Forest were absolutely cruising in the second half. So to nick a point at the death, I mean, that could make such a difference at the end of the season. And we all know in about, 2 weeks' time, we'll know the fate of Forest with the points deduction. And you want to stay up under your own steam, but if you break the rules, you get punished, unless you're Manchester City. So, it could be a big couple of weeks for us.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens with Everton. I think it's a joke how they're giving points back and now they're still talking about them, getting points again.
Isn't it?
Like no one knows what's going on. Who's in the bottom three? Is it Everton? Is it Luton? Is it, like what is this? Look, Pete, do you think you can stay up? Do you think you can survive?
If I'm honest, under our own steam, probably not. But it's no ordinary season.
But you're only 3 points off.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got to play Spurs when we come back from the international break. And if today's anything to go by, that's a banker, isn't it?
You'll be 6 points off it then by then. When the Nottingham Forest win, you get pumped.
I mean, we've got some massive games. Arsenal away, Spurs away, Man City away. We're getting nothing from them, realistically. But sandwiched in between them, we've got Bournemouth at home, so we've got to pick up 3 points somewhere. But it's going to be tough.
Yes, it's going to be tough. Yeah. Pete, brilliant call, mate. Thanks. I want to hear from Luton Town fans. I want to hear from Coventry City fans. That's a massive result, that, Cabs.
I think it just shows how important the FA Cup still is. You know, people try to say it doesn't have the same effect anymore, but Coventry went there confident in getting a result. You know, Wolves have got injury problems. I think Neto's out for the season. I'm hearing that's a shame. We like him as a player, but you know, now they're at Wembley. How amazing! You know, you're going to get a top team.
Gary O'Neill's going to be kicking himself.
I know.
What a draw he get. You know, like every team you go, oh, what a draw. At home to Coventry, you're thinking it's a banker. We're at Wembley.
Exactly.
Like, you're booking the tickets. Is
he a Spurs fan going in? Bit Spursy, creeped into Wolves.
Oh, I'd be gutted over that. I feel for him because he's done really well this season. Wolves have been a joy to watch. They have, and they've got a stinking result in them like that, and they've shown it today, and it's actually killed them.
A lot of teams, though, we talk about injuries. Like, I think it's every team, mate. Like you can name so many injuries.
There's too many games, guys.
I think there is, mate, yeah. Because when I first started playing Premier League football, you'd rarely play midweek.
No.
I'd play 3 times a season. And around Christmas, you have a few more games, but it was Saturday, then off Sunday, Monday's a light warm down, Tuesday's a tough session, off Wednesday, Thursday's a little session, Friday's a little session, and you play Saturday, so you're getting more rest, less injuries. Now, they've got so many games, and training's got harder.
Yeah, I know.
Training's like a game. They're covering like 5-6 kilometres in training as well now.
Yeah.
So I think that's got a lot to do with it.
Yeah, I agree, mate. It just does seem like there's a lot going on with injuries. We can't just be, you know, we say, oh, can't get on with it. I mean, well, hold on a minute. I mean, every team has got like an injury crisis.
Yeah, it's like you look at in my team, you talk about your injuries, Aston Villa, like Buendia and Mings, ACL's done for the season. Kamara, a month ago, ACL done for the season. Those are niggling injuries as well for players, which every team. Newcastle, Wilson and Isaac have like sort of swapped. One's injured, one's fit, one's injured, one's fit. Do you know what I mean? So many injuries for every team.
Yeah, it's crazy. Right, get your calls in. We want to continue having them all throughout the night. We're here till 10 o'clock this evening, so we'll take calls for as long as we can. But let's go to the final Six Nations game, which is underway. Watching England versus France on talkSPORT's Alfie Reynolds.
Yeah, 15 minutes gone in the first half. It's France 0, England 3. Frenetic start to the match, bit scrappy as well. France have had a lot of territory, but it's England on the scoreboard at first through George Ford's penalty. And also England have been forced into an early change. The fullback George Furbank has been replaced by Marcus Smith. A reminder that Marcus Smith, week to week for his club, plays fly half, so a bit out of position for the bulk of this game. And just a reminder of where things stand, England no longer able to win the Six Nations. That follows Ireland beating Scotland. But they do have an opportunity here to beat France in France for the first time since 2016 and win their 4th match of this Six Nations. That's something they haven't done since 2020. 15 and a half minutes played. It's France 0, England 3.
Okay, get your calls coming in. 03717 223344. Going to hear from a very unhappy Eddie Howe next.
Let's stay. You're looking for car parts at unbelievable prices. Here at You Pull It, the region's only pull your own parts breakers yard. We've got them in the thousands. Alternators at 21 quid, starter motors too, alloys 30 and batteries 15. A whole engine for just 154 quid. With over 3,000 cars on the ground, doing every day. We've got the parts you need at prices you won't believe. 7 days a week. You pull, you save. YouPullIt.co.uk. Prices may vary, terms and conditions apply.
It's Lidl's massive garden event with more green-fingered goodies than you can shake a rake at. Get a walk-in greenhouse for $49.99, a cold frame only $29.99, or a balcony railing planter for just $3.99. All from a Parkside range. New products in Lidl stores every week. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price.
Limited offers subject to availability. Selected stores GB only.
Here they are, the racing lovers of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Reward Shake-Up. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars at the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet. Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free reward shaker to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
You know how the best ideas come in the shower? Well, here's one for you. Switching to an energy-efficient shower head is more efficient because it saves water and could save you up to £40 a year on energy bills. And that's worth singing about. Shower, save, repeat. It all adds up. Find more energy-saving tips at gov.uk/save energy. You know how the best ideas come in the shower? Well, here's one for you. Switching to an energy-efficient shower head is more efficient because it saves water and can save you up to £40 a year on energy bills. And that's worth singing about. Shower, save, repeat. It all adds up. Find more energy-saving tips at gov.uk/save energy.
McDonald's Winning Six is back. Last year there were over 2 million winners. This year we hope you're thirsty for more. You can win limited edition Coke glasses, amazing Mackey's food and merch, festival tickets, or even one of our weekly 10 grand cash prizes. Play Winning Sips now on medium or large soft drinks. Fill your cup, try your luck. Promotional drinks only. N16th of April. App registration may be required. 18 plus. UK only. Terms apply.
Feel the new Epic on 3. Trade in and save £304 on the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra powered by Galaxy AI. Plus, get 12 months of Paramount Plus, 28 days of roaming, and 300 gig of data included from £54 a month with £60 up front. Annual April airtime price rise of CPI plus 3.9% applies. Search 3 or head in store today.
Credit by 3. Terms apply. See 3.co.uk.
For quality car insurance you can rely on. Join NFU Mutual today.
Switch to EE and get our fastest full fibre ever.
Well, how fast is fast?
Up to 1.6 gig fast.
What? So I can do online Pilates?
While they watch cartoons.
And download 4K films?
Whilst I'm gaming.
All at the same time?
That's right. All powered by BT with absolutely nothing to pay up front.
What? Nothing?
Not a thing. No wonder broadband switchers choose EE. Offer ends 4th of April. New customers, 32.5% UK availability. Terms apply.
The big gift giveaway is now on at Arnold Clark. Buy any car and enter a free gift. Choose from a £50 M&S gift card, 12 free car washes, or one of 6 fantastic experiences. From an overnight stay to a supercar track experience, there's an option for everyone. Don't miss the big gift giveaway. It's now on at every Arnold Clark across the UK. See arnoldclark.com.
There will be 14 minutes of extra time.
With Betfair's 90-minute payout, you don't have to wait for the final whistle to celebrate. Because your winning bet will be paid out in full at 90 minutes. Betfair.
Applies to match odds, 90 market, or markets with the 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
First kick of the day.
The Weekend Sports Breakfast, tomorrow morning from 6 on talkSPORT with Tony Cascarino and Natalie Sawyer.
First live football, fixture talk, and full flavour fan food.
With big game previews.
Big name exclusives.
And qualified comment from the nation's destination. On chorus, Cascarino and Sawyer.
Unequivocal, qualified comment, and concentrated club talk.
On the Weekend Sports Breakfast.
Pitch perfect and ready to play.
Tomorrow morning from 6
on talkSPORT.
Give it to Ruben Diaz to build through the middle, out to the right, and Silva, who comes in on his left foot, tries another strike. Oh, Dubravka's gone over the top of the ball. It might have been a deflection that eluded him, but he's jumped over the top of the ball, and it's squirmed through the middle of the goal, and it's 2-0 now to Manchester City, and it's 2 goals that Dubravka will be disappointed with.
You're listening to Game Day Phone In on talkSPORT with me, Jeremy O'Hara, and Gabiak Bong-Lahore. We're taking your calls on 03 717 22 33 44. That's how it sounded earlier on. Manchester City beating Newcastle United 2-0 in the quarterfinals to make it to the semis and play at Wembley. You can have your say on that one. But another team who have made their way to Wembley today after beating Wolverhampton Wanderers is Coventry City. So let's go to Mark. He's a Coventry fan. All right, Mark? Good evening, Mark.
How's it going, guys? You alright?
I'm alright, mate. How you feeling? What a day?
Yeah, I've got to be quick though, because my wife's going to come in and say I'm a talkSPORT. Yeah.
Leave him alone. Leave him alone.
I've Whoa.
Don't be arguing, you two.
No.
That sounds like my house.
He sent me a photo the night because he was in the Shard and he was out with Ali McCoy.
And Steve Alderson.
No, I don't care about him. Let's go Ali McCoy.
Right, Super Ali. Right.
Is it Ali McCoy is out again? Can someone call me so I can meet him too?
Oh, Mark, what's going on?
If you remember, I work in the news building. I don't know if you do or not, but anyway.
Yeah, I do remember you, Mark. Of course you do.
Cool. Right, so we've... yeah, I know. I saw Spencer Oliver in lift the other day. He turned around as well. Anyway, so yeah, just bringing about golf boys, we smashed it today. We absolutely played them off the park. And I know they had a couple of players out, but it doesn't matter. We were the better team from start to finish all day today, and I'm proud to be a Coventry fan, firstly, and secondly, I reckon before the playoffs last year when we lost, obviously, I was thinking I'm not sure whether we want to go up because we might get smashed every week, but seeing that today, I know it's only one game. I reckon we could hold our own if we go up, boys.
Yeah, but listen, today's amazing. Getting to go to Wembley, semi-final, great day for the fans, but the priority must be getting in the playoffs, and it's not going to be easy, is it? Look, Norwich have got, they've been on a run of games. Hull City are doing well. You're 4 points off at the moment. That's got to be the priority, hasn't it? Playoffs again.
It has got to be, but at the same time, just to have these good positive vibes going on in every year. Wembley's our second home, guys. Like the bloke in the bar's going to ask me if I want the usual.
Who do you want?
I'd say Leicester. If we're going to go, if they're going to get through, that'll be a nice little M69 derby. Beat them, and then we're into Europe.
Can't be unbelievable, wouldn't it?
That'd be crazy.
Yeah, look, fair, it can happen. There's a good chance of it, so...
Yeah, they'll have to open Coventry Airport again and start letting us fly out there.
Mark, top man, mate. Thanks for your call. Let's go to Charlie, who's a Spurs fan, right, Charlie? Good evening, Charlie.
How are you both doing?
I'm very well, Charlie. Yeah, Charlie, I'm having a bad day, mate. Honestly, like I was at Cheltenham last night. I've had a long day already, and I've come in. I've got Mr. Chirpy over here. Spurs getting beat. Honestly, I can't wait for it to be 10 o'clock.
Well, I was having a good day up until 5:30, and I think the minute that game kicked off, it was quite clear that Fulham had their tactics sorted, and they knew what they were going to do, and I just think it exposed the biggest problem we have at Tottenham, which is Ange is a one-trick pony. I love Ange. He's the kind of guy that I'd love to have a beer with down the pub, and he plays all that exciting football that we want to see at Tottenham, and for 3 years we've been saying we don't care if we win a trophy, we just want exciting football. We're getting that, but the flip side of it is that it's hard when you're at the game, but from what I could see at the game today, Fulham decided that they weren't going to try and play the ball around on the floor. They were playing a long ball, and 9 out of 10 times Romero was getting beat when that ball went up there, and then they put it out onto the wide, and it looked like that they were overloading us, and every single time they were in acres of space in the wide areas and getting the ball in, and Ange just didn't know how to deal with that. So there's two ways now to beat Tottenham. Number one, which what Villa tried last week, stick all your men behind the ball, let us come on to you and then counter-attack very quickly. Wolves did that perfectly 3 weeks ago. And now they're showing today, if you play the ball around, we'll probably nick it off you. So play it long, get it out onto the wide, and get the ball into the box, and we can't defend.
That's a good point, really. I mean, the problem is you've got here, Charles, we wanted good football, right? But there's still some players in the team, and as Gabby said, we're not Man City, we're not Arsenal at the moment, we're not Liverpool. We've got a group of players who are good players. Some of them are going to get better, and some of them are not. But we're playing some good stuff. But look how great he was last week.
I do think, Charlie, there's a project going on at Spurs, and the banter aside, Spurs will make top 5 this season for being the Champions League, and then in the summer, you need to get some better players in. You need a top number 9. Son on the left, Kulusevski on the right, Werner and Johnson coming off the bench. They shouldn't be starting games for Spurs in the Premier League for me. So Spurs, it's progression, isn't it?
But if we go back to the Euro final, I was at the Euro final. For the first 20 minutes, England played Italy off the park. Mancini made a tactical switch during that game, and then suddenly Italy started to get the better of us, and they won that game. And Southgate took a long time to adapt. So, I think it's universally accepted that that game was won on a tactical switch that Mancini made. When is Ange ever going to make a tactical switch? So when a team has the better of us over the first 20 minutes, and it's clear to all of us in the stands, we're going to lose this game.
Well, how many times has that happened and then you come back second half and win the game this season?
Yeah, I mean, it does happen, but if we can press on and we're never going to make any tactical changes...
It does make tactical changes, Charlie. He did it today. The players weren't good enough. You can't blame Ange every week if the team don't play well. At the end of the day, that team he put out there pumped Aston Villa the week before. And, then today, they're awful. Well, I mean, what do you want from Ange? He ain't walking on the football pitch. There's only so much a manager can do. He's saying he wants to play free-flowing football. Go out there, do the business. He changed 3 midfielders after the 65th minute.
What did you want to do to bring like Sarr and Basuma further back and play more counter-attack?
It was clear that Porro and Udogie were completely out of the game, and in that inverted fullback, it works so well when you're going forward, but when you're under the cosh because long balls are coming in and we're losing those long balls and it's going out wide, there was just huge open gaps out there, and it exposed that. When we're having, if you look back over our stats over the last probably 5 or 6 games, we're averaging between 65 and 75% of the possession. We're going at teams. Today, that wasn't the case because we couldn't get the ball off of Fulham because they were going long, winning that long ball and getting it out into those overloads on the wing. I love Ange and I love the football that we're playing, but it's going to be a roller coaster. That's all I'm saying, because we do have a one-trick pony, and we'll come back on the show and make all the apologies to every Spurs fan that's going to hate me for saying it. But I don't think we'll win anything under Ange, and I think if we want to go on and be a team that's going to challenge, because under the new financial fair play rules, with all of the stadium and the revenue that we've got a serious chance over the next 4 or 5 years to really start challenging.
What are you talking about, Charles? What are you talking about? We've got Ange and he's doing a good job. We've got to give him time.
But I just don't believe that under this style of football, where it doesn't seem that he's willing to adapt his formation mid-game in order to counter the opposition's tactics.
I disagree with you, mate. I have to totally disagree. I can't believe you're saying that, Charles. It's been a breath of fresh air, this manager this season. And you're thinking about saying you ain't going to win anything.
If he would have followed Pochettino in, would we have said that he was a breath of fresh air? I love Ange, so please don't get me wrong. We had absolutely toxic, negative football and an environment at Tottenham for 2 or 3 years under Conte and Mourinho. So of course Ange coming in, playing exciting football, attacking football, of course it's a breath of fresh air. And we're loving it. And we go home and we go away and we back the team. I just don't believe we're going to go on and win anything, because teams are going to figure out that when you're playing a manager that isn't willing to change his formation, if you can get the better of them on that formation, you're going to beat them. Man for man, Tottenham are a better team than Fulham. Do you agree?
Yes.
There you go. So Fulham had a better...
But that was today. Last week, over the course of the season, we've lost today. We've lost 7 games this season. So have Aston Villa.
Yeah.
We're fighting out for the top 4. At the end of the day, yeah, we weren't good enough today. But we're not the finished article, are we? We're not Man City. We're not Liverpool. We're not Arsenal at this moment in time. They're seasons in front of us in terms of their build with managers that they've had. Look at Arteta, they've stuck with him. I remember when Arsenal fans were coming on saying they wanted Arteta out, with trending all the time. Now look at him.
Give him a chance, Charlie.
Give him time. He's been in the job 6 months.
Yeah, but I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I love Ange, and I'm enjoying them, and I'm willing to take the losses because the highs are very high. But I just don't personally think, unless Ange is going to seriously consider changing formation during games, I don't think Tottenham will go on and win anything under him.
No, I mean, Charles, unbelievable. I mean, Gabs, you
listen, I don't agree with him, but I hear where he's coming from. What he's basically saying is, like, that formation that Ants plays, a style of play, if it's not working in the game, can he tweak it?
Yeah.
His way of tweaking it is making changes. You know, if it's not working, okay, Johnson, you're off, Werner, you're on, Richarlison, you're on. I mean, you get better players in the summer.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You get better number 9 that starts. But if he's got his way of playing, he's not going to change it. He said that. What with Chelsea? You're down to 9 men against Chelsea.
No.
He's not going to play it.
So we are,
he doesn't care.
So we are.
Here we are, mate. He's gone to some Mancini.
I know. I'm sitting there thinking, hold on a minute. This team's been brilliant to watch. We've been the team to watch this season, and people have loved watching us. Sometimes, at this moment in time, you're going to get beat because we haven't got a team like Manchester City.
What did he want today? What did he want for Basuma to sit in front of the striker, Muniz, so he wasn't getting it?
So.
But maybe that's what he's saying, tweak it in that way.
Yeah,
maybe that, yes, you can do that. That doesn't stop Maddison and Sarr making a run forward. Maybe that little tweak is what he's talking about. But to say that if he doesn't do that, we're never going to win anything. Spurs are the one team after Manchester City I would pay to go and watch. I'll pay money to go and watch at Spurs Stadium.
We'll double charge you and all, let me tell you.
Yeah, was it £15 for a Coke? For a Coke Zero.
No VIP treatment coming your way, son. You can pay the extra amounts to get there. I'll make you pay for parking as well. Let's hear from Newcastle manager Eddie Howe speaking to Sam Atterface.
Coming here is never easy, but how much of a setback was that first deflected goal?
Yeah, I think when you come here, you know you're going to not have the ball for periods of the game. I think even the most positive person in the world knows that they're going to have good possession and you're going to have to defend well and get a slice of luck when the big moments come, and we didn't get that today. But I always think that's self-inflicted. I don't think we can look at the gods and blame them. I think we have to take responsibility ourselves. I didn't think there was a lot wrong with aspects of our performance today. We tried to press them high, we tried to be really aggressive and disrupt their rhythm, and I felt at times we did. Probably the biggest disappointment was some of our attacking play, where we did have some really good moments and transition opportunities. Our quality was missing.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that because you fashioned opportunities, only one shot on target. What do you think held you back in those circumstances? Because there were one or two opportunities where you might, on a different day, fashion something.
Yeah, I think there was more than that. I think a lot of our final pass was wrong. Our decision making was wrong. Our technical delivery was wrong. Probably highlighted by the big moment when it was 2-0 and Alex goes through, and of course the conditions weren't easy today, especially when the rain came at the end. But we still back the quality of the players to deliver better in those key moments. And it's frustrating because you know you're not going to get a lot of the ball, as I said at the start. So when you do have your moments, you really need to grab them.
You changed the shape today. What was the thinking behind that?
Well, I knew when the draw came out that sort of in my head was we wanted to do something different for this game. We wanted to prepare individually for it. And the thinking really was to try and get two strikers playing together, to try and give them a problem as a Manchester City, and to try and use pace to hurt them in behind. And I do think there were moments where that did show, but probably not enough.
Were you hampered by the injuries to Tino Livramento and obviously Kieran Trippier?
Yeah, you could keep going there. I think there's a longer list behind that. But yeah, of course, you're hampered when you lose your best players. And it's been a consistent theme for us this season, and I think no doubt we've missed those players and the other ones that are longer term. And I think you can see that today, really. I think the lads are giving everything, but we're not quite right.
And no one could argue against the fact that you've been unfortunate, not only just with the injuries, but some of the draws that you've been handed as well. And then in circumstances where, I'm talking about Paris here, big decisions have gone against you as well. But you're now in a situation where you're out of both of the cups, obviously, and you're fighting to sort of get into one of those places in Europe next year. How do you refocus in this international break?
Well, I think the break's come at a good time for us because I think we can digest this result and set up the last 10 games. And yeah, it's been a season where very, very strange. The cup competitions especially could have been very different, but they've gone against us. All the big moments have gone against us, and I always think, like I said earlier, there's no part of me that feels sorry for ourselves or why are these things happening to us. We just have to improve and we have to get better, and we have to take responsibility for it ourselves. And
Yeah, the cup draws have been tough, but we're in the biggest competitions, and that's always how it's going to be.
Yeah, that was Eddie Howe speaking to Sam Matterface. No Newcastle fans are phoning us up, Gabs, at the moment. They were very quiet, 10th in the table, knocked out of Champions League, knocked out today in the FA Cup, nowhere near good enough this season. Where are you?
Well,
Where's the Newcastle fans?
when they're in the Champions League and, you know, they're playing Dortmund, the PSG, they're chirpy, phoning in.
Don't want to phone in when their team's in the mud.
Nowhere to be seen. Newcastle fans, come on, let's have a chat. Tell us the problem. What's happening? What's going on?
We've got one. He phoned us up.
Jack. Oh, no.
Right, Jack.
Hello, Jack.
Hello?
Yeah. Great club, Newcastle, mate. Great club.
Big club.
What's happening, Jack?
Obviously Eddie Howe should be sacked, to be honest.
Oh. What?
Obviously, next season, if you want to keep on.
Oh, his reception's no good. Jack, can we try and... Jack, we're going to phone you back, yeah? We'll come back to you. I want to get him on.
I don't think he's going to get sacked. I think they've got to have a good end of the season, and I think start of next season, if they don't have the first 10 games, if they're struggling again, I think he'll go. But I don't think they'll sack him in the summer.
Be interesting. Let's go to the Six Nations, though. Watching France versus England is Alfred Reynolds.
35.5 minutes gone, clock ticking towards half-time. France 13, England 3. It has been an error-strewn and sloppy performance so far from England. And as I'm speaking, Thomas Ramos has just kicked his third penalty of the half. So that's France 16, England 3. 18 missed tackles so far in this first half from England. France lead, as I say, through the Thomas Ramos penalties, and also Nolan Lagarec scored a sensational try. France going from one end to the other. A very, very happy French crowd in Lyon. From an England perspective, it is a long way off what we saw in Beacon Island at Twickenham last weekend. 36 minutes on the clock, France 16, England 3.
We got Jack back, the Newcastle fan, right, Jack?
Hello, Jack.
Hello.
Yeah, your reception's not great, man. I know you're driving back from the game. Talking about Eddie Howe being sacked. I mean, really, now?
Yeah, I think we need to get Europe for next season to keep on.
I
think though, like, I think there's a clip of Pep sort of saying to Eddie Howe, can't rely on that, but you don't normally play like this, because they play three centre-halves, the Shells, Shiar and Botman, Dan Burn and Murphy as well, wing-backs. I feel like you start doing that, don't you, when you're struggling, you know, for results, you start like, you know what, let's play three centre-halves, five at the back. When you're playing against City, it doesn't matter, mate. No. When you're playing in a FA Cup quarter-final, you know, go 4-3-3, the usual formation.
Yeah.
So I'm sure Newcastle fans aren't happy, but I still believe that he won't get the sack this season.
I don't think he'll be Newcastle manager by
October
next year. October, I don't think he'll be.
Who do you reckon would be the favourite to get it?
Jose Mourinho.
Oh, fuck, really?
Give it to Mourinho, he's there.
The backings that he's got there, mate.
Come on, mate. What baggage? What are you talking about? One of the greatest managers ever.
Baggage he brings.
What baggage?
High maintenance.
Yeah, it's Newcastle. Come on, mate. I'm telling you. He was in Saudi the other day at that boxing, and I'm sat there thinking.
Yeah, you're right.
There's something going on. There's conversations going on. There must. Either he's going to Saudi, or he's going to Newcastle. Because otherwise, why would Jose Mourinho be there?
Yeah.
You know, they're going to just go and watch.
I do think though, like the Saudis that own Newcastle are not going to be happy with this season. I mean, 15 points off Aston Villa in fourth place, 15 points off Champions League places. It's not good enough, is it?
No.
They've got a talented squad of players. Yes, injury problems, but the players that they've got, I mean, it's not good enough. And Newcastle fans, if you've got some signal, give us a call.
Yeah, I know. I want to hear from Newcastle fans. Got a few actually who have phoned us in, so we'll go back to them in just a sec. But loads to talk about. We'll be taking some EFL calls later on in the day. Birmingham City.
Yes.
Gabby Agbonlahor. They are 21st in the table. They are banging trouble. They lost today 1-0 against Watford. I don't know what has happened to that football club.
Back-to-back losses at home. And you know, Jamie, there's 8 games left. This is where every game is a cup final. Today was a cup final for Birmingham City. And Huddersfield, QPR, Stoke losing again, Plymouth. It's dangerous down there, mate. Really dangerous.
QPR have sorted themselves out a little bit. They got a point today against Sunderland, and they're finding a way
Sheffield
out.
Wednesday losing 6 today, but the manager's got to say to him after the game, it's gone. You've been in outstanding form, you've been in a good run. Forget that. Don't let that affect you the last 8 games. Because they could stay up. They're 1 point off. The getting out of the relegation zone.
2 points out of the relegation zone. So look, we had them say we want to give us a call. EFL chat, Newcastle fans, where are you? Come on, come and talk about your team.
Let's have a chat.
You know, not Champions League nights, not the big nights in Europe. No, let's talk about now your team's struggling. What's going on? You watch them every week, not us. You're the ones who are there. So call us on it. 03 717 223344.
Here they are, the racing lovers of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Reward Shake-Up. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars at the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet. Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free reward Shake-Up to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max 1 reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
You alright, mate? No, my boiler's knackered. Do you know any plumbers?
Yeah, I do, yeah. You know Danny? Well, he lives next door to this woman who's engaged to this lady who went to school with a bloke called Gary.
Alright. Is he a plumber?
No, he's not, no. But he knows a bloke who walks a dog with this woman. Debbie, I think she's called. Well, she gets her hair cut with Sam.
Don't worry. You already know somebody who fixes boilers. British Gas. And you don't even have to be one of our customers. Our engineers are local, and their work is guaranteed for 12 months. Search British Gas boiler repairs.
So, is he a plumber? Technically not. But he's got a van.
A little story is easy to share. We can meet pink unicorns, pirates and bears. We can even be pilots, fly to faraway places. Magic is waiting, so let's open the pages.
A little story can make a big difference, but 1 in 5 children say they don't own a book. So we've provided over 160 million books since 2013, and we won't stop there. McDonald's. Change a little, change a lot. 19.2% of respondents from a survey of 6,896 children aged 5 to 8, National Literacy Trust 2023.
Polly cinched it?
Yes.
The Pollock family have cinched it. Yep, the nation have cinched it by buying their perfect car online. With helpful financing options and an instant online part exchange price of your old car. Plus a guarantee for the price quoted. So with financing options, an instant online valuation and a guaranteed part exchange price, join the nation in absolutely cinching it. Search Cinch and buy your next car today. Guarantee subject to car's accurate description, T's and C's apply.
90 seconds and you're done. Yes, just 90 seconds. That's how long it takes to shave your head with the Pitbull from Skull Shaver. Shave your head, face or body, wet or dry. You're only seconds away from a super smooth shave. That's the power of Pitbull. Skull Shaver products have over 100,000 five-star reviews worldwide and 30 days money-back guarantee. 90 seconds and you're done. Try the Pitbull from skullshaver.co.uk. Skull Shaver, the time saver.
I love a bet builder.
I just love having a choice.
I like betting in play, because I like seeing where the game's going.
I'll just put on any goal scorer, because I know something's going to happen.
You can now bet in play with Betfred's Bet Builder. So once the game has started, you can choose 2 or more selections to create your own unique bet. Bet in play with Betfred's Bet Builder. Available in Betfred shops. Selected matches only. Maximum stakes apply. Markets made available at Betfred's discretion. T&Cs apply. 18 plus begamblerware.org.
All roads lead to Saturday.
A super-sized supernova of super-savvy football debate.
Well, what was that all about?
The Game Day phone-in.
On talkSPORT.
Ball inside the area for Sims for right. Oh, they've won it! They've won it! Coventry have won it in the 10th minute at stoppage time. That is the most extraordinary FA Cup fight back you could ever wish to see.
It's the FA Cup, it's just unbelievable. It's football. If you take the break off, the handbrake off at times, and I'm talking about players here as well, you know, if they believe, they can achieve anything. They can achieve anything.
Really proud of what they gave, because they did give everything. Proud of the young players for what they gave, because they gave everything. And Coventry were on the day just too good for us.
Yeah, big day of football. We can have a say at 03 717 22 33 44. Had you covered across the talkSPORT network. Fight night follows us from 10 tonight, and I've just seen the main man, Gareth A. Davis, walking in. We're going to be getting him. He looks like a rock star when he rolls in.
He's got a bit of a tan as well.
And
He's got a bit of a Sadie tan, hasn't he?
He's living the dream with his sunglasses, rocking into the office.
We can't get in, Jamie.
No, can't get a gig out of
We get turned down at Heathrow, we would. From our talkSPORT pass on. He gets through.
Yeah, he gets in there. We're going to get him in about half hour and have a chat with him. So there's loads going on in the boxing world right now. But it's half time in the Six Nations game between France and England. Have a round.
France 16, England 10. For most of that opening 40 minutes, England lacked much of the intensity and accuracy they played with a week ago in beating Ireland. After George Ford's early penalty, France then raced into the lead through 3 penalties of their own and Nolan Lagarec's excellent try, a classic French score from one end to the other. But with the final play of the half, Ollie Lawrence cut through the centres to cut the deficit, scoring the first England try of the game. It gives them something to build upon, but at half-time, it's France 16, England 10.
Right, let's get to the calls. We asked for Newcastle fans and they phoned us up. Here we go. Let's go to Dom. He's a Newcastle fan. Right, Dom? Good evening, Dom.
Good evening.
Look, mate, I know it's a tough game that today, and it's a bad draw for you, I get it, but it's been a disappointing season for Newcastle. I was excited to see what you were going to do this year.
I would love to say that we went there today and we gave it our all, and we were let down by a couple of poor refereeing decisions, we were let down by this, that and the other. We weren't, lads, we were awful today, we didn't deserve anything from that game. The whole changing system, I don't understand it. I don't understand why you would go to a back five with Dan Burn, who's not a natural left back, and especially when you're missing Trippier or Livramento. If either one of those are, I feel a little bit more confident in that back five. We know for a fact that the Cell can't play in the back five, the Shaw can't play in the back five. We saw that on the Bruce, we saw that on the Rafa. Dybrook can do it. The whole system change makes no sense. Equally, Gordon is not the striker, he's a winger, and we've seen that time and time again this season. So why are we trying to see Gordon as a striker and play 2 up front, which we haven't played in the entire time that anyone makes no sense whatsoever.
Dom,
I'm not saying, yeah, go on.
that's your question. You know, it's been such a buzz around Newcastle. You know, you turned St James's Park into a fortress, had some great games in the Champions League. That's the highs, but the lows now of being 10th in the table, could easily finish bottom half of the table this season, no European football maybe. How does it feel now as a Newcastle fan?
The thing is, with success comes expectation. I said exactly the same to Jamie on breakfast, Boxing Day. With success comes expectation. I don't think any of us was expecting us to come in this season and be bloody title champions or anything like that. But you know, probably expecting a little bit more kind of fighting fire in certain situations. Obviously, the lows are going to hurt, and Villa will experience it next season. Gabby, I've got no doubt in that in my mind. But it's just a case of you have to take the rough of the smooth. Do I think Eddie Howe's probably going to be in charge till the end of next season? Personally, no, probably not. I think he's got to have a strong.
Jamie mentioned Mourinho. Will Newcastle fans want him?
So Mourinho's got a bit of a love affair with Newcastle.
Yeah.
Really actually with Bobby Robson.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's the right man for us. I think at the moment, I think you need a manager who can attract players, and I think you need a manager who's got a good style of play.
What do you mean? You're telling me Mourinho can attract players?
No, I'm not saying that, Jack. I'm saying Mourinho could attract players, but I'd hate watching football week in, week out. Somebody said to me at half-time, he said he's playing suitable, and I feel like he's probably one of the best players in the world. You never know what to do with them. What would you do with Newcastle? For me, I'll be looking at someone like Julian Nagelsmann.
Did you see his quotes that he put out today? He said if he was offered a contract now, he'd sign it for after the Euros. He'd sign it now. Who? Nagelsmann.
You know what? I'll tell you. I think he's a young, fresh, innovative coach who plays attacking football.
Yeah.
You know, it's everything that we as Newcastle fans want. That bloke that you had on before, the third caller, is saying that, you know, we're not going to win anything underage. Again, you're playing good football. You know last season, like Gallaudet,
Yes.
you're playing dreadful football.
Can't win, can you, sometimes?
You can't win. Mate, I'd happily watch games. I'm not quite sorry, Gabby, it might take what City players are absolutely dreadful to watch. But, you know, I'd pay for City third place because their play's good, it's not in football. If you don't win anything, yeah, I can deal with that. More so the fact that I'm enjoying going to the football.
Yeah.
You know, I live in Wolverhampton. I drive to Newcastle every game. I go home and away every
you support Wolverhampton?
My dad, after today's performance, look, when I was growing up, Jan Yellow was playing for us, so I done that one.
He put you off.
He put you right off, didn't I?
Exactly, I never supported Villa Gavin.
Get him off, he's not long enough. Next corner.
Good man, Dom. Good man, Dom. Yeah, good call, mate. You make some really good points there. Look, it's interesting to see where they go from here. I think Eddie Howe probably does stay in the job for now. Yeah. But I think going forward, I think these Saudis, like these owners, I think they're going to want someone big coming in.
100%.
Take them to the next level.
I did see that earlier on social media. Nagelsmann, obviously he's manager of Germany, isn't he? If I'm right, for the Euros. But he said he would sign a contract now for after the Euros.
Okay.
You know, so like maybe losing out on something big.
Over it. Right.
I'm around football, mate. Yeah. I'm not in Cheltenham. Give me the big one. With 12 Guinnesses.
You went on Tuesday, weren't you? You went to bed. No, I heard Brazil said to me that he was pathetic.
Midnight, I went to bed.
I heard that you dodged the Guinness tent, you dodged everyone, you was trying to get out of there, running away from everyone at Cheltenham.
If anyone saw me running out of Cheltenham at 10 a.m, I'll put my hand up. I'll sprint it out. My outfit ready.
He was in the coral box, right? 4 Cheltenham races, and he left at 10:07 after the show because he was scared to get Brazil. Sums you up, mate. Come on.
We get the sack. We get the sack. Brazil gets praise. We get sacked.
He's the only man in the world that gets praised for not going to work. Unbelievable. What a guy. Let's go to Johnny, who's a Newcastle fan. Johnny?
Good evening, Johnny.
I'm good, Johnny. Look, I appreciate you phoning in. We've asked some Newcastle fans to phone us up. You always do. And you've been to the game today. Eddie Howe, what's your take on the situation at the moment?
Well, I'm absolutely massively Howe in. There's no chance Howe's going anywhere. And anyone who wants him out who claims he's a Newcastle fan doesn't go to the games. It's all right to criticise things when he gets wrong, but there's no chance he should be getting sacked. He performed miracles the year he got appointed. We should have gone down that year after Bruce, and he performed miracles to save us and finish 12th. Then get the Champions League the year after, and then this year with all the injuries, and our squad's not big enough.
Everyone's had injuries, mate.
Anywhere.
Everyone's had injuries, Johnny.
Not as bad as us, and I'm not saying that we've got it. We've it's not an excuse to be not pushing for the top 6, but the squad that we have already is not big enough to play in all these competitions and Europe. So it's been hindered by injuries. I think the Buck's safe in his job. He's going absolutely nowhere.
Look, I know he's done a great job, Johnny, and I get that. And there's been a love affair with the fans and Eddie Howe because he's come in at a time when you was all watching dire stuff, and these owners have come in and he's been there from the start of it. But there will come a point where Newcastle will be expected to be in the Champions League every season. Every season, Johnny. That's where Newcastle have got to aim. That's where they're heading. And if Eddie Howe's not going to do that every season, then he has to go.
But that's talking years in the future. Like when Amanda Staveley come out and said, it's a 5-year plan, and then we got Champions League after a year. So we're already ahead of schedule. So,
do you think Eddie Howe will be the manager in 5 years' time, Johnny?
No, but I think it's rare that happens anyway. So no, I don't expect.
Johnny, let me ask you this question then. Next season, after 10 games, say Newcastle are adrift away from the top 4 and they're not performing, do you think these owners, what they want, will keep them in the job?
Well, I think. I think give him time. When everyone cried about getting Arteta out, they give him time and look at him now, and then you give managers time. That's what you get. However, I just think people jump to conclusions and go, we're not pushing top 4 already. Get the manager out. Why? I've travelled up and down and watched us under Steve Bruce, Steve McLaren, Joe Kinnear. And the football's been dreadful. And then when we got Rafa, it's like, wow, this man's a god, and it was brilliant. And then obviously we lost Rafa, and he went to Bruce. It was dark days. But Eddie Howe's like a proper. I'm going to call him a shining light, mate, because I think he's saved his job. He's already performed miracles for us. and the bloke should be going absolutely nowhere near a conversation about should he be the manager next year or should he get sacked off. And then this bloke saying, oh, I'll sign a contract now. Well, I'll sign a contract to be Newcastle manager. Doesn't mean I'm any good. I can put on Twitter, I'd play this team. Doesn't mean I'm any good. I don't see the players every day. So I think how getting the best out of them players and transforming the players that were there. We still have players playing for us now, starting games that played for us in the Championship. And Eddie Howe's transformed them. I don't think other managers would be able to do that with this squad.
Okay, Johnny, brilliant call, mate. Really like that opinion.
Cheers, Johnny.
And he's right in a lot of ways, but I think that I like Eddie Howe. Yeah, I don't want to see Eddie Howe get sacked. I was excited to see them do well this season. I think he's a bright manager.
Football's ruthless, though.
But it's ruthless. Yes, they've got players who are playing in the Championship, but eventually, them players are going to go. New players are going to come in. And is Eddie Howe the guy to take these players to the top level of elite football in the Champions League every single season? That's where the question mark is still in with Eddie Howe. And look, we can continue having that. Obviously, Newcastle can come on. Loads of football still to go. We've got an hour left of the show. You want to come and have your say on any of the football today? 03 717 22 3344.
The only place to buy your new 24 plates Mercedes-Benz is direct from Mercedes-Benz. It's the only place where you'll always find our best offers, like the A200 AMG Line Executive Hatchback from £299 a month, with an advanced rental of £7,251. PCH offer ends 31st of March. Visit us at Mercedes-Benz of Hull, Hoyleys, 2000 by Mercedes-Benz Finance. Mercedes-Benz of Hull is a credit intermediary, not a lender. Commission paid. Speak to us for details.
Hey, you're looking for car parts at unbelievable prices. Here at U-Bullet, the region's only pull-your-own parts breakers yard. We've got them in the thousands. Alternators at 21 quid, starter motors 2, alloys 30 and batteries 15. A whole engine for just 154 quid. With over 3,000 cars on the ground, we're doing every day. We've got the parts you need at prices you won't believe. 7 days a week. You pull, you save, youbullet.co.uk. Prices may vary, terms and conditions apply.
You know what's really rubbish? Litter. KFC are out across communities doing the right thing when it comes to litter. KFC restaurants are taking part in local litter picks across the UK for the Great British Spring Clean. Litter picking in our high streets, parks, riversides and beaches, as well as reminding customers to put their rubbish in the bin, so make sure you do too. The Great British Spring Clean with KFC. It's litter picking good.
TAB, online and on your smart speaker. talkSPORT. talkSPORT.
Good evening, I'm Mark Tyler. It's a second home for Manchester City, but for Coventry, Wembley dates don't come around quite so often. Both have claimed FA Cup semi-final spots today. Championship, Coventry produced one of the great FA Cup comebacks of all time as they beat Wolves 3-2. They scored twice in stoppage time to win it.
Ball inside the area, the City's for right. Oh, they've won it! They've won it! Coventry have won it in the 10th minute at stoppage time.
Two Bernardo Silva goals gave cup holders City a 2-0 win against Newcastle. Pep still relishing the chance of a treble.
Yeah, we had a really good game. I ran until the end in the last month and a half. Being alive in the three important competitions means a lot.
Both of tomorrow's quarterfinals are live here on talkSPORT, including exclusive coverage of Manchester United-Liverpool. Roll up for the Spurs roller coaster ride. 4-0 winners at Villa last week, 3-0 defeat at Fulham this week. And disappointed to miss the chance to go fourth, but staying positive.
We need to step forward and step back. I think it's 4 steps forward and 1 step back. If we're going to step forward and step back, we wouldn't be in the position we are.
Rodrigo Muniz scored twice for Marco Silva's team.
Really pleased for everything what we did tonight. We deserve the 3 points. What a performance. Really there on the top, one of the best, if not the best so far this season.
Big games as the battle for survival hots up. Luton grabbed an 89th minute equaliser against Forest. Fellow strugglers Burnley 2-1 winners over 10-man Brentford. Celtic beat St Johnstone 3-1 to go back to the top in Scotland. They're a point clear of Rangers, who play tomorrow. Aston Villa won 2-1 at Everton in the WSL. Ipswich are back in the Championship's automatic promotion places after hammering Sheffield Wednesday 6-0. Third place Leeds play Millwall tomorrow. Harry Kane is an injury down for England's friendlies against Brazil and Belgium after twisting an ankle for Bayern Munich today. Ireland have retained their Six Nations title with a 17-13 victory over Scotland. Wales finished winless after a 24-21 defeat to Italy in Cardiff. And in the evening game, France went in at half-time with a 16-10 lead against England in Paris. There's more at talkSPORT.com.
talkSPORT News.
Defence Secretary Grant Shapps has been forced to abandon a planned trip to the southern Ukrainian city of Odessa because of a Russian missile threat. Vaughan Gething has been elected as the new Welsh Labour leader and First Minister of Wales, and crowds have protested outside the Home Office against the rise of racism and hatred, and he supports Diane Abbott.
talkSPORT weather with QuickFit. Keep your car safe on the road this winter. Visit your local centre or quickfit.com for tyres, MOTs and batteries, so you can drive away happy every time.
A wet start on Sunday for eastern areas with rain slow to clear, elsewhere drier with some sunny spells and the odd shower.
White Hot Football Debates. Game day. On DAB, online, and on your smart speaker. The Game Day phone-in.
On talkSPORT.
Good evening, you are listening to the Game Day phone-in on talkSPORT with Jeremy Hart and Gabby Agbonlahor. Let's get back to the Six Nations, watching France versus England. Is Alfie Reynolds?
Yeah, 44 minutes gone, and it's France 16, England 17. We've just had the second try of the game for England, and the second try scored by Ollie Lawrence. The centre touchdown with the final play of the first half, and then just 1 minute into the second half has scored again to completely flip the score in England's favour. They're starting this second half at an absolute canter as Tommy Freeman also almost offloads back in field to put England away again. So a much better performance in the early stages of this second 40 minutes than we saw for much of the first half from England. With 5 minutes gone in the second half, it's France 16, England 17.
Thank you to football up and down the country, and this is how it sounded on talkSPORT.
Inside the area, this is to right. Oh, they won it. They won it. Coventry won it in the 10th minute of stoppage time. That is the most extraordinary FA Cup fight back you could ever wish to see. 2 or 3 pace runner for last. Up he steps, right footed, scores in the bottom corner. Burnley, a goal up. Brentford, a man down.
And Forest take the lead at Kenilworth Road. Ian Abrams. 2-0 Forest, while it has been coming in the last couple of minutes. Chris Wood is the man who's got the goal.
And now Fofana inside the area, touching around the keeper, and Burnley have a second, and the header is in. They've got one back. Christopher Hayer gives Brentford hope. It is Burnley 2, Brentford 1.
It's never say die at Kenilworth Road. And they've levelled it up, Ian Abrams. Luke 1, Forest 1. Luke Berry off the bench.
Oh no, this for a scoreline. 61 gone, it's Fulham 3, Tottenham 0. The man in form, Rodrigo Muniz scores again. Silver, who comes in on his left foot, tries another strike. Oh, the Broncos go over the top of the ball. It might have been a deflection that eluded him. 2-0 to Manchester City. Becomes the first team in FA Cup history to compete in semi-finals for 6 seasons in a row.
Yeah, big day on talkSPORT. Fantastic news as usual from all the commentary team. You can have a say on all the football. 03717 22 33 and 44. Just a quick one, Gab. Harry Kane went off this afternoon, I think. He done his ankle on the post. Looks like he twisted his ankle. Tuchel's come out and said that's what they're thinking it might be. Obviously a worry for England, worry for him, but I mean, how long's a twisted ankle?
I've done that a few times, ankle problems early on in my career. A few days, maybe 10 days, you know, they vary, don't they? But even if he's not right for England, send him back. You've got the private zone in there. Do you want to see more of him? Ollie Watkins on fire, see more of Ollie Watkins. So we've got numbers, haven't we, to take Harry Kane's place. I would let him get his treatment. Send him back to Bayern.
We know what he's going to do, don't we?
Exactly. I'm sure as well, he loves playing for England. He wants record caps, wants to get loads of caps and goals for England. But listen, a big game coming up for Bayern Munich. The Arsenal game, he's going to want to be ready for that as well. So maybe he doesn't turn up for his country.
Yeah. Okay. For more updates on that Harry Kane injury, you can go to our brilliant website, talkSPORT.com. talkSPORT.com. Let's go to Chris, though. He's a Newcastle fan. Chris?
Good evening, Chris.
Hey, lads, how are you?
I'm good, Chris. How are you?
I'm good. I sort of agree with both Newcastle callers we've had on in the past 20 minutes or so.
One of them said they want him sacked, and one of them said they don't. So.
Well, I'm sort of in the middle because I've
so you don't agree with either of them?
Well, no, because I agree with points of both sides. So I think Howe's done a cracking job. You kind of fault him for the job he's done with the players he's done, but the summer recruitment, I mean, wasn't up to much. I mean, they've got a full back that don't play that they're going to have to pay for in the summer. Sorry, I'm waffling.
No, you're not waffling, mate. Go on, you talk.
Generally, the injuries, every team's had injuries, so you can't really use that as a justification for them underachieving this season.
I think the big thing for us, Chris, is like we've seen Newcastle, the buzz getting to Champions League, the amazing night to St James's Park this season in Champions League. Unlucky against PSG away, which I thought he should have definitely got a win in that game. But it's like, look at you now, it's like, oh, they're in 10th, they're 15 points off top 4, they're not going to play Champions League again. How does that make you fans feel?
Well, I ain't going to say we're disappointed because I think compared to where we were last season, we did overachieve last season, there's no disputing that, but I think we should have been at least pushing for Europa League and stuff this year. So
it has been a drop-off, hasn't it? We get that. We understand Newcastle overachieved. They did. They had a brilliant season. And, it was brilliant to watch. And the fans, it was electric every time at St James's Park. But I feel like now the fans are a little bit like, come on, you can't just have one season. We've got to go. We've got to keep going. We've got to go again. Chris? So you're not have signal up in Newcastle. I mean, what's going on with this?
Oh, careful.
Huh? Well, it's still got that dial up there, mate.
That BT sound on the phone.
Sort your Nokia 9210 out, Chris, and give us a call back. Right, let's go to Mike, who's a Man City fan. Right, Mike?
Good evening, Mike.
You alright? I'm alright, Mike. I'm alright. Look, you've obviously been in the game today.
Trebles on.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're flying high again. Interesting, though, because, the Premier League table, you are third in it, but I just still fancy it.
Them odds are going to shorten and shorten for the treble, I'm telling you. What do you think, Mike?
I'm a good luck point of view. I can't go that far ahead. Just got to go to the next game, one game at a time. But I mean, I tell you what, if we finish third this year, it would feel strange, as long as we were like we were the third best team. But I don't think you can call it at the moment. I'll tell you when there's only 1 point in it and 10 very important games to play with 3 very good sides.
I think as well, like you said there, it'd be very strange to see Man City finish third.
Yeah.
I mean, even when I look at the table now, I'm like, oh, if I was going to bet with Man City, I think I'll be saying that until it's not possible of you winning the title. We're so used to it.
Yeah, tough running now, haven't you? I mean, now obviously you've got the big Champions League night as well coming up. So that's a monster draw. You've got through to this. I'll tell you what. I know you'd always do it because you done it last season, you won a treble, but this feels tough.
Do you know what though? Right? To do a treble back to back, and remind you, it was only done once before by United, and to finish and run the Premier League again, so it'd be 4 times in a row that have never been done. I think there's a bit of a feeling within the club, so I mean it's more than the fans, like the determination around Pep and the players and the coaching staff. I think there's a little bit of the feeling of, to realise this sort of opportunity doesn't come along very often.
Honestly, Mike, I look at these players, I look at Rodri, the one that stands out for me. He looks like the main leader in that team, and they will be talking about that. Treble, doing it again. Imagine that. And for us, that are Man City fans, I think we'd be like, alright, let's just stop playing. If they win a treble 2 seasons in a row,
yeah, I know.
Why?
If they did it, I wouldn't mind if we never won again.
Why do you say that they can't though, Jamie? Why not?
I just think it's so hard to do anyway. Like, it hardly ever gets done, you know. And they've done unbelievable to do it last season. And I genuinely thought Man City actually were a better team last season. And I think this season's been a little bit tougher for them with new players having to come in and trying to get them involved in the way Man City play. And to be there, they're always there because they've got Pep Guardiola as manager. But to get 3 over the line again, I just can't see it. I just think they'll get beaten.
I'm eating healthy and I'm having mackerel fillets and he's just made an attempt to get me.
What's the matter? Give him some mackerel. Go on, Mike. Give him...
It's just anything. Now he's nicked after this, but it's alright, he's allowed. So, yeah, I think if you were like a betting company doing probabilities and things, you'd say they couldn't do it. If you went into, I don't know if Gavin's been talking to Jack at all, but like, you know, I spoke to Jack a couple of times at various reasons.
Friends?
And,
football friends?
No. Specifically for Carl. He said that he can't believe what it's like. The atmosphere at City. From a winner's point of view, like you say, you pick the watch, Rodri.
Yes.
But even people like Kyle and people like that, KDB. I mean, there's no home for failure in that club.
Yeah, there's a standard there set, isn't it? There is a standard with everyone amongst it.
It's really intense. I'll tell you what, when I rang up, what I was mainly reading about was the goalie, or Pager. And then I was quite pleased that Pep mentioned that, you know, I rang him before Pep.
Yeah.
And he's such a good goalie. He's so reliable. And in some ways, you know, Everton gets the headlines. But Everton, I just have this mad streak. He's a great distributor of the ball. But a lot of the time Everton's been there, he's not been that good a shot stopper. Until about the last 6 weeks of last season when he just turned into Superman. But Ortega today, I'm telling you now, Newcastle weren't like they were when we played them away and beat them 3-2 at there. Do you remember they went ahead?
Yeah.
They scored a couple of really good goals, Newcastle. So Newcastle weren't like that tonight at the beginning. And, you know, City were just knocking it about like they do. And then our 2 goals were a bit Arsenal-ish, you know, like deflection-esque. So
yeah. You were comfortable though, Mike. Mike, can I ask you a quick question, Mike?
Yeah.
If you don't win the treble, which one do you think will cost you the league?
Do you mean cost us in what way?
Winning the treble. I think Champions League, you're favourites. FA Cup, you'll be favourites.
If I pick one out of the 3 to win, I'd want to win the Premier League more than the other 2.
Because of the 4 in a row?
I just think it's the one that shows that you really are the best team. You know, more than the Champions League even. I mean, you know, where City have been impressive over the last few years is they've gone through the Champions League pretty much winning every single game and then sort of falling at the final last 2 hurdles, you know. Whereas like when United won the treble, they went and won the Champions League not being champions. And they didn't even win all the group matches and things like that, and then they won it in the last minute, which is still a great achievement. But Pep, I'm thinking more Pep, you know, Pep's record is amazing, isn't it?
I think he'd prefer the Champions League this season, to be honest. I feel like, because Man City struggled so much to win it, I think he would prefer to be like, alright, I won it twice, why not win it again? Yeah. Win it numerous times in Manchester City. I think managers at the elite level always remember the Champions League. There's only one free.
I agree with you, but it's more important in a way for us because of the way they treat us and do things to our coach and our very nice.
Yeah.
Make sure that Liverpool don't win. I'd almost be sort of about half okay if Arsenal won because of Arteta. We all like Arteta, you know, because he's one of us. But yeah, the goalie, that match today, have you seen the save he made?
No, I've not seen it.
Right. Well, watch it tonight. It is an absolute world-class save at a point where we'd been coasting, but they decided to have a bit of a go. And we gave the ball away a couple of times. And cross comes in, gets headed down, and it's a cracking shot, and he sort of unties the goalie, and it's like a Gordon Banks type thing, you know.
Yeah.
And if that goal had gone in, a bit like the game would have totally changed. And you know, Newcastle fans were incredibly loud. Normally, City fans out singing the other lot. Today, the other way around. I've got to give them credit. They were really loud.
They're always good, aren't they, Mike? They're always good. Newcastle fans. They follow their club all over the country.
We normally quieten them down, but we didn't today, even when they were 3-0 down.
Yeah, I think they're trying to get behind the team because the team's bang average, isn't it?
They were really trying to go, and Newcastle really looked, you know, what's the word, like, really flat.
Yeah, that's what I felt. That's good. Yeah. It's a good shout, that. Mike, thanks for coming on, mate. I really appreciate your call. He's right. The Newcastle did look flat today, and I've been thinking that for a while. They look like they've gone a little bit down.
Which one do you think then? You know, you say you don't think they can do the treble again. Which one do you think that they will win?
I think they will win the Champions League and the FA Cup.
Win the double. It's out of the league.
I think Arsenal or Liverpool might win it. I don't want to say Arsenal, but Arsenal in decent form.
Arsenal got to go to the 18.
I think Liverpool will win the league.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I just think I've got a feeling that
because of Klopp.
Klopp is written in the stars. You know, they're grinding out results.
Last game at home.
Young players come in hungry for success. I just feel like there's something going on there where I just think they're going to do it. I do. Before we take some more calls, I've got Chris, the Newcastle fan. Let's get back up to the Six Nations, watching France versus England's Alfie Reynolds.
Almost an hour played. France 23, England 24. Really good game on now in the second half. England have scored their third try through Marcus Smith, but France have hit back themselves as well. Their fullback, Leo Barre, scoring again for the home side. So it's a 1-point game with 20 minutes still to go. It's a match you feel could absolutely go either way. Both teams have had periods of dominance in this game so far. 60 minutes played, France 23, England 24.
Thanks, Alfie. We get back to you. Loads coming up still on the show. You want to have your say on the football? Give us a call on 03 717 22 33 We're going to build up to tomorrow's action as well. Some bumper games coming up as well, so we've got to talk about them. And we've got a bit of boxing from 10 o'clock. Fight night takes over from us. Spencer Oliver and Gareth A. Davis. G-Dog is going to come in and have a little chat to us.
Whether it's a better seat, a bigger room, or a free cake with your coffee, we all love an unexpected upgrade, especially if you don't have to ask. With the Hyundai Tucson Hybrid Upgrade event, you get a complimentary upgrade to premium trim when you buy before the 31st of March. Plus, you get £1,750 towards your deposit and 6.9% APR representative. The Tucson Hybrid Upgrade event. It's the dawn of a new Hyundai. Trim upgrade available for SE Connected Premium. Finance subject to status. Hyundai UK is a credit broker, not a lender. Terms apply.
You alright, mate? Oh, my boiler's knackered. Do you know any plumbers?
Yeah, I do, yeah. You know Danny? Well, he lives next door to this woman who's engaged to this lady who went to school with a bloke called Gary.
Alright. Is he a plumber?
No, he's not, no. But he knows a bloke who walks a dog with this woman. Debbie, I think she's called. Well, she gets her hair cut with Sam.
Don't worry. You already know somebody who fixes boilers. British Gas. And you don't even have to be one of our customers. Our engineers are local, and their work is guaranteed for 12 months. So it's British Gas boiler repairs.
So, is he a plumber? Technically not. Well, he's got a van.
You know how the best ideas come in the shower? Well, here's one for you. Switching to an energy-efficient shower head is more efficient because it saves water and could save you up to £40 a year on energy bills. And that's worth singing about. Shower, save, repeat. It all adds up. Find more energy-saving tips at gov.uk/save energy.
The McCrispy Deluxe is back until the 16th of April. Get both your hands round your tasty favourite with smoky bacon, hot and spicy mayo, and a caramelised onion relish. Chicken that hits different. Available until the 16th of April. Served after 11 AM, subject to availability.
Feel the new Epic on 3. Trade in and save £304 on the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra powered by Galaxy AI. Plus, get 12 months of Paramount Plus, 28 days of roaming, and 300 gig of data included from £54 a month with £60 up front. Annual April airtime price rise of CPI plus 3.9% applies. Search 3 or head in store today.
Credit by 3. Terms apply. See 3.co.uk.
You're guaranteed a great mobile deal at Currys. Maybe you want the latest Samsung Galaxy A54. We've got all the latest handsets. Fancy a change of provider? We've got deals with Vodafone and ID Mobile. Data deals, trade-in deals, cashback deals and more. And because we go beyond expectations, you get free next day delivery in most areas too. See for yourself at your local Currys in Hull, St Andrews Keys or at cargoandwarehouse.com. Order before 8 p.m. for free next day delivery subject to availability. Excludes bank holidays.
Book your next adventure with TUI and enjoy a relaxing holiday to Mallorca or Turkey. Take off from Humberside Airport and experience a break with plenty of packages from action-packed to luxury. So get ready to make memories that last and live happy with TUI. Financially protected by Atoll.
This is the FA Cup live on talkSPORT.
Oh, it's in!
Chelsea versus Leicester.
What a chance, what a goal!
Coverage from 12, kick-off 12:45, Sunday afternoon.
Good games, greater goals.
On talkSPORT, game on!
It's Jeff Telling's birthday on Monday and his present is an early alarm as he's back on talkSPORT Breakfast from 6 a.m. We ain't got to worry about him not turning up, have we? To celebrate, we are getting the band back together, reuniting with Liverpool legend Phil Thompson. As they react to another massive weekend of sporting action, you can listen to Jeff Stelling, Phil Thompson on talkSPORT Breakfast this morning from 6. Tune in on our free app online at talksport.com. Or ask your smart speaker to play talkSPORT. That's on Monday. Jeff Stelling is back with Phil Thompson. When are you back on
Tuesday?
Tuesday?
Yeah, with Jeff, yeah.
You with Jeff?
Yeah.
How's that with you and Jeff? Didn't he block you on Twitter or something?
Did he?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No. How's that going to be?
I'll ask him to block me on Tuesday.
Yeah, I'm going to listen into that. That first hour with Jeff.
That first 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be good. A couple of breakfast shows.
Introducing me.
Yeah.
I've got this annoying Gabby next to me.
You're just going to get like a whistling desert noise, aren't you? And you come on, can't wait for it. Hopefully he'll unblock you again. Why did he block you in the first place? Did you give him a tip?
I think I was giving him a bit, yeah.
Something like you, Gabs?
No, you know what? I think it was from when I gave Newcastle a bit that someone would sign for Brentford for 10 grand less a week. Remember?
Yeah.
I think it's from that way, isn't it? Is it from that way?
Yeah. So he was right basically to.
Yeah. So he sort of come for me a bit, and then like I had a little bite back, and he blocked me. But you know, it is what
did you say? Because you think about.
I think like one of his tweets, he put up something. I was like, oh, you know it all, don't you, Jeff? A little nibble. I know, you know when someone's come for you, and you're like, you tweet next, I'm gonna get you. But
now you got to work with him on Tuesday.
I know, yeah. I'll be like, do you remember that? Hopefully he's forgot.
Jeff, don't forget nothing. You're joking, yeah? That's that'll be Tuesday from 6 a.m. You'll be the Gap Harbour with Jeff Stelling. Let's go to some EFL calls though. Some teams who are flying high and doing okay. And you can have your say on that. Let's go to Will. He's a Bolton fan.
Yes.
Right, Will?
Hi, okay, boys?
Big game today, Will. Big game it was, wasn't it? Against Derby, they're flying.
Yeah, pretty disappointing.
Portsmouth are top in League One, and two big clubs really, Derby and Bolton. How did that game go today? Why did you lose it?
Just felt like we had no...
Will?
Sorry,
you're
no signal in Bolton, mate.
Will?
Hello, Will.
What's up with up north today? What's going on? Is it?
That's how Bolton play today.
Will, we can phone us back.
Honestly. Let's get Jay on, a Derby fan.
Let's go to Jay. Yeah. Right, Jay?
Hi, Jay, you alright?
Right, Jay, you alright, Jay?
Oh, put it away, lads.
Yeah, I'm all good. You alright, Jamie and Gavin?
Right, mate. Big win today, mate. Big win. I follow Derby because I've got a couple of mates that play for them, and you're flying, aren't you?
Yeah, it was excellent. We're only 5 points behind Portsmouth at the minute.
Yeah, look, you've been in decent form. I mean, I'll be honest, I've not watched loads of Derby this season, But how's the form going into the end of the season? That's what's important.
Oh, it's going really well. We're testing really well from the front as well, which is pleasing.
How important is it, Jay? Because, you know, Derby season after season, you know, flirting with getting promoted, and how important is it to be first or second? You don't want to go through playoffs again, do you?
Yeah, definitely. We don't want to go through playoffs because that's just another nightmare in itself.
Yeah. Well, how has Conor Horahan been and Mendes Lang?
Here's his mates. Look,
they've been in good form, haven't they? Especially Nathaniel.
Yeah, Mendes, absolutely tremendous.
He's always been good though. He's been good at that level for ages. I mean, he's a championship player. Really.
Yeah, and he played in the Premier League as well. But when you watch Derby, though, they get a good attendance as well. You know, Derby and big club. They shouldn't be down there.
They was absolutely terrific.
Always been a big club. Always will be a big club, Derby. It's a good place to play football.
You've got this players like Robbie Savage. Paul players like Savage.
Oh, yeah.
I had to give a little dig. Sorry.
Yeah. But we've got Northampton next game, and I think we've got a smashing, to be honest.
Where are they in the league? We're having a look now. Where are they? Oh, they're mid-table. I'm guessing right, so a bit of a derby, is it?
But I think it is, Jay. It's so important, not just for you, for Portsmouth as well, your old club, Jamie, because sometimes you get down to that League One. Sheffield Wednesday last season were relieved to get promoted. Sometimes you just get stuck down there, don't you?
Oh, it is horrible.
The game after that, though, was Blackpool. That's a big game, because I know that they're on and off with the form, but once they're on it, they're on it. That's a big game.
Yeah, you're 5 points behind Portsmouth, who are top, and I just hope Portsmouth get it over the line. I do, because they've been stuck down there for a long time now, and I just feel like they're in a good place.
Long time since Player of the Year, Jamie was there.
8 Player of the Years, actually. Just get it right, yeah. That's just the 8 Player of the Years that season. FA Cup final, you know. I loved it down there. Great gaff. Great gaff. Let's go to Matthew, the Coventry fan. Matthew? Good evening, Matthew.
Hello.
How are you, Matthew? You good?
Yeah, all good, yeah.
How are you feeling?
Oh, I tell you what, even to this hour now, I'm speechless.
Yeah, I bet you're buzzing. And you're going to Wembley, aren't you? You going?
Oh, yeah, I'll be there. I'll tell you, I'll be there. I'll cancel whatever plans I've got to be there.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, they'll fill it as well, Coventry.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah, no, you know, we always have, you know, the past few years that we've been to Wembley, you know, we've always filled our end out, so.
How old are you, Matthew?
I'm 22.
Yeah, so you probably won't remember when Coventry were in the Premier League, but as a fan base, the older fan base, we'll be loving the fact that in and around the playoffs, unlucky last season, losing, but that's the priority, isn't it, getting back into the Premier League?
Yeah, look, I think, you know, I was there when Fab, you know, he stepped up for that penalty, and, Darbo, not Fabs.
Yeah.
You know, Darbo stepped up for that penalty, and, you know, that season he was probably the most inconsistent player that season, and I think we were unfortunate to not go up.
Yes.
You know, I think if we did go up, I think, you know, we'd give a few clubs a good run for the money, you know, especially the way that we've been playing, and, you know, I think this year as well, considering now Robbins has been given the money now to go out and get the players that he wants, and.
It's a real battle, though, isn't it?
He's a good manager, him, isn't he? That's my question I was going to ask you. Like, it might be a worry eventually that you lose him, right?
I don't know. I've sort of been thinking about it, but I don't know. I think if a club wanted him, they would have gone for him by now. You know, I don't think.
He's a really good manager at Coventry, but do you think he could step up and be a manager in the Premier League?
It's hard to say, really. You know, you look at clubs now that do well in the Premier League, they have to have the financial backing behind it. You know, I think, you know, for us to have Doug King now behind us, you know, he's brought in the money, and yes, Robbins is getting the players that he wants, but when you come to, you know, maybe saying if he's, you know, if we do go up to the Premier League, if he's going to be able to contend with, you know, the big clubs and that, you'd have to have some sort of, you know, big money backing behind it, you know.
I think the big problem now is with teams coming up in the Championship is being able to compete at all. You look at Sheffield United, Burnley and Luton this season, right? Luton are having a go, but they might, all three might go down.
Straight back down, yeah.
Straight back down. And
Don't want to see that, no.
It's not easy now, because they're coming up. And you know what? Like, you talk about days out at Wembley, Coventry have had playoffs and, you know, going there, and now they're there in the FA Cup. It's almost more fun to be a Coventry fan than like an Everton fan right now, isn't it?
Yes.
Because every week's just a grind for Everton and Crystal Palace in the Premier League, having to play and compete. Coventry, fans must be having the time of their lives.
And the pressure's not on Coventry to get promoted as well.
Yeah.
That's how they nearly got up last season. They could do it again this season through the playoffs.
Yeah.
The pressure's going to be more on like Norwich to come back up, West Brom, Southampton, Ipswich, Leeds.
Yeah.
So it seems like Hull as well. Pressure on them to get back promoted as well.
Yeah, no, you're right. They're riding the wave at the minute.
Yeah.
Right, keep your calls coming in. We've still got loads to cover. Half hour left. If you want to have your say on your team's performance, give us a call on 03717 223344. We've got G-Dog coming in next to talk a bit of boxing.
Want to build the bet you want in seconds? With Unibet's Bet Builder, you're on. Add shots, corners, cards and more. And increase your odds with Bet Builder rappers, combining bet builders across multiple games and sports. Download the Unibet app or visit unibet.co.uk and get a Bet Builder boost every day. Unibet, you're on. 18 plus, begambleaware.org, pre-match only, match day £10 minimum, combined odds of 4-1 and 3 selections, T's and C's apply.
Gotta be the OG McChicken, if you know you.
Whoa, this McSpicy is actually...
A classic. McNuggets, barbecue sauce, it's peak lunchtime. Time for a McCrispy.
We've got a bit of something for everyone. McDonald's. Chicken that hits different. Served after 11 AM, subject to availability.
Find your dream home in the Sunday Times Best Places to Live 2024, sponsored by Halifax. Browse houses for sale in our most desirable spots and discover which town, village or suburb came out top in your region. Plus, take our quiz to work out which of the winning locations best suits you. We reveal the UK's best place to live at thetimes.co.uk today.
At BetMGM, we know how to put on a show. That's why they got me, Chris Rock, to bring you BetMGM's Casino Offer. We don't just bring you a welcome offer. We bring you a deposit match of up to £200 cash and 100 free spins. Did you hear that, people? 100 free spins. Get ready for the golden era in online casino. BetMGM, it's showtime.
Minimum £10 spend. New customers only. Wagering requirements and conditions apply. 18 plus. Please gamble responsibly.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save up to £120 per couple. So, escape to sunny favourites like Greece, Portugal and Italy. And get 22 kilograms of baggage included. Book now with just a £60 deposit per person. Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. Patronage are protected. Subject to availability and conditions.
For car insurance, you can rely on NFU Mutual. We pay out on 99% of car insurance claims with no quibble. And if you're hit by an at-fault, uninsured driver, your no-claims discount is protected. Conditions apply. We do this so you can enjoy the more important things. No wonder we're a Which recommended car insurance provider, February 2024. For quality car insurance you can rely on, join NFU Mutual today.
There will be 14 minutes of extra time.
With Betfair's 90-minute payout, you don't have to wait for the final whistle to celebrate. Because your winning bet will be paid out in full at 90 minutes. Betfair.
Applies to match odds 90 market or markets with a 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Live Super League tomorrow afternoon from 3 on talkSPORT 2.
Has he got the ball back? You bet he has.
Hard tackling, full match commentary of London Broncos versus Warrington Wolves.
Tufty's over the line. Tufty scores the try.
Live Super League, London Broncos versus Warrington Wolves.
He's racing forward. Goes 90 metres.
Tomorrow afternoon from 3 on talkSPORT 2.
There's nothing like Manchester United against Liverpool.
I thought we were more difficult. We have to think about ourselves.
And Manchester United have won it 10 injured, Ten Hag under pressure, tenacious and victorious, and they might still be able to get some silverware out of the wreckage of a disappointing season. As Klopp's Liverpool reign starts to come to an end.
The trophy hunts won't stop for Klopp.
They are a relentless winning machine.
And Mo Salah scores for Liverpool. Rashford's got it to the penalty. He's taken it wide and smashed it into the goal. It's 2-0 to Manchester United.
The FA Cup, the oldest and the best domestic cup competition anywhere around the world.
Another defining night at Old Trafford is on the card.
Huge day of football coming up tomorrow. First off, we've got 12:45 kick-off, Chelsea v Leicester, FA Cup quarter-final. It is exclusive on talkSPORT. We've got presenter Adrian Durham from Old Trafford, commentary from Joe Shannon, former Chelsea defender Scott Minto. Then after that, the big one, 3:30, talkSPORT exclusive, Manchester United v Liverpool. That is a massive, massive game. And you can come on and have your say and how you see these ones going tomorrow. We're going to talk about them, and you can give us a call on 03 717 22 3344. We'll get people coming in a minute. We're going to talk about these games, but it is the final few minutes in the Six Nations and watching France versus England. Albie Reynolds.
About 5 minutes to go in this game. It's France 30, England 29. England have just scored their 4th try of the game. Tommy Freeman scoring in the right-hand corner, and it means that George Ford is lining up a conversion which would give England the lead with just 5 minutes to play. France earlier in the half had hit back once again. Gaël Fickou scoring their 3rd try to retake the lead as the Ford conversion is on the way and has snuck inside the upright. So England lead. We've got under 5 minutes now to play. It's a 1-point game. Huge couple of minutes coming up for this England team. It's France 30, England 31.
Wow, what a game. Yeah, amazing. Now, just watch George Ford there sending that over. Good in kicking's amazing. What a game that's turned out. Watching them, we've got it on our screens here. When I was watching it first 15, 20 minutes, I was thinking France are going to run away with it. But we'll go back to Alfie Reynolds for that one for sure. There's 5 minutes left in it. Can England get it over the line? But let's go to Mike. He's a Manchester United fan. Right, Mike? Good evening, Mike.
How are you doing, guys?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. Look, we've got to talk about the big game tomorrow. You're playing Liverpool. What a game that is, and I don't know how I see this one going. I fancy us for some reason.
Well, I think it'll be one of those lucky ones if we win tomorrow. I'm just not convinced about United this season. They've been so flaky, really. But you know, if we'll raise our game for one game, and that is the one against Liverpool, I suppose. It's got more important than playing against Man City.
I think there's talk though, isn't there? There's talk, Mike. There's talk that Højlund's back, Maguire, Wan-Bissaka. So he's starting to get some of your players back now, and Højlund's a big miss, isn't it?
He is. He's a massive miss. He's sort of come on this season. I mean, there's a lot of doubters at the start. He wasn't really firing, but certainly over the course of the last few months, he's certainly started to really make his place and prove that he's worth what we paid for him.
Yeah, I mean, how do you see this one tomorrow, though? Because, look, to get one over on Liverpool is obviously, man, you're miles behind them in terms of where the clubs are at this point. But if you could get one over them and knock them out, that's massive for you, right?
Well, it is. It's always an exciting fixture, isn't it? And certainly as far as the last chance of silverware for United, and possibly the last chance for Ten Hag, to be honest with you. I mean, you know, we need something out of the season. It's been pretty pitiful at times. I mean, there's been flashes of sort of, well, not brilliant, but flashes of a really decent performance. But for the whole, it's been one of those seasons to sort of almost, I won't say write off, but just get out of the way really and try to get ready for next season. But I think the other thing that I would probably say about it is that the irony of it all will be that knowing Man United, they may well hand the title to Man City by doing Liverpool over in the league and maybe even doing Arsenal over as well, and that could be critical for the league.
Mike, can you see a project at the moment and a process at Manchester United? Because I don't see it under Ten Hag, and I look at some of his interviews and I listen to them, I'm in shock at how deluded he sounds.
I'm with you, Gabby. I'm so much with you, actually, because I'm just travelling back from your neck of the woods. I've just been up to Birmingham.
Yeah, you won't be able to see Gabby's house, though, mate. It's a bit double-gated, security everywhere. It's the big 7-bedroom one.
Mike, you've got to ask before you come past Birmingham.
Oh, yeah, you
He's
don't get no
definitely by
reception.
mine. Yeah, you don't get no signal, mate. Honestly, mate.
Poor Oak Estate.
I'm losing my mind in Birmingham.
Honestly,
no signal.
Honestly, when I lived up there, I was like, what, have I gone back to the Stone Age? Like, what is this? You can't get no reception around this
Edge.
Edge? Oh,
no 5G, just Vodafone Edge. Sick of it.
No, it was bad up there. Reception shocking up north. Come on, guys, what's going on? Let's go to Adele. He's a Liverpool fan. Adele, good evening.
Hi, it's Odell.
Odell.
I'm doing good, mate. How are you?
Yeah, good, mate. Good. Look, building up to this game tomorrow. You're going to Old Trafford. What do you think your chances are?
I think we've got a great chance, you know. I feel like we're absolutely smash them.
Do you?
Really?
You're that confident?
Yeah. Like, it's going to be a bouncing though.
Yeah, I mean, look, it wouldn't surprise me, but it's never. I mean, say never a tough place. It is a tough place to go back in the day, but it's not now, really, is it? Old Trafford, you go there and enjoy yourselves.
Oh, well.
Adele, what injuries? What's the latest with certain players? What's the team looking like for tomorrow? Do you know?
I cannot say now, to be fair, but I feel like Joel Concert will be suitable.
Yeah.
Well, I think as well, Salah. I think Klopp said Salah's ready. He's need to be straight back in tomorrow. Could be a Salah, Diaz, and Nunes Friday.
This finding the pace on the counter attack is absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, I think you'll win tomorrow. And like, I'm being a bit selfish here, but I'd love to see a Manchester City Liverpool final. Okay.
Yeah, and Gabby, you was like tremendous player. He always put us in like so much trouble against Liverpool.
Thank you, mate.
You knew that.
Thank you.
Right.
You're talking about you just get tappings of John Carew. That's all he did. Adele,
get him back.
No,
Someone be nice to me. You put down.
Got to go because there's a massive moment. Six Nations. Talk to what's happened, Reynolds.
All-time score, France 33, England 31. It is heartbreak for England. Thomas Ramos kicked a penalty to win the game for France with just a minute remaining. The French then kept hold of the kick-off and were able to boot it into the stands once the clock went into the red. A great effort for England, who were pretty poor in the opening 40 minutes. They came back into it in the second half, but it is a missed opportunity to finish the 2024 Six Nations with 4 wins. It'll still be considered a successful championship for England after that brilliant victory over Ireland a week ago, but it's a case of what could have been on the final weekend. The full-time score in Lyon is France 33, England 31.
Heartbreak for England there. Thanks, Alfred Reynolds, for giving us all the updates on that. We're going to do one more round of calls. We've got 15 minutes left of the show. Gareth A. Davies is going to come in and give us just a little insight on what to expect from 10 p.m. on Fight Night.
Hey, you're looking for car parts at unbelievable prices? Here at U Bullet, the region's only pull-your-own parts breakers yard. We've got them in the thousands. Alternators at 21 quid, starter motors too, alloys 30 and batteries 15. A whole engine for just 154 quid. With over 3,000 cars on the ground, reviewing every day. We've got the parts you need at prices you won't believe. 7 days a week. You pull, you save. YouBullet.co.uk. Prices may vary. Conditions apply.
You know what's really rubbish? Litter. KFC are out across communities doing the right thing when it comes to litter. KFC restaurants are taking part in local litter picks across the country with a great British spring clean. Litter picking in our high streets, parks, riverside, and beaches, as well as reminding customers to put their rubbish in the bin. So make sure you do too. The Great British Spring Clean with KFC is litter picking good.
With the Purina One 3-week challenge, I can see a visible difference. My cat has a great appetite, they're full of energy, have a healthy digestion, and their eyes are so bright. So why not introduce your cat to Purina One Nutrition? It balances the bad and good bacteria to help support their gut microbiome. To start the 3-week challenge, search for Purina One's Blue Pack online and in store. Purina One, visible health for today and tomorrow.
You got a little wager with Paddy Power on this one then?
Yeah, mate. Big man to score anytime. I'm backing him.
Oh, it looks like it's the big man who's coming off. Oh, he's going to struggle to score from the bench, pal.
Oh. Fear not, punter, because with Paddy Power's super sub, your bet carries over to the player coming on.
Y'all ready for this?
So now, all subs are super. Paddy Power, Football, you gotta love it.
Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Pre-match and in-play bets on qualifying player outcome selections only. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
You know how the best ideas come in the shower? Well, here's one for you. Switching to an energy-efficient shower head is more efficient because it saves water and could save you up to £40 a year on energy bills. And that's worth singing about. Shower, save, repeat. It all adds up. Find more energy-saving tips at gov.uk/save energy.
Seeing the new Epic on 3. Trade in and save £304 on the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra powered by Galaxy AI. Plus, get 12 months of Paramount Plus, 28 days of roaming and 300 gig of data included from £54 a month with £60 up front. Annual April airtime price rise of CPI plus 3.9% applies. Search 3 or head in store today.
Credit by 3. Terms apply. See 3.co.uk.
Have your say.
Absolutely first class.
Fully engaged football fallouts. The game day phone in.
On talkSPORT.
You're listening to the Game Day phone in with me, Jeremy Hine, Gabiak Bonglahor. From 10 o'clock though, the main man, Gareth A. Davis, talkSPORT's boxing expert, will be taking over the range of Spencer Oliver. Brilliant show. Do not miss it. Loads to talk about. He's come in just for a few minutes to have a chat with us about what to expect on the show. But love speaking to you, G-Dog. Thanks for coming in, mate.
Look at you two rugged, handsome men here in the studio tonight.
I mean, you walk in like a rock star. You got your sunglasses
Tanned
on.
as well,
tanned
Saudi
up.
tan.
I mean, you're living the dream, ain't you, Gareth? What's going on?
Well, I just got back from Saudi, Dubai and Abu Dhabi after a 12-day visit. And yes, I did sit by the pool for 2 hours every day if I could, especially at the Ritz-Carlton in Riyadh.
Oh, lovely.
Where we all saw Anthony Joshua do an amazing job on Bronson Garner.
Yeah.
I hasten to
Can I just ask you quickly? I'm hearing you got picked up on the runway. Is that right? With some flowers?
What, with the VIP?
That's what I heard.
The only thing with VIP is it takes longer to get your suitcase. But listen, I'm not going to knock it. It was brilliant to be there, and it's brilliant to be back. We've got a great show tonight. We've got world champions galore. We've got two Maloney twins from Australia joining us. I've done an interview with Andre Ward. Get this. The great Andre Ward, who you'll both know, he talked about the fact he'd love to win a fight with Joe Calzaghe, but he also was lining up to fight Anthony Joshua at one point.
Oh, really?
So that the light heavyweight fighting the super heavyweight that Anthony Joshua is.
Can I ask you one question? Because I stayed up...
Yeah, you can ask me one question. Then I'll go.
There's another question.
I stayed up...
He always says that to you. He asks you one question, then he asks you four.
Okay, I'll ask you one. I stayed up to watch the fight against Ngannou, and like, watching him stay down, I was a bit like, should he have been in there? And should he stop boxing? Should he stop? Because that was a big knockout.
It was styles make fights. It was two punchers, I remember.
Yeah.
So Joshua has a 90% knockout ratio. We'll talk about this tonight with Spencer, who's now obviously an AJ fanboy, riding his back again.
Yeah, of course he is.
But I'm going to put him in his place tonight over that. I love Spencer. I don't mean it in that way, but styles make fights, and Ngannou was made for Joshua. Ngannou switched to southpaw stupidly early in the fight, or unwisely rather than stupidly, and got caught by that big right hand down the pipe. So it played into Joshua's hands. We all want to see Joshua and Fury now, don't we? Tyson Fury. But
does that happen, Gareth?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And if, for me, and we're going to talk about this
trilogy.
in detail.
More than once.
No, I think if Fury beats Alexander Usyk, kind of well beats him on May the 18th, doesn't make sense. Well beats him very well, and stops him on May the 18th back in Riyadh. There may be this passage where they say, Alexander, step aside, because the biggest fight in the world is now Fury against Anthony Joshua. And I think maybe we'll see that in October, November time. Because it's huge, but styles make fights. So we're talking about that tonight. We're talking about Mike Tyson's comeback against Jake Paul. Come on, I mean, we're going to talk about it in detail. What do you think?
I don't like it. At that age, I don't like it.
I think it's sad. I think it's sad for boxing. I mean, he's a legend, Mike Tyson. He's fighting Jake Paul. You know, does he need a few quid? Maybe, and I get it, and I understand if you need a few quid. And maybe he wants to get back in the ring and have that feeling, that one last time of feeling like a legend that he is. But
28 years ago today, Jamie, he beat Frank. 28 years ago today, he beat Frank Bruno to regain the WBC title. That's how long. Jake Paul wasn't even born then.
And it's a one put on an exhibition fight, like with certain older. He fought someone a few years ago, 2020, didn't he?
Roy Jones Jr. Yeah. 1.6 million pay-per-view buys that did. It was the biggest pay-per-view of the year, and they didn't look great in that. Roy was hugging, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
I stayed up. I was doing live reports on him.
No mug, you know, like 27.
No, what he is, a 27-year-old, a big lad. Yeah. He's the size of you. I'm not saying you're a big lad.
I'll take that as a compliment.
No, I mean in a good way.
Always had 0.1% of his
Look, you're a big, powerful man. He's a big, powerful man. And if Mike doesn't get him out there in a couple of minutes,
well,
I know I'm the same age as Mike Tyson, and there's bits of you. He's still
money talks, though, doesn't it? Money talks.
He's going to earn so much money. Maybe you said it. You put your finger on the pulse just now, Jamie, when you said it's not a good look for boxing. So therefore, maybe in the time that he was being promoted, that wasn't a good look. This guy shouldn't be here now, having to earn 20-30 million from a big payday.
Okay,
He is the most famous living fighter on the planet.
Legend. Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah. I mean, look, it's been a great show, mate. I really appreciate it.
Oh, we love it. We love our fight nights.
Yeah, no, brilliant. It's fantastic. Anything else you want to just touch on that you got?
Sandy Ryan's joining us. I'm forgetting now. We're going to talk about Ryan Garcia and his mental state as well. Have you seen that?
Strange,
Very strange. But again, you should have the decision over whether he fights or not. If someone's unravelling live on social media, is he trolling? Is he selling the fight? Is his mind unravelling? What do punches to the head do to you? You know,
there's
so much to talk about.
Listen, I'll be listening to that because all the things that we're seeing that you're talking about, and you've got two experts, you and Spencer Oliver, coming up, mate. So G-Dog, I really appreciate you coming in. Superb show. Gav, we're done, mate. We're off. When you next in?
I'm on Tuesday with Jeff Stelling.
You and Jeff Stelling. Hopefully he won't like a custard pie and you'll be able to get
what I do hope is that on Monday, I hope Condi does his special. Has anyone seen? It's on to the watch.
Chelsea will get beat tomorrow. He'll go missing.
Can I just ask you very quickly before you sign off? In a fight, in a three-way fight with you two and Jason Condi in a round robin, who wins and why?
I mean, well, Condi would last 5 seconds.
You can fight, can't you?
No,
he's a heavy puncher.
Let me tell you, I wouldn't want to get in the ring with
he's a heavy puncher, but you've got a bit of dog in you, definitely.
I've got no chin.
Condi's one of those weird, sly and unseen fighters, I'm telling you.
Have you seen his knee, Gary?
No, I know.
It lasts 2 seconds.
That's the first thing I do, slide my leg into his knee.
Hit me straight out of here. We'll have nothing to do with it. Right, thanks everyone for listening to the Game Day Phone-In Fight Night. Coming up next.
I love goals galore. Both teams to score the bet for me. It's always alive, is that bet?
At Betfred, when both teams score, it's goals galore. With our goals galore bonus coupon, pick 3 or more games from a list of fixtures where you think both teams will score. A £10 stake on 3 correct selections will return £55, and 4 correct selections will return £100. Love football? Betfred. In store and online. 18 plus teams sees apply. Minimum 3 selections. 90 minutes only. All returns include stay for gamblerware.org.
M&S has a hot cross bun for everyone this Easter. For the traditionalists, they have luxury fruited hot cross buns. For those who need no invitation to indulge, the new extremely caramelly hot cross buns, ooh, filthy. The vegan and gluten-free gang can get stuck in too with the Plant Kitchen and made without hot cross buns. And they're all 2 for £3. And for those who don't like hot cross buns, try a crumpet or something. These are not just hot cross buns, these are M&S hot cross buns. Selected stores subject to availability, T's and C's apply.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, families can save up to £240. So fly to sunny favourites like Turkey, Spain and Cyprus, with millions of free child place holidays available. Book now with just a £60 deposit per person and spread the cost with flexible monthly payments. Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. Patronage protected. Subject to availability and conditions.
There will be 14 minutes of extra time.
With Betfair's 90-minute payout, you don't have to wait for the final whistle to celebrate. Because
your winning bet will be paid out in full at 90 minutes. Betfair.
Applies to match odds 90 market or markets with the 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
McDonald's Winning Slips is back. Last year there were over 2 million winners. This year we hope you're thirsty for more. You can win limited edition Coke glasses, amazing Mackey's food and merch, festival tickets, or even one of our weekly 10 grand cash prizes. Play Winning Slips now on medium or large soft drinks. Fill your cup, try your luck. Promotional drinks only, end 16th of April. App registration may be required. 18 plus, UK only, terms apply.
The big gift giveaway is now on at Arnold Clark. Buy any car and enjoy a free gift. Choose from a £50 M&S gift card, 12 free car washes, or one of 6 fantastic experiences. From an overnight stay to a supercar track experience, there's an option for everyone. Don't miss the big gift giveaway. It's now on at every Arnold Clark across the UK. See arnoldclark.com.
Here we are, another train delay, not a problem for Claire. Phone in hand, ready to play the free Coral Rewards grabber. Loose wrist, firm grip, textbook. Oh, look at this. She's won herself 50 Coral coins for free. But now, what to spend them on? Free spins or a casino bonus? And, oh, she's gone with free spins. Lovely choice, Claire. Cash in Coral coins for free to choose rewards you actually want. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Participate in selected promos to get Coral coins. Coins expire. T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
On 1089 and 1053 medium wave. Online, on your mobile and on your smart speaker. talkSPORT. Talk Sport.
Good evening, I'm Mark Tyler. It's next stop Wembley for Manchester City and Coventry in the FA Cup semi-finals. 2 Bernardo Silva goals gave holders City victory against Newcastle. Eddie Howe was left to reflect on what might have been and how his side will approach the rest of the season.
Well, I think the break's come at a good time for us because I think we can digest this result and set up the last 10 games. The cup competitions especially could have been very different, but they've gone against us. All the big moments have gone against us.
Championship Coventry produced one of the greatest ever FA Cup comebacks. They scored twice in stoppage time to beat Wolves 3-2. Here's the Coventry manager, Mark Robbins.
You've got to win at Wembley. That's the challenge for us. That's the challenge for our opponent. But they'll be expected to win, whoever it is.
Both of tomorrow's quarter-final ties are live here on talkSPORT, including exclusive coverage of Manchester United-Liverpool. Spurs missed the chance to go fourth in the Premier League. They were beaten 3-0 at Fulham, where Rodrigo Muniz scored twice for Marco Silva's team.
What I want is more consistent. What we want, we are working to achieve more consistent in terms of performance and results. The season is being really good for us again.
Luton grabbed an 89th minute equaliser against fellow strugglers Nottingham Forest. Forest boss Nuno says they deserved all 3 points.
I think we did enough to win the game. I think we controlled the game. We were dominant. The best chances, clear chances are ours. We should have put them to bed earlier.
Fellow strugglers Burnley were 2-1 winners over 10-man Brentford. Celtic are back on top in Scotland. The defending champions are a point clear of Rangers, who play tomorrow. Ipswich have moved into the Championship's automatic promotion places after hammering Sheffield Wednesday 6-0. Ireland have retained their Rugby Union Six Nations title after a 17-13 victory over Scotland. Despite a fight back, England conceded a last-minute penalty as they were edged out by France 33-31 in Paris to finish third in the standings. And it's wooden spoon time for Wales. 24-21 defeat to Italy means they lost all 5 of their matches. There's more at talkSPORT
News.
Defence Secretary Grant Shapps has been forced to abandon a planned trip to the southern Ukrainian city of Odessa because of a Russian missile threat. Highway agencies in Surrey say the country's roads are largely coping. The whole of the M25 is shut this weekend between junctions 10 and 11. And a volcano has erupted in Iceland again, the 4th time since December.
talkSPORT weather with QuickFit. With over 600 centres across the UK, most of which open 7 days a week, we're always there when you need us. QuickFit. Drive away happy every time.
A wet start on Sunday for eastern areas with rain slow to clear. Elsewhere drier with some sunny spells and the odd shower.
online. DAB digital radio and 1089 and 1053 AM. Get in the ring. Go the distance with Fight Night.
The fight starts now.
With Gareth A. Davies.
I don't think he's going to get up.
talkSPORT, the home of boxing.
Welcome to Fight Night on talkSPORT with me, Gareth Davis, and him, Spencer the Omen Oliver. Over the next 3 hours, we'll have reaction to a big night of boxing as Nathan Heaney takes on Brad. Paul's in the Magnificent Seven, put together by Frank Warren and Queensberry Promotions. We'll look back on Anthony Joshua's dominant victory over Francis Ngannou in the Riyadh season at knockout chaos in Saudi Arabia. And you'll hear from a host of guests, including the great and now retired Andre Ward and Jordan Gill and many others. You're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT. Well, very good evening to you. Welcome to Fight Night on talkSPORT. With you until 1 in the morning. Gives me great pleasure to say with me tonight, as ever, is the one and only Mr. Spencer, the Omen Oliver, looking bearded, beautiful, bronzed. What else can I say? And ready for battle tonight. It's a great time in boxing at the moment.
Absolutely, it really is, you know, and yeah, I'm excited for tonight. We've got a great show coming up, and I want to get into, you know, I suppose it's best if I start getting into you, Gareth, in Saudi Arabia. You was over there last week. How was that?
It was amazing. Another big event, 3 big events now in Saudi Arabia. Anthony Joshua commandingly putting himself at the top of the hit list for many people for either a trilogy with Alexander Usyk or the big fight with Tyson Fury, which I think is the fight that's on most people's lips at the moment. You've been fanboying all week. The Cape Crusader Simon Jordan got on your case, and I think he was right to do so on your very own show on Monday, where he hammered you over you saying that Joshua is now the dominant fighter of the year. And we'll get into that. Could be, potentially, I know that. He was brilliant all week, I've got to say that. And what I like in that mix at the moment, barring Deontay Wilder and Alexander Usyk being there last week, they got all these giant figures in the same room together before the press conference on Wednesday. Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua didn't speak or didn't shake hands. Tyson Fury gave it to Francis Ngannou, and then on the next day at the press conference in this area they called Greece in the Riyadh season, in this amphitheatre, he's given it back to Tyson Fury, who's barracking him from the front seats. It all adds to the carnival. Joseph Parker and Zhili Zhang holding themselves brilliantly as gentlemen fighters. But Anthony Joshua, all week, for me, showed presence and poise and the perfect performance to put all my P's together there to really produce an outstanding performance, which has gone several different ways. Yes, he should have done it. Yes, he should have done that against Ngannou. Yes, Ngannou fell into his hands. But Joshua produced brilliance. No messing. He's done 7 rounds now out in Saudi Arabia, and everybody wants to see him at the top of the heavyweight division in the biggest fights. I still count him as number 3 in the world, but judging on last performance, he's ready and looks fantastic under Ben Davison.
Absolutely, I think he executed a perfect game plan out there, and that was, you know, down to Ben Davison and the team. I think what Ben Davison does is he's a great student of the game. He studies the sport well, and he comes up with these good game plans. And I think
with a guy called Lee Wiley as well, by the way, he's a great strategist.
Absolutely. So, you know, the team there is brilliant, and it's been good for Anthony Joshua. I think we've always known that he's got the physicalities. He's always had the punch power. He's always been explosive, but psychologically maybe not in the right headspace, and that's because maybe, you know, he wasn't comfortable with the trainers. It just seems to have come together for him right now with Ben Davison, and I think that we're seeing that in his performances because he's believing in himself again, Gareth, and I think that was the missing piece of the jigsaw.
Well, I think he knows
self-belief.
He's as good. I will say this. I've always said this about him. He's as good a finisher as Lennox Lewis was. He's a fighter and a knockout artist. That's what he is. I don't think he's ever going to find perfection as as a kind of nuanced boxer. He's an incredibly powerful athlete. He is getting better all the time. He's got a 90% knockout ratio, remember, so he gets rid of opponents. Tyson Fury's knockout ratio is 70 odds, so he's a boxer. And I think Joshua, as George Foreman told me years ago in an interview about Joshua, about 4 years ago, he just needs to decide, AJ, what he is and just do that. Be that powerful figure. But he believes, you can see it in his strut, in his walk, when you sit down with him to interview, he's content with who he is again. And I think that's a very important thing. But when we get into the realm of you saying, and he could, there's no question that he's got the opportunity now to be the era-defining fighter. Styles make fights, and he will find it difficult against Usyk in the third fight, and I give him a better chance. We were both there in the second. But Fury is a difficult, sly and unseen fighter with different skills, who's not going to expose himself to that right hand, which Francis Ngannou perhaps did foolishly early on in the fight by switching southpaw. Because clearly Davison and Wiley had said, when he switches, throw your right.
Yeah.
Because he's not going to know, he's not going to be fainting. And in a way, Ngannou played into his hands.
Absolutely. I think what we've seen from Anthony Joshua most recently, you know, when you go to the Otto Walling fight back out there in December, that was the first time I really saw it, where you could see he has installed that confidence and that self-belief, and he's stepping in with his shots. We didn't see that against Robert Helenius. We didn't see that against Jermaine Franklin. You know, he was throwing his shots, but he was holding his feet. He didn't have that confidence to go and put the combinations together and then go to phase two and really step it up. We've got that now, and that's the best Anthony Joshua, because you're right in what you said there, Gareth, you know, about Anthony Joshua. He may not be the best technically, but his main strengths are that explosiveness, you know, fighting with his heart on his sleeve, rolling the dice and taking the gamble,
not being tentative.
No, absolutely, and that's back now with Anthony Joshua, and that Anthony Joshua, and that was the point I was trying to make about it, without, you know, fanboying Anthony Joshua. I said that Anthony Joshua is difficult for any heavyweight to deal with in the world, including Tyson Fury. And the reason I put Fury into the mix here now and give Anthony Joshua, what I see it as a real 50-50 fight now, is because I believe that Fury's style has changed over the years. You know, if you go back to when he boxed...
He may be heavy-legged now.
You go back to when he boxed Klitschko.
We don't know.
Do you remember when he boxed Klitschko? He danced around him and he made things and he bemused him, and he was an underdog in that fight, but he boxed unbelievably well out in Germany. Like, you know, he shocked the world. That Tyson Fury's not around anymore. You know, I compare him to, at this stage of his career, to like Floyd Mayweather or Muhammad Ali later on in their career, where, you know, the legs don't move anymore. He's got that adaptability, he's got that boxing brain. You're right in what you say, Gareth. You know, he's not a sitting duck, he moves all the time, but the legs have slowed down. That gives Anthony Joshua, and that's why I say Anthony's got a serious shot now, because he's very explosive. He throws those shots straight through the middle, and they are, like you say, if someone gets hit by Anthony Joshua, they stay hit, they stay hurt, and that is where, and that's why now you look at, you go, rewind 12 months, you go, this is an 80-20 in favour of Tyson Fury. Now I look at it and say it's a 50-50, because Joshua has reinstalled. And you can only go off last performances, and we know that we'll never see Fury like that again. And I expect to see a much better one, and I believe he beats Alexander Usyk if we do get that fight happening on May the 18th. I believe he wins that fight, but it's an intriguing one now, Gareth. You've got to say that Joshua's giving himself a chance.
And also, what most of us will want now is if Fury has a significant victory over Alexander Usyk. Let's say he stops him. There'll be a clamour, I believe, for Fury against Joshua next. And if the powers that be that are running the sport at the moment, if we're thinking it, they're definitely thinking it. When we think things, the promoters are definitely thinking it. And it's an enormous fight, and it's a tipping point for Saudi Arabia. They will have achieved in 4 or 5 fights to suddenly get the biggest fight in the world out there. And it is the biggest fight. And you might get 15,000 fans travelling from the UK. And that's, I think, is part of the package of what's desired here, to create those atmospheres, to bring the British fans. If Fury loses, or if it's a controversial draw against Usyk, I can see them going to a second fight, which plays into the idea that there is a chance that Joshua may be out for 9, 10, 11, 12 months. Dillian White fights tomorrow. Joe Joyce is fighting in a moment. In fact, he's just walking to the ring right now in Birmingham. That was a decent segue, wasn't it? And I wasn't actually looking. Fighting Cash Ali, and he's a big favourite here. We'll keep you across it. Do you think that a Dillian White is right for him, or Joe Joyce is right for him, or one of those guys is right for him in the interim? Or will they take that risk?
Absolutely, and yes, they will take that risk to answer your question, but I think that the activity is key for Anthony Joshua, and I think we've seen in those performances when you go like, Franklin, and then you look Hellenius, and then we go also Wallin, then we see last time out against Ngannou, you see the improvements, and that's through activity. Anthony Joshua is one of those guys that likes to be active, likes to fight regularly, and he wants to do that. He wants to stay active. He wants to fight in June or July again. So he will take that. He will fight again whilst he's waiting for this to pan out. But you're right in what you say, Gareth. I think that is what happens. This is all dependent on what happens Alexander Usyk versus Tyson Fury. If it's conclusive and one-sided and it goes right, I have Tyson Fury a big favourite in that, by the way, going into that fight, because I just think the physicalities, the size, and his boxing brain.
He's had the warning in the last
but he's
fight,
got
hasn't he?
He's got a great boxing brain, Tyson Fury, and that makes a difference. Like when you're talking about Anthony Joshua, you look at him and you go, well, he's big, he's powerful. Look what Usyk done to him, and go, yeah, but Joshua's not the thinking fighter like Tyson Fury,
I absolutely concur. Well, we haven't managed to get into, it's a big talking point in sport at the moment, Mike Tyson making his comeback against Jake Paul. We're going to talk about that in the next section, as well as the Magnificent Seven card, Frank Warren's Magnificent Seven card that's going on right now with Joe Joyce and Cash Ali just about to do heavyweight war. You're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT.
Fight Night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value on the biggest boxing bouts with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
The McCrispy Deluxe is back until the 16th of April. Get both your hands round your tasty favourite with smoky bacon, hot and spicy mayo, and a caramelised onion relish. Chicken that hits different. Available until the 16th of April. Served after 11 a.m. subject to availability.
We're BetMGM Sports and Casino. We know things aren't always golden. That's why we offer you the tools to keep your place safe. Set timeouts to always ensure you take a break when you feel like you need it. Set reality checks so you know exactly how long you've been playing. And set deposit limits to help control what you spend. Stay golden with BetMGM. Play responsibly.
18 plus. You know how the best ideas come in the shower? Well, here's one for you. Switching to an energy-efficient shower head is more efficient because it saves water and could save you up to £40 a year on energy bills. And that's worth singing about. Shower, save, repeat. It all adds up. Find more energy-saving tips at gov.uk/save energy.
Modern football is all about control. Controlling the ball, controlling possession, controlling the game. If you ever feel that gambling is starting to control you, help is available right now at talkbanstop.com. Thousands of people have taken advantage of free support and practical tools, like GamBan, which blocks your devices from accessing gambling websites and apps, and GamStop, which will stop you signing up to any UK-registered gambling website. Take control of your recovery. Search TalkBanStop.
Switch to EE and get our fastest full fiber ever.
Well, how fast is fast?
Up to 1.6 gig fast.
What? So I can do online Pilates?
What they watch cartoons.
And download 4K films?
Online gaming.
All at the same time?
That's right. All powered by BT with absolutely nothing to pay up front.
What? Nothing?
Not a thing. No wonder broadband switchers choose EE. Offer ends 4th of April.
New customers, 32.5% UK availability. Terms apply.
A traffic update for all late-night travellers. There are delays outside getting to bed due to a hold-up at Grand's Never-Ending Stories. Please take the diversion via Mayo Chicken or a warming latte, which will see you home. Plenty of McDonald's restaurants are open late tonight. See mcdonalds.com for opening times.
Want to build a bet you want in seconds? With Unibet's Bet Builder, you're on. Add shots, corners, cards, and more. And increase your odds with Bet Builder rappers, combining bet builders across multiple games and sports. Download the Unibet app or visit unibet.co.uk and get a Bet Builder boost every day. Unibet. You're wrong. 18 plus, begambleaware.org, free match only, max stake £10 minimum, combined odds of 4-1 and 3 selections, T's and C's apply.
Live Super League, London Broncos versus Warrington Wolves.
He's racing forward, goes 90 metres!
Tomorrow afternoon from 3 on talkSPORT 2.
Ooh, that's strong. That's a tune. Okay, right, you're listening to Fight Night talkSPORT with me, Gareth Davis. Spencer the Omen Oliver, that is the voice in the background there having a little grin and a giggle, and we're both moving to the beat. Cash Ali is getting pushed into a corner by Joe Joyce at the Magnificent 7 in Birmingham tonight, Frank Warren's card. But before we go to that, we have time for a William Hill odds update.
In the Zone on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value all season with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Wait a minute. Well, joining us now to bring us right up to date with the latest odds is William Hill to Lee Phelps. Lee, what have you got for us?
Yeah, what a cracking night of British boxing, and we're all keen to see what happens next in the Nathan Heaney story. He, of course, sprung into the spotlight with that tremendous win over Denzel Bentley, and now has Brad Pauls trying to take his British middleweight title off him. Now, we all know styles make fights, and we've also seen over the years how expectation can affect performance. I'm not saying that Heaney loses to Brad Pauls. Look, the new key bomber has been accused of gassing in fights and probably won't have the aging to stay with Heaney. He's always as fit as he can be. But you wonder how being the favourite will affect him, and whether Pauls will be as in his face as Bentley was, allowing him to fight on the counter-attack. Heaney is 100 to 30 on, and I think he does win. The question for me is how he gets his hand raised. He's odds on to win on points as well, but the stoppage win has been enhanced from 9 to 2 to 11 to 2. Now, if he blossoms in the spotlight and shows that same level of braggadocio that he did against Bentley when he was talking to him and he was showboating a little bit, I think he may well go for the stoppage as Pauls tires in the latter round. So I'm going to go 11 to 2 for Heaney to win by stoppage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee Phelps of William Hill. That was a look at the latest odds thanks to William Hill. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. begambleaware.org. As Spencer Oliver, Joe Joyce prepares for second round against Cash Ali. Ali got through that round, had his trigger cocked for that big right hand. He knocked Paul Butlin out. That's what he's looking for. But he's holding on here against Joe Joyce. We'll come to that in a minute, and we'll also come to Nathan Heaney against Brad Pauls. What a story he is, by the way. We'll be across that later. But what a story Nathan Heaney is.
Yeah, it really is an incredible story, isn't it? And that just shows you what hard work and determination can get out. You only get out of boxing what you put in. You know, I think if you leave no stone unturned, and I think that that's exactly what Heaney has done for his career. He's been the underdog a few times, you know, but he's stuck at it, and he's a grafter. And I think, I believe he sold 2,000 tickets or something.
And like
personally,
you, inspired by his late father into the sport.
Yeah, absolutely.
And like I say, 2,000 tickets. I think he drives 1,400 miles in his car. You know, he delivers them like a postman to all his fans. He's a great character from Stoke. He needs a big stadium fight in Stoke, in my view. And, you know, there's Hamza Shiraz around. He's got to come through Brad Pauls tonight, and as Lee Phelps was telling us then, quite rightly, that victory over Denzel Bentley last year really catapulted him into a new realm, because he was Devon Heaney that night, wasn't he? We were calling him.
Absolutely. Listen, I think that going into that fight, Bentley was the favourite going into that one. It was a fight that I thought that Bentley would come through, and I thought that would be Heaney's level. That would be where he was sort of sat. But he took beautifully that night. He took everything away from Denzel Bentley, and he won the fight and won it clearly. And I think that winning that British title will propel him to another level. And I think that this fight is set up perfectly. I believe that he actually wins this fight against Brad Pauls. I think that he wins this fight on points. Brad Pauls' only defeat on his record was against Tyler Denny, the now European champion. And I think that is that's where the fight is. And I think, yeah, that's the one that's the one that we'd like to see. But I think that we will see a a brilliant performance tonight from Nathan Heaney. That's where I'm hedging my bets. A points win against the tough Brad Bulls.
Well, we'll be across that during the course of the show. Just to update you, in the second round here, Joe Joyce powering into Cash Alley, hunting him like a predator with its prey right now, forcing him into the corners, looking for big left and right hands and lots of hooks to the body and head. And what we're also finding is that Cash Alley, he's landed a massive right over the top there that glanced off Joe Joyce's. That's his one punch. You remember that knockout of Paul Butlin that was like one of the 4 or 5 years ago, one of the knockouts of the year. We're going to get on to Mike Tyson and Jake Paul in a minute as Joe Joyce continues to bully Cash Alley in Birmingham.
Yeah, you're right what you say there, Gareth, though. Like, Cash Alley's got one shot. He throws the right hand like he's bowling a cricket ball. That is probably the best description of it. And if it lands, it's dangerous. And he just threw a right hand there that bounced off the head there of Joe Joyce, but Joe soaked it up. He's got to be careful of that, Joe. You know, I think that's, you know, we saw against Ali Zhang yesterday. Ali Zhang was actually a southpaw, but we saw there, you know, that when Joe gets in that range, he can be hit. Cash Alley's got to be, you know, he's got to be careful against Cash Alley, but dominating at the moment.
And one of the things about tonight, outside Nathan Heaney and Brad Paul's fighting, is that obviously this is a moment for Joe Joyce to make a statement, to get into that heavyweight Super League in Saudi Arabia that we're talking about as well, of course. Let's talk for a minute as they recess between rounds here and they get their advice from their seconds and corners. Mike Tyson. Now, 28 years ago today, Mike Tyson regained the World Boxing Council heavyweight title against none other than Frank Bruno. Jake Paul wasn't even born then. And we are facing, I've seen very strong comments from you in the last week, saying that you're very unhappy about Mike Tyson stepping into the ring at the age of 57. 19 years after he retired against
Kevin McBride.
And on the night when he said,
a sad night, by the way,
a sad night, that where he said that this is it, I haven't got it anymore, I'm a ghost of myself. Is it denigrating to boxing rather than Mike Tyson or even Jake Paul that this guy, who is arguably, well, I don't think it's even arguable, he is the most famous living boxer on the planet, maybe even the most loved.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, do you know
is it a black eye for boxing that he's able to be drawn back into the ring? Because it's money. It's an enormous event in lots of weird ways, and we'll talk about why in a minute, but is it a black eye in boxing that Mike Tyson should not be sitting there on hundreds of millions, if not tens of millions of dollars right now?
Absolutely. I mean, look, I understand the business side of it. I understand the money that Mike Tyson will get for coming back into the ring. For all the reasons you've just highlighted there, Gareth, that he's an icon. You know, like, you know, our kids will have Mike Tyson t-shirts on. Like, the name will never disappear. You know, he's one of those guys. And this is why I had such a strong opinion on it going into this fight, because we understand where Jake Paul's from and how, you know, how he's gone from YouTuber to boxer. And I get the dream and I get what he's doing, and, you know, I totally understand it. But we're talking about Mike Tyson here, a guy that's 57 years of age, who, like you highlighted there, Kevin McBride in his last fight, he got stopped in, was it 5 or 6 rounds, and I think it was a sad sight to see, because he was a shell of his former self. We're talking 19 years ago. I mean, you know, you look at the Mike Tyson who in 1986 knocks out Trevor Berbick to become the world's youngest ever heavyweight champion. You look at that guy and you see where he's at now, you go, I used to get up as a child, I was 11 then, when I got up with my dad to listen to Mike Tyson, Trevor Berbick on the radio, because he was a phenomenon, Mike Tyson. I got up, I was 11 years of age then, Gareth. I've been retired 25 years. I've been retired 25 years. Mike Tyson, who I was getting up when I was a kid, is still going. And about 57 years of age. And do you know what my worry is? That Jake Paul, you know, we know where he's at and whatever, and he's got that
big, strong, 210 pound, 27-year-old.
He'll want to go out there and make a statement against a living legend. And my worry is Mike Tyson. You know, his health in recent times. You know, we saw him on a Zimmer frame. You know, he was on crutches for a while. You know, his health. He's not been the greatest.
Well, he's also self-confessed taking a lot of drugs in his
absolutely.
life. And
he's lived a bad life.
But he's in a great place right now.
Yeah.
His
But I don't want to see
let's
it.
look at no. Well, I think what we do want to see.
Only because. Sorry to interrupt you, but the only reason I don't want to see it is because I was brought up with this guy, and I remember watching him, just thinking I was obsessed with him. I don't want to see Mike Tyson. God forbid Jake Paul knocks him out or something. It would be such a sad story. I think that's why.
I think what we all want to see in our dreams is Mike Tyson go in there, force some moves on Jake Paul and knock him out.
Absolutely.
Power, he may still have power, but he won't have reflex anymore, timing, cardio, all those things. He's going to train like a Trojan for 60, 70 days. It's the 20th of July at the Dallas Cowboys Stadium. There'll probably be 90,000 people there. It'll probably get major pay-per-view sales. They may well end up earning hundreds of millions of dollars. I think there's speaking to you as well, someone I love in the sport and love as a friend, and I know what happened to you with your brain hemorrhage when you were forced to stop boxing, that there's a physical danger to him as well.
Absolutely.
His head, where he's going to be hit by a
there's an element of risk there, isn't there? Like
the heart and his head, because of his age. I've looked into some medical reports on the fight in the last week as well. I'm very ambivalent about it, because in one weird way, that on the top line, we've got the most famous living boxer against the best marketeer in modern times in terms of influencers. And you kind of want Mike to go in there and do the fairy tale and knock out this young upstart. But it almost won't happen after 2 minutes of the fight. He's probably got 2 minutes to do that. Unless Jake Paul... I don't know, I'm uncomfortable in lots of ways, but at the same time, if you in your situation right now, if young Joe Weller, for example, or KSI said to you, we've been having this internet beef, and you know you can earn 15 million from a fight. Would you find it very difficult to say no?
Absolutely, and I totally get it, and that's what I said to you. I understand the
even the situation you're in.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what you can still do. I've seen your footwork. I know what you do on the pads.
Yeah, but it is one of those. I think that money can be a ruler, and when that sort of money's offered and on the table, and we get it, and there's a spectacle, you're going to get eyeballs on it. I understand that, because Mike Tyson is that legend. Love it or hate it, or whether you want to see it or whether you don't want to see it, you're going to watch it. That is a fact.
We are all going to watch it.
Yeah, we're going to watch it, and I'm going to watch it, and I'm going to be watching it for the reasons you highlighted, saying, come on, Mike, you've got to do this, because I don't want my childhood hero to go out like that. And I think that's my only concern.
When Mike Tyson and Roy Jones Jr. fought 4 years ago...
But that was an exhibition, wasn't it?
In an exhibition. It was still uncomfortable to watch. I was doing a live report on it through the night, I think, for the newspaper, and it was stultifying to get through.
I thought we worked on that together.
We might have worked.
I think we've done it in here, I'm sure.
Well, we in here. But I also remember writing on thinking, what do I actually write here? Because it's not an edifying spectacle at all. We're going to talk about this a bit more. Joe Joyce is closing in on the 4th round against Cash Ali, who's surviving like playing possum on the ropes and throwing the odd punch back, but he's been dominated by Joe Joyce as they close out in the 4th round. You're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT.
In the Zone on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value all season with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org. Fight Night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value on the biggest boxing bouts with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Gotta be the OG McChicken, if you know you.
Whoa, this McSpicy is actually...
A classic. McNuggets, barbecue sauce. It's peak lunchtime. Time for a McCrispy.
We've got a bit of something for everyone. McDonald's. Chicken that hits different. Served after 11 AM, subject to availability.
Want to build the bet you want in seconds? With Unibet's Bet Builder, you're on. Add shots, corners, cards, and more. And increase your odds with Bet Builder rappers, combining bet builders across multiple games and sports. Download the Unibet app or visit unibet.co.uk and get a Bet Builder boost every day. Unibet. You're on. 18 plus, begambleaware.org. Pre-match only, max stake £10 minimum, combined odds of 4-1 and 3 selections. T's and C's apply.
You know how the best ideas come in the shower? Or here's one for you. Switching to an energy-efficient shower head is more efficient because it saves water and could save you up to £40 a year on energy bills. And that's worth singing about. Shower, save, repeat. It all adds up. Find more energy-saving tips at gov.uk/save energy.
Here they are, the racing lovers of the UK, phone in hand, ready to play the Coral Reward Shaker. Look at them shake. We've got the regulars at the racecourse shaking their phone with confidence. And look, they've won a free bet. Parents on a day out just happy to be here. They've got it too. An odds booster for them. Lovely stuff. Everyone's a winner. Play Coral's free reward shaker to win guaranteed daily rewards and offers. Coral, we're here for it.
18 plus UK. Max one reward or offer per player per day. Reward restrictions, requirements and T's and C's apply. Take time to think.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save up to £120 per couple. So, escape to sunny favourites like Greece, Portugal and Italy. And get 22 kilograms of baggage included. Book now with just a £60 deposit per person. Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. Ultra protected. Subject to availability and conditions.
6 nations and 6 amazing chances to win an unforgettable adventure for you and 5 mates in a 6 nations European host city of your choice. To take part, enter online now at greenking.co.uk/rugby. 6 nations, 6 mates and 6 international rugby getaways worth £3,000. Scroll down and sign up to win at greenking.co.uk/rugby and watch all the 6 nations action live at your local Green King pub. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. drinkaware.co.uk.
There will be 14 minutes of extra time.
With Betfair's 90-minute payout, you don't have to wait for the final whistle to celebrate. Because your winning bet will be paid out in full at 90 minutes. Betfair. Applies to match odds, 90 market or markets with a 90 icon. Sportsbook exclusive. Terms and conditions apply. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
Previously on White and Jordan. I don't think there should be a transfer. I know you do with your constable yellow tie twice a year. Adrenaline-fueled, fiery exchange.
All right, it's funny how I was mentioned virtually the same sentence as the slugs of the world.
Danger. Overhead live wires.
Kevin De Bruyne is brilliant. He was able to negotiate £385,000 week on his own. Oh, well done, Pythagoras.
Highly charged, highly opinionated, highly recommended. White and Jordan. Weekday mornings from 10 on the world-famous talkSPORT.
You're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT with me, Gareth Davis, Spencer the Omen Oliver in the studio with me. Well, we are joined now by James Walter, Buddy McGirt, great world champion as he was himself, but obviously now for many years, 20-odd years, more than 20 years, the trainer of the likes of Arturo Gatti, Antonio Tarver, Hasim Rahman, Paulie Malignaggi, Sergei Kovalev, currently training, I think, Janibek, Alan Kanuli, and also, of course, Dillian White, who fights in Ireland tomorrow night. Buddy, how are you?
I'm good, in yourself?
Very good indeed. Are you having a nice glass of red tonight or not?
Well, you know, the weather here is bad, but other than that, everything's good.
Excellent. You are obviously over in Ireland with Dillian. It's an amazing fight he's got tomorrow night to put himself back in the mix. I mean, most heavyweights, we're watching Joe Joyce on the screen just now trying to get Cash Ali out of there in Birmingham. Presumably against Christian Hammer tomorrow night, you want to make a statement with Dillian and get him in that super heavyweight mix in Saudi Arabia.
Oh, well, you know, I'm not looking past tomorrow. I just want to focus on that right now, to be honest. You know, we got a task we got to take care of tomorrow, and then once we take care of that, we'll go on to the next.
Well, I see that I see that Christian Hammer has weighed in. I think Dillian was about 270 or 252, and Christian Hammer was 270 odd at the weigh-ins today. Obviously, he's fought Tyson Fury. I mean Christian Hammer now. He's fought Tyson Fury, Alexander Povetkin, Joe Joyce, many others in the heavyweight division. He's seen as a yardstick, as you rightly say. You can't look beyond him. But what would you like Dillian to do tomorrow night?
Get the victory any way possible.
Yeah, it's been a frustrating time for Dillian, isn't it? We all know the story, and the contamination of some supplements that he took. And thankfully now he's cleared his name, and he's boxing again tomorrow night, and it is a welcome to return to the heavyweight division. It really is for Dillian, and I know it's been frustrating for him, but it must feel good for him, buddy, to be back now, isn't it?
Oh, without a doubt, definitely.
You're very talkative. You're very talkative tonight, buddy.
You know what it is, man, is that I've been in like 20 different time zones in the last week or so. I was in Saudi Arabia last week.
Indeed.
I've been like everywhere, man. So I don't know whether I'm coming or going right now.
Well, it's St. Patrick's Day tomorrow, so you better get ready for some festivities in Ireland, because it's going to be pretty lively.
Do you like your Guinness, buddy?
No, you know what, man? Guinness is good, but it fills you up. Like, you drink one Guinness, it's like eating a whole meal.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
He's a very great connoisseur of wine. I tried to ply him with wine in Quebec when he was working with Callum Smith against Artur Beterbiev. We had some amazing...
Wine is my thing.
Yeah, wine.
Yeah, wow. You got to be careful with Gareth A. Davis, buddy, as you probably found out. This guy, he can go the full 12 rounds when it comes to drinking, my friend.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
If you get you on the rope, forget about it.
No, but seriously, I know you can't look beyond it, but Dillian's done some great interviews in the last couple of days, actually. Did you think he was right to keep his counsel and stay quiet during this whole process? Because I think people were really pleased to find out that he was cleared, he did clear his name, and, it's allowed him to come back and operate and not have to give a million explanations in lots of ways. Were you working behind the scenes that whole time?
We started working a few months ago. He just told me to keep it quiet, and I said no problem. I mean, he goes, when we come back, they're gonna know it. He goes, we don't want it to leak out, so that's what we did. We stayed on social media, and just kept it like everything was the same.
I think that was important to do that as well, buddy, wasn't it? I think that the way it was dealt with, you look at, other situations like Conor Benn, and the way that was dealt with was probably dealt in the wrong way, and it sort of blew up, and it got everyone talking, and it was going all over the place. But Dillian done the right thing by going quiet, going underground, getting it sorted, and finding out exactly what the root of the problem was, and then clearing his name. That is the way to do it, and like I say, I am pleased. I go back a long way with Dillian, known him for a long time. We spent, many camps together, and we watched him grow as a fighter, and it would be great to get him back in the mix. Christian Hammer, by the way, is a tough guy, durable guy, like you say, Gareth. Been there, seen it, done it. He's goes in
the guardian of the heavyweight division, all the rising guys going up to world level.
It'll be good to get a few rounds under his belt, which I'm sure Christian Hammer will do that. But ultimately, I think we see Dillian coming through this one, and hopefully he gets himself right back in the mix ASAP.
Well, that's the plan, sir. To be honest, we just gotta keep on keeping on, as they say.
Indeed. One of the things that we were discussing right now, we've got to ask your opinion about is on the boxing you were a world champion in 2 weight classes, and you grew up in the same time, and you're at a very similar age to Mike Tyson. What do you think about Mike Tyson fighting Jake Paul?
Well, from what I'm hearing, they're wearing headgear and big gloves. So that's what I heard. I don't know how true it is. And if that's the case, I don't consider that a fight. If you're wearing a headgear and big gloves, I don't consider that a fight. To me, that's more like an exhibition.
And if they're not, and if it does transpire to be a proper...
I don't see it transpiring. I don't see it happening like that. I don't personally.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I heard that as well, actually.
But do you worry about the risks to Mike at coming back at 57 to this? We've talked about it at length just now, Spencer. Like you, buddy, we are all, you know, Mike is probably the most famous living.
I think Mike. I personally think that Mike is just going to do this as an exhibition. Like I say, I could be wrong. That's what I'm hearing. I don't think Mike is actually going to take this as a fight. I mean, you know, if it's going to sell and their job is to sell it, you know, like him and Roy Jones did, at the end of the day, it turned out to be an exhibition.
But wouldn't we like to see him knock out the young upstart, though?
Nah, I would like to suggest an exhibition.
Okay, we get you. That's very sensible. Yeah.
You know, I would just like to see an exhibition, you know, give the fans what they pay for and keep them moving.
Buddy, we're going to have to say goodbye. We've got to go to break. Best of luck tomorrow in Ireland. Enjoy Paddy's Day and enjoy the night against Christian Hammer, against Dillian White. And we wish Dillian and yourself well. Thank you very much indeed.
Cheers, buddy.
I'll have a Guinness for you guys after the fight.
I'll have a nice bottle of red for you the next time I see you as well. So, I will see you soon.
Okay, Rick.
You take care, buddy.
You too, bud. So that was Buddy McGirt. Joe Joyce has just gone 7 rounds, I think, now with Cash Alley in Birmingham. You're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT.
Fight Night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value on the biggest boxing bouts with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
The McCrispy Deluxe is back until the 16th of April. Get both your hands round your tasty favourite with smoky bacon, hot and spicy mayo, and a caramelised onion relish. Chicken that hits different. Available until the 16th of April. Served after 11 a.m. subject to availability.
We're BetMGM Sports and Casino. We know things aren't always golden. That's why we offer you the tools to keep your play safe. Set timeouts to always ensure you take a break when you feel like you need it. Set reality checks so you know exactly how long you've been playing. And set deposit limits to help control what you spend. Stay golden with BetMGM. Play responsibly. 18 plus.
You know how the best ideas come in the shower? Well, here's one for you. Switching to an energy-efficient shower head is more efficient because it saves water and could save you up to £40 a year on energy bills. And that's worth singing about. Shower, save, repeat. It all adds up. Find more energy-saving tips at gov.uk/save energy.
I'm Mike Brewer, and I don't know a lot about music. Garage, that's where I keep my car. But if you want to keep that in tune, visit mymotorworld.com. We've got the lot, everything you need, including car parts and oils from the biggest brands like Quinton Hazel, Brembo, Denso, Castrol and Carlu. Plus free delivery when you spend over 25 quid. Order now at mymotorworld.com and quote car 10 to receive a 10% discount on your first order. mymotorworld.com.
The manager is subbing on the big man. Another change now. Rodgers comes on, the veteran right back. And now the third choice goalie enters the field. They can barely contain themselves here. With new super sub from Paddy Power, all subs are now super. Because if a player in your bet is subbed off, it carries over to the new player coming on. Paddy Power. Football, you gotta love it. Valid on selected leagues and markets only. Pre-match and in-play bets on qualifying player outcome selections only. T's and C's and exclusions apply. 18 plus begambleaware.org.
The Emirates FA Cup on talkSPORT with Carling. We're talking last-minute thrillers and epic giant killers. A non-league fairy tale. Cup football's holy grail. Goal-scoring Goliaths. Underdog pluck. We're talking game-changing football. We're talking the Emirates FA Cup. From Southampton to Sunderland, get your mates together with Carling for the football competition where anything can happen. The Emirates FA Cup live on talkSPORT with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup and the Daily Women's FA Cup. 18 plus, please drink responsibly.
Fight Night with Adam Casserole and Gareth A. Davies. The fight starts now on talkSPORT, the home of boxing.
You're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT. We have my playlist going to...
Oh, that's a nice tune.
Yeah. Spencer Oliver's here, that's his voice. He's the Omen, of course. We've just been talking to Buddy McGirt. Listen back, of course. The podcast will come out on Monday, but we are live on YouTube right now as well if you want to watch our glorious faces or our heads bobbing along to the tune. Earlier this week, I caught up with Andre Ward, the great Andre Ward, who retired recently. He's retired from commentary now as well. He has a book out, which I interviewed him about, and it was impossible not to start by asking him about that dream matchup that never materialised with Joe Calzaghe.
Yes, I wish I would have got it. Just a little bit ahead of my time.
You've even admitted that he's one of those guys you watched and thought, I've got to be absolutely on my A game because I might have lost that on purpose.
Yeah, just the punch count with Joe Calzaghe. Great shape. I'm training hard. You know, you have to account for the volume of punches that he throws, and even punches that aren't landing, they may be scoring points in the eyes of the judges. So he's always looking like he's active even when he's not doing anything. And you got to be a sharpshooter, right? Like you got to Floyd was a master at it, Bernard in his prime was a master at it, taking the punch count of a guy who likes to throw a lot of punches. In part, the majority of the way you do that is with your feet. You dictate the range. Well, you let your punches go, Joe, in this range. When you're X amount close to an opponent, I'm not going to give you that as often as you want it. And then when you're thinking and trying to get in position, I need to be hitting you scoring points. Easier said than done. Obviously, just like I'm sure Joe feels like he could beat me, I feel like I was a pound away, no doubt about that. But a difficult fight. You know, you saw Bernard do it in spots with Joe Calzaghe. He just didn't have the youth and the wherewithal and the extra gas in the tank to keep it up.
Two sly foxes there in lots of ways at the peak of their powers. Was it serious, the prospect of you ever fighting Anthony Joshua?
It was something that was talked about off and on as my career was winding down, but it was, if I would have continued fighting, absolutely. No doubt about it. Like, you see it, if you go watch my post-fight press conference, Kovalev, two birds mentioned, and we hadn't talked about it in a while, you know, leading up to that fight. Everything was Kovalev for the past year and a half. So he mentioned it, and there was literally nothing left for me to do at 175 pounds. Adonis Stevenson, that time I don't believe deserved a shot because he did sort of with the, you know, some of those guys on that side of the fence would do. They pick and choose who they want to fight. They make good money fighting C-level, B-minus guys. And he was not eager to fight Kovalev. There's no way me coming from a lower weight class, 168 pounds, that I should have jumped the line and been more eager to fight Sergey Kovalev than Adonis Stevenson. Then I do the heavy lifting, and Adonis was like, yeah, let's do a super fight. No, we're not going to do that. I'll put my business hat on. I just fought the biggest, baddest man, biggest name in the division. I'm not going back. So there was nothing left with 75. If I stayed around, it was going to be cruiserweight, try to target Tony W. Tony was not going to turn down the fight. I know he would have took the fight. And once I felt that weight, that 200 pounds, and you know, got my feet under me, so to speak, with that fight in one training camp, we were going for Anthony Joshua. Now, if he would have took it serious, I don't know. But that's who we were going to do.
I think you were were you heavyweight or light heavyweight champion in the Olympics? Was it heavyweight?
Light heavy.
It was like it was 175, yeah.
But that's what people don't understand. I've seen casuals sort of react to that comment. And this is no disrespect to Anthony Joshua, but I just feel the way I feel about it.
Yeah.
I've never had problems with a bigger man, ever. My brother, who I talk about in the book, I believe my brother had more talent and skill and ability than me. Just didn't love it like I loved it. So I put in more work and I eventually passed him up. But he was a Tommy Hearns type, very, very rangy, devastating right hand, always under his feet, ready. If you make a mistake, he's going to make you pay. And I've also been a middleweight facing heavyweights. I've been a middleweight facing light heavy. I've never had problems with taller, more physically bigger men in the boxing. In fact, I welcome that. What's more challenging is a skillful fighter, a guy who makes me think the way I make him think. A high-level chess match is more concerning to me than some guy that's got, okay, what else do you have? So if you stand in the line of Anthony Joshua's straight right hand, as a smaller man, even as a bigger man, you got problems. There's no doubt about that. There are things that I would have had to figure out, overcome. But at that stage in my career, there is no light heavyweight. I've conquered 68. I've conquered 75. I'm going at cruiserweight. If I'm successful in that fight against Tony Bellew, which I believe I am, I'm going to the mountaintop. And if we have a rematch clause, we'll do that, and then I'm done. I don't see a problem with me fighting and beating Anthony Joshua because I would have worn him down, brother. I'm not standing there for you to hit me with the big hand. And if you did land, I believe I would have took the right hand. But I'm not trying to be bigger than you. I'm not trying to go mass for mass. That'll never happen. You're physically bigger stature than me. But man, bro, listen, I was going to find a way. And I think it would have been a lot easier than people realize.
We're going to get back on track. What do you think of Fury and Joshua fighting in Ngannou? Even though I've got my tuppence worth, he's a lot better than they're giving him credit for. Ngannou.
He's a lot better than I thought he was.
Yeah.
My opinion on them fighting them, I love it. Listen, it's too many times in the sport of boxing, guys have been being tough fights and not getting compensated for fights too long. If you can find a niche, these guys have fought plenty of fights, taking plenty of punches. We need another tough fight. We'll get the tough fight, but if they have an interim fight like that, something fun in the Middle East or wherever they may hold it, and they can make tens of millions, man, go get your money, have fun, enjoy it, and then get back on track after the fight. So it's just fans and media sometimes are never satisfied with it. These guys are not robots. They are thinkers and more business savvy than they've ever been. If there's an opportunity to get a bag, if there's an opportunity to Floyd Mayweather made his biggest payday against a non-boxer, go figure that.
240 million biggest payday.
Come on, man. Late in his career. Like, the career was over. He came back to the
yeah.
Come on, brother. Like, nah, you got to get that bag. If there's a bag there, go get it, man. Go have fun. Go get that bag.
I've 3 or 4 times I've written about your style as a boxer. It's very hard to describe Andre Ward's style because he tends to mirror his opponents and then pick them apart. Is that fair?
Yeah, I'm doing that. Other times, I'm with the opponent that doesn't want me to be. Oh, you want to stay outside, we're going to go inside. Oh, you're pretty good inside, so I'm going to pick my spots inside, but I'm going to make you use your feet, come to me, or I'm going to turn you. There's so much going on in my brain.
A lot of it, that you've got a kind of very, like, water style, you know?
I'm formless. I'm what I need to. There's not a person on the planet that can accurately pinpoint my style. There is no name, there is no title for the style that I used.
Andre, son of God, Ward, what a great boxer, and he arguably left the sport with those 2 victories against Sergei Kovalev as the #1 pound-for-pound fighter in the sport. Like Bruce Lee said, be like water, and Andre Ward didn't have a style, he unlocked other people's. What do you make of that, though, Spencer Oliver? Biggest fanboy in the world of Anthony Joshua. I'm just teasing you. He deserves it at the moment, he deserves a great deal of fanboying. What would have happened? We're talking 5 years ago, 6 years ago, if Anthony Joshua and Andre Ward had been in a ring together.
Well, you know what? It's a fascinating one, isn't it? Because, like what you said there, you know, Andre Ward was one of those guys that comes around, you know, maybe once in a lifetime. He's got that style where you go, it was difficult to beat. He knew how to take that space away from a fighter. He knew how to take the play away from a fighter. He was thinking before they fought. What would have happened if he would have fought Anthony Joshua? Joshua was too big for him. It would have been too big. You know, I know he talks about, you know, he would have found a way. If Joshua got through, he would have taken the shot. Trust me, he wouldn't have taken the shot because we're talking, you know, super middle, then he went up to light heavyweight. He was talking fascinatingly about moving up to Bellew's weight, cruiserweight, taking on Bellew, just sort of so adapting and adjusting to the weight and getting nearer to the heavyweight division. But no, he would have been too small for that. But he was a great fighter, one of the best. He was pound for pound the best fighter at that time. He beat a dangerous Kovalev. You know, that was a very dangerous Kovalev at that time. Absolutely, absolutely.
Both of those. It was a great double header, and he broke Kovalev really in that second fight. Yes, he went low at times in that second fight, but as we saw in the Super Sixes when he beat Carl Froch, he was prepared to be hard. He's very hard in the Kessler fight. Ward, I don't know, it just had something. It's a great book, by the way, that he's written, his autobiography. I've read the whole thing. I've got to ask you, because he spoke in glowing terms of Joe Calzaghe there, that would have been an amazing fight as well, wouldn't it? Calzaghe against Ward.
I'm glad that Andre admitted there that would have been a very difficult fight because Calzaghe was difficult to beat. one of those southpaws that, you know, he knew his range as well, but he was all about the work rate and the combinations, punches in bunches, and, you know, where a lot of people felt he was slapping, but the power that the guy, you know, had, and that was because of the speed of hand and, you know, the speed of foot. Kawasaki was a great fighter in his day as well. That would have been a mouth-watering contest. Who do I think would have won that? I go... Probably Joe Kawasaki, yeah.
Pick, isn't it?
I would probably lean towards a prime Joe Kawasaki against a prime Andre Ward. I would probably say Joe Kawasaki outworked him.
They'd need 2 fights.
Yeah, they would. But I think that Kawasaki would pip it, you know, right? And the reason I say that is because of the work rate.
Indeed, Andre Ward's book with Nick Childs, Killing the Image, there's so many incredible things there you won't know about Andre Ward in that book, and it was great, and we thank him for joining us tonight on Fight Night. You're listening to Fight Night.
Fight Night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value on the biggest boxing bouts with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
The only place to buy your new 24 plates Mercedes-Benz is direct from Mercedes-Benz. It's the only place where you'll always find our best offers, like the A200 AMG Line Executive Hatchback from £299 a month, with an advanced rental of £7,251. PCH offer ends 31st of March. Visit us at Mercedes-Benz of Hull for your lease. T's and C's apply. Mercedes-Benz Finance. Mercedes-Benz of Hull is a credit intermediary, not a lender. Commission paid. Speak to us for details.
Hey, you're looking for car parts at unbelievable prices. Here at You Pull It, the region's only pull-your-own-parts breakers yard. We've got them in the thousands. Alternators at 21 quid, starter motors too, alloys 30 and batteries 15. A whole engine for just 154 quid. With over 3,000 cars on the ground for viewing every day, we've got the parts you need at prices you won't believe. 7 days a week. You pull, you save. YouPullIt.co.uk. Prices may vary, terms and conditions apply.
Meet Darren. Darren never used to like the motorway. Then one day, he discovered a better way to drive. Now Darren never hogs the middle lane and always keeps at least 2 seconds from the vehicle in front, reducing congestion, collisions and transforming his journey. Take it away, Darren. Little changes change everything. National Highways.
Feel the new Epic on 3. Trade in and save £304 on the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra powered by Galaxy AI. Plus, get 12 months of Paramount Plus, 28 days of roaming, and 300 gig of data included from £54 a month with £60 up front. Annual April airtime price rise of CPI plus 3.9% applies. Search 3 or head in store today.
Credit by 3. Terms apply. See 3.co.uk.
You're guaranteed a great mobile deal at Currys. Maybe you want the latest Google Pixel 7 Pro. We've got all the latest handsets. Fancy a change of provider? We've got deals with Vodafone and ID Mobile. Data deals, trade-in deals, cashback deals and more. And because we go beyond expectations, you'll get free next day delivery in most areas too. See for yourself at your local Currys in Hull, St Andrews Quay, or at carphonewarehouse.com. Order before 8 PM for free next day delivery, subject to availability. Excludes bank holidays.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. So here's something to get you through these long cold nights. Right now, you can save up to £120 per couple. Escape to sunny favourites like Greece, Turkey and Portugal, with flexible durations and 22 kilograms of baggage included. Book now, direct from Leeds Bradford Airport with just a £60 deposit per person. Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. After protected, subject to availability and conditions.
1089 and 1053 medium wave. On your mobile and on your smart speaker. talkSPORT. talkSPORT.
Good evening, I'm Mark Tyler. It's a second home for Manchester City, but for Coventry, Wembley dates don't come around quite so often. Both have claimed FA Cup semi-final spots today. Championship Coventry produced one of the great FA Cup comebacks as they beat Wolves 3-2. They scored twice in stoppage time to win it. Here's the Coventry boss, Mark Robbins.
The FA Cup, it's just unbelievable. It's football. If you take the break off, they don't break off at times, and I'm talking about players here as well. You know, if they believe, they can achieve anything.
2 Bernardo Silva goals gave cup holders City a 2-0 win against Newcastle. Here's Pep.
I know people talk about the Premier League, talk about the Champions League, but
when he's able to win 4 Carabaos in a row, 6 semi-finals, 6 FA Cup semi-finals in a row, this team, this club has something special.
Both of tomorrow's quarter-finals are live here on talkSPORT, including exclusive coverage of Manchester United-Liverpool. 4-0 winners at Villa last week, a 3-0 defeat at Fulham this week, and disappointed that Spurs missed the chance to go fourth.
If we're not as competitive as we have been all year, then this will happen now. This is the first time it's happened, I think, this year.
Rodrigo Muniz scored twice for Marco Silva's team.
As a club, it's been a long time without a win against Tottenham. 2 of 14 season we had a good feeling here at home when we play Carabao Cup. We went through into competition with a very good performance too. Tonight we repeated.
Luton grabbed an 89th minute equaliser against Forest. Fellow strugglers Burnley 2-1 winners over 10-man Brentford. Celtic beat St Johnstone to go back to the top in Scotland. Rangers play tomorrow. Ipswich are back in the Championship automatic promotion places after hammering Sheffield Wednesday. They'll place Leeds to play Millwall tomorrow. Harry Kane is an injury doubt for England's friendlies against Brazil and Belgium. Ireland have retained their Six Nations title after victory over Scotland. England finished third after conceding a last-minute penalty. They were narrowly beaten in Paris. Defeat to Italy means Wales lost all 5 of their matches. Head coach Warren Gatland's offer to resign was rejected. And the final round of the Players' Championship golf at Sawgrass looks like being an exciting one tomorrow. Sander Schauffele, Wyndham Clark and Brian Harman top the leaderboard after round 3. There's more at talksport.com.
talkSPORT News.
Defence Secretary Grant Shapps has been forced to abandon a planned trip to the southern Ukrainian city of Odessa because of a Russian missile threat. A volcano has erupted in Iceland again, the 4th time since December, and crowds protested outside the Home Office against the rise of racism and hatred, and to support Diane Abbott.
talkSPORT weather with QuickFit. With over 600 centres across the UK, most of which open 7 days a week, we're always there when you need us. QuickFit. Drive away happy every time.
A wet start on Sunday for eastern areas with rain slow to clear. Elsewhere drier with some sunny spells and the odd shower.
Online, DAB Digital Radio and 1089 and 10:53 a.m.
Get in the ring and go the distance with Fight Night.
The fight starts now.
I don't think it's going to get up. talkSPORT, the home of boxing.
I'm Gareth Davis, you're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT. Spencer, the Omen, Oliver in the studio with me. We are also live on YouTube. You can watch us as we go through our 3 hours here. We're into the second hour. Coming up in this hour, Joe Joyce, by the way, has just beaten Cash Ali in Birmingham on the Magnificent 7 card. A 10th round stoppage against Cash Ali. We are just about to have Liam Davis against Eric Robles Ayala in the ring before the main event, Nathan Heaney and Brad Falls. But coming up in the next hour, we'll discuss the mindset of Ryan Garcia, Spencer, who's scheduled to fight Devin Haney on the 20th of April in America. He's been quite bizarre and zany recently. We will speak to Pat Brown, the Team GB heavyweight who was qualified for the Paris Olympics, and we'll review the Magnificent 7 card from Birmingham. You're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT. So Spencer, that hour went very, very quickly, and we are into the second hour, and lots to talk about, but notably the mindset of Ryan Garcia. Now, we're all kind of tuning into the soap opera that's his Instagram at the moment, with bizarre videos and zany prognostications on child abuse in the world and Satanists, and then kind of quite balanced videos where he's sitting with his trainer going through what he's doing. He arrived to the press conference on a white horse with like the circus trapeze girls a couple of weeks back. Then he looks a little bit ragged at times. What's your take on, we're not psychologists, we're not psychotherapists, but what's your take if we have a little mooch around inside the world of Ryan Garcia at the moment?
I'm concerned for Ryan Garcia, if I'm totally honest. I think that he's very erratic, his behaviour. Yeah, and it's at times worryingly erratic, I think is probably a better way of putting it. Gareth, yeah, he concerns me, if I'm totally honest, because there's something doesn't seem right there. Certainly, you know, we know he's taken his mental health in the past. I don't know if that's something that's happening again, but it seems to be going that sort of way because very, very strange. And you just, you know, worry with the fight coming up against Devon Haney, you know, talking, was it April the 20th? Yeah, you go, I think the New York Athletic Commission are now looking at it, they're reviewing his case, and they should rightly be doing so as well, because I think that it is very, very strange behaviour. And like you highlighted there, Gareth, I've been watching clips on Instagram, I've been watching it on Twitter as well, and yeah, something's not right with him, and you do not want to go in there. Could you imagine, God forbid, something happened in the fight with Devon Haney? You know, put boxing into disrepute if you allow a kid to go in there and he mentally wasn't right, and it doesn't seem to be right at the moment. So I think that, you know, the New York Commission are rightly looking at it, and I hope that they make the right decision, because, I mean, what do you think on it? I mean, well, we've been watching it as well. I mean, what's your take on it?
As we always say, boxing's 95% mental, and this includes mental health.
Yeah.
You know, for me, I think, you know, remember, I'd never like to see it again in a ring. Remember Oliver McCall breaking down in the Lennox Lewis fight, and Mills Lane, I think it was at the time.
Yeah.
I think it was Mills Lane. I may be wrong, but saying, right, I'm not having this. You can't walk away, turn your back. I mean, I remember Lennox Lewis
crying
being
heavily, wasn't he?
Yeah, he just, it was in the rematch, of course, and he didn't want to be there. He wasn't right. Apparently he did have a drug addiction at the time. And I don't think Ryan Garcia has that. But as you rightly say, in a period away from the sport, I interviewed him just before and just after that, and he's got matinee idol looks, 11.5 million social media followers. Every move he makes, he's watched and viewed. He closed his Instagram down. I think he did it today, and then he's back on there. It's very bizarre, and I don't really want to see him step into the ring in what is a very, very high-profile fight against Devon Haney, without some kind of person having a word with him. Obviously, he's got his parents around, but as you rightly say, the WBC at the moment are in direct talks with the New York Commission over this worrying behaviour. Several members of the boxing fraternity, by the way, I think we need to urge caution, is what my view is, including Duke McKenzie, a mental health ambassador, of course, the former three-weight world champion. He's called for the fight to be pulled, and here's what Duke has had to say.
Yeah, I think Ryan Garcia is walking a very fine line. He could go either way, to be honest with you. I mean, when you're a world champion, you have to carry yourself as a world champion. I don't really see that in Ryan Garcia's makeup right now. He's publicly said, on record, you know, he smokes weed, he drinks alcohol, and gets drunk regularly. These aren't the sort of traits you would sort of put onto a world champion or make you think that he was training or even indeed taking this fight seriously. These are the traits of somebody who's clearly on the edge. As a former boxer, we're wired a certain way. We're highly strung boxers, and it's all part of the training. It's all part of the pressure. It's all part of the business, if you will. But I do feel that Oscar De La Hoya should take his fighter to the side and say to him, Ryan, you're not in any fit state to fight right now, because he's clearly not.
Well, the New York State Athletic Commission, as Spencer indicated just now, has the jurisdiction to cancel the fight. The WBC don't carry the same authority. They can refuse to sanction it, though, and withdraw their version of that super lightweight world title, which obviously is the main event. Earlier this evening, fascinatingly, Spencer, and I don't know what you think of this, Shakur Stevenson, which is a fight we want to see, Shakur Stevenson and Devon Haney, has declared that he's reached out to Devon Haney's father Bill and his trainer Bill, his father and trainer, and told him he'd be willing to jump in and have the fight on April the 20th if Ryan Garcia can't. Is that the way we should go now?
Absolutely. I think that's a fascinating fight as well, and one that you just didn't see that coming, because Shakur Stevenson, for me, has been the kid that I've said, you know, I think this guy is going to be the one. This guy is going to be the next pound-for-pound star, and we've sort of not seen that from him yet, but that would be a great fight. Him and Devin Haney is a fantastic fight. But look, going back to the Ryan Garcia situation, loved what Duke said there. Actually, he was very strong and opinionated on that. Duke, I know that he's had his time with mental health and his brothers and whatnot as well, so he understands it. He's a great ambassador for it, and he's right. Yeah, absolutely. And Leon's with mental health as well.
And he's very open about it.
He is. He likes talking about it.
As he is.
But I would, I would not like to see Ryan Garcia going in the ring from what we're seeing right now. I think that hopefully the New York Commission get that right. And would I like to see Shaka? Will he be ready? If he's ready, wow, what a fight!
Punches to the head have to be taken very seriously, don't they? Smoking weed as well, obviously, as Duke just said, that can incur psychosis as well. We know the medical history of those kind of things. Boxing has a duty, doesn't it, to protect its fighters. Absolutely. And this is one of those situations.
Yeah, absolutely. Boxing does have a duty of care, for these fighters. And I think that when we're seeing what we're seeing, I think that boxing has to step up.
Or is there another argument that by allowing him to continue to fight, it gets him in a better place than if we said to him now, no, you can't fight, because that may exacerbate the situation that he's in.
I think the situation we get here, Gareth, is that that fight goes ahead. God forbid something happens to Ryan Garcia in the ring. That would put boxing into disrepute, surely. You go, this guy is not, he is physically, he might be there, but mentally not right. He shouldn't be stepping into a boxing ring, because that's the last place you want to be. And I get what you're saying, is this keeping him sane? But it's clearly not, because we're seeing the social media posts, and it's worrying, it's disturbing, and I don't want to see it.
Well, it's just over a month away now, so no doubt some kind of action will be taken. We will keep you up to date with that, as Liam Davis has just stopped his opponent, Eric Robles Ayala. A great performance, by the way, Spencer. We're going to go to break, but great performance, because you were telling me this guy was a tough opponent and came here to win.
Yeah, he absolutely did, and great performance there from Liam Davis. Great finish, and look, this guy looks like he's ready now to step up, and world title honours are beckoning for Liam Davis. That was a brilliant performance, that brilliant finish, because very, very tough opponent.
Up next, we have a live guest. Jordan Gill, the super featherweight, joins us. He's fighting Zelfa Barrett in a couple of weeks' time in Manchester, I believe. Looking forward to that one. That's a terrific fight. You're listening to Fight Night on talkSPORT.
Fight Night on talkSPORT with William Hill. Get epic value on the biggest boxing bouts with William Hill. 18+, begambleaware.org.
You'll have to go a long way to match a Volkswagen in match trim. They have all the bells and all the whistles. So whether it's a reliable hatchback, a super versatile SUV, or one of our exceptional all-electric ID models, you get extra spec as standard with every one of our 10 match trims. More Volkswagen for your money. Visit your Volkswagen retailer for our latest offers and more. Extra spec versus nearest equivalent VW trim. Visit volkswagen.co.uk for full details.
On an LNER train, you can go on a big day out, or you can just hang out. You can read a book, or you can write one. You can BLT, or you can G&T. You can zombie apocalypse, or rom-com marathon. You can clear your inbox, or think outside the box. You're free to do all this, or absolutely nothing. With food and drink served to your seat and space to stretch your legs on an LNER train, it's freedom all the way. Book direct at lner.co.uk.
Hey, you're looking for car parts at unbelievable prices. Here at You Pull It, the region's only pull-your-own parts breakers yard. We've got them in the thousands. Alternators at 21 quid, starter motors too, alloys 30 and batteries 15. A whole engine for just 154 quid. With over 3,000 cars on the ground for viewing every day, we've got the parts you need at prices you won't believe. 7 days a week. You pull, you save, youpullit.co.uk. Prices may vary, terms and conditions apply.
You know how the best ideas come in the shower? Well, here's one for you. Switching to an energy-efficient shower head is more efficient because it saves water and could save you up to £40 a year on energy bills. And that's worth singing about. Shower, save, repeat. It all adds up. Find more energy-saving tips at gov.uk/save energy.
Feel the new Epic on 3. Trade in and save £304 on the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra powered by Galaxy AI. Plus, get 12 months of Paramount Plus, 28 days of roaming, and 300 gig of data included from £54 a month with £60 upfront. Annual April airtime price rise of CPI plus 3.9% applies. Search 3 or head in store today.
Credit by 3. Terms apply. See 3.co.uk.
You're guaranteed a great mobile deal at Currys. Maybe you want the latest Google Pixel 7 Pro. We've got all the latest handsets. Fancy a change of provider? We've got deals with Vodafone and ID Mobile. Data deals, trade-in deals, cashback deals and more. And because we go beyond expectations, you'll get free next day delivery in most areas too. See for yourself at your local Currys in Hull, St Andrews Quay or at carphonewarehouse.com. Order before 8 PM for free next day delivery, subject to availability, excludes bank holidays.
The FA Cup is on talkSPORT.
It's popped up with an absolute belter of a goal.
Manchester United versus Liverpool. Kick-off 3:30.
And smashed it into the top corner.
Sunday afternoon.
What a chance, what a goal!
Essential ear and rare technology.
talkSPORT.
And you can see Gill is looking for the knockout. He's confident, oh, here he goes now. Michael's hurt again. Comes to the back of the head, goes to the body. One try to go to the body. Jordan Gill. And the referee steps in. And Michael Conlon is stopped. And 100 against the odds for Jordan Gill.
I'm Gareth Davis, Spencer Oliver in the studio with me. We are on Fight Night here, into our second hour. That was the voice of Andy Lee getting excited there about the victory for Jordan Gill against, I think that was probably Mick Conlon, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a 7th round KO.
It was a very, very fine performance, that by Conlon, in a fantastic fight. Well, we don't have Jordan with us at the moment, but we'll have him in a moment. But we will go to the Magnificent Seven. Obviously, Jordan fights Alpha Barrett in Manchester in a couple of weeks' time. Terrific fight. We've got him now as Liam Davis is being interviewed ringside after a fine victory. We'll come to that in a minute. That's the Magnificent Seven in Birmingham. We're all over the place tonight, Spencer Oliver. But we've got Jordan on the line. Jordan, a very good evening. Great to have you.
Thanks for having me.
Hey, Jordan, how's things, mate?
Yeah, going well, thanks. Just working hard and looking forward to the fight.
Absolutely. Obviously, you've got the. I believe you still have the WBA International Super Featherweight title. Are you still carrying that around with you or not?
Yeah, that's correct. I'm not carrying it with me 24/7.
No, I don't. Very good.
Bringing it to the
I didn't mean it.
I thought you were going to ask me to borrow it there for a minute. Yeah.
It's a great fight, you and Zelfa Barrett. We were just celebrating the great fight you had with Michael Conlon. I mean, you've been in some terrific fights, really, I want to say, for 4 or 5 years now. You bring action. We don't know what drama you're going to bring with you. We were just talking about what a great matchmaking it is, you and Zelfa Barrett. I think you're headlining in Manchester. Tell us about camp, how much you're looking forward to the fight, and is it going to be another dramatic KO from you?
There's always drama with me. I always bring something. Whether it's me going down or the other guy going down, there's always something to give the fans a spectacle. It's always a show with me. But no, I'm really looking forward to it. The camp's going really well. I'm working hard. I'm sparring well and doing plenty of drills to make sure that I can perform the best on the night. And that's all we can do. All we can ask from myself. And you know, Zelfa's a great fighter himself. He's been in some great fights. He's challenged for the world title. He's won every title I've won. You know, WBA, Commonwealth, European title. So it's a real good matchup. It's a real pick-em, and that's why I think 70 people were split on it. I think he's favourite because he's a natural super featherweight, but he knows I'm bringing the heat.
And that's exactly what you do. You know, you've earned your stripes over the years. You know, turning pro way back when now. I can't believe it was actually 2012 when you actually turned pro. I've watched you develop as a professional, and you've turned into a very good one. You've got that experience now. a real crossroads fight for both of you guys, isn't it, at this stage of your careers? You know, a must-win in some ways to lead you on to bigger and better things. I mean, what is the roadmap for you? Where do you see yourself going if you come through victorious here, Jordan? I mean, where would you like to go next? Or, you know, because I suppose you just want to be in the mix of these big fights now, don't you, at this stage of your career?
Yeah, definitely. You know, neither me or Zel, I think Zelka's older than me, but neither of us are getting any younger. We've been in the game a long time. Like you said, we've both got a lot of experience now, and we've both got ambitions of becoming world champion. So this is the fight before the world title. So whoever wins will go on and get a world title shot, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be me. So I'm just looking forward to it. I want to be in that world title mix. I feel like, you know, after the career I've had, everything I've won and what I've been through, then if I didn't fight for a world title, it'd be really disappointing for my career. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting this fight, putting on a statement and looking good, enjoying it and moving on to a world title shot. And you know, that's what every fighter wants to do when they turn professional, to become world champion. And we're one step away now.
I think you're 29, he's 30. I would say you're both absolutely in the prime of your careers right now, which is why it's such a mouth-watering prospect. Now, this move to Super Feather, which I love you, and there's so many great fighters in that mix right now. And like you say, you've got an incredibly exciting style. What about people like Lee Woods? Because, you know, you and Lee Woods, ooh, that gets my mouth watering.
A lot of people say that to me, and I'm sure it'd be an absolute spectacle. You'd pay to see the hundreds and hundreds of rounds that we've sparred together, but I don't think that fight is ever going to happen. You know, Lee's like a brother to me. We lived together for about 7 years in Sheffield training, and we share the same gym now down in Harlow with Ben Davison. So yeah, I don't think that's one anyone's ever going to see. But you know, Lee's on his own path. He's gone up to super featherweight now, and I think he's going to have one, maybe two more fights. You know, take as much money as he can out of the game, finish on a high. You know, he's been world champion. He's completed the game. So I'm absolutely buzzing for him. And for me, you know, I'm still on that journey. I still want to win that world title.
Perfect segue from you into Ben Davison there, because we've been, you know, he's been very much in the news this week, given that performance by Anthony Joshua. I mean, Ben was telling me when, I don't think you were there the day I came down, just before the visit to Saudi Arabia, and Ben was saying that he loves being in the gym with all you guys, and the crazy McCormack twins, and Lee's there, and Chris Congo, and Thomas Carty was there the other day, as he fights tomorrow night in Ireland, and that Joshua is just one of the lads in the gym there with you guys. Tell me about whether you believed Ben Davison would be really good, knowing Ben, whether you believed Ben Davison would be really good for Anthony Joshua, and what you made of it out in Saudi Arabia.
First of all, I thought Anthony Joshua was fantastic. I thought he put on a tremendous show. It was clinical, and he done what